On the vast Tianwai continent, there lies Haishi City. Upon a massive green stone at the heart of a roaring waterfall, Ye sat in meditation, a bitter smile of resignation curving his lips. I once possessed astonishing talent. Who would have imagined I would now be reduced to this state? 3 years ago, he was nothing short of a prodigy dazzling with brilliance. At the age of 10, he began his martial training, and within a week attained the first level of martial prowess, shattering all records in Haishi City. By 13, Ye had reached the 5th level, and even unlocked a Huang grade 6th quality Dantian, astonishing the entire Yi family, as well as Haishi City. The quality of one's Dantian determines the potential of the future. In the history of Haishi City, even the highest innate talent had scarcely surpassed a Huang grade 5th quality. Remarkably, Ye had unlocked a Huang grade 6th quality Dantian. News spread swiftly that Ye had become the leading figure among the youth of Haishi City. The revelation even reached the formidable Tianxin sect, where an elder personally extended an extraordinary invitation for Ye to join as a disciple. The scene remained vividly imprinted in memory. Haishi City was astounded, and the entire Yi family brimmed with pride. Even the lord of Haishi City, disregarding decorum, personally visited the Yi household to see Ye, and mediatresses from the 3 major clans intent on forging matrimonial alliances nearly trampled the Yi family's doorstep. Alas, that was 3 years ago. A shadow of melancholy crossed Ye eyes as he recalled the time he, together with his father and uncle, set off for registration at Tianxin sect. Yet along the journey, they were beset by a fearsome demon beast. With the combined strength of his father and uncle plus the aid of the prodigious youths Ye and Yue, even in defeat, they might have managed to retreat unscathed. However, at the critical moment, his uncle and cousin, overcome by fear, fled, leaving father and son in dire peril. His father, in a desperate bid to save him, was mortally injured, and when Ye awoke from his stupor, he found that his Dantian had been shattered, leaving him a broken man. As for the fate of his Dantian, whether destroyed by the demon beast or by other means, that mystery was known only to fate. In contrast, his uncle and cousin seized the opportunity for their own gain. Yue claimed the initiation token that should have been Ye successfully joining Tianxin sect and leaping forward like a dragon. Meanwhile, his uncle returned to assume the position of clan leader. But for him, he was left utterly ruined, not only bereft of any care from his uncle and cousin, but also subjected to insults and oppression from his own kin. Any other youth struck by such calamity might have succumbed to despair or even self-destruction. Yet Ye did not. His gaze remained as steadfast as ever. Having witnessed the harsh realities of the world, his determination to pursue the martial way burned ever more fiercely. In the face of absolute strength, family and friendship are but mere trifles. Dragging his weary body back to his household, Ye's inner roar resounded like a tempest. In truth, he was not originally of this world. An unforeseen accident had brought him here. Thus, unlike his peers, Ye possessed an unyielding will, a rock-solid resolve that could never be extinguished. What is a shattered Dantian? What does it matter to be deemed a waste? As long as one draws breath, one must fight on. In his previous life, he was meager and insignificant. In this life, he vowed to live with brilliance and color. Even if only one breath remains, nothing shall deter his resolve to pursue the martial path. I'll look at that waste coming back so late again. No doubt, he went self-torturing beneath the waterfall, as if he were still the genius of 3 years past, parading around despite his ruined Dantian. Don't say that. After all, he was once the young master of the Yi family, a brilliant genius reduced to a wreck, a madman, yet pitiful indeed. Bah, that so-called genius is nothing but a disgrace, such a waste to exist in this world. He should have been slain by the demon beast 3 years ago. Even the dogs nurtured by the Yi family are of more use. The clan members who witnessed Ye's return did not hesitate to openly point and jeer, some with a trace of sympathy, yet many with biting mockery. Ye paid no heed, his face betrayed no hint of anger. He was enduring in silence, in truth waiting for his moment to rise again. Little did anyone know, not even Ye, who had arrived in this world by accident, that within him lay a hidden black miniature sword. It was this very black miniature sword that had brought Ye into this world. In the beginning, his diligent cultivation left him oblivious to the secret nestled within his body, until that fateful moment, when his Dantian was shattered and despair overwhelmed him. The excruciating pain awakened the black miniature sword within, and amidst endless darkness, Ye beheld a glimmer of resurgence. From that moment onward, Ye realized his earlier inability to sense the black miniature sword was due to his weak spiritual force. Only when the excruciating pain from his shattered Dantian stimulated his nerves did he barely establish a faint bond with it. Thus began 3 relentless years beneath the waterfall. It was all to endure the relentless torrent of water battering him, to stimulate his spirit in hopes of unraveling the mystery of the black miniature sword. Now after 3 long years his resolve had grown as steadfast as rock, and today he succeeded in forging an unbreakable spiritual bond with the black miniature sword. If only given a few more days, even perhaps a month, Yefei believed he would successfully harness the power of the black miniature sword, heralding his chance for resurgence. Therefore he must endure. Until the moment his strength is fully restored, he cares not for idle whispers, nor the 3 years spent as a waste. Fortunes may shift as drastically as 30 years from east to west. Ye family, just wait. For everything that rightfully belongs to my father and me I shall reclaim with my own hands. Oh, and Shanshan as well. The very thought of Shanshan softened Yefei's otherwise cold, icy expression with a gentle smile. Strictly speaking, Shanshan was not originally part of the Yi family. She was an abandoned infant rescued by his father when he was 3. Yet his father cared not for her wretched origins, nurturing her as if she were his own flesh and blood. During the 3 years when Yefei's dantian was shattered and he was reduced to a broken man, suffering insults and oppression from his kin, only Shanshan remained steadfast, caring for him with unwavering devotion. One could say that were it not for Shanshan's presence, Yefei might have long ago abandoned Haishi City, returning so late from training injured once again. If that little girl were to see me, she would surely be heartbroken. Yefei imagined a delicate little girl, her teary eyes blinking in sorrowful plea, and he couldn't help but almost laugh at the thought. Yet at that moment a discordant voice from the courtyard shattered his brief reverie. Yihu, you filthy scoundrel, get out of here immediately. This is the home I share with Yefei. If you dare bully me, I'll have Yefei beat you to death. A little girl's desperate struggle could be heard. Yet how could such a delicate child possibly match a warrior like Yihu? Yi Shanshan's threats did nothing to deter him. Instead, Yihu laughed maniacally. Ha ha, how amusing, Yi Shanshan. Do you truly still believe that worthless person was the genius of the Yi family 3 years ago? Let me tell you, he is now nothing but complete trash. Clinging to such garbage will bring you no happiness. You'd be far better off staying with your older brother where luxury awaits. Yihu, get lost, or I'll scream. Yi Shanshan pleaded desperately to protect herself. Her defiant act only further ignited the beastly desires within Yihu. As they spoke, the sound of tearing fabric filled the air. Yefei stepped to the doorway and witnessed Yihu, his face twisted with malice, ripping apart his sister's clothes, his filthy hands audaciously reaching to grope her. You beast! Yefei's mind erupted with fury. He could endure many things, but this was utterly intolerable. 3 long years of endurance erupted in an instant. In that very moment, the incredible fury awakened the long dormant black sword within him. Before Yefei could even register, a mysterious force surged from the black sword, racing into his dantian. Crackling sounds reminiscent of sizzling beans rang out, as Yefei suddenly realized that his once feeble body was now filled with boundless strength. This terrifying energy in an instant had repaired his dantian, albeit only to the lowly status of a grade 1 yellow dantian. Yet this astonishing surge filled Yefei with such joy that he nearly roared in triumph. 3 painstaking years. All of it culminated in this moment when his strength returned. At that moment, the black sword hidden within him transformed its astounding energy into a dreadful vortex. Before Yefei could react, his consciousness was sucked into its swirling depths. Within this maelstrom, he beheld an endless cosmic starfield where a massive black sword loomed, a sword that devoured and obliterated all in its path. Its colossal blade slashed down, annihilating star rivers and reducing billions of stars to dust. It was the terrifying demonic sword of world destruction. Simultaneously, countless divine demons, liches, and other foul creatures roared and clashed, converging like surging clouds of blood toward the black giant sword. Each one with wild eyes reached out desperately to seize the black giant sword, but in that very moment it unleashed an even more horrifying flash of blade light. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of divine devils vanished into nothingness along with the black giant sword. Only the enraged, terrified roars of countless beings lingered. The Undying Sword Soul. How could it vanish? Pursue it. Even if it means traversing the 9 heavens and 10 earths, its whereabouts must be uncovered. Boom. The roars of tens of thousands of divine monsters were more thunderous than any storm pounding in Yefei's ears, as if his very head were about to burst. Oh! Another cry of panic snapped Yefei back to reality. It was Yi Shanshan's voice breaking through the hypnotic grip of the black sword for those crucial seconds. Yet Yi Shanshan could not fend off Yi, whose filthy claws, her top was ripped wide open, leaving her both humiliated and tearfully angry. This only further inflamed Yi, whose bestial desires. Unaware of Yefei's sudden arrival, he greedily ogled Yi Shanshan as he clung to her shattered garment, sneering, "Haha, go on. Scream as much as you want, your big brother is here to truly adore you. You beast. Stop right now." At that moment, Yefei's mind was set to explode, and his body trembled with seething anger. While he could stomach insults from others, any harm done to his own sister was utterly intolerable. Thud. Enraged, Yi Fei charged forward, swiftly kicking the unsuspecting Yi Hu away before rushing to shield Yi Shanshan. Shanshan, are you alright? Did that beast hurt you at all? Yi Fei's eyes burned red with fury. Yi Fei, I'm okay. I'm just very scared, sob sob. Seeing Yi Fei appear and defeat Yi Hu, Yi Shanshan instinctively threw herself into his arms. The ordeal had truly terrified her. Only then did Yi Fei breathe a sigh of relief, grateful for his timely return, yet upon seeing his sister's torn garment his heart overflowed with both pain and fury. Yi Hu, you beast, bring it on. If you dare bully my sister, I will kill you right now. With no attempt to hide the murderous intent burning within him, Yi Fei strode steadily toward Yi Hu. Damn it, so it's you, a worthless wretch sneaking up on me. Do you not value your life, daring to spoil my fun? How could you, a pitiful wretch, think you could kill me? You believe you're still the prodigy of the Yi family from 3 years ago, but now you are nothing more than trash. At that moment, Yi Hu staggered up from the ground, reeking of alcohol, utterly dismissing Yi Fei as insignificant. After all, it was no longer the days when Yi Fei had been a fallen wretch. Throughout Haishi City, it was known that Yi Hu still possessed the strength of first-level martial arts, leaving him brazenly unafraid. It was clear to all that he was tormenting Yi Fei and his sister. You ignorant wretch, Yi Hu, remember, whether 3 years ago or now, I will kill you, and no one can stop me. With fury reaching its peak, Yi Fei charged again as Yi Hu rose. In a mocking tone, Yi Hu sneered, Yi Fei, you've become a wretch and remain unruly. I'll now show you how to properly be a worthless outcast. A cold smile played on Yi Hu's lips as he forced his first-level martial chi to its limit, delivering a venomous punch aimed squarely at Yi Fei's heart. This was no mere brawl. It was a deliberate attempt to end his life. Though unable to cultivate, Yi Shanshan sensed the danger and cried out frantically, Yi Fei, run. Don't worry about me. In her mind, Yi Fei's dantian was already shattered. There was no way he could contend with Yi Hu. Determined, she prayed he would not get hurt. Of course, Yi Fei would not retreat. Whoever dared bully his sister would meet his unyielding resolve. He drew a deep, steadying breath. Without hesitation, Yi Fei unleashed his most savage punch against Yi Hu. Just a day ago, this blow might have been feeble, or even left him open to a counterattack, but not now. But now was different. Within him resided the black sword, and that mysterious energy which had restored his dantian still burned fiercely. This was the very foundation of Yi Fei's newfound confidence against Yi Hu. Kill! Yi Fei shouted loudly, and the fists of both sides collided. Yi Hu immediately let out a cry of agony, as Yi Fei's punch twisted his entire arm into a shape resembling a twisted noodle, exposing fragments of bone. This outcome was something Yi Fei had never anticipated. The black little sword had merely restored his strength to the first level of martial arts, yet it possessed such formidable power. The indestructible sword spirit was indeed overbearing. This time he would surely rise again. First level of martial arts. Impossible. Yi Fei, weren't you rendered a waste after your dantian was destroyed? Has your dantian really recovered? Yi Hu stared at his twisted arm, his face contorted in pain and shock. With a cold smile at the corner of his mouth, Yi Fei looked down at him disdainfully and said, That's right, my dantian has recovered. Is this your last words? Then you can die. What? Brother Fei's dantian has recovered. Yi Shanshan, who was standing behind, heard this, and tears streamed down her face once more, but this time they were tears of joy. Upon hearing this, Yi Hu was nearly scared out of his wits. This was not his fault. 3 years ago, Yi Fei had displayed such astonishing talent that he had overshadowed the entire younger generation of Haishi City. Someone like Yi Hu with mediocre talent didn't even qualify to look up to Yi Fei. Now, upon hearing that Yi Fei had miraculously recovered his dantian and that the genius was about to rise again, how could Yi Hu not be afraid? Before Yi Fei could make a move, he had already fallen to his knees before him, desperately slapping himself in the face. Brother Yi, I was wrong. I was foolish and offended your sister. Please, for the sake of our kinship, spare me. Yi Hu looked up at Yi Fei in terror. Yi Fei's expression remained cold as he shook his head lightly, saying, It's surprising you remember we are kin. When you tried to violate my sister, did you consider we were kin? When you struck me, did you think about our blood relation? How dare you? A beast like you who bullies my sister should die. I swear I will not be human if I do not kill you. Yi Fei interrupted Yi Hu in a fit of rage, delivering a brutal kick to Yi Hu's neck. Crack! Yi Hu's neck was instantly broken, his eyes wide open as he stared at Yi Fei, filled with fear and regret. Until his last breath, he could not believe that Yi Fei had killed him outright. Yi Shanshan behind them covered her mouth tightly, nearly crying out, Brother Fei, you really killed Yi Hu. This kind of beast deserves to die. Who dares to bully you? Not just Yi Hu, even if it were the king of hell himself, I would still kill him. Yi Fei turned around, his face filled with fury. His terrifying expression did not frighten Yi Shanshan, instead it filled her with a sense of comfort and warmth. "Brother Fei, why are you so good to me?" Yi Shanshan asked, her eyes reddening. "Stop talking nonsense. You're my sister, but if I don't treat you well, who else should I treat well?" Yi Fei feigned a stern face, wiping the tears from her cheeks. "Brother." The little girl could no longer hold back and called out affectionately, her face beaming with happiness as she dove into Yi Fei's embrace. The two held each other tightly, creating a scene filled with warmth. Yet Yi Fei's face gradually turned awkward. Over the 3 years, he had devoted all his time to studying the black little sword within him, oblivious to the fact that Yi Shanshan had grown up. Not only had her beauty blossomed into a captivating figure, but her physique had also become increasingly curvaceous. Especially now with her outer garment torn, Yi Fei felt a slight embarrassment and coughed lightly. Yi Shanshan instantly came to her senses, letting out a soft gasp as she hurriedly released Yi Fei. Blushing, she stuck out her tongue and said, "Brother Fei, you'll go change into another outer garment." "Ahem, that works." Yi Fei nodded. Meanwhile, Yi Hu's body needed to be dealt with. After all, he was no longer the talented young master of 3 years ago. Directly killing a kinsman would undoubtedly lead to trouble if discovered, so it was better to dispose of the body and keep it hidden for as long as possible. Before long, Yi Shanshan re-emerged in a green long dress, looking like a forest spirit, her steps light. However, her brows were furrowed and her gaze towards Yi Fei revealed a hint of concern. "Brother Fei, ever since our adoptive father passed away, the Yi family has ceased to be our home. Now that you've killed Yi Hu, this matter could escalate. Shouldn't we just leave Haishi City?" Yi Shanshan grasped Yi Fei's arm, her face filled with hope. Leave? The suggestion from his sister made Yi Fei feel tempted, but then he recalled the oppression he had faced from the Yi family over the past 3 years and the fact that his uncle Yi Tianxiong had deliberately caused his father's death, leading to his own downfall. Such a deep-seated grudge could not be left unavenged. "Shanshan, we cannot leave. With our current strength, we lack the ability to protect ourselves outside the Yi family. It is safer to remain here now that I have the hope of rising again. It's time to settle the score for the grievances of 3 years ago." Yi Fei's eyes sparkled with murderous intent. After 3 years of humiliation, he felt no affection for the Yi family. He would not spare Yi Tianxiong and his son. Yi Shanshan understood Yi Fei's feelings and did not press the matter further. Instead, she sighed and suggested, "Brother Fei, we can stay, but we must quickly inform Uncle Jian about Yi Hu's death. He is the only one in the entire family who will stand up for us." Yi Fei nodded. Uncle Jian, whose real name was Yi Jian, was an elder of the Yi family who had watched over them since they were young. In their youth, he had accompanied their father into life-and-death situations multiple times. During the 3 years he had been reduced to a waste, it was Yi Jian who had fought tirelessly to protect them, preventing their uncle Yi Tianxiong from completely expelling them from the Yi family. "Yes, Uncle Jian is my father's sworn brother. With his help, even if we cannot prevent the family's punishment against me, he will surely buy us some time. During this time, I can focus on cultivating and regaining my strength." Yi Fei nodded, feeling that Yi Shanshan's suggestion made sense. He decided to seek out Yi Jian immediately for protection. But before they could leave, the previously closed door was suddenly kicked open and 2 cold-faced family guards dressed in black stepped inside. Yi Fei immediately recognized them. They were 2 trusted guards of his uncle Yi Tianxiong. In the Yi family's council chamber, an angry voice suddenly rang out. "What? You want to expel Yi Fei from the Yi family? His dantian has been destroyed. Are you still unwilling to spare this child?" The one questioning was Yi Jian, the second strongest in the Yi family, possessing the strength of the 8th level of martial arts, second only to the current head of the family, Yi Tianxiong. He was known for his integrity and loyalty. Hearing Yi Jian's opposition, many elders looked visibly displeased while a few others lowered their heads in silence. At the forefront, Yi Tianxiong casually raised an eyebrow and glanced at the Grand Elder, Yi Tianai, beside him. It is worth mentioning that Yi Fei's father had once saved Yi Tiany's life, and the latter had vowed lifelong loyalty to him. However, once Yi Fei's father passed away, Yi Tianai immediately sided with Yi Tianxiong, becoming his loyal henchman. Upon hearing Yi Jian's dissent, without needing Yi Tianxiong to speak, Yi Tianai jumped up like a rabid dog, snarling at Yi Jian. "Yi Jian, how dare you? Our expulsion of that waste is for the good of the family. Do you dare to oppose the orders of the head of the family? Yi Jian, you have said it yourself. Yi Fei's dantian has been destroyed, making him a complete waste. Our Yi family has raised him for 3 years out of compassion. If he were from any other family, he would have been cast out to wander long ago." Another elder stepped forward to voice his support. Yi Jian's fury surged, wishing he could strike down each of these people. "Have you all lost your conscience? Which of you has not benefited from the head of the family? And now that he has just died, you treat his offspring this way. Are you not ashamed? Yi Jian's words made some elders lower their heads in shame. Seated in the main position, Yi Tianxiang's eyes suddenly flashed with a cold light. As he coldly spoke, Elder Yi Jian, what do you mean by that? If you have any dissatisfaction with me as the head of the family, you may speak frankly. Though his tone seemed polite, an oppressive and terrifying aura surrounded Yi Tianxiang. After all, he was the current head of the Yi family, and his son Yi Wei had joined the Tianxian sect. In Haishi City, no family dared to offend the high-ranking sect. Even Yi Jian could not. Head of the family, I harbor no dissatisfaction. I merely believe that driving Yi Fei away is inappropriate. I request that the head reconsider. Yi Jian suppressed his anger and earnestly appealed to Yi Tianxiang. Yi Tianxiang's expression darkened further, and with a cold huff before he could speak, Yi Tianai disdainfully interjected, he is just a waste. What is there to consider? Our Yi family has limited resources. A waste like Yi Fei does not deserve to remain. Indeed, I support the head and the Grand Elder's decision. I too support it. Yi Jian, stop being stubborn. The head has good intentions. If that waste stays in the Yi family, he will only suffer more humiliation. It would be better to send him to the countryside, give him a few acres of land, and let him live as an ordinary person. Isn't that better? The elders spoke one after another, and aside from Yi Jian, no one dared to publicly contradict Yi Tianxiang's decision. Yi Tianxiang was very satisfied with their reactions, but when his gaze fell upon Yi Jian, a barely perceptible chill flickered in his eyes. Feigning a sigh, Yi Tianxiang said, alas, Yi Jian, do you think I wish to expel Yi Fei? But it has been 3 years. If there were even a hint of recovery in his dantian, as his uncle, I would exert all efforts to assist him. However, 3 years have passed, and he remains a waste. Even if I wish to keep him for the sake of the family, I must expel him. Suddenly, before Yi Tianxiang could finish, the door to the discussion hall was violently kicked open. Who dares to say they want to expel me? Yi Fei strode in, ignoring the others and coldly fixing his gaze on Yi Tianxiang at the main seat. He thought to himself that this uncle of his was truly ruthless. Not only had he turned him into a waste, but now he also wanted to expel him from the family. Yi Fei understood the reason behind Yi Tianxiang's actions. During his father's lifetime, he held great prestige within the family, and even after his death, as his son Yi Fei had the right to inherit the position of head of the family. This was precisely why Yi Tianxiang wanted to drive him out. Only by completely expelling him from the Yi family could Yi Tianxiang and his son secure their positions as heads of the family. Yi Fei could not allow this old man to have his way, so he boldly kicked the door open and entered. Is that Yi Fei? This waste must be truly mad. The discussion hall is a sacred space, and he dares to kick down the door. Wait, something's off. This kid's aura. Martial arts level 1. How is that possible? Could it be that Yi Fei's dantian has recovered? The assembled elders of the Yi family, all of considerable strength, immediately recognized that the Yi Fei who barged in was not a waste at all. He was emanating the aura of martial arts level 1. All the elders were astonished, while Yi Tianxiang's face darkened significantly. Yi Fei Yu. Yi Jian was so excited he became tongue-tied, rushing over to Yi Fei, nearly unable to form coherent words. A destroyed dantian meant one was a waste with no possibility of recovery, at least not in a small place like Haishi City. Yet now Yi Fei's dantian had actually recovered, and his strength had reached martial arts level 1. How could Yi Jian not be shocked? How could he not be overjoyed? Yi Fei, what happened? How did your dantian recover? The Grand Elder Yi Tianai wore a look of panic, unable to believe that Yi Fei, once a waste, had managed to recover. Yi Fei coldly surveyed the elders. What? You don't want me to recover? Do you really think I sat beneath that waterfall for 3 years for nothing? Hidden within it was a spirit herb, and I waited for 3 years just for it to bloom and restore my dantian. Yi Fei had already devised an explanation for his dantian's recovery. The indestructible sword soul could never be revealed, so he attributed it to the spirit herb. In this world, there were indeed some miraculous spirit herbs capable of repairing damaged dantians. Upon hearing this reason, the elders did not suspect him, for such fortuitous encounters were not uncommon in the martial arts world. Yi Fei had indeed spent 3 years sitting beneath the waterfall, likely in order to protect the spirit herb. In an instant, the gazes of the elders turned fervent as they looked at Yi Fei. They knew that the Yi Fei from 3 years ago was the pride of the Yi family. If Yi Fei could recover, the elders present would instantly change their attitudes and support him. Yi Tianxiang sensed this shift in the atmosphere, and his darkened face turned pitch black, making it difficult for him to squeeze out a smile, as he said, so you really have recovered. That's wonderful. By the way, Yi Fei, what level is your dantian now? Yellow level 1. Yi Fei replied honestly. What? Yellow level 1. So that spirit herb only repaired your dantian, but did not restore its grade. Indeed a waste. A level 1 dantian is as trashy as it gets. We were excited for nothing, thinking this waste had even recovered his talent. What a complete waste of expression. Upon hearing that Yi Fei's Dantian had merely recovered while his talent remained subpar, many of the elders' hopeful expressions turned cold, disdainful, and even disgusted. What do you mean? Yi Fei has finally recovered his Dantian, and this is a joyous occasion. What is with your attitude? Yi Jian, with his straightforward temperament, was increasingly displeased with the elders' attitudes towards Yi Fei. In Yi Jian's heart, regardless of whether Yi Fei was a genius or a waste, he was the heir of the Yi family in his eyes. Angry, Yi Jian immediately wanted to argue with the elders, but Yi Fei raised his hand to stop him. Uncle Jian, let it be. The callousness of this group had long been revealed to him over the past 3 years. Getting angry would only harm himself. Disregarding the elders, Yi Fei coldly fixed his gaze on Yi Tianxiong, who sat at the head of the table. Head of the family, you intend to expel me because I was unable to cultivate martial arts. Now that my Dantian has recovered, the family should have no reason to expel me, right? The expressions of the elders turned grim. Just moments ago, they had confidently declared Yi Fei a waste unworthy of martial arts cultivation and insisted he be cast out of the family. Yet now, with Yi Fei's Dantian restored, even if it was merely a low-grade yellow-tier Dantian, he had regained the qualifications to step into the realm of martial arts. Their excuse for driving him away was clearly untenable. Yi Tianxiong's face grew rigid, and after a long pause, he forced a smile, nodding insincerely. Yi Fei, do not blame your uncle. I sent you to the countryside for your own good. It was not my intention to make things difficult for you. Is that so? However, compared to returning to the countryside to farm, I would much rather cultivate martial arts. I hope the head of the family can grant me this opportunity. Yi Fei's words rang out with conviction. Yi Tianxiong felt as if he had received an invisible slap across the face. He harbored a deep resentment towards this wasteful rebel before him, wishing he could eliminate him on the spot. Yet upon noticing Yi Jian standing beside Yi Fei, he painfully suppressed his anger. Very well, you may remain in the family to practice martial arts, but only for 1 month. If you fail to break through to the 2nd level of martial arts within that time, it will prove that you have no future in this path. We will then discuss whether you should return to the countryside to farm. How does that sound? Yi Tianxiong looked at Yi Fei with an air of false fairness. Ignoring Yi Jian's desperate attempts to dissuade him, Yi Fei replied, without hesitation, agreed. Within a month, I will definitely break through to the 2nd level of martial arts. Excellent. Such ambition. Truly a pride of the Yi family. Yi Fei, do your best. Yi Tianxiong encouraged him. His gaze, however, was filled with coldness and disdain as he turned and strode out of the conference hall. The other elders shared the same sentiment, believing Yi Fei had indeed gone mad, daring to think he could break through to the 2nd level of martial arts with a mere low-grade yellow-tier Dantian. It was utterly impossible. Once everyone had left, Yi Jian revealed a bitter smile, sighing heavily. Yi Fei, you were too impulsive just now. How could you agree to Yi Tianxiong's demands? Could I refuse? He is the head of the family. He's determined to deal with me. Do you think, Uncle Jian, you can stop him? Yi Fei scoffed. Yi Jian fell silent. 2 years ago, Yi Tianxiong was too preoccupied with consolidating his power in the family and allowed Yi Fei to be. Now, with most of the elders under Yi Tianxiong's control, Yi Fei was truly unable to resist his uncle's machinations. Ultimately, Yi Jian could only grit his teeth and say solemnly, fine. Since you have made your decision, Uncle Jian will definitely support you. Yi Fei, remember, no matter what happens, Uncle Jian will always stand by your side. Thank you, Uncle Jian. Yi Fei felt a surge of gratitude. His father had spoken the truth. Anyone in the family could betray him, but Yi Jian would never. He was indeed a man of deep loyalty and honor. Thank what? My life, Yi Jian, belongs to your father and to you. Moreover, I have watched you and your sister grow up. In my eyes, you are like my own children. Yi Fei, whatever you need, just speak to Uncle Jian. I will never refuse as long as I am able. Yi Fei felt touched, but remained silent. In his heart, he held only one thought: to cultivate diligently. For both Uncle Jian and his sister Yi Shanshan, he must quickly regain his strength. Only then could he repay Yi Jian's kindness and protect his sister better. But before that, Uncle Jian, there is indeed a matter where I need your assistance. Yi Fei scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed as he spoke. That day, a significant event unfolded in the Yi family. The once deemed worthless Yi Fei not only had his Dantian restored, but also caused an uproar in the family's conference hall. The news spread quickly, shocking the younger members of the Yi family who were training in the martial arts arena. Impossible. Didn't Yi Fei's Dantian get destroyed 3 years ago? How could it possibly recover? I heard that the waste found a spiritual herb in a waterfall and guarded it for 3 years, finally using it to restore his Dantian. This is terrible. If Brother Fei truly recovers, he will undoubtedly be the top genius of the Yi family. We mocked him so mercilessly before, what if he holds a grudge against us? Upon hearing that Yi Fei's Dantian had genuinely recovered, the expressions of most of the younger Yi clan members turned pale. 3 years ago, Yi Fei's brilliance had overshadowed the entire Blackstone city, leaving the other young talents gasping for breath. How could they not be afraid? Only those in the know displayed no change in expression, coldly mocking. A genius. That spiritual herb may have restored Yi Fei's Dantian, but it only allowed his Dantian to remain at the low-grade yellow tier. Currently, Yi Fei is nothing but the last of the waste in our Yi family. What? Only a low-grade yellow tier Dantian. Such rubbish. A waste is still a waste. Even consuming a spiritual herb cannot change his worthless nature. What a pity for that spiritual herb. If only it had been given to me, such a waste would have really struck it lucky. Hearing that Yi Fei's Dantian was merely a low-grade yellow tier, the faces of the Yi family members shifted from fear to indifference and disdain. The closer Yi Fei approached, the louder their mocking voices became. Yi Fei paid no heed to these trivial individuals. With his current lack of strength, no amount of words would matter. Once he regained his power, this group would naturally fall silent. Rather than argue with them, Yi Fei was more eager to rush to the martial pavilion to accomplish something he had long desired to try. Hey, isn't that our Yi family's #1 genius? I heard you the way struck it lucky and restored your Dantian. Since we've met, please enlighten us, oh genius. A mocking voice emerged from behind the crowd, belonging to a young man in black clothing, just over 20 years old, who instantly blocked Yi Fei's path. Yi Wolf. At the sight of this person, Yi Fei couldn't help but reveal a flash of anger. This Yi Wolf was his adopted brother, taken in by their father when he was 5 years old during a training trip. It was said that Yi Wolf's biological parents had also fallen victim to beast attacks, leaving him to scavenge for food among garbage heaps alongside wild dogs. Out of pity, their father adopted him and named him Yi Wolf. Yi Fei had always respected him as an older brother, even though he knew Yi Wolf possessed mediocre talent and cultivated slowly. Following his father's wishes, he regularly shared half of the family's cultivation resources with Yi Wolf. His sister Yi Shanshan had given all her cultivation resources to Yi Wolf, allowing him to elevate his standard to that of the upper echelon among the younger members of the Yi family. Yet how had Yi Wolf treated them? With their father's body barely cold, this ingrate had swiftly turned to become Yi Tianxiang's adopted son, seizing all their father's possessions, while Yi Fei was powerless to resist due to his destroyed Dantian. Now face to face with this enemy, Yi Fei felt a surge of rage. However, he refrained from acting impulsively and instead stepped around Yi Wolf, continuing on his path. I currently lack strength, I must endure. Once my strength is restored, I shall settle the score with this ungrateful dog. As Yi Fei prepared to leave, Yi Lang's gaze turned fierce, showing no intention of letting him pass. He stepped sideways to block Yi Fei's path and arrogantly declared, "You worthless fool, stop right there. After all, I am your elder brother. How dare you show such disrespect? Kneel and call me Wolf Brother at once. You ungrateful beast. You know how my father treated you, and yet you dare to claim brotherhood with me. Get out of my way and shut your filthy mouth. I could vomit just by talking to you," Yi Fei retorted fiercely. The surrounding Yi family members exchanged glances, bewildered by Yi Fei's audacity to insult Yi Lang. They knew Yi Lang might not possess extraordinary talent, but he was undeniably powerful, a master of the 6th level of martial arts. "You worthless fool. What nonsense are you spouting? Everything I, Yi Lang, have achieved today is through my own hard work, unrelated to you and your father. How dare you insult me?" Yi Lang's anger surged as he justified himself, then in a fit of rage, he threw a punch at Yi Fei. "Yi Fei, you've been a waste for 3 years, and you still can't recognize reality. As your elder brother, I will thoroughly wake you up today." Yi Lang's fist flew towards him. Without uttering a word, Yi Fei faced the incoming punch, his eyes reddening with determination. He summoned all his strength to counter with a punch of his own. Yi Lang swiftly dodged, but in the same motion, he struck down with an open palm onto Yi Fei's body. "You worthless fool, get down on the ground." Yi Lang's face gleamed with triumph. Though he couldn't kill Yi Fei in front of everyone, using his 6th level martial arts to humiliate him was entirely within reach. Thud. Yet Yi Fei refused to submit. Though his body strained under the force, he managed to channel a trace of energy from the lingering black sword within him, effectively absorbing most of Yi Lang's strike. He stood firm, leaving 2 deep footprints in the ground, though blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. At present, Yi Fei was merely at the 1st level of martial arts, and with great difficulty, he had managed to withstand Yi Lang's attack. Unsurprisingly, he sustained some injuries. "Beast, I remember everything you've done to my father and me, including this blow. 3 years in the east, 3 years in the west. Let's see how this unfolds." Yi Fei calmly wiped the blood from his mouth, refusing to look back at Yi Lang. He turned and strode away, leaving behind an imposing figure that left many Yi family members in shock. A first-level martial artist had actually withstood a sixth-level martial artist's attack. Although it was merely Yi Lang's casual strike, Yi Fei's performance left many puzzled. In a moment of haze, Yi Lang seemed to see a figure from 3 years ago, one that had overshadowed all the young talents of Blackstone City appearing before him. Yet that was 3 years ago when Yi Fei was still a prodigy. Now he was nothing but a waste. How could such an aura possibly return to him? Watching Yi Fei's retreating figure, a fierce glint flickered in Yi Lang's eyes. Yi Fei, I will not allow you to rise again. Since you've been a waste for 3 years, you better remain one forever. No, turning him into a waste is too lenient. I want him to become a corpse. At that moment, Yi Fei was unaware of Yi Lang's murderous intent. He hurried across the training grounds and entered the heart of the Yi family, the martial pavilion. Inside the martial pavilion lay all the martial arts techniques collected by the Yi family, most of which were of the yellow grade with few mid or upper tier ones. He wasn't there to practice those inferior techniques. Ever since he witnessed the cataclysmic vision of the black giant sword, Yi Fei had vowed that in this lifetime he would become the strongest sword cultivator. He not only wanted the finest sword, but also the best sword techniques. Fortunately, Yi Fei recalled that 3 years ago during his visit to the martial pavilion, he had stumbled upon a hidden advanced sword technique of the Xian grade. However, that technique was notoriously difficult to cultivate, and for 100 years no one in the Yi family had succeeded. Those lacking talent couldn't even comprehend the moves within. 3 years ago, Yi Fei had been exceptionally gifted, and his father had made an exception for him to attempt cultivation, which ended in failure. Yet Yi Fei was not one to give up. Now he possessed the mysterious black sword, and he was eager to see if he could grasp that advanced sword technique this time. I found it. From the most secluded corner of the martial pavilion, Yi Fei discovered a yellowed, worn manual. It was just as dusty as it had been 3 years ago, neglected for years. But in Yi Fei's eyes, this was the most formidable sword technique in the Yi family and even the entire Blackstone City. Mastering it could allow him to transcend his limits and kill those above his rank. Great-grandfather, I wish to register and borrow this martial arts manual. Clutching the sword manual, Yi Fei hurried over to an old man with a white beard, bowing respectfully. This elder was a relic from the previous generation of the Yi family, the last survivor of his time. Many in the family had forgotten his name, referring to him simply as the great-grandfather. Yi Fei, what's the matter? Your dantian is restored. Then you should earnestly cultivate. Why do you want to borrow this martial arts manual again? Didn't you attempt this 3 years ago? Your talent was insufficient. You shouldn't even think about mastering this sword technique. Perhaps you should choose another one, the old man said, his tone tinged with anger, eyeing the manual Yi Fei brought. 3 years ago, when you were exceptionally talented, you couldn't comprehend this sword technique. Now that you've become a complete waste, do you still harbor delusions of understanding anything? But his words were too hurtful, and the old man hesitated to crush Yi Fei's spirit. Oblivious to the elder's thoughts, Yi Fei remained resolute. Great-grandfather, I've made up my mind to borrow this sword manual. You fool. Yi Fei, I never expected that after 3 years as a waste you would not gain self-awareness and instead become so arrogant. Get out of here. Consider my previous warnings as wasted breath. The old man finally lost his temper. Disappointment etched across his face as he unleashed a gust of wind, sending Yi Fei out of the martial pavilion. Yi Fei's face turned sour as he thought, this great-grandfather is still the same with such a bad temper. Surely he hasn't judged me too harshly. However, the more he acted this way, the more it ignited Yi Fei's fighting spirit. Great-grandfather, just watch. I will find a way to master this sword technique. I will return the manual in a month. The family rules dictated that Yi family members could borrow martial arts manuals for only 1 month. Once the time was up, regardless of whether they had mastered the techniques, the manuals had to be returned. Get lost. Don't let me see you again. Inside the martial pavilion, the old man remained furious. Yet amid his anger, a smile crept onto his lips. Still, this kid is somewhat interesting. With a mere yellow-gray dantian, he believes he can comprehend that sword technique. How truly unaware of his own limitations. Yi Fei was indifferent to others' opinions. Once he decided to practice this sword technique, not even a herd of oxen could pull him back. This was akin to how he had sat silently beneath the waterfall for 3 years. Clutching the sword manual, Yi Fei hurried home. As soon as he arrived at the door, he caught a whiff of a delicious meal. Yi Shanshan had already prepared dinner inside. 3 dishes and a soup, all of which were Yi Fei's favorites. What astonished him most was the bottle of elixirs placed on the dining table. How did this come about? Ever since his dantian was destroyed, their family had ceased providing any cultivation resources for the siblings. Even the monthly allowances had been repeatedly cut, It had been 3 years since Yi Fei had last seen such luxurious items as elixirs. "Little sister, where did this elixir come from?" Yi Fei asked, pointing to the bottle, as Yi Shanshan came out with chopsticks and bowls. With a smile, Yi Shanshan replied, "Brother Fei, this elixir was given to you by Uncle Jian. He wants you to cultivate diligently and not to worry about anything else." Uncle Jian is very kind. Yi Fei then understood that the elixirs were sent by Yi Jian. The reason for not delivering them in person was that Yi Jian knew Yi Fei to be a fiercely independent person. He feared that Yi Fei would reject them if offered directly, so he opted to leave them at home. This way Yi Fei would have no excuse to refuse. Yi Shanshan grasped this as well. Suddenly, she earnestly hugged Yi Fei's arm, shaking it as she said, "Brother Fei, I know you have always been self-reliant and do not seek help from others, but Uncle Jian is genuinely kind-hearted. You cannot refuse him. You little girl, if you want to persuade me to accept them, just say so directly. Why beat around the bush?" Yi Fei thought for a moment. He indeed needed the elixirs to restore his strength, so he decided not to refuse. He could repay this favor to Yi Jian tenfold or 100-fold in the future. A small act of kindness should be repaid with a great return. This was a principle his father had instilled in him from a young age. After the siblings chatted and finished dinner, Yi Shanshan busied herself with the dishes. Yi Fei returned to his room and carefully took out one elixir from the bottle, his eyes lighting up. To think it's a gathering spirit pill. This is a top-notch elixir among the low-grade ones. Uncle Jian actually got me 10 at once. Breaking through to the second level of martial arts shouldn't be a problem now. What Yi Fei did not know was that these gathering spirit pills were rare, even in the entire Blackstone City. Yi Jian had accumulated them over more than a decade and had been reluctant to use them even on his own son. Now he had given all 10 to Yi Fei in one go. As soon as the gathering spirit pill dissolved in his mouth, an astonishing surge of spiritual energy rushed in, but it did not enter Yi Fei's body, though instead it flowed into the mysterious black sword. Having absorbed the energy from the elixirs, the black sword immediately exuded a strange sword intent, which resonated with Yi Fei's dantian. Yi Fei was shocked to feel an incredible change occurring within his dantian. To his astonishment, the quality of his dantian was actually improving. If the first grade of the yellow level dantian was merely a small puddle, after absorbing the energy from the black sword, the puddle had transformed from 1 into 2, then 3. A third grade yellow level dantian. Yi Fei found this hard to believe. The quality of a dantian was innate and extremely difficult to enhance, yet, by simply consuming a few elixirs, he had elevated his dantian from the first grade to the third. Such a situation was unbelievable. Truly worthy of the indestructible sword soul that can sever galaxies. It can actually enhance my dantian quality through the absorption of elixirs. This ability is simply against the heavens. Does that mean as long as I obtain enough elixirs, I can continuously improve my talent and possibly surpass the yellow level to reach even higher ranks? Yi Fei was filled with excitement. Initially, he had worried that even restoring his dantian with a first-grade yellow-level talent would make it difficult to return to his peak state from 3 years ago, but it seemed he had worried for nothing. With the Indestructible Sword Soul, not to mention recovering his strength from 3 years ago, if he desired, he could soon surpass it. Yi Tianxiong Yi Wei and Yi Lang, you better wash your necks and wait for me. Everything that belongs to my father and me will soon be reclaimed. For 3 consecutive days, Yi Fei stayed indoors, immersed in frenzied cultivation. After 3 days, a commotion erupted in his room. Yi Fei opened his eyes, filled with joy. I've finally reached the second level of martial arts. The high-grade dantian indeed makes a difference in cultivation speed. If he were still at the first grade of the yellow level, breaking through to the second level in 3 days would have been impossible. Even a month might not have been enough. He pushed open the door and retrieved the iron-cutting sword he used for practice. Yi Fei hurried to an empty area and took out the mysterious sword technique manual, preparing to comprehend it earnestly. Sword, 13 styles. This was the name of this mysterious sword technique. It was said to have been obtained by an ancestor of the Yi family from external training a century ago. Unfortunately, this sword technique had extremely high requirements. Without sufficient talent, it was impossible to learn. Yi Fei approached it with a give-it-a-try attitude. So that's how it is. The sword 13 styles are indeed marvelous. Each sword I comprehend doubles my attack power. If I can master all 13 swords, a single strike would result in 13 times the damage. The destruction would be explosive. If I can learn this sword technique, it means that with my current second level of martial arts, I could challenge those at the 6th and 7th levels and possibly win. The mysterious sword technique is amazing. No matter what, I must learn it. This way my sister and I will have the ability to protect ourselves. Wait a minute, I think I've already grasped it. About half an hour had passed. Yi Fei was astounded. He had merely read through the sword technique once, and the entirety of the sword 13 styles had already vividly appeared in his mind. How could this be possible? 3 years ago, with a 6th grade yellow-level Dantian and extraordinary talent, he could only barely comprehend the first 4 moves before having to retreat in defeat. Yet now, with only a 3rd grade yellow-level Dantian and the strength of the 2nd level of martial arts, how could he comprehend it after just one reading? Could it be that the Indestructible Sword Soul not only enhances my Dantian quality, but also in an intangible way boosts my comprehension? As for whether that's true, I'll find out by testing it. Sword 13 Style's first move. With a swift motion, Yi Fei stood up and began practicing furiously, seamlessly transitioning from the first move directly to the 13th without a moment's pause. He had truly comprehended it completely. At the same time, Yi Fei sensed that as he executed the sword technique, the Indestructible Sword Soul within him was also manifesting layers of sword shadows in his Dantian. If he observed closely, he could see that these shadows were precisely the sword techniques of the sword 13 styles. To think the Indestructible Sword Soul can follow me practicing the sword in sync. My enhanced comprehension is indeed related to it. More accurately, it is connected to the black energy released by the Indestructible Sword Soul. 3 days ago, Yi Fei had discovered that after absorbing the gathering spirit pills, the black energy released not only improved his Dantian quality, but also had a residual portion left. It was certainly this remaining energy that accelerated his sword practice speed, allowing him to master the sword 13 styles so quickly. As he focused on his Dantian, Yi Fei could also sense that as the sword shadows from the Indestructible Sword Soul appeared, the strands of black energy were rapidly depleting. In just a short time, half of the remaining black energy had been consumed. Yi Fei was reluctant to let it go to waste, so he promptly picked up the iron-cutting sword and continued practicing. Sword 13 Style's first round. Second round. One more time. I can feel my grasp of this sword technique becoming increasingly proficient. Yi Fei exhausted all the dark energy within him, panting as he concluded this frenzied training. Without the support of the dark energy, the Indestructible Sword Soul within him ceased to project sword shadows and vanished back into his body. After resting for a while, Yi Fei struggled to continue his sword practice, only to realize that his speed had slowed to a crawl, his efficiency tragically low. It seems my estimation was not wrong. My talent and comprehension are closely tied to the dark energy released by the Indestructible Sword Soul. To maintain a high-speed training efficiency, I must have the Sword Soul release more dark energy, which means I need to find a way to acquire more elixirs. Yi Fei halted his practice, a look of distress on his face. In the current Yi family, many viewed him as a thorn in their side, aside from Yi Jian, who would squander elixirs on a waste like him. He considered asking Yi Jian for assistance, but quickly dismissed the idea. Uncle Jian is under severe pressure from Yi Tianxiong within the family. It would be very difficult for him to produce 10 gathering spirit pills. How can I shamelessly continue to trouble him? He resolved to handle his own affairs. After all, could a living person truly die from holding their urine? With the family route blocked, Yi Fei immediately thought of taking action in Blackstone City, purchasing elixirs through the Merchant Guild. He had recently heard that a guild was offering a handsome price for beast cores. If he could gather enough beast cores, he would have ample funds to buy elixirs. Yes, that's the plan. Now that I have a preliminary grasp of the 13 sword styles, relying on the explosive power of this profound level sword technique, I might even have the chance to slay beasts of the 5th or 6th martial realm. Tomorrow, I will venture into the Blackstone Mountain Range to hunt beasts and earn money. The Blackstone Mountain Range was the most dangerous area surrounding Blackstone City. It was teeming with ferocious beasts, and many martial artists who entered found themselves never returning. Yet it was also filled with various heavenly materials and spiritual herbs. Despite knowing the risks, many martial artists still daringly entered in search of fortune. Early the next morning, when Yi Fei nervously shared his plan to train in the Blackstone Mountain Range with Yi Shanshan, fearing her disapproval, she unexpectedly said nothing. Instead, she flashed a sweet smile and, shaking her small fists, encouraged him. Brother Fei, go ahead. I believe you will rise again. Just give it your all. Yes, I will definitely do my best. Sister, while I'm away, be careful and seek out Uncle Jian if anything happens. As Yi Fei looked at his sister's long dress, which had faded from washing, a wave of heartache washed over him. These past 3 years had truly been hard on her. To ensure she no longer suffered, he resolved to brave the dangers of the Blackstone Mountain Range. Brother, you are so wordy. I'm not a child. I can take care of myself. Yi Shanshan pretended to pout, ceasing her laundry, and with her soapy hands feigned an attempt to smear Yi Fei's face. Yi Fei pretended to panic, retreating with his iron-cutting sword, and hurriedly fled, laughter following him as Yi Shanshan giggled behind. Yet amidst the laughter, tears began to flow from her eyes. Looking at Yi Fei's departing figure, she called out, "Brother Fei, you must come back alive. Shan Shan will always wait for you." Yi Fei's body stiffened momentarily. He said nothing, only walked out with firm steps. The Blackstone Mountain range echoed with beast roars, its skies obscured by ancient trees and towering peaks. Here ferocious beasts ruled the mountains. Even the lowest tier beast could decimate a village. Ordinary people would never dare approach such perilous places, and martial artists entering faced grave dangers. Yet the allure of the Blackstone Mountain range remained irresistible. Here countless ferocious beasts bore valuable materials, especially their cores essential for many elixirs. Numerous merchant guilds established branches in Blackstone City to procure these beast cores at high prices, and if one were fortunate enough to encounter spiritual herbs, it could lead to a fortune. Despite the constant peril, martial artists took risks to venture into the mountains in search of treasure. Yi Fei had now been in the Blackstone Mountain range for 3 days. At first, he only dared to operate near the mountain's edge, provoking the weakest beasts to hone his sword technique. Beasts were categorized by tiers. Low-tier beasts were akin to human martial artists of the 1st to 3rd martial realms. Mid-tier beasts reached the 4th to 6th, and high-tier beasts were from the 7th to 9th. If a beast reached the 10th tier, it would evolve into a formidable demon beast. Yi Fei's father had once been severely injured and killed by a terrifying demon beast during his travels. The timing of that encounter had always struck Yi Fei as too coincidental, leading him to suspect that the meeting 3 years ago with that demon beast was not mere chance. Roar! A tiger's roar interrupted Yi Fei's thoughts. A pitch-black striped tiger charged out of the forest. This was the ghost-faced tiger, a mid-tier beast equivalent to the 5th martial realm. Yi Fei's expression changed. The ghost-faced tiger was characterized by the sinister ghostly patterns on its forehead rather than a king symbol. This beast was known for holding grudges. It would never relent until its prey was dead. Yi Fei hadn't expected to encounter such a troublesome mid-tier beast so quickly at the mountain's edge, indicating that the Blackstone Mountain range was far more perilous than he had anticipated. Kill. Without hesitation, having just slain a low-tier ferocious bull, Yi Fei lunged at the ghost-faced tiger with his iron-cutting sword still stained with blood. Roar. The ghost-faced tiger was enraged, seeing a mere 2nd-tier martial artist daring to attack it. Its massive claws, tinged with dark energy, swiped towards Yi Fei. Not good. That's the ghost-faced tiger's unique, ghostly energy. If it strikes, the victim will die and become a ghostly servant enslaved to the ghost-faced tiger. Yi Fei was startled, but did not hesitate. He unleashed the 13 sword styles with all his might. The bloodshed from the past 3 days imbued in his strike, filled with an astonishing aura of killing intent. Die. The sword light flashed, and the tiger's head fell. Despite the ghost-faced tiger's higher tier, Yi Fei's strike, amplified by 13 times, easily dispatched it. This was the result of 3 days of life-and-death battles with ferocious beasts. The profound-level sword technique is indeed formidable. At the 2nd martial realm, I could slay a 5th-tier ghost-faced tiger. Now I could even have a fighting chance against a 6th-tier beast. Surprised by the ease of his victory, Yi Fei was soon enveloped in elation. The ghost-faced tiger was a mid-tier beast, and its core could fetch a handsome price. He hurried over to extract the beast core from the fallen creature. At that moment, a series of screams erupted from behind a nearby mountain peak, not from beasts but from humans. Behind the peak, several disciples of the Yi family, bloodthirsty and wielding swords, were pursuing a few wandering martial artists, treasure hunters from the Merchant Guild in Blackstone City. These hunters specialized in searching for treasures and spiritual herbs in the Blackstone Mountain range, a high-risk profession that provided a path for common martial artists without families. Today, however, these treasure hunters were unfortunate, having discovered a treasure site they hadn't yet explored it before being ambushed and slaughtered by the pursuing Yi family disciples. The last remaining middle-aged man, terrified, turned to flee. Yi family disciples, you have gone too far. If your previous family head were still alive, he would never allow you to commit such outrageous acts. Haha, you're aware that was the previous generation. Now we will be arrogant and bully those beneath us. What can you do about it? With a wild laugh, a black-clad youth at the front brutally decapitated the fleeing middle-aged man with his bare hands. The other Yi family disciples turned pale, then hastily urged their horses. As expected of Brother Wolf, no matter how fast this guy ran, he was still slain by Brother Wolf. Haha, we've hit the jackpot this time. I initially planned to follow these treasure hunters to snatch a few spiritual herbs, but unexpectedly we stumbled upon a spiritual energy pool. Once we absorb the energy within, our strength will surely skyrocket. Then the first thing I will do upon returning to the family is personally put that waste Yi Fei back in his place. Having killed the treasure hunter and unexpectedly discovered a coveted spiritual energy pool, Yi Wolf was in high spirits, throwing his head back in laughter. But soon a cold voice interrupted his revelry. Ye wolf, is that you beast who dares to say you will put me back in my place? Yi Fei descended rapidly from the other side of the mountain, wielding a bloodied sword, the iron cutter, with a hint of regret etched on his face. He had arrived too late to stop Yi Lang. Hey, isn't that the big waist of the Yi family? Has he eaten the heart of a bear and the guts of a leopard? Seeing Brother Wolf here, he doesn't hurry to get out of the way and still dares to show his face. As the Yi family disciples realized that someone was lying in ambush, they were startled, initially thinking that a master was about to attack them. However, upon seeing Yi Fei, now notorious as the family's biggest failure, they all broke into mocking laughter. Yi Lang was taken aback for a moment, then shook his head disdainfully, saying, Yi Fei, you can't deny it when I call you trash. You've become nothing but a waste, and you still haven't learned your lesson. Yes, I said it, I will turn you into a complete failure from which you can never recover. By the way, your beautiful sister. Once you're dead, I'll ask the family head to marry Yi Shanshan to me. What do you think of that outcome, you worthless fool? How dare you? Yi Lang, it seems I was wrong. Calling you a beast would be an understatement. You're even lower than a beast. A cold glint flashed in Yi Fei's eyes. His sister was his last remaining family. Oh, anyone who dared to bully Yi Shanshan would have to face his wrath. What did you call me, Yi Fei? Don't think that just because your father and you once did me a small favor, Yi Lang would be grateful. Where I am today is entirely due to my own effort and understanding of the times. I owe you nothing. Instead, it is you, this waste, who has repeatedly insulted your elder brother. Do you really think I wouldn't dare to kill you? Yi Lang's face darkened, his murderous intent stirred by Yi Fei's provocations. Come on, you beastly dog. I'm standing right here if you dare come and kill me. If you can, I will take back everything my father and I have given you piece by piece. Yi Fei felt the murderous aura from Yi Lang, but showed no signs of retreat. Hearing Yi Fei's words, not only did Yi Lang not feel fear, but the other Yi family disciples also erupted into wild laughter. Ha ha ha. Look at this waste, such big words. Yi Fei, do you still think you're that genius from 3 years ago? Now you're just a big failure in the Yi family. How dare you be rude to Brother Wolf? Brother Wolf, this fool is looking for death. If we don't help him, we'd be doing him a disservice for his earlier bravado. Let me teach him how to be a proper failure. Sensing Yi Lang's intent to kill Yi Fei, the most astute of the Yi family disciples stepped forward, volunteering to challenge him. This person was not loyal to Yi Lang, but rather knew that behind Yi Lang stood Yi Tianxiong and Yi Long, the rising genius of the Yi family. If he could curry favor with Yi Lang, he would undoubtedly reap great benefits within the family. Fine, since this waste has insulted me like that, you go up and cut out his tongue, so he can never speak again. Yi Lang said with a haughty expression, feeling that having a martial artist at the 6th level deal with a waste was beneath him. All right, just watch, Brother Wolf. Waste, are you scared, silly? Hurry and stick out your tongue, so I can cut it off. The Yi family disciple, showing utmost respect to Yi Lang, was utterly rude to Yi Fei and lunged at him with a sword aimed at his ear. Yi Lang had merely commanded for his tongue to be cut out, yet this person went further, aiming to sever Yi Fei's ear. Seeking death. You enjoy being a dog so much. Then let me turn you into a dead dog. A cold light flashed in Yi Fei's eyes, and before the sword could pierce him, he swiftly drew his own sword. The entire sequence took less than a second. A brilliant flash of sword light flickered, and a head tumbled to the ground at his feet. It was the head of the Yi family disciple who, in his final moments, could hardly believe that Yi Fei had killed him with a single stroke. Boom. The remaining Yi family disciples instantly turned pale, their faces drained of color. What had they just witnessed? Yi Fei had actually killed one of their comrades with a single strike. How is this possible? Wasn't Yi Fei a complete waste? What sword technique was that? It was too fast for me to see clearly. Does our Yi family possess such a technique? They whispered in terror, their gazes toward Yi Fei, revealing a flicker of fear. Yi Lang too was stunned, staring intently at Yi Fei, his expression twisted as he stammered, 2nd level of martial arts. How long has it been? This waste has actually broken through. Yi Lang, shut your mouth. You, a beast, are not worthy to speak to me. Now I ask you, dare you to fight? Yi Fei shook the iron cutter, flicking off the blood. The cold blade pointed straight at Yi Lang's throat. Dare you to fight? Yi Fei's words were resounding, shocking all the Yi family disciples present. Did they hear that correctly? The 2nd level Yi Fei was challenging Yi Lang, a master of the 6th level. If it had been a minute ago, these disciples would have mocked and ridiculed Yi Fei for his arrogance and foolishness. Now, seeing their comrade slain by Yi Fei, they could not laugh. Many instinctively swallowed hard. A bunch of useless fools. Do you really think this waste is the same genius from 3 years ago? He is now nothing but a low-grade waste with a 1st-grade dantian. Are you afraid of such trash? Yi Lang, seeing his subordinates showing fear toward Yi Fei, felt his face grow dark and hastily encouraged them. Yi Lang, stop talking nonsense. I don't have time to waste with a beast like you. I just want to know, dare you to fight. If you have no guts, then get lost. Yi Fei could see through Yi Lang's plan to incite the others to surround him. He would not give Yi Lang that opportunity and pressed him to accept the challenge. Brother Wolf, this waste has insulted you and killed our comrade. With your strength, you can definitely defeat him. Accept the challenge, accept it. With Brother Wolf's strength, why would he be afraid of a mere waste? The Yi family disciples were not stupid. Seeing Yi Fei's impressive swordplay, they dared not confront him directly, but encouraged Yi Lang to take him on in single combat. With everyone watching, especially given Yi Fei's performance, which had proven him to be the family's acknowledged failure, Yi Lang had no reason to refuse such a challenge. If he did, he would never be able to hold his head high in the Yi family again. In a fit of rage and humiliation with no retreat, Yi Lang had no choice but to draw his sword, pointing it at Yi Fei, cursing, "Trash, since you want to die so badly today, I shall grant your wish. Stop with the nonsense. A lowly beast like you is not worthy to be my brother. Draw your sword already. I will personally take back everything my father and I have given you." With the iron cutter raised, Yi Fei emanated an aura of killing intent, the sword light shimmering, causing the other Yi family disciples to pale and retreat hastily. Yi Lang's face was filled with shock. What kind of sword technique is that? The mere concentration of the sword light has such power. But unfortunately, you waste your strength is too low. No matter how brilliant your swordplay, in the face of my absolute strength, you are doomed. Die, waste. Cyclone slash. Yi Lang roared, his sword suddenly enveloped in a swirling wind, quickly stabbing at Yi Fei's throat. Before the blade even reached him, the surrounding space was filled with swirling yellow sand, invigorating the retreating disciples. The cyclone slash is a high-grade yellow-level sword technique. Our Yi family has only 3 such techniques. It seems Brother Wolf is serious this time. That waste is as good as dead. A mere 2nd-level martial artist dares to challenge a 6th-level master. He knows nothing of self-preservation. Ignoring the murmurs of the Yi family disciples, Yi Fei's eyes were fixed solely on Yi Lang, his gaze locked on the swirling yellow sand. In an instant, Yi Fei discerned Yi Lang's true position hidden within the sand, and a brilliant flash of sword light erupted from his hand. 13th sword technique, 10 sword strikes. Boom, boom, boom. Yi Fei swung his sword, the iron-cutting blade, with the swiftness of lightning. 10 swords merged into one as they collided, hidden with Yi Lang's gale slash, despite Yi Lang's high rank that surpassed Yi Fei by 4 levels. However, the 13 sword techniques were a profound martial art unmatched even in the entire Blackstone City. The 13-fold critical strike was beyond what a mere Yi Lang could bear. A storm of yellow sand erupted as Yi Fei's sword shattered everything in its wake, forcing Yi Lang to stagger back 4 or 5 steps. The whispered gossip among the Yi family disciples abruptly ceased, their eyes wide in shock as they struggled to form coherent words. How could the 2nd level of martial arts send the 6th level Yi Lang reeling? His sword was even broken in the process. What was happening? The 13 sword techniques, you worthless brat. How could you possibly have learned them? This isn't real. I must be hallucinating. That martial art hasn't been comprehended by anyone in the Yi family for 100 years. Why can this useless one understand it? Yi Lang's voice dripped with disbelief and resentment as he looked at Yi Fei, his eyes full of shock and terror. What? The 13 sword techniques. The only profound martial art treasured by the Yi family. Didn't the elders say that no one could master it? Could it be that Brother Fei not only regained his dantian, but also his talent, and is even stronger than 3 years ago? The thought struck dread into the hearts of the Yi family disciples. 3 years ago, Yi Fei's talent had already been terrifying, shocking the entire Blackstone City. After 3 years of being deemed useless, Yi Fei not only remained unbroken, but had returned with a talent even more monstrous than before, easily mastering the 13 sword techniques, which had remained unattainable for anyone in the Yi family. What is a genius? This is the true definition of genius. Even after 3 years of silence, once he rises, no one can obscure his brilliant radiance. No, it's impossible. This must be a lie. Yi Fei, I refuse to believe that you, a useless being, could comprehend the 13 sword techniques. You couldn't do it 3 years ago. How could you do it now? What sinister technique have you been practicing? Yi Lang roared, unable to accept that the brother he had always regarded as worthless could have a chance to rise again. The intense jealousy drove Yi Lang to seek an answer. Seizing the moment when Yi Fei was distracted, he coldly smiled and suddenly snatched a sword from one of the bystanders, aiming it at Yi Fei with another strike. Useless brat, die. I won't let you rise. Yi Fei, you will remain a useless being dying here. You fool. You weren't my opponent before. Do you really think switching swords will make a difference? Yi Fei shook his head slightly as he watched Yi Lang charge at him wildly. Without mercy, Yi Fei unleashed the 13 sword techniques with a burst of energy, delivering a 13-fold critical strike that shattered Yi Lang's sword into 13 pieces in an instant. Thud! In a flash of the sword's brilliance, Yi Fei severed Yi Lang's hand at the shoulder, causing him to writhe on the ground in agony, his jealousy morphing into deep, palpable fear. Why? Why are you so strong? It was like this 3 years ago, and even if I trained to exhaustion, I could never catch up to you. Now, after becoming useless, I still cannot surpass you. Yi Lang's face was filled with confusion, the excruciating pain from his severed arm twisting his features. You do not understand the world of geniuses. Are you done? Once you are, you can depart. Yi Fei's expression was cold as he towered over Yi Lang, blood dripping from his sword. Yi Lang was finally terrified so much so that he wet himself. Before Yi Fei's sword could descend, he fell to his knees before Yi Fei, using his remaining hand to slap himself hard across the face, weeping. Brother Fei, am no better than an animal. I have a wolf's heart and a dog's nature. I am worse than a beast. But I didn't mean to betray you or our adoptive father. I was forced by Yi Tianxiong and his son. I beg you, for the sake of our adoptive father, spare me this once. Yi Lang was utterly terrified for his life. To survive, he would do anything, even eat dirt, if Yi Fei commanded it. Shut up. How dare you mention my father? Yi Lang's words struck a nerve, and with a swift motion, Yi Fei struck his face with the sword, creating a long gash that exposed bone. Even then, Yi Fei showed no mercy. In his fury, he followed up with another strike, thrusting the sword into Yi Lang's face, roaring, "Beast! Have you forgotten? When you were 5, without parents, starving in the trash heaps, fighting wild dogs for scraps, it was my father who took pity on you, adopted you, and named you Yi Lang. He allowed you to enjoy the same status and privileges as me, the young master of the Yi family. Have you forgotten that when you were 10 and the family discovered your Dantian was only of the yellow rank, it was my sister, despite her own cold poison, who gave you all the family's training resources? That foolish girl saved every penny of her allowance to buy you a spirit herb to enhance your talents. Have you also forgotten that 3 years ago, when I was chosen by the elder of Tianxian sect to train, I was so afraid that you would be bullied due to your low strength that I gave you an entire bottle of mid-grade elixirs, a gift from the elder? Without my father and me, Yi Lang, with your trash qualifications, would you have been able to cultivate to the 6th level of martial arts so quickly? Yet you dared to betray us. After our father's death, you took away everything he left behind. I bear no grudge for your inaction when I became a cripple, nor do I blame you for trying to cripple my Dantian again. But you crossed a line when you set your sights on my sister. What do you think you are? How dare you lay a hand on her? Tell me, should this beast live?" With each word, Yi Fei spoke. His sword pierced Yi Lang's body. By the time he finished, Yi Lang's arms and legs had all been severed, and his face was so mutilated that it was unrecognizable as human. Such merciless brutality left Yi Lang in a state of shock, lying on the ground and screaming in agony. The other Yi family disciples were terrified, nearly fainting from fear. All 5 of them, paralyzed with fear, felt warm urine trickling down their legs onto the grass. Thud! Ultimately, they could no longer withstand the pressure. Under Yi Fei's fierce gaze, they collapsed to the ground, desperately slapping their own faces, crying out, "Brother Fei, we were wrong. We are less than animals. But we were just accomplices. Yes, young Master Fei. It was Yi Wei and Yi Long who ordered us to bully you. They are the young masters of the family. Yi Wei is a disciple of Tianxian sect, and Yi Long is the family's top talent. We cannot afford to offend them." On the ground, 5 disciples repeatedly bowed their heads in pleading for mercy. Yi Fei wore a cold smile, neither granting them forgiveness nor declaring their fate. They could only kneel, banging their heads against the ground until blood flowed, their faces bruised and battered, yet none dared to slacken their efforts. They bowed as forcefully as they could. Having witnessed Yi Fei's ruthless methods against Yi Lang, these members of the Yi family had developed a deep-rooted fear of him. Only when they were on the verge of fainting from their self-inflicted injuries did Yi Fei let out a chilling laugh and inquire, "What you said earlier, was it true? Were you instructed by Yi Wei to bully me and the Yi family, and did Yi Long also participate?" Yi Long was the second son of Yi Fei's uncle, possessing talent on par with Yi Wei, both being at the 4th tier of the Huang level. 3 years ago, Yi Long had always regarded himself as a junior in front of Yi Fei. Yi Fei once saw him as a brother. Particularly during an outing for training with his father, Yi Fei had fortuitously obtained a rare spirit herb that could enhance one's Dantian level. Unfortunately, it was only effective for those at the 5th tier of Huang level or below. When Yi Wei demanded the herb, Yi Fei, unable to use it himself, gave it to Yi Long, whom he considered closer. The outcome of this decision was dire. Over the 3 years Yi Fei's Dantian was destroyed, Yi Long never even cast a glance his way. Even when they met, he looked down on Yi Fei as if he did not exist. Yi Fei never blamed Yi Long too much. After all, Yi Long merely ignored him and did not humiliate or bully him like others. But now it was clear that Yi Long had not only disregarded him, but had also thought himself above the fray, relying on his status to have countless Yi family disciples attempt to curry favor with him to bully Yi Fei. What a scheming person Yi Long is. I initially only intended to deal with Yi Tianxiong and Yi Wei, but now it seems you must also be included. Yi Fei said, his expression as cold as frost. The resentment built up over 3 years had not dissipated with his crushing defeat of Yi Lang. Upon discovering the truth, Yi Fei's desire to make Yi Tianxiong and his sons pay tenfold grew even more intense. You can leave now. Given that you provided information, I won't kill you. Just take this trash back and tell Yi Long not to forget how he became the #1 genius of the Yi family. One day I will make him and his father repay all they have done to me. Yi Fei was not one to kill indiscriminately. These individuals were merely accomplices, not the masterminds. Having seen Yi Long's true nature, he could not be bothered to continue the slaughter. Yes, Brother Fei, we will definitely relay your words. The 5 Yi family disciples, now filled with trepidation, stood up, their respect for Yi Fei evident. As Yi Fei turned to leave, they shakily grabbed the now motionless Yi Lang, eager to exit the scene. Once a maniac on the ground, Yi Lang's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of joy, though his bloodied and disfigured face went unnoticed by anyone. Stop! Yi Fei unexpectedly returned, causing the 5 disciples to kneel again with a thud. Brother Fei, please don't kill us. We truly know our wrongs. Did I say I would kill you? I simply forgot one thing that remains undone. In a swift motion, Yi Fei disregarded whether Yi Lang was genuinely mad or merely pretending and thrust his sword, piercing Yi Lang's dantian. Yi Lang let out a heart-wrenching and desperate scream. Yi Fei, you are too cruel. You actually destroyed my dantian. Why would you do this to me? It turned out that Yi Lang had been feigning madness, hoping to escape punishment. In the world of warriors, as long as one's dantian remained intact, they could still become powerful. But once the dantian was destroyed, it was a complete ruin, leaving one as a mere waste. If you were indeed pretending, Yi Lang, I told you everything my father gave you I will take back. Your entire cultivation was granted by me, so of course I must reclaim it. After piercing Yi Lang's dantian, Yi Fei withdrew his sword, coldly glancing at the others. Now you may leave. As for the garbage on the ground, whether you take it back to Yi Long or dispose of it elsewhere, that is your choice. Having said this, Yi Fei turned to leave, leaving the 5 Yi family disciples in a state of confusion. What should we do? What does Brother Fei really mean? Is he telling us to take Yi Lang back, or to kill him? Are you crazy? Why would we bring back such an ungrateful person? Ride a wolf in sheep's clothing like him would only be a burden. Brother Fei, out of brotherly consideration, couldn't bring himself to kill him, but we have no such reservations. These disciples had never held Yi Lang in high regard, and upon seeing that he had lost his dantian, none were willing to carry this burden back. They turned and left. Only Yi Lang was left lying on the ground, wailing in pain and regret. Soon his cries transformed into despairing screams, attracting several ferocious beasts drawn by the scent of blood, which pounced upon him. You reap what you sow. Hearing the distant screams, Yi Fei shook his head with a sigh and walked into the hidden cave discovered by the treasure hunters. Through the conversations of the Yi family disciples, he learned that there was likely a precious spirit energy pool inside. Upon entering, he was indeed correct. The spirit energy pool was quite large, roughly the size of a pond, leaving Yi Fei astounded. Such a vast spirit energy pool was rare in Haishi City, perhaps appearing only once in a century. It was no wonder that Yi Lang had ruthlessly slaughtered all the treasure hunters to claim it for himself. Excellent. I was just lamenting my lack of pills to enhance my dantian quality, and now I stumble upon a treasure such as this spirit energy pool. I just wonder how much energy this pool can unleash for my immortal sword soul. Yi Fei licked his lips. After confirming the area was safe, he swiftly stripped off his clothes and jumped into the spirit energy pool. He didn't even have to consciously cultivate. The astonishing spirit energy surged through countless pores, entering his body. The immortal sword soul instantly radiated a brilliant black light, blinding Yi Fei during his internal observation. He knew he was about to experience a transformation. It was the first time he had seen the immortal sword soul unleash such tremendous energy. In nearly an instant, his dantian quality surged from the 3rd tier of Huang level to the 4th, then to the 5th and 6th. From then on, Yi Fei's talent was fully restored. But it wasn't over yet. Yi Fei's heart skipped a beat. The immortal sword soul continued to release vast amounts of black energy, causing his dantian quality to rise steadily. 7th tier of Huang level. 8th tier of Huang level. 9th tier of Huang level. When Yi Fei finally opened his eyes, shock rather than joy filled his expression. 10th tier of Huang level. My heavens, am I dreaming? The immortal sword soul has elevated my Dantian to such an extraordinary level. Such Dantian quality had never appeared in the millennium-long history of Haishi City, yet it was now manifesting within him. Moreover, Yi Fei discovered that the 10th tier of Huang level was far from his limit. The black energy released by the immortal sword soul seemed capable of further enhancing his Dantian quality. The energy of the spiritual energy pool was no longer sufficient to satisfy the insatiable appetite of the immortal sword soul. To continue enhancing the quality of his Dantian, Yi Fei felt he might need a higher-level spiritual energy pool or elixirs. As the quality of his Dantian improved, Yi Fei distinctly sensed that his rate of refining the world's essence had become astonishingly swift. What used to take him an entire hour could now be accomplished in merely a few breaths. Upon refining all the spiritual energy from the pool completely, he was pleasantly surprised to find that his strength had significantly increased. This was not a mere enhancement of 1 or 2 levels. He had directly leaped 3 levels. In just one night, Yi Fei advanced from the 2nd level of martial arts to the 5th level. At this point, if he were to encounter a master like Yi Lang who was at the 6th level of martial arts, he would have the confidence to fight even without using the 13 sword styles. Ugh, what a terrible smell. Oh, why do I feel so sticky? After completing his training, Yi Fei suddenly caught a whiff of an unpleasant odor emanating from himself, accompanied by a multitude of black substances being expelled from his skin. These impurities were the byproducts of his body's automatic cleansing following the enhancement of his Dantian quality. The more impurities expelled, the more harmonious his connection with the world's essence would be, naturally accelerating his cultivation speed. I must find a place to wash off. Yi Fei hurried out of the cave, rushing in the direction of the flowing water. 3 days swiftly passed. Deep within the Blackstone Mountains, a terrifying beast roar suddenly echoed. In a secretive wetland, a gigantic golden python over 10 meters long raised its head high, confronting a ragged youth wielding a broken sword. This was the golden giant python, a renowned high-tier ferocious beast near Blackstone City. The weakest of these pythons possessed the strength of the 8th level of martial arts. If allowed to grow for a few years, they could evolve into even more formidable demon beasts, or possibly transform into dragons. Typically, places where golden giant pythons appeared were not easily approached, even by masters at the 9th level of martial arts. However, now, under Yi Fei's 13-fold critical strike, this golden giant python had its head pierced through, leaving a gruesome hole. It let out a final unwilling roar before its massive body crashed down before Yi Fei. Ha ha ha. Gasping heavily, Yi Fei nearly collapsed onto the ground. It seems the 13 sword styles have their limits. With my current 5th level strength, a 13-fold critical strike can only allow me to slay beasts at the 8th level. If I were to encounter a top-tier beast at the 9th level, I would surely be in danger. Oh no, I must leave quickly. Deep within the Blackstone Mountains, there are not only high-level ferocious beasts, but also powerful demon beasts. If I encounter one, it would be disastrous. After catching his breath for a moment, Yi Fei dared not linger, swiftly dashing over to extract the beast core from the golden giant python, before turning and fleeing like the wind. It has almost been a month since I entered the Blackstone Mountains. I wonder how worried my sister must be. Now that my strength has recovered, and the 13 sword styles have reached mastery, it's time to leave this place. While racing towards the mountain's exit, Yi Fei's mind was occupied with thoughts of his sister. Unbeknownst to him, as he killed the golden giant python and departed, a woman of unparalleled beauty perched on a towering ancient tree in the distance had witnessed the entire scene. To comprehend a profound level sword technique at the 5th level of martial arts, this boy has considerable talent. It's a pity he doesn't possess a special physique. His Dantian is too ordinary, merely at the yellow level 10th grade. In a rural area like Zhao country, that qualifies as a decent genius, but in the grand scheme of the martial arts world, he is just another face in the crowd. The stunning woman shook her head, no longer paying attention to Yi Fei, and prepared to collect the corpse of the golden giant python. Suddenly, a massive shadow appeared in the sky, revealing a 10th level demon beast, a giant eagle that had spotted the woman. Its sharp beak lunged mercilessly towards her. Yet the beautiful woman did not even glance at it. With a graceful flick of her delicate hand, a surge of energy instantly shattered the giant eagle, causing a torrential downpour of blood to rain down. Looking back at the tree, there was no trace of the woman, and even the golden giant python had vanished without a sign, as though it had never existed. In Blackstone City at the Tiannan Commerce Association, when Yi Fei, looking disheveled, entered, he was nearly mistaken for a beggar and driven out by the shopkeeper. Go away. Where did this beggar come from? Here are a few copper coins. Hurry and leave. Don't disrupt my business. The shopkeeper impatiently tossed a few copper coins, attempting to shoo Yi Fei away. Yi Fei couldn't help but smile bitterly. His current appearance was hardly commendable, resembling a wild man. He did not want to lose his temper. I'm not here to beg for money. I'm here to sell a beast core. Only then did the shopkeeper's demeanor improve, slightly curling his lip. What beast core? You wouldn't happen to have picked up a low-level one, would you? We in the Commerce Association have no time for such things. At a glance, the shopkeeper could tell that this young man lacked strength, and he did not believe he could produce anything of value. It was already quite courteous not to expel him on the spot. Yi Fei, disinterested in further conversation, directly took out the beast core from the golden giant python. This is the beast core of the golden giant python. Will you take it? If not, I'll find another buyer. What? The beast core of the golden giant python. The shopkeeper nearly fell to the ground in shock. Such top-tier beast cores were highly sought after. They would plead to obtain them. Seeing Yi Fei turn to leave, the shopkeeper's face lit up with a miraculous smile as he quickly blocked Yi Fei, exclaiming, "Please wait. This beast core must be sold to our Tiannan Commerce Association. You youngsters, why are you still dawdling? Can't you see the gentleman is thirsty? Hurry and bring him some tea, the finest tea." The final outcome was quite satisfactory for Yi Fei. Just for the beast core of the golden giant python, he sold it for 5,000 taels of gold. With some additional beast cores, by the time he left the Commerce Association, he held not only 1,000 taels in gold notes, but also a roll of pristine silk. Considering it has been years since Shan had a new outfit. This time buying a roll of high-quality fabric is perfect for making her a few lovely dresses. With the fabric in hand, Yi Fei returned to the Yi family with a light step. In the distance, he spotted a little maid from the Yi family standing at the door, anxiously looking around. This maid named Xiao Chui was a close friend of his sister. Due to her frail health and inability to cultivate many in the family, did not favor Yi Shan. Conversely, Yi Shan preferred associating with a group of little maids rather than the young ladies of the family. "Xiao Chui, what happened? Why are your eyes so red?" Yi Fei noticed Xiao Chui's clearly tear-stained eyes and felt puzzled. "Woe, young Master Fei, you've returned." Upon seeing Yi Fei, Xiao Chui burst into tears again, grabbing his clothing and warning young Master Fei, "You must run quickly. The family says you have slaughtered your kin and wants to capture you for punishment. Shan is currently being interrogated by the Grand Steward. She told me to wait for you here and said that once you return you must leave immediately and not come back." "What? Someone is interrogating my sister. Yi family, you are seeking death." As Xiao Chui spoke, Yi Fei barely registered her words. His ears were filled with the sound of his sister enduring torment. His eyes had turned a vivid crimson. Boom. He thrust the cloth from his hands into Xiao Cuis, and with the fury of a rampaging beast, he charged into the Yi family estate, brushing past the guards who could not hope to stop him. Xiao Chui's mouth fell open as if she could fit a large radish inside. What's going on? Didn't everyone say that young Master Fei has become a useless person? Just now I felt his aura was even stronger than it was 3 years ago. In the desolate southern courtyard where Yi Fei and his sister resided, which even the household servants typically avoided today, was overwhelmed with people. The reason was, of course, the Yi family disciples that Yi Fei had let go. They had dutifully relayed the message Yi Fei wished to convey to Yi Long. The shock within the Yi family was palpable. A waste of a martial artist at the 2nd level had subdued Yi Lang, a master of the 6th level, which was already astonishing, but the greater surprise was that Yi Fei had actually learned the 13 sword techniques. After the initial shock, Yi Tianxiong quickly recognized this as a golden opportunity to eliminate Yi Fei under the pretext of his crime against kin. They hastily declared the arrest of Yi Fei for the murder of his own relatives. However, Yi Fei remained elusive. In a fit of anger, Yi Long sent his trusted chief steward Zhou Go to interrogate Yi Shan, believing that even if he didn't find out where Yi Fei was hiding, he must learn how Yi Fei had acquired the 13 sword techniques. At this moment, Yi Shan found herself roughly bound beneath a large tree by Zhou Go, the chief steward of the Yi family. The whip in his hand sliced through the air with a sound like a mournful wail shattering a nearby thick branch upon impact. Zhou Go deliberately allowed Yi Shan to witness the whip's devastating effects, then menacingly threatened Yi Shan, "If you don't want to suffer, you'd better confess where that waste Yi Fei is hiding and whether he has been in contact with you." "I don't know, and even if I did, I wouldn't tell you." Yi Shan's face turned pale, but her eyes flashed not with fear, but with defiance and resilience. "You insolent servant seeking death," Zhou Go thundered angrily. 3 years ago, he would never have dared to insult Yi Shan, but circumstances had changed. Yi Shan was no longer the daughter of the family head, and Yi Fei had been reduced to nothing. As Yi Tianxiang's confidant, Zhou Go wasted no time. With a vicious crack of his whip, he left a deep gash across Yi Shan's skin. "Speak, you wretched servant. Where is that useless brother of yours?" Zhou Go bellowed cruelly. "I'd rather die than betray Brother Fei." Yi Shan bit her lip, the pain causing blood to seep from her mouth, yet she remained silent. This only fueled Zhou Go's rage. He showed no mercy, delivering lash after lash, inflicting excruciating pain that drew tears from Yi Shanshan's eyes, leaving her body marred with horrific welts. Tell me, where is your useless brother hiding, and how did he learn the 13 sword techniques? Speak, and I'll spare your life. Kill me if you must. I believe Brother Fei will avenge me. Yi Shanshan declared stubbornly, a fierce light of resolve in her eyes. You've chosen death then. I shall grant your wish. Zhou, seeing he could extract no information, was consumed by wrath and contemplated murder. After all, she was just a worthless servant without parents. He had secretly eliminated more than 80 like her. He commanded the nearby maidservants, bring me a bamboo cage, put this wretched servant inside, and toss her into the river to drown. Chief Steward, please don't. Miss Shanshan doesn't know anything if she's innocent. One maid who had been friendly with Yi Shanshan couldn't hold back any longer and fell to her knees begging Zhou for mercy. In response, he whipped her, leaving a deep cut across her face. You little wretch, do you wish to die too? Very well, then you shall both perish together. Zhou brandished his whip, ready to end the pleading maid's life. Just then a hand suddenly appeared from behind, seizing the whip and yanking it away with such force that it slipped from Zhou's grasp. Who dares to disrupt my affairs? Zhou exclaimed, turning in alarm. What awaited him was a resounding crack of the whip that sliced through the air. The weighty lash struck down, and with a sickening crunch, Zhou's arm was severed at the elbow. The searing pain brought Zhou back to his senses. He glared at Yi Fei, who had snatched his whip, terror flooding his heart. Yi Fei, you waste, do you dare to defy me? To slaughter your kin is one thing, but to break my arm is something else. Do you have any idea who stands behind me? Crack! Yi Fei answered him with an even more ferocious lash, shattering Zhou's legs and forcing him to his knees while howling in agony. With a cold spit, Yi Fei replied, I don't care who stands behind you. Whatever grievances you have, bring them to me. You dare to torment my sister in my absence. I'll kill you right now. As he spoke, the whip in Yi Fei's hand blurred with motion, striking Zhou mercilessly. Yi Fei, truly enraged, unleashed his wrath without restraint, regardless of Zhou's cries for mercy. Zhou was beaten to a pulp, crushed under the relentless assault, his eyes wide with disbelief at being killed by a waste reduced to such a state. The onlookers, many of whom were servants, were so terrified that they screamed and fled in all directions, shouting murder. Yi Fei, the waste has killed someone. Someone help. Yi Fei ignored the panicked servants, his gaze fixated on Zhou, who lay lifeless. The ferocity in his expression began to wane, but upon seeing Yi Shanshan bruised and battered, his anger erupted anew like a volcano. Shanshan, how are you? It's all my fault. If I had known this would happen, I would have rushed back immediately. I failed you as your brother. Yi Fei quickly untied Yi Shanshan from the tree, hurriedly offering her a healing pill, and unable to contain himself, he slapped his own face hard, drawing blood from the corner of his mouth. He felt overwhelming regret. He had thought this was merely a personal vendetta against Yi Tianxiong and his sons, that their hatred for him would not extend to his sister, who could not cultivate martial arts. Thus he had sent those Yi family disciples to convey a message to Yi Long akin to issuing a challenge. Unfortunately, he had underestimated the depths of Yi Tianxiong's shamelessness. They were indifferent to their own actions against him, and now they even dared to turn against a powerless Yi Shanshan. This crossed a line that deeply angered Yi Fei. Shanshan, are you all right? Do you feel unwell? Yi Fei's eyes were bloodshot as he looked at his sister, who was swallowing the healing pill. Brother, I'm fine. Let's leave. This is no longer our home. I don't want to stay here. Please take me away. Let's leave Haishi City right now. Tears streamed down Yi Shanshan's face, yet she looked at Yi Fei with urgency. She knew him too well. Just seeing the blood-red fury in his eyes made her realize what he intended. No, I will not leave. They have gone too far. It's one thing to bully me, but to interrogate you, who cannot even cultivate. That is simply intolerable. If the chief steward bullies you, I will kill him. If the Yi family bullies you, I will destroy them to avenge you. Yi Fei's eyes blazed with anger as he shouted, his mind nearly losing its grip after witnessing his sister's injuries. Destroy the Yi family. You waste, how bold of you. Just for that, the Yi family cannot allow you to live. A chilling voice suddenly echoed from outside. The large gate of the courtyard was kicked open once again, and the elder with graying hair and clad in luxurious robes stormed in with a furious expression. He had heard reports from the servants that Yi Fei had intruded into the Yi family and brutally killed one of the family's stewards. Initially, the elder had doubted Yi Fei's capabilities. However, upon seeing the gruesomely mangled body of the steward Zhou lying lifeless on the ground, even the elder, who was usually composed, couldn't help but gasp in shock. Such ruthless methods. The Yi family steward, a practitioner at the 3rd level of martial arts, had been utterly defenseless and had been killed without mercy. The elder's gaze toward Yi Fei darkened further, and he pointed at the corpse on the ground, demanding, You worthless boy, did you kill Zhou Go? Did you also kill Yi Lang? Indeed, I killed them both. They deserve to die, so I took their lives. The Yi family deserves to perish, and I will annihilate them to seek justice for my sister and myself. Yi Fei declared, standing upright, like a sharpened blade, his focus unwavering on the elder. Seeing the rage-filled eyes of Yi Fei, the elder felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine. He continued, Yi Fei, have you truly mastered the Sword 13 style? Yes, I have mastered the Sword 13 style. Yi Fei nodded, revealing no hesitation. Noticing the elder's expression tinged with fear, Yi Fei couldn't help but smirk mockingly. What's wrong, old dog? Are you scared? If you are, then step aside. My targets are Yi Tianxiong and his son. If you try to obstruct me, I will kill you. If the Yi family gets in my way, I will simply destroy the entire family. Yi Fei, you are being reckless. The elder was genuinely frightened. Yi Fei's ability to cultivate the Sword 13 style proved that not only had his dantian recovered, but his talent had returned. He was no longer the worthless boy he once was, and how could the elder not be apprehensive? Yet in front of everyone, the elder couldn't afford to lose face by showing weakness. He immediately warned, Yi Fei, I advise you to be humble. Even if your talent has returned, do you think you can match Yi Wei and Yi Long? Be sensible and surrender peacefully. Accompany me to the family head and admit your mistakes. Admit my mistakes. You old fool. At your age, have your eyes turned to that of a dog. It was Yi Tianxiong and his son who forced my sister and me into a corner. They are the ones at fault, yet you want me to apologize to them. How can someone like you, who cannot distinguish right from wrong, have the audacity to be the elder? Yi Fei, already enraged, lost his grip on rationality. The elder's words only stoked the flames. He interrupted him harshly, drawing his sword, which glinted with a chilling light. Old dog, I will count to 3. You better get lost immediately. So what if I am fierce? A man should be fierce. If you dare to defy me, come and bite me. Yi Fei, you are far too arrogant. I am speaking kindly to you, yet you dare to insult me, the elder. If I don't teach you a lesson today, you won't know how high the sky is or how deep the earth is. The elder's fury knew no bounds. As someone second only to the family head in power, he had never been publicly insulted by a junior like this. Realizing that their words were not aligning, the elder decided to use absolute force to subdue the arrogant youth before him. Yellow level superior martial arts, Sky Eagle Claw. Yi Fei, today, I will teach you how to respect the elders. Trash. You with your dog-like eyes dare to demand my respect. If you dare to attack me, I shall take your claws as a trophy. Sword 13 style. Yi Fei's face was cold, unleashing a terrifying sword strike made up of 13 beams of sword light. This strike could easily pierce through an 8th level martial artist like the Golden Giant Python, and the elder had only just stepped into the 8th level of martial arts himself. Upon sensing the sword light, the elder was already shocked into exclamation, and when he saw Yi Fei unleash 13 times the critical strike, in an instant the elder nearly wet himself in fear, mirroring Yi Lang's reaction. How could it be the perfected Sword 13 style? How is this possible? In less than a month you have mastered this sword technique and brought it to perfection. Fear clouded the elder's face as he felt the destructive aura emanating from Yi Fei's sword light. With his current strength, he could not withstand the consecutive 13-fold devastating strikes. In this critical moment, the elder's age revealed its wisdom. Sensing something was amiss, he forcefully retracted the Sky Eagle Claw, losing the courage to fight, and retreated without a battle. Coward! Weren't you going to teach me a lesson? Why don't you come at me? Yi Fei sheathed his sword, disdain written all over his face. His words felt like a resounding slap, leaving the elder's face burning with embarrassment. The dignified elder had been forced back by a junior with a single sword strike. What shame it would bring if word got out. Yi Fei, Yi Tianya, heed my advice. We are all family. What is this fighting and killing about? An old voice rang out once more. Unbeknownst to them, a stooped white-bearded elder had appeared in the courtyard. It was the family's mysterious Grand Elder Yi Chao. Grand Elder, you have arrived just in time. This Yi Fei disregards his elders and slaughters his kin. I was just about to apprehend him and hand him over to the family for punishment. The elder, seeing Yi Chao as his savior, spoke with urgency. Grandfather, are you going to stop me too? Yi Fei asked, his gaze now serious as he looked at the elderly figure. Though Yi Chao seemed frail for some reason, he emanated an aura of extreme danger. Get lost. As an elder of the Yi family, how dare you bully a junior like this? Are you not ashamed? Yi Chao fiercely rebuked the elder. Turning his gaze to Yi Fei, he wore a warm smile. Yi Fei, you are quite remarkable. It seems your dantian has not only recovered, but your talent has returned as well. Do not dwell on the past. Just know that as long as I am here, no one will dare to bully you and your sister. Does this help ease your anger? In the past, Yi Chao wouldn't have bothered intervening in such matters. With nearly 2 centuries of life behind him, what could possibly still trouble him? However, this time was different. Yi Fei had grasped a profound sword technique that had eluded the Yi family for a century, and in less than a month had perfected it. Such talent astonished even Yi Chao, prompting his exceptional involvement to protect Yi Fei. Yi Fei realized that the elder's appearance was entirely due to his learning of the advanced sword technique. After all, comprehending a technique alone is difficult, but if a teacher could impart it, it would be significantly easier. Yi Fei chuckled coldly, shaking his head. If you want me to calm down, then let me kill Yi Tianxiong and his sons to reclaim justice. That is not possible, at least not now. Yi Tianxiong is one matter, but Yi Wei and Yi Long are both like you. Hopes for our Yi family. Besides, Yi Fei, if you do not think of yourself, at least think of your sister. That girl has been afflicted with cold poison since childhood, and only the Jin Yang grass from the back mountain of the Yi family can suppress it. If I remember correctly, her cold poison is nearing critical levels. Brother, I'm fine. It's just Jin Yang grass. I refuse to believe it can only be found near Blackstone City. Let's leave now. Oh, I don't want to remain here any longer, Yi Shanshan insisted stubbornly. The harsh interrogation had deeply affected her, and she was heartbroken over this cold family. All right, sister, wherever you go, I will accompany you. Yi Fei would never reject his sister's request, supporting Yi Shanshan as they prepared to sever ties with the Yi family. After all, he had 10,000 taels of gold, and Jinyang grass could be purchased through the merchant guild. However, just as Yi Fei touched Yi Shanshan's body, even his 5th-level martial arts cultivation couldn't help but shiver. Xiao Chui and another maid gasped in shock as they realized that even as they supported Yi Shanshan for a moment, their hands had become frostbitten. The cold poison within his sister had unexpectedly flared up at this moment. Yi Fei was instantly flustered, desperately holding on to Yi Shanshan as he loudly asked, "Sister, why has your cold poison flared up early? Did you not consume the Jinyang grass that the family provides you every month?" "What Jinyang grass? Yi Fei, are you out of your mind? The family had ordered 3 months ago that we would no longer cultivate Jinyang grass." The Grand Elder said, a hint of alarm in his voice upon witnessing Yi Shanshan's condition. The cold poison within Yi Shanshan was well known throughout the Yi family. Since childhood, they had invited numerous renowned doctors and even spent heavily to hire martial masters, yet none could diagnose the nature of the cold poison in her body. For years, whenever the poison flared up, Yi Shanshan could only rely on Jinyang grass to temporarily alleviate her suffering. Unbeknownst to Yi Fei, 3 months prior, the family had ceased the cultivation of this vital herb, clearly intending to endanger his sister's life. Yi Tianxiong, Yi Wei, Yi Long, you 3 have gone too far. If anything happens to my sister, I will make sure you pay dearly. A chilling aura surged from Yi Fei, who had never anticipated that while he was absorbed in his training, Yi Shanshan had endured such suffering for his sake. The overwhelming sense of pain made him shed tears. "Brother, don't cry. I'm fine. Even if the family has cut off my Jinyang grass, we still have Uncle Jian. 3 days ago, he went to find more Jinyang grass for me. I just need to endure a little longer." Yi Shanshan attempted to smile at Yi Fei, but the cold poison tortured her, rendering her face pale and her body slightly trembling. Yi Fei tightened his embrace around her, disregarding the numbness that had spread throughout his body. He turned to the Grand Elder and shouted, "What are you all standing around for? Start a fire immediately." Yes, start a fire. What are you dawdling for? Hurry and bring firewood." Yi Chao barked at the Grand Elder, whose expression darkened. However, times had changed. Yi Fei had not only restored his dantian, but seemed to have regained his talents as well. Most importantly, he had comprehended the profound sword techniques and garnered Yi Chao's attention, making him someone the Grand Elder could no longer afford to offend. Despite his inner turmoil, the Grand Elder quickly ordered his subordinates to prepare firewood. "No need for firewood. I have brought the Jinyang grass," a hurried voice called from outside the door. Yi Jian, covered in blood, stumbled and clutching a stalk of Jinyang grass, nearly collapsing. "Uncle Jian, what happened to you?" Yi Fei noticed that Yi Jian appeared gravely injured. Yi Jian waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing. I was just accidentally struck by a beast while gathering Jinyang grass. I won't die. Quickly give this Jinyang grass to your sister." Without uttering a word, Yi Fei nodded vigorously and hurriedly fed the Jinyang grass to Yi Shanshan, hoping it would suppress the cold poison within her. However, upon consuming the herb, Yi Shanshan's condition did not improve. Rather, the surrounding air seemed to be affected and snowflakes began to drift down. How could this happen? Why is the Jinyang grass ineffective? Yi Fei was baffled, and Yi Jian was equally astonished. He had nearly risked his life to acquire this herb, yet it proved useless against the cold poison in Yi Shanshan. "Let me take a look." The Supreme Elder Yi Chao stepped forward frowning as he reached for Yi Shanshan's hand. Get away. Yi Fei instinctively reacted, wanting to draw his sword at the sight of the old man approaching. But he quickly discovered that he could not move at all. Everyone present felt the same immobilizing sensation. Though the old man appeared frail, Yi Fei was utterly shocked to realize that Yi Chao was a martial master. Such a powerful figure existed only within the Lord's estate of Blackstone City. To think the Yi family concealed such a master. No wonder this man has lived for nearly 200 years. Yi Fei thought, realizing that if this expert wished to harm him, he would stand no chance of resistance. Yet Yi Chao did not harm him, indicating that the Supreme Elder bore no ill will. Yi Fei thus ceased to obstruct him, anxiously watching as Yi Chao examined his sister. Great-grandfather, how is my sister? If you can resolve her cold poison, I am willing to do anything, even if it costs me my life. Yi Fei declared resolutely. After their father's death, his sister was his only family in this world. He desperately wished to bear her suffering in her stead. After examining her pulse, Yi Chaos' expression grew grave. He sighed and said, Yi Fei, you need to prepare yourself. Shanshan's cold poison has accumulated for over a decade and has now reached a critical point. Relying solely on the Jinyang grass is no longer sufficient to suppress it. I fear. Fear what? My sister is my only kin. She belongs to me, and no one can harm her. If the Yi family injures her, I will destroy the Yi family. If heaven dares to harm her, I will challenge the heavens. Supreme Elder, I implore you, if there is any way to cure my sister, I am willing to try anything. After his furious outburst, Yi Fei knelt before Yi Chao, imploring, Supreme Elder, please find a way. Brother. Yi Shanshan looked weakly at her kneeling brother, remembering that Yi Fei had only knelt once before at their adoptive father's grave. Now for her sake, he had knelt before the family members he despised most. Yi Shanshan felt a profound ache in her heart. Brother, I don't want you to do this. I would rather die than see you humiliate yourself. It's all my fault who I've caused you and our adoptive father so much trouble. Yi Shanshan began to cry. As her tears fell, the snowflakes that had merely enveloped the Yi family expanded, and soon a miraculous snowfall blanketed nearly half of Blackstone City. In the marketplace, a stunning woman shrouded in a light veil instinctively looked up towards the direction of the Yi family, her eyes wide with astonishment. 9 heavens, cold snow could it be? Before she could finish her thought, the breathtaking woman suddenly vanished from the marketplace, as if she had never been there, unnoticed by anyone. The same was true for those at the Yi family. Everyone looked on in utter shock at Yi Fei. Throughout his life, even after becoming a cripple, he had never bowed his head to anyone. Now for a sister with no blood relation to the Yi family, Yi Fei had for the first time lowered his head and knelt. Yet inexplicably, anyone present could no longer look down upon him as they once had. Yi Chao, having lived nearly 200 years, had never seen a youth like Yi Fei. He fell silent, unsure of how to respond to him. The Grand Elder's expression shifted multiple times as he glanced between Yi Fei and the inscrutable Yi Chao. Finally, he seemed to resolve something, and said with difficulty, perhaps there is one more way to save your sister. What is it? Tell me now. Yi Fei exclaimed, leaping up in excitement and gripping the Grand Elder's shoulders tightly. Seeing the anguish on his sister's face as she endured the cold poison, Yi Fei was nearly driven to madness, an invisible sword energy emanating from him, as if ready to shatter the heavens. Feeling that energy, the Grand Elder's legs nearly gave way, but it only strengthened his resolve to mend his relationship with Yi Fei. With such terrifying talent and the hidden support of Yi Chao, he realized he could no longer afford to offend him. Yi Fei, you must go to the Lord's estate immediately. Today is the day Tianyun Martial Academy is recruiting in Blackstone City. It is a place even more powerful than the sects. Perhaps there you can find a way to alleviate your sister's cold poison. The Grand Elder shouted urgently, fearing that any delay would result in Yi Fei unleashing his wrath upon him. You say there's an assessment by the Tianyun Martial Academy today. How come we didn't know? Yi Jian and Yi Chao were both taken aback. If it weren't for the Grand Elder Yi Ti and I mentioning it, they wouldn't have been aware of this matter at all. The family head ordered us to conceal the news of the Martial Academy's assessment from you as a form of punishment for your disobedience, the Grand Elder informed Yi Jian. As for why the Supreme Elder was also unaware, it was because Yi Chao had long since withdrawn from family affairs, showing no interest in them. If he hadn't heard about Yi Fei comprehending the 13th sword technique, he would never have involved himself in the affairs of the Yi family. Yi Fei was equally astonished. He was well aware of the Tianyun Martial Academy. It was said to be even more powerful than sects. While the Tianxian sect could dominate several regions around Haishi City, the Tianyun Martial Academy was a colossal entity throughout the entire Zhao Kingdom. Moreover, the recruitment rules of the Tianyun Martial Academy were far more stringent than those of the Tianxian sect. For instance, the Tianxian sect sent representatives every 3 years to recruit disciples, while the Tianyun Martial Academy might only come once every 10 or 20 years. Even so, many young talents from Haishi City looked forward to the opportunity. The might of the most powerful sect could not compare to even the weakest martial academy, which drove those pursuing martial arts to madness. My sister's cold poison was examined 3 years ago by an elder from the Tianxian sect who said they couldn't help. Is it really true that the Tianyun Martial Academy can solve the cold poison? Yi Fei still had doubts. Yi Jian exclaimed, "Of course it's possible. Even the weakest martial academy is 10 times stronger than the strongest sect. Places like these have miraculous pills that can restore one's dantian. Yi Fei, do you know why Yi Tianxiong kept us in the dark about the Tianyun Martial Academy? He's afraid you might obtain such a miraculous pill and fully recover even if the chance is slim." The Grand Elder hesitated a moment, but upon realizing he had already leaked the information about the Tianyun Martial Academy, he decided not to conceal any longer and revealed more shocking news. Today, all the elders and talented disciples of the Yi family have gone to the City Lord's mansion. The family head deliberately kept me here to prevent any unexpected events. If he discovers you've returned, he has ordered me to do everything possible to stop you from participating in the Tianyun Martial Academy's assessment. Yi Tianxiong, how despicable. Yi Fei finally understood that the Tianyun Martial Academy's recruitment was a grand event that hadn't occurred in Haishi City for 20 years. As the Grand Elder, Yi Tianai not attending was indeed strange. It turned out he wasn't unwilling to go, he was specifically ordered by Yi Tianxiong to hinder him. Fortunately, he possessed the Indestructible Sword Soul. His strength had fully recovered. Now he even had the 13th sword technique, which enabled him to challenge those of higher rank. Yi Fei quickly made his decision. I must participate in this Tianyun Martial Academy assessment, and I will definitely pass. I will take my sister with me right now. The Tianyun Martial Academy was a martial arts sanctuary dozens of times stronger than the Tianxian sect, filled with countless experts. Since they could even restore damaged dantians, it was indeed very likely they had a way to eliminate the cold poison from Yi Shanshan's body. Yi Fei, for this assessment you can only take Yi Jian and Yi Tianai with you. Your sister's condition is precarious, she cannot be moved. Rest assured I will stay here to use my vital energy to protect the girl's heart veins, ensuring she can hold on until you finish the assessment, Yi Chao said with a grave expression. Currently Yi Shanshan was afflicted by the cold poison, and any hasty movement would only accelerate the release of cold energy. Looking at his sister's body nearly covered in frost, Yi Fei's heart ached fiercely. He knew that what Yi Chao the Supreme Elder said was true. Yi Shanshan could not be recklessly moved at this moment. Supreme Elder, I entrust this to you. Yi Fei gritted his teeth, understanding that his sister's condition truly did not allow for movement. He could only bow deeply to Yi Chao before rushing out of the Yi family and heading toward the City Lord's mansion. Today marked the day the Tianyun Martial Academy returned to Haishi City for recruitment after 20 years. Although the assessment personnel had yet to arrive, the City Lord's mansion was already bustling, resembling a marketplace. All families in Haishi City that received the news had come bringing along their strongest talents. Some young geniuses even outright rejected invitations from the nearby strongest sect, the Tianxian sect, in hopes of passing the Tianyun Martial Academy's assessment and soaring to new heights. However, among the many talented youths from Haishi City, the most dazzling was Yilong. With a 5th-grade yellow dantian and a martial prowess at the 9th level, Yilong was undoubtedly the #1 genius of Haishi City and the fiercest competitor among those present. Upon seeing Yilong's arrival, other talented youths from different families displayed emotions of envy, jealousy, and anxiety. As Yilong appeared, even the City Lord of Haishi City had to lower his posture, approaching with a beaming smile to exchange pleasantries with Yi Tianxiong. Haha, family head, your family is truly thriving. 3 years ago there was Yi Fei, and now there's Yilong, both top geniuses of Haishi City. The chances of your esteemed nephew passing the Tianyun Martial Academy assessment are very high. Oh no, City Lord, you flatter me. I, Yi Tianxiong, have no other talent but to have given birth to 2 genius sons. Ha! Yi Tianxiong wore a proud expression. As the talents of the Yi family continued to emerge, even the City Lord felt compelled to curry favor with them. Yi Tianxiong was extremely satisfied, confident that the Yi family would grow even stronger under the leadership of him and his 2 sons. Standing beside him, Yilong felt a dark cloud pass over his face upon hearing the City Lord compare him to Yi Fei. Coldly snorting, he remarked, he's just a waste. What qualifications does he have to compare himself to me, the #1 genius of the Yi family?" Such words left no room for the City Lord to save face. Yi Long turned his head disdainfully, unwilling to exchange another word with the city lord, displaying an air of arrogance that the city lord could only swallow his anger over. In recent years, the Yi family had become increasingly powerful, producing numerous geniuses, while the city lord's mansion continued to decline. In the face of these families, the city lord of Haishi had lost his former authority. Moreover, Yi Long was currently the strongest genius in Haishi City and the most likely to pass the Tianyun Martial Academy assessment. If Yi Long became a student of the Tianyun Martial Academy, even the city lord would have to look up to him, leaving him no choice but to feign ignorance. Finding an excuse, the city lord turned away in disappointment. At that moment, a sudden commotion arose from the crowd gathered at the edge of the martial arts arena. "Isn't that Yi Fei? I heard he was attacked by a demon beast 3 years ago, destroying his dantian and rendering him a waste. Why is he here for the assessment?" "Huh, that's all ancient history. I heard this waste recently stumbled upon a spirit herb and restored his dantian, but it's the lowest grade yellow first-level dantian. What? Once the strongest genius of Haishi City has now become this trash. How dare he come here for the assessment?" Seeing Yi Fei rush into the arena panting heavily, many people were taken aback, sparking a flurry of discussions, with many voicing malicious jabs. There was no way around it. 3 years ago, Yi Fei's talent had been so formidable that it overshadowed all the young talents in Haishi City. Now that he had fallen to the status of a waste, they certainly wanted to ridicule him thoroughly. Members of the Yi family were even more shocked, especially upon seeing that Yi Fei had come with Grand Elder Yi Tianya. Yi Tianxiang's smiling face suddenly darkened, a hint of menace surfacing. "Yi Tianya, what did I instruct you? I told you to take this waste who slaughtered his own kin away. Not only did you fail to do that, but you actually brought him here. Family head, I." The Grand Elder was on the verge of tears. He couldn't afford to offend Yi Fei now, and as the family head, Yi Tianxiong didn't have the courage to provoke him either. Accustomed to being a fence-sitter, the old man found himself in a dilemma, struggling to utter a coherent sentence. "Yi Fei, you have disappointed me greatly. As a waste, you should know your place. Now hurry back. For the sake of our brotherhood, I can plead with Father to go easy on you." Yi Long spoke with an arrogant demeanor, appearing to act out of concern for the family. After all, allowing a waste to go up and embarrass himself could potentially implicate him and the entire Yi family, leaving a bad impression in the eyes of the assessment elders of the Tianyun Martial Academy. As the #1 genius of Haishi City, Yi Long could not allow such a thing to happen. "Yi Long, what do you mean by lightly letting me off? Who do you think you are? I'm here to participate in the assessment. What does it matter to you?" Yi Fei retorted angrily. The cold poison afflicting Yi Shanshan had already caused him considerable distress. Now the very person he once considered his best brother, Yi Long, was insulting him. How could Yi Fei possibly endure it? Without further ado, he strode directly to the center of the martial arts arena, the very place designated for the martial arts assessment. "Stop right there," Yi Long shouted in fury. In the past, with Yi Long's pride, he would never have bothered to speak even a word to someone he deemed worthless. But now he absolutely could not allow Yi Fei to embarrass himself, as it might leave a bad impression on the elders of the Tianyun martial house and potentially affect Yi Long's future. "Waste will give you one last chance. Get back to the Yi family immediately. You must understand that while your disgraceful behavior is one thing, don't drag our entire Yi family down with you." Yi Long once again obstructed Yi Fei, putting on a facade of concern for the family. Yi Fei halted his steps. "Yi Long, have you forgotten who it was 3 years ago, like a dog following behind me, flattering me just to receive a word of guidance? Who was it that in tears knelt before me, begging for the spirit herb that could enhance his talent? You call me a waste, but what were you the one who once knelt before me?" Boom. The martial artists present looked at Yi Long with bewilderment. Who could have imagined that the so-called first talent of Blackstone City had such a past, willing to kneel before Yi Fei to obtain a spirit herb? This was Yi Long's greatest blemish. For 3 years, to cover up this stain, although he had never directly dealt with Yi Fei, he had secretly commanded the Yi family members to oppress him, hoping to drive Yi Fei to the brink of despair, ideally to the point of suicide, so that no one would uncover his disgrace. Yi Long never expected Yi Fei would publicly reveal this matter, his face contorted with rage. "Nonsense. Waste, have you lost your mind? How could I, Yi Long, kneel to you, a waste? If you dare insult me again, even though we are of the same clan, I will surely kill you." Yi Long's face twisted in anger, yet he could not strike Yi Fei, for if he did, it would be tantamount to confirming the truth of Yi Fei's words. The best course of action was to feign ignorance. However, while Yi Long had his reservations, Yi Tianxiong had none. Yi Fei had the audacity to insult his most cherished son, and on Yi Tianxiong's cold face a hint of murderous intent surfaced. He turned to the elders of the Yi family beside him and barked, "Elders, listen up. Yi Fei is harming our kin and daring to spout nonsense, insulting my son. He has completely lost his mind. Immediately capture this madman and confine him to the ancestral hall. I shall deal with him later. Yes. The elders of the Yi family, upon hearing the command, promptly approached Yi Fei without hesitation. On one side was the genius Yi Long, and on the other was the now worthless former young master who had lost his sanity. Naturally, they knew which side to take. A day ago, the Grand Elder would have without a doubt sided with Yi Tianxiong just like the other clan members. However, having sensed the overwhelming fury of Yi Fei and the destructive aura emanating from him along with the backing of the mysterious elder, Yi Chao, the Grand Elder, found himself in a dilemma, uncertain of which side to support. Before the Grand Elder could resolve his conflict, a sudden gust of wind swept through the martial arts arena. In the sky, a man and a woman appeared, descending on a gigantic beast. The creature was an imposing martial master-level demon beast, now reduced to a mere mount, revealing the identity of the newcomers. A smile crept onto Yi Fei's lips. He had seen the beast in the sky beforehand, which was why he had confronted Yi Tianxiong and his son. Surely in the presence of the assessment personnel from the Tianyun martial house, and this demon beast, no one would dare to take action, not even Yi Tianxiong and his son. Wow, they even use a demon beast as a mount. The Tianyun martial house is indeed powerful. 3 years ago, when the elder from the Tianxian sect came to recruit disciples, he rode only a martial first-level fierce tiger. Isn't that obvious? In front of the martial house, even the most powerful sects are nothing but dust. Whoever is selected by the martial house this time will truly soar to great heights. The people from other families who had initially been watching the commotion around Yi Fei quickly turned their attention to the descending beast. The heads of the various families rushed over, eager to engage with the assessment disciples of the Tianyun martial house. Although these two assessment disciples were unexpectedly young, particularly the leading woman in white, whose beauty suggested she was just over 20, the family heads and elders present disregarded these details, hastily showering them with flattery. Naturally, they did not spare a thought for Yi Fei or the departing Yi Tianxiong and the Yi family elders. Without any pleasantries, the woman in white waved her hand. No need for formalities, you cannot afford to waste our time. Are all the participants here? Then let us proceed directly with the assessment. After speaking, she walked aside, leaving the rather grim-looking man in black to address the crowd. His expression was equally impatient as he surveyed the talented youths below, his eyes betraying a hint of disdain. The Tianyun martial house did not expect any remarkable talents to emerge from such a remote place as Blackstone City. Their visit was merely a formality. Thus the words of the man in black were especially cold. Regardless of whether you are all present, the assessment begins now. Our Tianyun martial house is not like those miscellaneous sects that accept any trash. We only accept true geniuses, not waste. Therefore, to pass the assessment, you must go through 3 stages. The first stage assesses your comprehension. We will present a profound level technique for you to study. Whoever can comprehend the most within half an hour will pass. The second stage assesses talent. As the name implies, it tests the quality of your dantian. This gives those with insufficient comprehension but extraordinary talent an opportunity to join the martial house. The third stage assesses actual combat. As I said, we are a martial house, not a collection of trash sects. We only accept the strongest geniuses. As long as your strength is sufficient, you can earn extra points. At this point, the man in black cast a glance toward Yi Long, who was so excited he nearly lost control. Remarkable comprehension, exceptional talent, invincible strength. Every word from this senior brother was a veiled reference to him, Yi Long. Yi Tianxiong's face broke into a broad smile, encouraging his son. Yi Long, you must strive to surpass your brother. As long as you enter the Tianyun martial house, not only will the Yi family belong to us, but we might even rule Blackstone City in the future. Yi Tianxiong's ambition was truly immense. He was already envisioning the glory of becoming the new lord of Blackstone City. Yi Long wore a proud expression and disdainfully glanced in Yi Fei's direction. Father, just watch. I'm different from some worthless waste. A genius like me is destined to join the Tianyun martial house. Good, ambitious. You are indeed my son, Yi Tianxiong. However, that waste really dares to participate in the assessment. He truly is clueless about the times. It seems I was too soft-hearted 3 years ago. Yi Tianxiong's eyes turned cold as he watched Yi Fei making his way through the crowd to register for the assessment. With one last disdainful glance at Yi Fei's retreating figure, Yi Long smirked sarcastically, a piece of trash. Perhaps I once feared him 3 years ago, but now this waste is unlikely to even pass the first stage. He is nothing but a disgrace to our Yi family. Though that may be the case, we cannot let this brat make a comeback. Find an opportunity to eliminate him, or once he is dead, no one in the Yi family will dare oppose us, Yi Tianxiong instructed coldly. Yi Long subtly nodded, then stepped forward toward the high platform in the center of the martial arts arena. On the high platform, a jade monument had been erected inscribed with countless characters. The man in black pointed at the monument and declared all those who were participating in the assessment step forward and attempt to comprehend the martial arts inscribed upon it. You have only 1 hour. At the end of this time, the one who comprehends the most will be declared the victor. Do you understand? Understood. Yi Fei, along with the 100 others present, responded loudly, their hearts filled with astonishment at the grand undertaking of the Tianyun martial house. The first round of assessment was to comprehend a mysterious level martial art. Such techniques were rare. Even in Haishi City, only the core disciples of the most powerful sects like the Tianxian sect were allowed to cultivate them. The Tianyun martial house, without a hint of hesitation, unveiled one for the purpose of this assessment, clearly demonstrating the vast chasm between the martial house and the sects. This realization bolstered Yi Fei's confidence. Perhaps the martial house truly had the means to expel the cold poison from Yi Shanshan's body. For my sister, I must pass the assessment of the Tianyun martial house no matter what. Yi Fei silently encouraged himself, then settled into a corner of the platform, focusing intently on the characters inscribed on the jade monument. The other young participants like Yi Fei dared not speak, each finding their own spot and nervously gazing at the monument, awaiting the announcement from the young man in black to commence the assessment. The elders from their respective families exhibited heightened tension, for this could significantly impact the future of each family. The unveiling of a mysterious level martial art for the assessment had left everyone in shock, as who wouldn't want their family's genius to succeed? Congratulations, head of the Yi family. Yi Long is Haishi City's top genius. With his perception, success is assured. Some opportunists began to flatter Yi Tianxiu. Conversely, those less favorable toward the Yi family expressed their jealousy through veiled mockery. Indeed, the Yi family boasts not only Yi Long, but it appears that the once genius Yi Fei has also regained his strength. If these two prodigies passed the assessment together, it would be a tremendous boon for the Yi family. The emphasis on the word boon was clearly sarcastic. Who could not detect this? Yi Tianxiang's smiling face darkened instantaneously, while the elders of the Yi family, except for the Grand Elder, collectively bristled with anger. Nonsense. We acknowledge that 3 years ago Yi Fei was indeed exceptionally gifted, but that was 3 years ago. Now he is nothing but a complete waste. Does he truly believe he can pass the assessment? That's the greatest joke. I doubt he can even endure the first round. Yi Fei, you waste of space. How much longer do you intend to embarrass us up there? Hurry up and get down. The elders were furious, their ire inadvertently directed towards Yi Fei. If it weren't for this waste trying to play the hero, they would not have become the butt of jokes. Hearing the slander, Yi Fei remained unfazed, devoid of even anger. 3 years of trials had taught him the harsh realities of the world. They were merely barking dogs, not worthy of his concern. Now Yi Fei's mind was singularly focused on one thought: to pass the assessment, and with the strength of the Tianyun martial house, completely cure Yi Shanshan of the cold poison within her. Wait for me, sister. I will pass this assessment. Yi Fei's gaze was resolute, and as the man in black announced the beginning, he immersed himself fully in the comprehension of the characters on the jade monument. How can this be so difficult? I can't take it anymore. This martial art is terrifying. Unexpectedly, just as the comprehension began, several young participants were either spitting blood or clutching their heads in anguish, ceasing their attempts. Mysterious level martial arts were inherently difficult to cultivate, requiring high levels of perception and talent. Concentrating to comprehend within a mere hour was a daunting challenge. Without sufficient talent, comprehension was impossible. Those who were now spitting blood were merely relying on luck to participate, and they were the first to be eliminated. The prominent families sighed in disappointment as their offspring were swiftly weeded out. Those eliminated cried out in despair or shame as they left the platform. As comprehension deepened, the number of participants remaining on the high platform dwindled. Initially, over 100 had joined, but within half an hour, 2/3 had been eliminated. Each moment saw the number of those remaining shrink further, and those who stayed were undoubtedly the geniuses of their respective families. Many of their elders wore expressions of pride. Soon an incongruous scene on the platform drew attention. Everyone left up here is undeniably talented, but can someone tell me why that waste is still up there? Right? Wasn't it said that Yi Fei's Dantian was destroyed, rendering him a waste? Even if he had a stroke of luck and repaired his Dantian, he's at best a yellow level 1. With such a pathetic talent, how could he possibly last longer than us? Are we truly outdone by a waste? Nonsense. I understand now, surely he is just pretending to comprehend, when in reality, he hasn't grasped the martial art at all, merely trying to muddle through. A clever individual believed they had uncovered Yi Fei's ruse. Many others nodded in agreement, seemingly convinced that this was the only explanation for Yi Fei's prolonged presence. It was simple. Yi Fei was clearly putting on an act attempting to outsmart them. In an instant, many gazes towards Yi Fei brimmed with disdain and pity. The once renowned genius of Haishi City had sunk so low as to resort to tricks to evade detection. How utterly pathetic. Several elders from the Yi family wore expressions of schadenfreude, whispering amongst themselves. This waste must be truly deranged to dare employ tricks during the Tianyun Martial House's assessment. We must keep our eyes peeled to witness how he embarrassingly reveals himself. The hour soon reached its conclusion. By this time, fewer than 20 individuals remained on the high platform. As for how much they had comprehended of the mysterious level martial art, only they themselves knew. The man in black reappeared, his voice cold. The assessment time is up. All of you cease your training and show me the level of comprehension you have achieved. His words carried a faint tremor of true energy. Under the influence, all those still absorbed in their comprehension were instinctively jolted back to reality, unable to continue. Only Yi Fei remained, not because he chose to ignore the command, but because he simply could not stop. A mere mysterious level martial art was nothing. With the mysterious energy released by his indestructible sword soul, he could effortlessly comprehend even the advanced techniques. The martial art presented by the Tianyun Martial House was only of the low tier, and with the residual energy from the indestructible sword soul, Yi Fei found comprehending it as easy as eating or drinking. In fact, he had fully comprehended the martial art inscribed on the Jade Monument half an hour prior, yet the stipulated assessment time still had half an hour remaining. Yi Fei did not wish to astonish everyone too dramatically lest he expose the secret of the indestructible sword soul. With nothing left to occupy his time, Yi Fei simply began to practice the mysterious level martial art. Unfortunately, remnants of the indestructible sword soul's dark energy still lingered within him, causing his cultivation speed to accelerate astonishingly. In just half an hour, Yi Fei realized that not only had he perfected the martial art, but his inner true energy was also fully transforming according to its attributes. Until this transformation was completed, he dared not cease his practice. This led to an awkward situation. Although everyone else had stopped their comprehension, Yi Fei remained seated, continuing his training, drawing all eyes towards him. The man in black was oblivious to Yi Fei's actual training, mistakenly believing that Yi Fei was merely feigning seriousness to gain his favor. His tone grew colder, and he raised his voice. I said the assessment has ended. Did you not hear me? The words spoken caused the tremors of true energy to become even more apparent. Even the masters from various families below the high platform were left astonished, their ears ringing with disbelief. Such a young man in black had already reached the level of a martial master. Indeed, the Tianyun Martial Academy was remarkable. Meanwhile, Yi Fei remained indifferent, continuing his cultivation. He was at a critical juncture of true energy transformation, and it was impossible for him to stop. With a grimace, he pressed on, hoping to complete this transformation swiftly, disregarding the black-clad man's reminders for the time being. What's that waste doing? How long does he plan to keep up this charade? We've said it before. Playing tricks in the assessment is useless. He certainly hasn't grasped anything and is afraid of being exposed, so he keeps pretending. What do you think this waste will do next? Will he spit out blood on the spot, pretending to have reached enlightenment, and then find an excuse to continue deceiving us? As Yi Fei ignored the reminders and continued his act, many families below the platform began to murmur. The elders of the Yi family collectively bowed their heads in shame, cursing softly, we knew it. Letting this waste go up there would definitely bring us disgrace, and now our entire family has to endure this humiliation alongside him. After being ignored twice, the black-clad man's expression darkened, and he stared at Yi Fei uncertainly. Strange, how could he ignore my true energy transmission twice in a row? Has he truly reached a level of forgetting self and other? Forgetting self and other. Yilong, overhearing this, almost burst out laughing. He stepped forward, a respectful expression on his face, and said, Senior brother, you may not know, but this person was previously a waste. Even if he has recovered, his dantian is only at the yellow level, and with such low aptitude, he could never comprehend a mysterious level technique. He's merely pretending. The black-clad man found this hard to believe. What did you say? His dantian is only at the yellow level. Not just him, even the white-clad woman standing at a distance was taken aback. With such low talent, how dare he participate in the assessment? Finally, the white-clad woman glanced at Yi Fei with curiosity, and that glance made it impossible for her to look away. After his initial astonishment, the black-clad man's fury surged. Nonsense. At only the yellow level, how dare such trash participate in our academy's assessment? Do you think this is a sect where any rubbish can join? I don't care if your enlightenment is real or fake, get down immediately. In the black-clad man's eyes, a person like Yi Fei had no business participating in the assessment. He was simply wasting his time. He didn't even give Yi Fei a chance to speak, and aimed to push him off the stage with a single palm strike. Yi Fei was startled. At this moment, his true energy transformation had reached its final step. If he forcibly stopped, all his previous efforts would be in vain, or worse, he might go astray. Yet if he didn't halt, he would be knocked off and lose his qualification for the assessment. Damn it, Yilong, you truly are sinister. Not only did you have someone oppress me, but now you dare to frame me during the assessment. Yi Fei felt furious towards the black-clad man, but even more so towards Yilong. He hesitated, contemplating whether to forcibly cease his cultivation. At that moment, a clear, cold voice suddenly spoke. Wait. Let him continue his cultivation. Senior sister, what do you mean? This waste is merely wasting our time. A yellow-level waste is not even qualified to guard our academy's gate, and you still want him to continue. The black-clad man was baffled. I said let him continue. No one is allowed to disturb him. Didn't you hear? The white-clad woman's voice was icy, indicating her status in the academy was clearly higher than that of the black-clad man. Reluctantly, the black-clad man stepped aside, and Yi Fei finally breathed a sigh of relief. It appeared that there were still discerning individuals in the academy who could see he was genuinely cultivating. Seizing this rare opportunity, Yi Fei accelerated his cultivation speed. At this moment, his true energy transformation finally reached its final stage. With a resounding boom, the surrounding spiritual energy of the training ground suddenly surged towards Yi Fei, swirling around him like a massive funnel in a hurricane. How is this possible? That's the great desert wind technique. In just 1 hour, he not only comprehended it, but successfully cultivated it as well. The black-clad man was left in shock, his jaw dropping to the ground. The Great Desert Wind technique was the mysterious level technique for this assessment at the Tianyun Martial Academy. Despite being a lower-grade technique, successfully cultivating it typically took at least several days, if not longer. Those with poor aptitude might require over a year. And how much time did Yi Fei use? In just 1 hour, he not only grasped it, but directly succeeded in cultivation. What kind of terrifying comprehension was this? Even amidst the gathered geniuses at the Tianyun Martial Academy, such insight was rare. The white-clad woman's face also displayed surprise as she pointed at Yi Fei. Look closely. Is it that simple? He didn't just succeed in cultivation. Boom. As if to affirm the white-clad woman's words, as the cultivation progressed, the whirlwind originally forming above Yi Fei's head transformed into an illusory desert flower, slowly merging into his body. My heavens. Not only has he mastered the Great Desert Wind technique, but he has also directly skipped the entry stage and reached the minor achievement level. The black-clad man was left utterly astonished, his anger boiling over as he turned to slap Yilong across the face. Damn it. This is the waste you spoke of. How dare you deceive me? Senior brother, Yilong covered his face, feeling aggrieved. In fact, he was somewhat stunned. After all, even he, the #1 genius of Haishi City, had only comprehended it to 60%. Yet here was Yi Fei, a so-called waste, who not only comprehended it, but directly cultivated to a minor achievement stage. When the black-clad man announced this outcome, Yilong and the other geniuses on the platform were left speechless, utterly questioning their own reality. Below the platform, the heads and elders of various families were equally astonished, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads. Didn't they say Yi Fei was a waste? Can someone explain how a waste could so easily comprehend a mysterious level technique and learn it on the spot? A genius, a veritable genius. I knew long ago that Yi Fei possessed extraordinary talent. How could the destruction of his Dantian suppress him? Indeed, it's those people from the Yi family, each one blind as a bat. A true unparalleled genius is right in front of them, yet they treat him like grass. What poor vision. Witnessing Yi Fei's displayed talent, the various families, after their initial shock, began to laud him enthusiastically, knowing that the more they elevated Yi Fei, the more they could slap the Yi family in the face, and in a most humiliating manner. Listening to the gossip from other families and witnessing the astonishment of the two assessment disciples at Yi Fei's comprehension, the Yi family members from Yi Tianxiong down to the numerous elders wore ashen faces, stunned into silence, unable to utter a word. Yilong, who had just been slapped, clutched his swollen face, dazed for over a minute before he finally reacted, a deep-seated jealousy igniting his rage as he shouted, "Fake, it's all fake. This cannot be real. Senior brother, I swear on heaven, Yi Fei is still just a yellow-level waste. A piece of trash like him would struggle to comprehend a mysterious level technique. How could he possibly cultivate to minor achievement?" The two elders, all of us elders from the Yi family, can attest that Yi Fei is the most useless among us. There must be some mistake here. The elders of the Yi family also stood up, supporting Yilong. The elders of the Yi family had no choice but to step forward. Over the past 3 years, they had pressured Yi Fei mercilessly. It would not be an exaggeration to say they had driven him to the brink. If Yi Fei's talent were to return, and he joined the Tianyun Martial Academy, they would undoubtedly find themselves in grave danger. To prevent such a scenario, the elders cared little whether Yi Fei had truly recovered. Their sole intention was to stamp him down decisively, ensuring he could never rise again. Yi Fei naturally overheard their words, a cold, ironic smile gracing his lips as he silently began to gather his energy. Nonsense! How dare you call Yi Fei a waste? I see you are the true waste here. As elders of the Yi family, you show no concern for the younger generation and even add insult to injury. I am ashamed to be counted among you. I firmly believe that Yi Fei is the greatest talent of our Yi family and the most suitable candidate for the head of the family. Suddenly, a discordant voice shattered the unified front of the Yi elders. It was the eldest elder, Yi Tianya, a cunning opportunist. Until now, he had hesitated, uncertain whether to fully support Yi Fei, only to be swayed by the shock of Yi Fei's talent, which had even astonished the Tianyun Martial Academy. He swiftly changed his stance and boldly aligned himself with Yi Fei. Yi Tianya, how dare you? How dare you speak such words in front of the head of the family? The elders of the Yi family were taken aback. No one expected the eldest elder, who wielded considerable power, to turn against them at this moment. Yi Tianxiang's face darkened, nearly distorting in rage. That Yi Tianya, as his second-in-command, would publicly rebel like this was more than just a slap in the face. It was akin to being brutally kicked in the face. Yi Tianya, you dare oppose me, the head of the family? Very well, just wait. I will make you and that waste regret your actions. Yi Tianxiang roared furiously, but instead of confronting the eldest elder directly, he quickly signaled to his son Yi Long. After all, stopping Yi Fei was the most pressing matter. If Yi Fei were to join the Tianyun Martial Academy, none of the three of them would have a good outcome. Yi Long nodded in understanding. Even if Yi Tianxiang had not spoken, his intense jealousy would never allow him to miss the chance to eliminate Yi Fei. Only Yi Long was the true genius of the Yi family, and only he had the qualifications to join the Tianyun Martial Academy and rise above the rest. With the support of numerous elders, Yi Long, regaining his composure, approached the man in black with utmost respect. Senior brother, as you can see, he is the so-called waste our family acknowledges. He must have cheated during the assessment. Please see through this waste's despicable tactics. Don't get carried away. Your talent is merely average. Whether you can pass our academy's assessment is still unknown. It might be too early to call me senior brother. The man in black retorted coldly, his words laced with scorn. As the greatest genius of Haishi City, Yi Long had never been subjected to such humiliation. His face flushed hot and cold, a storm of emotions brewing within him. After a pause, the man in black inquired curiously, is it true? Is his Dantian really only of the yellow level first grade? The woman in white also cast a puzzled glance at the slowly recovering Yi Fei. With such astonishing comprehension, how could his talent be so lacking? It seemed contradictory. Is what your family says the truth? Is your Dantian truly that low? The woman in white regarded Yi Fei with curiosity. They're talking nonsense. Am I supposed to tell these mad dogs that I intentionally omitted a 0? Yi Fei calmly replied as he finished gathering his energy. His words sent a chill down the spine of many present. My heavens, if he omitted a 0, could it be that Brother Fei's Dantian is not the yellow level first grade, but rather the yellow level 10th grade? Many of the geniuses participating in the assessment felt an urgent need to relieve themselves, unconsciously reverting to calling Yi Fei by the title they used 3 years ago, Brother Fei. Indeed, 3 years ago, when Yi Fei's talent still shone, he was the brother of all geniuses in Haishi City. Now that his talent had returned, even stronger than before, his mere presence was enough to suppress these so-called geniuses. Yi Long, however, seemed to hear an absurd joke, laughing so hard that tears streamed down his face. Haha, this is too much. Yi Fei, you think I don't know you? Even at your peak 3 years ago, your Dantian was only the yellow level 6th grade. Now, after being a waste for 3 years, you still have the audacity to claim you have a yellow level 10th grade Dantian. Don't make me laugh. If you, a piece of trash, can be a yellow level 10th grade, Yi Long will eat shit right here. Yi Fei's eyes sparkled, and he immediately countered. Yi Long, you said it yourself. If my Dantian quality reaches 10th grade, you'll eat shit in front of everyone. Yi Long had bullied him and his sister for 3 years. What better opportunity to repay him than this? That's what I said. If you truly have a yellow level 10th grade Dantian, Yi Long will eat shit. But if you don't, you'll have to kneel before me and bark like a dog 3 times before crawling out of the training ground. Do you dare? Yi Long's tone dripped with malice. He intended not only to humiliate Yi Fei, but also to ruin his future. The esteemed Tianyun Martial Academy would never accept a student with such a stigma. Seeing the true depths of Yi Long's treachery and cruelty, Yi Fei sneered, coldly nodding without hesitation. What's there to be afraid of? However, that scenario will never happen. Rather, Yi Long, prepare yourself to eat shit. A Dantian, open for me. Yi Fei shouted, instantly releasing the quality of his Dantian. His actions were meant to deal with Yi Long, but his true intention was to catch the attention of the Tianyun Martial Academy. The stronger he demonstrated his talent, the greater the chance Yi Shanshan would have of receiving assistance from the academy. Thus, Yi Fei had no qualms about revealing the quality of his dantian. Swish, swish, swish. Layer upon layer of yellow light radiated from within Yi Fei's body. 1, 2, 3, 6. In the blink of an eye, 10 such halos appeared, their yellow light piercing the eyes of all present. Yellow level 10th grade. My heavens, this waste dantian is actually yellow level 10th grade. Bastard, what nonsense are you spouting? Have you ever seen a waste with a yellow level 10th grade dantian? Brother Fei is clearly the strongest genius of Haishi City. A talent like this may only emerge once in 1,000 years. Brother Fei, you are a genius. We love you. Witnessing Yi Fei unveil a talent unprecedented in Haishi City, all present were left astonished, dazed, and many were left utterly speechless. Of course, countless young women cast adoring glances at Yi Fei. The woman in white looked at him in amazement, her eyes sparkling with joy. You are actually a yellow level 10th grade. No wonder you were able to comprehend the Xin level techniques so effortlessly. Remarkable. I never expected such a genius to emerge from Haishi City. Her tone had shifted from coldness to one of warmth, revealing an intention of closeness. The man in black, unable to bear the situation, approached Yi Fei with a flattering demeanor. Junior brother Yi, I didn't expect your comprehension to be astonishing and your talent equally remarkable. Either of these qualities would suffice to pass the assessment. Congratulations on joining our Tianyun Martial Academy. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Despite their previous suspicions, watching Yi Fei skip the third round and directly join the Tianyun Martial Academy sent shockwaves through all the families present. The elders of the Yi family were filled with regret. Had they known Yi Fei would achieve such a transformation, they would never have oppressed the siblings so harshly. At that moment, Yi Long stood in a daze, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. Just before, he had flattered the man in black, calling him senior brother, only to be coldly rejected. Now, however, the man in black had lowered himself to curry favor with Yi Fei. The stark contrast left Yi Long seething with jealousy, and he spat a mouthful of blood in anger, losing all composure. Without a word, Yi Long turned and prepared to leave, his pride shattered. Stop! Did I permit you to leave, genius? Have you forgotten something? Yi Fei's cold voice rang out, striking Yi Long like a resounding slap, nearly causing him to choke on his breath. The man in black quickly came to his senses. Right? You made a bet with junior brother Yi, and losing means you have to eat shit. Now I ask you, will you eat it? Yi Fei, don't go too far. Just because you have talent doesn't mean Yi Long will be afraid of you. This isn't 3 years ago. Yi Long's face was twisted with rage. As the foremost genius of Blackstone City, Yi Long considered himself above all. He could never tolerate such public humiliation. His words completely enraged Yi Fei. I'm going too far. Yi Fei's face was filled with disbelief. Yi Long, you and your father are utterly shameless. After all these years, how have I treated you? I've regarded you as my closest brother, sharing everything good with you. I even unhesitatingly gave you the spiritual herbs to enhance your dantian quality. But how have you treated me? Fury painted Yi Fei's face as he spat at Yi Long. You treacherous villain. During the 3 years when my dantian was destroyed, you secretly incited the Yi family disciples to oppress and humiliate me, trying to force my sister and me into a corner. What I cannot tolerate most is that you dared to lay hands on my sister, letting your lapdog torture her. Is that not going too far? And now all I do is tell you to eat shit, and that's considered excessive. These words had been bottled up inside Yi Fei for a long time, and now that he let them all out, a sense of relief washed over him. To Yi Long's ears, however, they sounded like daggers, and he could never admit to his wrongdoings. With a darkened expression, Yi Long retorted, that's pure slander. Without evidence, you shouldn't speak so carelessly. As for your useless sister, who can't cultivate, she's not even of the Yi family's bloodline. It's not wrong for me to have her interrogated. Yi Fei, if you're brave enough, let's have a fair match. You want to challenge me? Yi Fei said in a deep voice. Exactly. I challenge you. If I lose, not only will I eat shit, but you can take my life as well. But if you lose, you must destroy your dantian and honestly roll back to being the waste you are. Do you dare accept this challenge? Yi Long's face was filled with jealousy. As the top talent of the Yi family, he absolutely could not accept being publicly humiliated. Yi Long was willing to stake everything and directly challenged Yi Fei. After all, while Yi Fei's talent was indeed formidable, he was merely at the 5th level of martial arts, whereas Yi Long was at the 9th level. Thus, Yi Long was confident he held a significant advantage. Those still on the platform were all geniuses from various families, and they understood Yi Long's intentions. Knowing this, they felt just how vile he truly was. A challenge from the 9th level of martial arts to the 5th level. Yilong, can you be any more shameless? This sneaky villain actually thinks he can still be the top genius of Blackstone City. Huh. The other geniuses cast disdainful glances at Yilong. Yilong ignored their contempt, his eyes burning with jealousy as he roared. Yi Fei, do you dare to accept? Why wouldn't I dare? Yi Fei coldly replied. No matter how you treat me, I can endure it. But you should never bully my sister. Today I will use your blood to seek justice for my sister and me. Seeing Yi Fei accept the challenge despite his lower level, the white-clad woman frowned and kindly reminded him, Junior brother Yi, why hurry? With your talent, you will soon surpass everyone present. You really don't need to concern yourself with this right now. Thank you for your concern, sister. However, I will still accept this challenge. No one can harm my sister and get away with it. Genius, make your move. Let me see how much you've grown in these 3 years. Yi Fei stepped boldly to the center of the platform, hands clasped behind his back, showing no intention of striking first. Hearing Yi Fei refer to him as a genius, Yilong's expression darkened significantly. In the face of Yi Fei's yellow-grade, 10th level Dantian, who in Blackstone City could still claim to be a genius, Yi Fei was clearly mocking him. This was something Yilong could not tolerate, so he shamelessly struck first. Whirlwind slash. Yi Fei, die. I am the strongest genius of Blackstone City. You are nothing but a waste. A murderous aura erupted from Yilong. From the very beginning, he had no intention of a fair match. He was merely using the challenge as an excuse to kill Yi Fei. Yi Tianxiong recognized his son's intentions and felt invigorated. He loudly cheered, longer, don't hold back. Finish him off, this little bastard. Yi Tianxiong could no longer care about anything else. Yi Fei's talent had reached a level that terrified him. He absolutely could not allow Yi Fei to grow any stronger. Danger had to be eliminated in its cradle. Kill. The air was filled with a tempest sharp enough to slice through flesh. Yilong's whirlwind slash was evidently faster and stronger than anything Yi Wolf could execute. Confronted with this formidable attack, Yi Fei remained silent, his face cold as he executed a fundamental yet critical sequence: draw, sword strike, draw, sword strike again. 13 sword techniques. 13-fold critical strike. Boom. The swords clashed in an instant, but Yi Fei found it strange that this time he could not push Yilong back. Instead, a powerful rebounding force forced Yi Fei to stumble backward repeatedly, his brow furrowing in confusion. What was happening? Suddenly, he noticed something peculiar about the sword in Yilong's hand. With a single strike that repelled Yi Fei, a glint of sinister triumph crossed Yilong's face. He swung his sword and sneered, "Ha ha, waste. Did you think you could learn a mysterious level sword technique without me being prepared? This sword is a low-grade mystic weapon sent to me by my elder brother from the Tianxian sect. You, a mere waste, can die beneath this mystic sword and consider it a mercy. Prepare to die, whirlwind slash." Yilong finally revealed his trump card. In his hand was a low-grade mystic sword, and combined with his 9th level martial arts strength, even if Yi Fei could challenge beyond his level with the 13 sword techniques, he would still not be Yilong's match. So that's how it is. Yilong actually hit a mystic sword. No wonder he dared to challenge Yi Fei without regard for the Tianyan Martial Academy. This is bad. Yilong is already at the 9th level of martial arts, and with the mystic sword his combat power rivals that of a 10th level master. Yi Fei is likely to be defeated. Now we just have to see when the people from the Tianyan Martial Academy will intervene. The heads of various families were shocked as they watched the two young men fight. Everyone knew that the Yi family possessed the 13 sword techniques, and while many were aware of it, no one had succeeded in mastering it in nearly a century. Thus it was largely dismissed over time. Now that Yi Fei had managed to master it, it was astonishing. What was even more remarkable was that Yilong had quietly returned from the Tianxian sect with a low-grade mystic sword, significantly enhancing his strength. Many family heads felt a cold sweat trickle down their foreheads. Had Yi Fei not suddenly appeared and risen again, perhaps he would have been the only one capable of challenging Yilong, who could have had a great chance of joining the Tianyan Martial Academy. With a mystic sword in play, it seems junior brother Yi has no chance of winning. Sister, let me step in. The man in black frowned. Yi Fei's yellow-grade 10th level Dantian was in the Tianyan Martial Academy considered a rare genius. The academy could not bear to watch such a talent be destroyed. As the black-clad man spoke, he was about to intervene and stop the fight between the two. Don't come any closer. This is my battle, no one can intervene. So what if you're at the 9th level of martial arts? So what if you have a mystic sword? Anyone who dares to harm my most important sister Yilong, I will take your life. Great Desert Gale. After trading blows for over a dozen exchanges, realizing that relying solely on the 13 sword techniques could not withstand the mystic sword, Yi Fei's expression turned cold. he decided to activate the low-grade mystic cultivation technique he had just learned, the Great Desert Gale technique. Great Desert Gale 13 Sword Techniques. Knowing that Yilong was a master at the 9th level of martial arts, Yi Fei's decision to accept the challenge was not a display of overconfidence. Rather, he possessed the true capability to face Yilong head-on. His confidence was rooted in the Daimo Quang Feng Ju, a martial technique whose power far surpassed the Qi induction technique he had practiced before by dozens of times. The Qi induction technique of the Yi family was merely a yellow-level mid-tier skill, while the Daimo Quang Feng Ju was a low-tier Xian-level technique. The disparity in their levels resulted in a tremendous difference in their power. To illustrate, if yellow-level skills were likened to wood, then Xian-level skills could be compared to stone. No matter how hard wood might be, it could never rival the hardness of stone. At that moment, Yi Fei activated both the Daimo Quang Feng Ju and the Jian Shi San Shi simultaneously. His sword gleamed with an unprecedented brilliance. With a resounding clang amplified by the immense enhancement of the Jian Shi San Shi from the Xian-level technique, Yi Fei's sword struck Yilong's Xian sword, sending it flying from his grasp. Had Yilong been wielding an ordinary sword, this strike would have been enough to cleave him in two. Yilong stood dazed, staring at the Xian sword embedded in the ground. He found it hard to believe that even with the Xian sword, he was no match for Yi Fei. Fear and regret flooded his heart, soon transforming into a fiery jealousy. Yilong, you have been defeated. From this moment on, your life belongs to me. Yi Fei spoke icily. No, I have not lost. I am the greatest talent of Haishi City. How could I possibly be beaten by a useless person like you? I understand now, you must have practiced some evil technique. This match does not counter. I, Yilong, have not lost. Yilong could never admit defeat. Losing meant losing his life. Desperate to survive, he disregarded the growing disdainful gazes of the onlookers and began to deny the truth, attempting to weasel his way out. Yilong, enough. Do you think that by denying it I will let you go? I once told Yilang that everything my father and I gave him must be returned. The same goes for you. Everything that belongs to my father and me I will reclaim. With a chilling aura of vengeance, Yi Fei advanced step by step towards Yilong. The humiliation of 3 years, the suffering of my sister. Now I will use your blood to seek justice for my siblings. Yi Fei, dare you harm my son? Suddenly a robust figure charged up from below the platform. It was Yi Tianxiong. Having witnessed Yilong, even with the Xian sword, being unable to stand against Yi Fei, his initial shock was swiftly replaced by a deep-seated fear. Yilong was the strongest talent of the Yi family, the son Yi Tianxiong had high hopes for. He could not simply stand by and watch his son be killed. Seizing the moment when everyone's attention was focused on Yi Fei, Yi Tianxiong's face flickered with a grim determination. He was willing to risk offending the Tianyun martial house and take action himself to eliminate Yi Fei. Yi Tianxiong was utterly terrified. He could not afford to give Yi Fei any chance to grow stronger. On the platform, the frightened Yilong, nearly paralyzed with fear, suddenly felt a glimmer of hope. He leaped up from the ground, turning to flee. Father, save me. Yi Fei merely chuckled coldly, barely glancing at the approaching Yi Tianxiong. With a single stroke of his sword, he aimed at the fleeing Yilong. Calling for your grandfather is futile. For bullying my sister, Yilong, you truly deserve to die. With a swift thrust, Yilong, even with the Xian sword, could not defend against it. Without it, he was even more vulnerable. Barely 10 meters into his escape, a sword light severed one of his legs. The excruciating pain forced a scream from Yilong as he collapsed uncontrollably at Yi Fei's feet, his eyes filled with agony and resentment, soon morphing into profound terror. Yi Tianxiong's intervention had finally provoked the white-clad woman. Without moving, she unleashed a punch from afar, sending Yi Tianxiong hurtling back into the crowd, where he collided with several elders from the Yi family, each of them spitting blood. Such was the terror of a martial master. A mere punch was enough to severely injure a master at the 10th level of martial arts. Who dares to move again shall die. To provoke the dignity of the martial house is to invite annihilation. The man in black flashed a menacing glare. The Tianyun martial house typically refrained from intervening in the family affairs of its disciples. However, anyone who dared to attack a disciple without cause would face the most severe punishment from the martial house. Understanding this, Yi Fei was unfazed by Yi Tianxiong's sneak attack. Having witnessed the horror of a martial master, the heads of the other families in attendance felt a deep fear. At this moment, Yi Fei's sword was already poised against Yilong's throat. Should he wish, he could strike down Yilong at any moment, yet he refrained. Instead, he looked down coldly at Yilong. Now do you have anything to say? Yi Fei, no, brother Fei, I finally understand my mistakes. I beg you, for the sake of our brotherhood, spare me. I possess a 5th grade yellow-level Dantian, the first talent of the Yi family. Brother Fei, if you let me go, I will do anything for you. I can even be your little brother again, or if not, I can be your dog. Yi Long pleaded desperately. He was a genius with a bright future ahead, and he truly did not want to die now. Despite knowing that Yi Long was treacherous and shameless, and that his previous camaraderie was a facade, hearing Yi Long willing to become a dog for the sake of survival still made Yi Fei gasp in disbelief. This man was even more terrifying than a beast. The surrounding youths from various families looked at Yi Long in shock. This was the first talent of Haishi City. His current behavior was shattering their childhood illusions. Seemingly swayed by Yi Long's proposal, Yi Fei hesitated for a moment before nodding. If you wish to live, it all depends on your willingness to cooperate. I will cooperate, Brother Fei. You can command me as you wish. I, Yi Long, will do my utmost to comply. From now on, I will be your most loyal dog. Yi Long feigned loyalty, casting aside all dignity in his desperate bid for survival. Yi Fei felt a wave of sorrow wash over him. This was the first talent of the Yi family now. If his father were alive to see this disgrace, he would surely be profoundly disappointed. Yi Long, I asked you 3 years ago when my father and I were ambushed by a demon beast, was it not your family who orchestrated it? Speak honestly, and you shall live. Yi Fei demanded. The appearance of that demon beast 3 years ago had been too suspicious. He needed to uncover the truth. Upon hearing Yi Fei's words, panic flashed across Yi Long's eyes while the injured Yi Tianxiong shouted desperately, "Longer, don't say anything." Yi Long suddenly screamed in terror. Seeing the panic on the faces of both father and son, Yi Fei knew that the incident 3 years ago could not have been an accident. His sword instantly pierced Yi Long's dantian. With bloodshot eyes, Yi Fei roared, "Speak. If you don't, I will destroy your dantian and let you experience the life of a waste." Brother Fei, no. I will tell you everything. The demon beast from 3 years ago was deliberately provoked by my elder brother and father. Your dantian was destroyed by my elder brother Yi Wei, or it had nothing to do with me. Yi Long cried out in a plea for mercy. Hearing Yi Long confess the truth he had long suspected, Yi Fei felt an intense rage surging within him, and a fierce glare crossed his face. He would never forget the moment 3 years ago when his father fought to the death against the demon beast to save him. At that moment, Yi Tianxiong and Yi Wei must have been secretly laughing in the shadows. In the end, Yi Wei had destroyed his dantian. Had it not been for the indestructible sword soul within him healing his wounds, he might have remained a waste for life. Yi Tianxiong, Yi Wei, you two, father and son, are truly ruthless and venomous. Since you have caused my father's death, I will personally slay your son blood for blood. With a furious swing, Yi Fei's sword illuminated the platform once more. In full view of Yi Tianxiong, he beheaded Yi Long and kicked his severed head right at Yi Tianxiong's feet. The sword gleamed, and a head fell. Crimson blood splattered across the high platform, shocking all the families in Haishi City. No one could have anticipated that Yi Fei would be so decisive, executing the genius Yi Long with such ease. It was worth noting that Yi Long possessed a 5th-tier Huang-level dantian, making him one of the finest talents in the entire city. Had he lived, he would likely have broken through to the rank of martial master in the future. This was equivalent to Yi Fei publicly slaying a future martial master before everyone's eyes. Such a loss was unbearable for any family, and Yi Fei's wrath was truly terrifying. Among the Yi family disciples present, some were so frightened that they nearly collapsed to the ground. During Yi Fei's low points, each of them had, under Yi Long's secret instructions, bullied Yi Fei and his sister. Now witnessing Yi Fei's ruthless actions against Yi Long, they were utterly horrified. These individuals could only hope that Yi Fei would not hold grudges against them and would show mercy. Otherwise, if he sought revenge, all the Yi family disciples present, along with many of the elders, would surely be caught in his fury. Longer. Yi Tianxiong let out a mournful cry, watching in despair as his most cherished and talented son was slain by Yi Fei right before him. At that moment, Yi Tianxiong felt an indescribable pain, as though it were piercing his very bones. He had high hopes for Yi Long, and had long envisioned using his son's talents to dominate the Yi family, seize control of Haishi City, and even replace the city lord, fulfilling his own dreams of grandeur. Now that dream lay shattered, and how could Yi Tianxiong not feel anguish and fury? He raised Yi Long's severed head, still bearing expressions of shock and terror, and suddenly fixed his wolf-like gaze on Yi Fei, filled with resentment. Yi Fei, you dare to kill my son. I will never rest until you are dead. You wish for revenge. Come, I killed your father. Kill me now. Let's settle all our grievances in a fair fight. An overwhelming aura surged from Yi Tianxiong, thick with murderous intent. If it were possible, he would have charged at Yi Fei to kill him right then and there. Unfortunately, he could not and dared not do so. The 2 examiners from the Tianyan Martial Academy would never allow it. Yi Tianxiong, you finally admit it. You killed my father in your quest for the position of family head. Yi Fei's anger flared. The scene of his father sacrificing himself to save him perishing alongside a beast 3 years prior loomed vividly in his mind. If he could, he would have killed Yi Tianxiong on the spot. Alas, now was not the time. There were 2 reasons for this. Firstly, like his own father, Yi Tianxiong was a master of the 10th level of martial arts, and was even half a step into the realm of the martial master. Yi Fei's current strength was clearly insufficient to match him. Secondly, Yi Fei understood that Yi Tianxiong was deliberately trying to provoke him into accepting his challenge. If Yi Tianxiong were to kill Yi Fei during the duel, the Tianyan Martial Academy would have no grounds to blame him. Realizing these 2 points, Yi Fei could not help but marvel at Yi Tianxiong's cunning, suspecting that even his grief was but an act to garner sympathy for a chance to eliminate him. Yi Fei shook his head calmly. Yi Tianxiong, I know you're trying to anger me into accepting your challenge, but I won't fall for it. At least there is no purpose in killing you before Yi Wei returns. I remember there are still 3 months until the year-end, which is also the day of the family's martial assembly. Yi Wei will surely return by then, and I will settle the score with you then. Yi Fei believed that given 3 months with his talent and the indomitable sword soul within him, he would undoubtedly break through to the rank of martial master. Then he would return to sweep away Yi Tianxiong, his son, and all those who had oppressed him and his sister. Good, good, you little wretch. I never expected that 3 years of wasted life would not dull your edge, but instead sharpen your cunning. Too bad you are not my son. Therefore you must die. When Wei returns in 3 months, I will have him personally sever your head. Yi Tianxiong seethed with rage, clearly not anticipating that his scheme had been so easily seen through by Yi Fei. At that moment, the grief of losing his son was replaced with endless resentment and regret. Knowing that staying would yield no benefit, Yi Tianxiong turned to leave. We are leaving. Yi Tianxiong angrily commanded his men to depart, but this time not all the elders followed. A few who had always remained neutral hesitated for a moment and decided to stay, aligning themselves with the Grand Elder Yi Tianya, clearly showing their support for Yi Fei. Yi Tianxiong spat blood in fury, remaining silent as he strode away with a vicious expression. Now that Yi Fei had risen, he had to urgently inform his other talented son Yi Wei of the developments. At the same time, Yi Fei had no time to concern himself with the elders who remained. Seeing Yi Tianxiong had left, he quickly approached the woman in white, expressing his gratitude. Senior sister, thank you for your assistance just now. It was a trivial matter. Since you call me senior sister, I naturally must help you. However, our academy has a rule that we cannot interfere in family matters. You must seek your own justice. Our academy only focuses on enhancing your strength. I hope you understand. The woman in white replied. I understand, but before joining the academy, I have one request. Yi Fei looked at her earnestly, a hint of nervousness in his eyes. What is it? The woman furrowed her brows, but considering Yi Fei's insight and talent, she decided not to refuse. As long as it does not violate our principles, we will do our utmost to assist you. Yi Fei's expression turned grave as he bowed deeply. Senior brother and senior sister, my request is simple. I have a younger sister who has been afflicted with cold poison since childhood. Even the elders of Tianxian sect have been unable to help her. I wonder if the Tianyan Martial Academy has any means to expel this cold poison. Yi Fei quickly explained Yi Shanshan's condition, and the woman in white was taken aback. Born with cold poison. No medicine can counter it. It can only be suppressed with Jinyang grass, but now even that cannot contain it. Is there truly such a bizarre illness in the world? Haha, senior sister, by regardless of how strange it is, since this is the first time junior brother Yi has sought our help, we should certainly do our best. Why don't we go have a look? If we cannot handle it, there are elders in the academy who are well-versed in pharmacology and should be able to find a solution. The man in black interjected with a smile. It turned out that the woman in white was named by, which was indeed a fitting name. However, Yi Fei was too preoccupied with his sister's illness to appreciate it. Upon hearing that the Tianyan Martial Academy might indeed have a solution, Yi Fei's eyes lit up. He anxiously addressed the woman in white again. Senior sister, can I take you to see my sister's condition right now? Certainly. By the way, this is your senior brother Zhou. I am Zhou Guang. Junior brother Yi, please lead the way. Both senior sister Bai and senior brother Zhou were very cordial. Given Yi Fei's displayed talent, he would undoubtedly make a significant mark in the Tianyan Martial Academy. It was wise to form a good relationship with him now for future benefits. Senior sister Bai, senior brother Zhou, please follow me. Yi Fei nodded, and upon receiving their agreement, he picked up the sword from the ground and rushed out of the city lord's mansion like a gust of wind, not caring to greet anyone. The two behind him immediately followed suit. After all, the strongest here had just been killed by Yi Fei with ease. The remaining individuals had no hope of passing the academy's examination. Whether they continued or not was inconsequential. Among the talented individuals present, no one expressed dissatisfaction. Yi Fei's recent actions had profoundly shocked them. At that moment, who would dare to stir trouble? We underestimated him in the past. Had I known Yi Fei was so exceptionally talented, I should have lent him a hand during his struggles. But it's not too late now, considering Yi Fei is only a couple of years older than Linger if they could be paired together. The city lord of Haishi stroked his chin watching Yi Fei leave in haste, his eyes filled with admiration and fiery enthusiasm. Such a talent, if the Yi family did not appreciate him, he would certainly strive to recruit him as a son-in-law for his city lord's mansion. Returning to the Yi family, Yi Fei distinctly sensed a change in the atmosphere, especially in the glances cast at him by the clansmen and guards. Previously, they regarded him with either disdain or indifference, but since the news of his enrollment in the Tianyun Martial Academy had spread, every clan member who encountered him immediately bowed respectfully or wore flattering smiles. Those who had once bullied Yi family's younger generation now wore anxious expressions, fearing retribution from Yi Fei. Yet at that moment, Yi Fei had no interest in them. His sole focus was on curing Yi Shanshan's icy poison. He hastened with the two senior disciples from the Tianyun Martial Academy to a secluded courtyard where he lived. Upon seeing Yi Fei's remarkable talent, Sister Bai was astonished that he resided in such a dilapidated and desolate corner of the Yi family. What surprised her even more was that a martial master was stationed in such a remote family. Although Yi Chaos strength was only at the martial master level, such power was still rare in Haishi City. Great-grandfather, why are you out here? Where's my sister? How is she? Yi Fei asked, urgently, noticing that Yi Chao, who should have been stabilizing Yi Shanshan's condition, was alone at the door. A sense of foreboding welled up within him. Yi Fei, do not worry, Yi Shanshan is fine. However, there is something I need you to remain calm about. After hearing, Yi Chao gazed at Yi Fei with a complex expression. This glance weighed heavily on Yi Fei's heart, and he could no longer listen to Yi Chaos' words. He only wanted to see his sister and understand her condition. Sister, where are you? I'm back, and I've brought experts from the Tianyun Martial Academy. They will surely cure your icy poison. Yi Fei's voice faltered as he found no trace of Yi Shanshan in the room. Uncle Jian, where is my sister? Where did she go? You promised me before I left. Yi Fei suddenly turned, roaring at Yi Jian like an enraged lion. He had always held respect and gratitude for Yi Jian, but discovering that there was no sign of Yi Shanshan plunged him into a storm of rage and fear. Yi Fei, calm down. That girl is safe. In fact, she may have encountered a great fortune. Yi Jian finally spoke, his expression equally complex. Yi Fei, you don't think we would harm your sister, do you? Even if you don't trust me, you should trust your Uncle Jian. Elder Yi Chao entered, following up quickly. Uncle Jian, what on earth happened? Where is my sister? Yi Fei forced himself to steady his emotions. He knew that panicking wouldn't help. He needed to understand where Yi Shanshan had gone. Yi Jian, with a troubled expression, approached Yi Fei, placing a hand on his shoulder. Little Fei, it's my fault. I promised you I wouldn't let anyone take Shanshan away, but that woman was too powerful. So powerful that neither I nor Elder Chao had the right to resist. She took Shanshan away. Uncle Jian, you mean my sister was taken by a woman? And even you and Elder Chao couldn't fight back? Yi Fei was taken aback. Initially, he thought Yi Tianxiong had kidnapped his sister, but now it seemed the situation was far more complicated. Yes, it was indeed a woman. A formidable martial artist whom we cannot afford to offend in Haishi City. Yi Jian sighed and quickly recounted what had transpired. As it turned out, right after Yi Fei had left to participate in the Martial Academy assessment, an unexpected visitor had arrived at the courtyard where Yi Shanshan resided. She was a breathtakingly beautiful woman, and her aura instilled a profound fear, even in Yi Chao. Upon seeing Yi Shanshan, who radiated an icy energy, the woman had expressed immense delight, as if she had discovered an extraordinary treasure. The stunning woman bluntly stated her intent to take Yi Shanshan to a powerful place for cultivation, where only there could Yi Shanshan's icy poison potentially be cured. Both Yi Jian and Yi Chao, seasoned veterans, were not easily swayed by her words, especially since Yi Jian had promised to protect Yi Shanshan until Yi Fei's return. He attempted to stop the enchanting woman, but she merely unleashed a fraction of her aura, rendering both Yi Jian and Yi Chao immobile. Ultimately, she took Yi Shanshan and vanished into the clouds. What? Uncle Jian, are you sure you didn't see it wrong? That woman flew away with my sister. Did she tell you her name, or where she was taking my sister for cultivation? Yi Fei's mind cleared, though he was deeply shaken. To have immobilized a martial master like Yi Chao with a mere gesture and then flown away with someone, it suggested the woman's power was terrifying. Was she a martial sovereign, or even stronger? No wonder Uncle Jian and Elder Chao couldn't resist her. It seemed that the combined strength of all martial artists in Haishi City wouldn't be enough to confront her. The only solace for Yi Fei was that the woman intended to take his sister for cultivation, implying there might be a way to purge Yi Shanshan's icy poison. Overall, she should be safe. As Yi Jian recounted the details, Yi Chao remained silent, finally breaking into a bitter smile. To fly, one must at least be at the martial sovereign level. In the eyes of such a powerful being, we are but ants. Do you really think she would deign to converse with a group of ants? By the way, although she didn't speak to us, it seemed Shanshan begged her for something before she left. She left you this token, saying if your strength is sufficient, you could seek her out using it. Yi Jian handed Yi Fei a token. It was a peculiar token adorned with celestial patterns, exuding an air of mystery. Holding it, Yi Fei was momentarily taken aback, not recognizing its significance. Senior brothers and sisters, do you recognize this token? He passed the token to Sister Bai, who hailed from the martial academy and seemed to have considerable knowledge. After merely glancing at it, her expression turned to one of shock, and she exclaimed, "How could this be? This is the star token of the Xingyue sacred land." Sister, no way? Are you sure you're not mistaken? I've heard that those who possess the star token are qualified to join the Xingyue sacred land. Such geniuses our Tianyan Martial Academy might see only a handful over 20 years. Zhou Guang was already unnerved, and his gaze at Yi Fei was filled with envy and jealousy. Hearing their conversation, Yi Fei continued to ask in astonishment, "Sister, is the Xingyue, a sacred land, truly more powerful than our martial academy?" Absolutely. If the sacred land is the moon, then we martial academies are merely the insignificant stars revolving around it. Even our academy's greatest genius may not have the chance to join the sacred land. For your sister to be taken by them, her talent must be extraordinary. Sister Bai's words left Yi Chao, Yi Jian, and Zhou Guang speechless, with Zhou Guang casting a furtive, greedy glance at Yi Fei's star token. Seemingly understanding Zhou Guang's thoughts, Sister Bai sighed and shook her head at Yi Fei. What a pity. The star token is divided into two types, the Tianxing token and the Chuanxing token. Holding the Tianxing token allows one to participate in the Sacred Lands assessment to join, while the Chuanxing token only grants one wealth and honor in the Zhao Kingdom. The Zhao Kingdom stipulates that those with the Chuanxing token can be granted land and titles, enjoying great wealth. Now it's up to your choice: return with us to the Martial Academy for further training, or directly demand the Zhao royal family to grant you a title. Sister Bai looked deeply at Yi Fei. Zhou Guang beside her was already enviously readied. A land grant and a title. If possible, he would rather not train at the Martial Academy and seize this wealth. Yi Jian and Yi Chao were equally excited. A small Yi family could achieve such fortune. Did this mean that with a nod from Yi Fei, the Yi family could become nobility, the foremost family in Haishi City, even in the entire Zhao Kingdom? Yi Fei, this is a monumental opportunity for our Yi family. Elder Yi Chao was so excited that his white hair seemed to stand on end. Yet Yi Fei's gaze remained icy, tinged with barely contained rage. Junior Yi, we will return to the Wu Mansion tomorrow. You have one day to decide whether to join our Tianyan Wu Mansion, Senior Sister Bai concluded, and then she left with Zhou Guang. Initially, Yi Fei's joining the Tianyan Wu Mansion seemed like a certainty. However, things had changed. With the Star Order in his possession, he could directly become a noble, rendering the pursuit of martial education at the Wu Mansion irrelevant. As they departed, Zhou Guang cast a gaze filled with extreme envy at Yi Fei. He could never have imagined that a boy from such a remote background could in just one day ascend to the ranks of a prince or lord. This was a truly astonishing stroke of fortune. Haha, my Yi family is fortunate. I never expected to witness the day when my Yi family becomes noble in my lifetime. Yi Fei, now that Shanshan has been taken by someone from the Holy Land, you need not go to the Tianyan Wu Mansion. Remain with the Yi family and become a lord. Oh, what joy that would be! Elder Yi Chao exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion. Yi Jian was equally excited, astonished that Yi Shanshan, who had been looked down upon by the family since childhood, would bring such tremendous opportunity to the Yi family. Seeing the elation on Yi Chao and Yi Jian's faces, Yi Fei could no longer contain his anger. What nonsense! Uncle Jian, grandfather, the actions of the Star Moon Holy Land are nothing but the greatest insult to our Yi family. The woman who took his sister spoke sweetly, saying he could seek her once he was strong enough, but in her heart, she clearly did not believe the Yi family had the qualifications to enter the Star Moon Holy Land. Thus, the token she offered was not the entrance Star Order, but merely a token of prosperity. This message from the stunning woman was unmistakable. She looked down on the Yi family and did not believe Yi Fei could ever reach the strength necessary to connect with the Holy Land. She hoped Yi Fei would not disturb Yi Shanshan's training and merely wished for him to remain in the Zhao Kingdom as a lord, living a mundane life. Yi Fei stared furiously at the sky in the direction where his sister had been taken, shaking his head coldly. Star Moon Holy Land, do you think I will accept your token just because you've taken my sister? If you prevent me from going, I will go anyway. Mark my words, within 3 years, I will reach the Star Moon Holy Land and bring my sister back. His words startled Yi Jian, and Yi Chao who were still lost in their joy, leaving their expressions awkward. They had personally experienced the gaze of the breathtaking woman, a look akin to that directed at ants, and they knew all too well that her offering of the token was purely an act of charity. Yet they felt powerless and lacked the strength to refuse such charity. At their age, with their mediocre talents, they were destined for limited achievements in martial arts. Thus, even knowing this was a gesture of pity, they could only accept it joyfully if it could make the Yi family stronger. But Yi Fei was unwilling to accept. As the elder Yi Chao hastily urged, "Yi Fei, you must consider the consequences. This charity could save our Yi family 100 years of struggle. And what of it? Should we allow others to belittle us and live our lives as mere wealthy lords?" Yi Fei retorted angrily, and in front of Yi Chao, he smashed the token into pieces, declaring loudly, "You may accept this charity, but I will not. No one can deter my resolve to pursue martial arts. Wealthy lords mean nothing in this world of warriors. Only true strength is the foundation of wealth." As long as he became powerful enough, not only could he attain lordship, but he could also overthrow the Zhao kingdom and declare himself emperor. It is laughable that the Star Moon Holy Land thinks a mere act of charity could extinguish his pursuit of martial arts, convincing him to settle for a life of luxury. What a joke! One lives for their own dignity and honor. From the moment he found himself in this martial world, Yi Fei vowed, "In this life I may die in battle, but I will never live in mediocrity." In this life, he would certainly reach the pinnacle of martial arts. He would command the universe, ruling the heavens and earth. He would shatter the heavens and slay gods and demons. If the Star Moon Holy Land sought to stop him, he would flatten their sacred ground. If this realm tried to hinder him, he would destroy it. Ultimately, Yi Fei could accept anything but the charity of others. "I must become stronger, I will become stronger. Uncle Jin, just wait and see. One day, I will lead the Yi family to become a clan more powerful than any noble house or royal family. We will meet again in 3 months." Yi Fei cast a deeply meaningful glance at Yi Jian before turning and returning to his room to pack his belongings. With his sister gone, there was nothing left in the Yi family that tied him down. He had made up his mind. He would head to the Tianyunwu mansion tomorrow, hone his skills, and then crush the Star Moon Holy Land. Others might not achieve this, but Yi Fei believed that the Indomitable Sword Soul, which could obliterate tens of thousands of gods and demons with a single strike, would surely help him succeed. "You foolish boy, are you out of your mind? Just as our Yi family is on the verge of becoming a royal house or a lord's house, you destroy such a precious token." Yi Chao lamented painfully, watching Yi Fei's retreating figure with a mix of disappointment and frustration. If this reckless boy were his son, he would have picked up a stick to beat some sense into him. "Grand Elder, that's not necessarily true. Yi Fei has always shown himself to be different from others. I have a feeling he possesses limitless potential. Perhaps one day he will bring our Yi family glory greater than nobility," Yi Jian said, filled with reassurance. Rather than relying on the pity of others for status, he hoped Yi Fei would forge his path with his own strength. At this moment, watching Yi Fei's determined back, Yi Jian could no longer hold back his tears of joy. "Elder brother, your son has finally grown up. With a child like this, how could our Yi family not thrive?" Without bidding farewell to anyone, Yi Fei quietly finished packing and slipped away. With his burden on his back, he had already returned to the city lord's mansion before dawn. Senior Sister Bai and Zhou Guang were waiting there. Seeing Yi Fei willing to forsake the nobility for the pursuit of martial arts, Bai's eyes brightened, and she took the unprecedented step of approaching him, nodding. "Yi Fei, you have not disappointed me. It seems your determination to pursue martial arts is even stronger than I anticipated." "Because I want to become strong," Yi Fei replied earnestly. The sudden departure of Yi Shanshan had indeed dealt him a blow, even though he understood that his sister's entry into the Star Moon Holy Land was a tremendous opportunity. He just needed time to adjust. "Glad to hear it. Now let's set off. Also, you can call me Bai Ling from now on." Bai Ling summoned the waiting strange bird, smiling as she gestured for Yi Fei to join her. Sensing Yi Fei's unwavering martial spirit, she had a strong intuition that this young man would achieve greater heights than any noble. Witnessing Yi Fei abandon a fortune that many could only dream of, Zhou Guang was filled with disbelief. He thought the boy must be insane. Yi Fei's talent was indeed strong, but he was merely at the 10th rank of yellow level, placing him above average at the Tianyunwu mansion. Did he really believe he could ever connect with the Holy Land? It was both sad and laughable. As Zhou Guang mounted the bird's back, he cast a subtle look of disdain and mockery at Yi Fei, inwardly thinking, "This fool is utterly ridiculous. Once he arrives at the Tianyunwu mansion, he will surely regret his decision." The strength of this monstrous bird was equivalent to that of a human martial master at the very least. Yi Fei had never imagined that one day he would soar through the skies on the back of such a beast. The sensation was difficult to articulate. It was exhilarating yet predominantly suffused with a sense of oppression. Even powerful demonic beasts could be subdued by the Tianyun Martial Academy willingly becoming mounts. Such capability belonged to the pinnacle of the Zhao Kingdom, rivaling even the royal family. Nevertheless, in the eyes of the Holy Land, the Tianyun Martial Academy was still the most inconspicuous star in the sky. One could only wonder how immense the strength of the Holy Land itself must be. Reaching the Tianyun Martial Academy was not something that could be accomplished in a day or two. With nothing pressing to do and not daring to cultivate at such heights, Yifei could only engage in conversation with Bai Ling, hoping to glean more information about martial arts and the Holy Land from her. Senior sister, by what level must I reach to fly freely through the skies like this monstrous bird? And if I want to carry someone with me, what level would I need to attain? Yifei inquired. Despite Bai Ling having asked him to call her by her name in this moment of seeking knowledge, Yifei naturally refrained from addressing her too casually. Bai Ling smiled, her laughter reminiscent of crystal-clear lake water, her bright eyes easily discerning Yifei's true intentions. She patiently explained, to reach the level of independent flight, you must first break through to the martial master rank, then achieve the 10th level of martial mastery. Only then can you learn some secret techniques from our academy that grant the ability to soar through the skies. However, true mastery of flight can only be attained upon reaching the martial sovereign rank. To carry someone over long distances, at the very least, you would need to be at the 5th level of martial sovereign, or even surpass that to reach the martial venerable level, Bai Ling said, brushing aside her tousled bangs, her eyes glimmering with a trace of yearning. Joining the martial academy was a testament to her exceptional talent. Who wouldn't desire to grow even stronger with such abilities? Yifei nodded, continuing to probe. How long does it take to break through to martial sovereign and martial venerable? Are there many such experts in our academy? It's hard to say. However, given your talent, breaking through to martial sovereign is certainly within reach. As for martial venerable, even in the entire Zhao Kingdom, finding one would be quite rare, Bai Ling remarked, casting a meaningful glance at Yifei. She opened her mouth as if to discourage him, but decided against it. Zhou Guang, lacking such restraint, interjected carelessly, junior brother, don't hold out hope for breaking through to martial venerable. I once heard an elder from the academy say that to achieve martial venerable, you can't have a yellow grade dantian. At least a mysterious grade dantian is necessary. So you might as well give up. Bai Ling immediately shot Zhou Guang an irritated look. With Yifei's sister just taken away by the Holy Land, Zhou Guang's words were quite disheartening. What neither Bai Ling nor Zhou Guang could anticipate was that upon hearing this news, Yifei felt not even a hint of despair. Instead, he was secretly elated. So that's it. To reach martial venerable, I only need to enhance my talent to the mysterious grade. That should be quite simple for me. After all, he possessed the indestructible sword soul within him. As long as he had sufficient medicinal pills to nourish the indestructible sword soul, he could continuously elevate the quality of his dantian. Reaching the mysterious grade was certainly not out of the question. The monstrous bird flew for 3 whole days before finally alighting in a city several times larger than Haishi City. However, this was not yet the location of the Tianyun Martial Academy. Bai Ling introduced Yifei. This is Highland County City. Your Haishi City also falls under the jurisdiction of Highland County. Aside from you, there are several other disciples who passed the academy's assessment. They will all gather here. I will take you to meet them. Thank you, senior sister, Yifei replied, curious about the other individuals who had joined the academy. Bai Ling led Yifei directly into the Lord's mansion of Highland County. In the training ground, a group of elegantly dressed young men had already assembled, each radiating pride or exuding an imposing presence. Surrounding them were several formidable adults, likely their guardians. Upon seeing Bai Ling arrive, the general, city lords and nobles in attendance all rushed over, greeting Bai Ling and Zhou Guang warmly. Miss Bai, it's been a while. It seems you've had great success this time, bringing back another genius for the academy. A middle-aged man clad in a dragon robe said with a smile. Brother Zhou, we've been waiting for you for quite some time. The banquet is all prepared. Oh, we won't leave until we're drunk today. I hope you both will take good care of my son when he arrives at the academy. Another general chimed in, subtly bestowing gifts upon Bai Ling and Zhou Guang. Others among the affluent and powerful were even more generous with their offerings. This demonstrated the influence of the Tianyun Martial Academy within the Zhao Kingdom, as even nobles needed to lower themselves to befriend them. Yifei felt a sense of relief for not having accepted that star command. He certainly didn't want to become a noble only to end up ingratiating himself with the academy's disciples. In the face of so many illustrious guardians, Bai Ling and Zhou Guang had little time to attend to Yifei. While Bai Ling managed the conversation, she pointed to a group of young men in fine garments standing not far away. Yifei, those are your senior brothers. Given the current situation, we won't be leaving today. You can go mingle with them or explore the city on your own, or we will set out for the academy tomorrow. Then I'll find a place to cultivate, Yifei said. Even with the indestructible sword soul, he felt a pressing urgency. He had promised to retrieve his sister from the Star Moon Holy Land, and he was determined to fulfill that promise. Yifei prepared to return to the back of the monstrous bird to begin his cultivation while waiting for Bai Ling and Zhou Guang to set off again, unaware that his actions had already caught the attention of the group of young men in fine garments. This was unavoidable. Those who could join the academy were all considered talents of their respective realms, each raised with the utmost care since childhood. Only Yifei, dressed in a coarse cotton tunic and carrying a large bundle on his back, stood out in stark contrast to the image of a genius piquing their curiosity. Who is this senior brother? His attire is rather peculiar. If he weren't following behind senior sister Bai, I would have thought he was a beggar. One of the young men in fine garments began to discuss Yifei. As soon as Yifei approached, intending to find a quiet spot to cultivate, the leader of the group frowned and instructed one of his companions, go ask him which mansion he belongs to. I have a good memory for the famous talents from Highland County, but I don't recall this one. All right, young prince, I'll go inquire, the boy called upon, jovially sprinted toward Yifei, casting him curious glances before clasping his hands and asking, esteemed brother, you seem unfamiliar. Which mansion are you from in Highland County? The royal mansion, the marquis mansion, or the general's mansion? It turned out that these well-dressed young men were all prominent offspring of powerful families in Highland County. Such families frequently produced talents that the academy sought after, leading to the assumption that Yifei was merely playing coy. Yifei, not paying much attention, replied truthfully, I am Yifei from the Yi family of Haishi City. I'm not a scion of any influential family. What? Haishi City? Isn't that the most remote place in Highland County? I've heard it's so poor that even the birds won't defecate there. And which Yi family are you referring to? I've never heard of such a family in our area, the young man exclaimed, momentarily stunned. He thought Yifei was joking, laughing heartily as he continued, brother, that's a good one. This joke is truly funny, ha. Hearing the disdain in his tone, Yifei felt a flicker of annoyance, but retained his composure, saying, I'm not joking. I genuinely come from Haishi City, and we Yi family are merely a small family. It's normal that you haven't heard of us. No way. You actually come from such a small family. That kind of trash family can produce someone who passes the academy's assessment. The young man was evidently shocked. Yifei's anger began to rise. Though my Yi family is small, it doesn't mean we cannot join the academy. I'm going to cultivate now. Oh, farewell. Since there was no common ground for conversation, Yifei chose not to linger. He returned to the back of the monstrous bird, closed his eyes, and began to cultivate. The young man was momentarily taken aback, then spat disdainfully on the ground before turning back to his companions, muttering curses under his breath. Don't see what happened. Why didn't you call him over to meet the young prince? Indeed, he appears to have low strength, yet he managed to pass the martial arts assessment. He must be a talented heir from some prestigious family. The group of young men in brocade, upon seeing their returning companion with an angry expression, found it quite puzzling. The leader, Wang Ming, a young prince from the Black Forest County's royal mansion, and the one with the highest status among those who passed the assessment, furrowed his brow. Wang Ming had just witnessed the usually aloof Bai Ling engaging warmly with Yifei. More importantly, despite Yifei's mere 5th level of martial arts, he had successfully passed the examination, suggesting a potentially formidable talent. Hence, Wang Ming sent his attendant Ho Dong from the general's mansion to probe Yifei's background. However, not long after Ho Dong left, he returned with a grim expression. Curiously, Wang Ming inquired, what's the situation? Did you find out his origins? Alas, young prince today is truly unlucky. I initially thought that fellow might be a hidden heir, but when I asked, guess what? That kid is not from a noble family at all. He hails from a small clan in Haishi City. I have no idea how he managed to pass the assessment with such low strength. Ho Dong's face was filled with frustration, as if even conversing with Yifei was an insult to him. The other young men in brocade were equally astonished. To be a noble heir and still pass the martial arts assessment was a testament to their talent and insight far beyond what someone from Haishi City could compare to. Soon a skeptic voiced his disbelief, flaunting his understanding from a small clan. Impossible. I've heard from my elders that in Black Forest County there seems to be no non-noble offspring who can pass the martial arts assessment. Ho Dong, with an indignant neck, retorted, how can it be impossible? I heard it directly from him. If you don't believe it, go ask him yourselves. Seeing Ho Dong's flushed face, it didn't seem like he was lying, and the noble heirs were once again shaken. Some were shocked while others expressed disdain. It's true. No wonder that kid dresses so shabby. He's just a commoner. In the eyes of these noble heirs, anyone not belonging to a prestigious family was derogatorily referred to as a commoner to highlight their own elevated status. What further irritated them was that Yifei was sitting on the back of that bizarre beast cultivating. They knew that even they as heirs could not approach that creature, yet Yi Fei could sit atop it. This implicitly showed the Martial Arts Academy's regard for him. This was the true reason why the heirs resented Yi Fei. How could a commoner receive more attention from the Martial Arts Academy than they did? Upon learning of Yi Fei's identity, a discontented heir jumped forward to address Wang Ming. Young prince, look at that commoner. He seems quite arrogant, ignoring our calls. Why don't we go teach him a lesson? Forget it, he's just a commoner. What manners would he know? However, it's convenient that he's here. We are not allowed to bring servants for our trip to the Martial Arts Academy, and we must carry our own belongings. Now that this commoner is here, isn't he just free labor? Haha, brother, that's a cunning idea, but I like it. Let's do it this way, young prince, you don't mind, do you? As he spoke, he shot a flattering glance at Wang Ming, only to find the prince's demeanor cold and indifferent. Since learning that Yi Fei was not from a noble family, but from an ordinary one, Wang Ming had not spared a glance at him. However, when Wang Ming saw Yi Fei who could ride that creature, he couldn't even approach. He felt a surge of irritation. He said nothing, tacitly allowing his companions to act as they pleased. Yi Fei, practicing not far away, overheard their brazen discussions. He didn't want to engage, but the persistent chatter grew tiresome, and a few ill-intentioned individuals approached him directly. Unable to focus on his cultivation, a surge of anger welled up inside him. He wished to remain calm, especially since this was the county city, territory belonging to these noble heirs, where conflict could bring him trouble. Thus, Yi Fei decided to bear with it, and jumped down from the beast, walking away in the distance. Since he couldn't practice in peace, perhaps a stroll to enjoy the scenery was in order. Commoner, stop right there. Seeing us noble heirs approach, aren't you coming over to kneel and pay your respects? How dare you walk away? This submissive attitude only emboldened the noble heirs, who assumed Yi Fei was afraid. They became increasingly brazen, calling out commands at him. Commoner, listen carefully. We're heading to the Martial Arts Academy for our report and are in need of a servant to attend to us. From now on, you'll be our attendant, and of course you'll carry all our luggage. Do you understand? Of course, as long as you obey us, we'll take care of you at the Martial Arts Academy. Think about it, commoner. How should you thank us for our kindness? The incessant reference to him as a commoner ignited Yi Fei's anger. He turned around in exasperation and shouted, get lost. I haven't provoked you, so don't bother me. With his sister forcibly taken away by the Xingyue sacred land, Yi Fei was already seething. Now he was being provoked by these individuals. If they weren't in the county city, he wouldn't hesitate to retaliate. Each of these noble heirs possessed considerable strength. The weakest among them was at the 8th level of martial arts. Seeing Yi Fei, who was merely at the 5th level, daring to resist them, they laughed boisterously. Wow, look at you, commoner, with quite the temper. You dare shout in front of us, noble heirs. You must have some nerve. We'd be remiss if we didn't teach you a lesson. Brothers, let's brainstorm how we should punish this commoner so he learns his lesson. Hell, I have an idea. Oh, everyone don't crowd me. Seeing an opportunity to humiliate Yi Fei, the first to engage him, Ho Dong stepped forward boldly, standing in front of Yi Fei. He spread his legs and declared, commoner, want to leave? Fine, crawl through my legs, and I won't make things hard for you. How about that? I'm quite merciful, aren't I? Crawl through your legs. Yi Fei was utterly enraged. Before Ho Dong could finish, he kicked him, sending him sprawling across the ground like a ball. At this moment, Yi Fei understood that the more he endured, the bolder these noble heirs would become. If that was the case, he might as well take action. Enough. They think I'm easy to bully. Since they won't let me be, let's see who's more ruthless and domineering. As Ho Dong rolled away like a deflated ball, the once arrogant heirs were left astonished. How could this person be so audacious? As heirs, they often bullied the geniuses from ordinary families. Although those geniuses were powerful, they had no choice but to endure the humiliation due to the heirs' status, never daring to confront the aristocratic families. They assumed Yi Fei would be the same, a mere source of amusement for them. Little did they expect Yi Fei to retaliate, immediately knocking one of their companions to the ground. After the initial shock, the heirs showed little anger. Instead, they looked at the rolling Ho Dong with mocking eyes. Ha ha ha, this is too amusing. This commoner dares to fight back. No way, Ho Dong. You were supposed to be a master of the 8th level of martial arts, yet you were beaten by a commoner of the 5th level. Don't ever say you know us again. Are you capable, Ho Dong? If not, let us take over. The heirs reveled in the spectacle, indifferent to their fallen comrade, their eyes filled with malice as they focused on Yi Fei. It was rare to find a commoner bold enough to resist. The torment was far more entertaining. Roar. You don't need to lift a finger. I will kill him myself and tear him to shreds. With unfathomable rage, Ho Dong sprang to his feet and hurled a punch at Yi Fei. Yi Fei furrowed his brows. He hadn't used any true energy when he kicked Ho Dong earlier, merely intending to teach the man a lesson. He hadn't anticipated that Ho Dong would not know when to back down, feeling emboldened to threaten him with murder. Get lost. You think someone like you can kill me? Yi Fei's expression was cold. He could see at a glance that while Ho Dong was at the 8th level of martial arts, his aura was weak and his footing unsteady, clearly relying on pills to force his way up. He was no match for the elders of the Yi family who had advanced through real combat. If Yi Fei wasn't afraid of the elders from his own family, why would he fear a brash young master like Ho Dong? Desert Gale technique. Sandstorm everywhere. Yi Fei countered with a punch. While his realm was indeed lower, the quality of the true energy derived from his advanced techniques far surpassed that of Ho Dong's basic skills. If one were to draw a comparison, Ho Dong's true energy was like wood while Yi Fei's was as solid as stone. No matter how hard the wood, it could never rival stone. Boom. The two fists collided. Yi Fei stood firm like a boulder in the desert, while Ho Dong spat blood and was sent flying, landing on the ground and struggling to rise. What's happening? A commoner of the 5th level just sent the 8th level Ho Dong flying with one punch. It must be a sneak attack. How could a commoner be this strong? Sneak attack my foot. Didn't you see? Ho Dong attacked first, and only then did the commoner retaliate. How is that a sneak attack? The heirs were utterly dumbfounded, rushing to help the fallen Ho Dong. Meanwhile, their gazes instinctively turned to Wang Ming. In this gathering, Wang Ming was the most gifted and powerful, standing at the pinnacle of the 9th level of martial arts, just one step away from the ultimate 10th level. Did you just use the Desert Gale technique? Wang Ming slowly approached, still astonished by the earlier punch. The heirs looked at Yi Fei with expressions of shock. What? The Desert Gale technique? Isn't that the advanced technique used for assessments at the Heavenly Fate Martial Academy? That technique, we've only barely grasped it. This commoner not only comprehended it, but also learned it so quickly. No wonder he could pass the assessment despite his low realm. This commoner is an undiscovered genius, possibly even more gifted than the young lord. Hearing his companion's discussions, Wang Ming's expression suddenly darkened. He was supposed to be the strongest talent here, both in status and power, yet now it seemed Yi Fei was stealing his thunder. Your name is Yi Fei, right? A commoner with such talent is indeed rare. How about we become friends? I could use someone like you as a capable assistant. Wang Ming, possessing some cunning, refrained from directly attacking Yi Fei, instead attempting to win him over. After all, recruiting someone with greater talent than himself would be a gratifying and face-saving endeavor. Boring. If you're not going to fight, I'm leaving. Yi Fei sneered, turning to walk away. Did he think he could insult him just because he was a young lord? He worshipped the heavens, the earth, and his parents, but would never bow to anyone. This attitude immediately infuriated Wang Ming. Commoner, do you think just because you learned an advanced technique you can ignore us? You think you can walk away after attacking one of my own? Let's see if my knife agrees. Wang Ming lunged at Yi Fei's back, his strike swift and vicious, a flicker of hidden malice in his eyes. Yi Fei's rejection had humiliated him. Should we intervene? Both Yi Fei and Wang Ming are strong talents. If either is harmed, we'll have a hard time explaining it when we return, Zhou Guang said with concern. When they noticed the commotion starting, they had quietly approached, ready to intervene at any moment. Bai Ling pondered for a moment before shaking her head. Forget it. The academy only prohibits disciples from killing each other. It doesn't stop them from competing. As long as no one ends up seriously injured or in life-threatening danger, the academy will not intervene and will even encourage competition among disciples. Whether intentional or not, Bai Ling's words were pronounced loudly enough for everyone to hear. Yi Fei's eyes brightened with realization. So that's it. It seems the academy is a place where the strong prey on the weak. Since that's the case, why should he worry? This group of heirs had already provoked him, even threatening him twice with violence. The tiger does not roar. Do they truly think he is a sickly cat? Desert Gale, Sword 13. Yi Fei suddenly turned around, drawing the sword at his side and targeting the approaching Wang Ming, unleashing the 13th sword form. The sword elevated the potency of his technique even further. With 13-fold critical strikes, even a master at the 10th level might find it hard to withstand, let alone Wang Ming, who stood no chance against a single strike. Crack! Wang Ming's prized blade was shattered by Yi Fei's sword, and he was sent stumbling back, groaning, a trickle of blood appearing at the corner of his mouth. In one stroke, Yi Fei had forced the pinnacle of the 9th level Wang Ming to retreat, his weapon destroyed. The heirs around them were nearly paralyzed with fear. They knew Yi Fei was talented, but had never imagined he would be this formidable. What made them envious was the sword in Yi Fei's hand. It was a genuine advanced weapon. Such weapons were hard to come by even for heirs like them. Wang Ming's gaze towards Yi Fei was a mixture of shock and jealousy. Before he could utter a word, a throng of heirs surrounded him, expressing their concern with feigned loyalty. Some even sneered, pointing at Yi Fei and mocking, "Commoner, you're finished. You dare strike the young lord of the royal residence. You think what? Yi Fei suddenly appeared next to the loudmouthed heir, delivering a resounding slap that left half of his face swollen and red. The heir, clutching his face, looked at Yi Fei with a mix of anger and indignation. "Commoner, how dare you?" Smack. "Who is the commoner? Clarify that." Yi Fei raised his hand for another slap. "You're—" The beaten heir was about to retort when— Smack. Another heavy slap struck his face. Yi Fei smiled as he continued to ask, "Tell me, who is the commoner? How dare you?" Smack. Smack. After a series of slaps, the heir lost several teeth, collapsing in shock. Yi Fei grinned, pressing on, "If you're brave enough, keep talking." This smile to the heirs was far more terrifying than that of a demon. They thought themselves arrogant and domineering, but little did they know Yi Fei was even more so. The dazed and beaten youth, overwhelmed with fear, fell to his knees before Yi Fei, begging, "Brother, please stop. You're not a commoner. We were wrong to provoke you. Please have mercy and don't hit me anymore. I'd be too ashamed to show my face. I'll give you this bottle of pills as compensation." To avoid further punishment, he quickly produced a bottle of pills and offered it to Yi Fei. Yi Fei was taken aback, recognizing it as a spirit-gathering pill, a valuable item that was scarce in Haishi City. At that moment, Yi Fei conceived a brilliant idea to gather pills and enhance his dantian quality, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he scanned every heir present. Feeling the intense threat emanating from Yi Fei's gaze, and seeing his companions who had been beaten to a pulp, the once arrogant scions of noble families were now paralyzed with fear. A plump young man dressed in fine robes, upon noticing Yi Fei approaching him, trembled visibly, his voice quaking as he stammered, "Don't come any closer. Two, am the heir of the Marquis household. If you approach me, I will scream, I really will." He indeed screamed as Yi Fei pressed his sword against the young man's neck. The plump boy emitted a wretched cry akin to that of a slaughtered pig, and with a thud he dropped to his knees, tears and snot streaming down his face. "Brother, please don't kill me. I only insulted you a little. That's not worthy of death. I can offer you a pill as compensation." Crying and lamenting, the boy reluctantly handed Yi Fei a healing pill, clearly pained by the act. "Good, you're sensible. From now on, we are friends," Yi Fei declared, satisfied with the boy's quick wit. He retracted his sword and even offered a few comforting words which darkened the faces of the surrounding noble youths. They felt utterly humiliated. Having been beaten was one thing, but now Yi Fei was also eyeing their pills. Yi Fei then turned his cold gaze towards them. "What about you? Will you take a beating from me, or will you hand over your pills to atone?" "Kid, you will regret this," one of them spat. "You dare rob from us noble families. You really have guts." The scions seethed with anger, yet seeing that even the strongest among them, Wang Ming, was no match for Yi Fei, they gritted their teeth and begrudgingly handed over a pill each to avoid physical punishment. There were 7 noble youths present. Aside from Wang Ming, Yi Fei obtained 6 bottles of high-grade spirit-gathering pills in one fell swoop. Wang Ming, however, did not give up a pill. It wasn't that Yi Fei wanted to spare him, but the sight of Yi Fei's actions was unbearable even for Bai Ling and Zhou Guang, who were lurking in the shadows and had no intention of intervening. This was utterly shameless. Bai Ling, exasperated, approached and shot Yi Fei a glare, reprimanding, "Who allowed you to fight in public? If you want to duel, do it at the Martial Academy. Do as you please there. If this happens again, you will not be welcome at the academy. Everyone disperse. Remember, nothing happened today. We do not wish to deal with any issues upon returning to the academy," Zhou Guang warned, casting a pointed glance at the noble youths. After all, if this matter got out, they would bear the responsibility for failing to supervise. The best course of action was to suppress this incident as if it had never happened. He had underestimated these noble youths. Each one of them, being proud enough to join the martial academy, would not simply return to their elders after being humiliated. Wang Ming shot Yi Fei a venomous glance before bowing to Zhou Guang. "Brother Zhou, do not worry, we won't say a word. Yet the humiliation we suffered today will certainly be repaid. Wait for us, you lowly commoner. Just because you have talent doesn't mean we fear you." The group of noble youths was seething with rage. They had come to humiliate Yi Fei only to be humiliated themselves and pillaged of their precious pills. Fuming, they turned to leave, their dignity shattered. Yi Fei paid them little mind, adhering to his principle, "If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them." If they dared to provoke him again, he would respond with violence. Those who did not fear him would never learn to restrain themselves. Bai Ling and Zhou Guang took Yi Fei aside for a scolding before returning to the banquet. Yi Fei feigned dejection, but once Bai Ling departed, his spirits soared. "Haha, what luck! Who would have thought that by teaching those noble youths a lesson, I would gain so many pills? Brother Bird, you share in this fortune. Here are a few for you." Yi Fei tossed several spirit-gathering pills to the strange bird beside him, feeling quite affluent and unbothered. The bird was pleased with Yi Fei's generosity, its gaze softening. "With so many pills, it's time to elevate my strength. Sitting once again on the bird's back, Yifei took out the pills and swallowed them all in one go. He originally aimed to see if he could elevate the quality of his dantian from the yellow grade to the mysterious grade using these pills, but to his dismay, the Undying Sword Soul showed no reaction whatsoever. While this Sword Soul is quite picky, you disdain absorbing such excellent low-grade pills. Fine, if you don't want them, I'll use these numerous pills to break through my realm. Yifei thought, closing his eyes as he began to meditate alongside the bird. Time passed swiftly during their training, and before long, it was morning, the day they were to set out for the Tianyun Martial Academy. On the bird's back, Yifei slowly opened his eyes, a gleam of excitement flashing across his face. With a yellow-grade 10th tier, dantian cultivation is indeed powerful. In just one night, I not only absorbed all the pills, but also advanced 2 levels in strength, reaching the 7th level of martial arts. And this was merely the speed of cultivation with a yellow-grade dantian. If in the future Yifei could elevate to a mysterious grade dantian, his cultivation speed would be astonishing. Alright, since everyone is here, let's set off. Yifei will ride with us on the bird, and the others will follow on horseback. Any objections? No. Then let's go. Just then a lively chatter arose from the square as Bai Ling and Zhou Guang returned, beaming with joy and carrying many gifts. They boarded the bird and flew into the sky towards the martial academy. Wang Ming and the other noble youths did not receive such treatment. The bird could only carry 3 at most, and the remaining space was taken up by gifts. They had no choice but to ride the fine horses arranged by their families, trailing behind on the ground. Their status significantly diminished, especially when they discovered that after a night of cultivation, Yifei had actually advanced from the 5th to the 7th level of martial arts. Many felt as if they might vomit blood from frustration. That shameless commoner. As if stealing our pills wasn't enough, he actually used them to break through 2 levels overnight. Little prince, you must do something for us. Are we really going to let a mere commoner oppress us? Hearing his companion's words and witnessing Yifei soaring on the bird while he, a noble prince, had to ride a horse on the ground, a surge of intense dissatisfaction and jealousy blossomed in Wang Ming's heart. Rest assured, this commoner may be talented, but I refuse to believe he can surpass my brother. Once we reach the Tianyun Martial Academy, I will make sure to eliminate him. Even if I can't kill him, I will ruin him. Wang Ming glared with malice at the sky, not forgetting the humiliation of being forced back by Yifei's sword just yesterday. Yet Wang Ming conveniently forgot that he had initiated the attack on Yifei first, intending to kill him, prompting Yifei to retaliate. The noble youths also conveniently overlooked that they had provoked Yifei first, forcing him to teach them a lesson. At this moment, all that filled their eyes was hatred mixed with a deep-seated jealousy. They were envious that Yifei, a genius from a small family, had a talent that surpassed their own noble lineage. Their sense of injustice and dissatisfaction reached a peak. After flying for 7 consecutive days, the strange bird finally landed outside a massive city. Zhou Guang proudly dismounted and pointed towards the tall city gate in the distance, saying, "Brothers, this city is called Tianyun City, the very foundation of our Tianyun Martial Academy. You will train here in the future. My goodness, this is Tianyun Martial Academy. The grandeur is indeed overwhelming. Just look at the scale of Tianyun City. It must be at least 10 times larger than our county city. What's so surprising about that? Do you think I would tell you that the entire Tianyun City belongs to Tianyun Martial Academy?" Some knowledgeable scions began to boast to their companions. After all, they were young men visiting such a magnificent city for the first time. It wasn't just them. Yifei was also profoundly shaken by the sight. He had initially thought that even if Tianyun Martial Academy was powerful, it would merely occupy a region within a larger city akin to schools from his previous life. He never imagined that the academy would be so formidable as to dominate an entire grand city as its base. This kind of audacity was something Yifei had never dared to envision before. It was no wonder Zhou Guang looked down on sects like Tianxian sect. Compared to those sects that could only stake their claim in remote mountains, the strength of the Martial Academy was incomparably superior. Under the guidance of Bai Ling and Zhou Guang, a group of youths entered Tianyun City in an orderly fashion, none daring to act recklessly, not even Yifei. For this was the Tianyun Martial Academy. The newcomers to Tianyun Martial Academy were not just the few of them. Every major district in Zhao had disciples of the Martial Academy undergoing specialized assessments. Today happened to be the day when the new disciples returned to the sect. Yifei glanced around and saw a sea of new disciples arriving. These young men and women, just like Yifei and his companions, were being led by senior brothers and sisters towards the main hall for registration. Outside the hall, Yifei noticed many elders in long robes standing with commanding presences, their stern gazes sweeping over the new disciples passing by. Whenever they spotted a promising new disciple, they would approach to engage in conversation. Sister, what are those elders doing? Someone curiously asked Bai Ling. Bai Ling explained, those are the elders selecting suitable disciples for their mentorship. However, these are all elders from the outer court. Their strength isn't particularly formidable, so they personally seek out promising disciples. Truly powerful elders wouldn't come forward, they would send their trusted disciples to recruit. Oh, I see. Then can we directly become your disciples, sister? I've always wanted your personal guidance, the once timid chubby boy said, bashfully looking at Bai Ling. There was no way to ignore the fact that Bai Ling was beautiful and kind-hearted, and throughout their journey the young scions had all developed a fondness for her. Hearing the chubby boy's audacity to seek closeness through a master-disciple relationship made not just the other scions, but even Yi Fei feel a bit uncomfortable. Who would have thought this chubby boy could be so shameless? Bai Ling, thinking the boy was joking, laughed heartily, but she glanced at Yi Fei with a knowing look and shook her head, saying, I'm not an elder yet, so I can't take you as disciples. But if you wish, you can join our sword sect. My master is an elder in the inner court and can give you a recommendation. It turned out that at Tianyun Martial Academy, not only did one need a teacher, but they also had to choose a direction for their cultivation, such as sword sect, blade sect, pill sect, or array sect. Everyone could select their path based on their preferences and talents. Of course, due to Bai Ling's beauty, the chubby boy and several other scions, regardless of their talents, chorused, Sister, we all agree. Wherever you are, we will be there. These young scions were indeed shameless. Yi Fei felt speechless when suddenly a hand patted his shoulder and a middle-aged man appeared beside him, excitedly grasping Yi Fei's hand. Haha, I finally found you. Yi Fei was taken aback and nearly drew his sword in defense of his purity. Fortunately, the elder's next words eased his agitation. Kid, I'm an elder from the Outer Court's Blade sect. How about it? Are you interested in becoming my disciple? With your Huang level 10th rank talent, I can focus solely on your training and provide you with abundant cultivation resources. The middle-aged man looked at Yi Fei as if he were a treasure. His words also stirred the interest of other nearby elders. What? A Huang level 10th rank disciple? Young man, come to my side. As long as you agree to be my disciple, you can choose any resources and techniques you want. Stop fighting over him. This young man has such extraordinary talent. He should definitely join under my master. My master is an elder in the inner court, and you will surely cultivate faster under him. Bai Ling looked anxious. She had purposely positioned herself between Yi Fei and the others, yet she hadn't expected that they would still notice his talent. Bai Ling quickly turned to Yi Fei, saying, Yi Fei, my master, is also an elder in the inner court specializing in the sword path. I believe joining the sword sect is most suitable for you. What do you think? This? Since you say so, sister, I will join the sword sect. Yi Fei couldn't refuse Bai Ling's hopeful gaze. He had originally planned to cultivate the sword path, so it didn't matter under whose tutelage he would study. The middle-aged man and the surrounding elders sighed. Although a Huang level 10th rank talent was impressive, it wasn't enough to make all the elders scramble. Once they realized Yi Fei had made his choice, they dispersed and began searching for other promising candidates. Witnessing this scene, Wang Ming's face turned pale with rage. His own Huang level 9th rank talent was considered above average, not much inferior to Yi Fei's. Yet because of Yi Fei's appearance, everyone's attention was now focused on him, overshadowing his own brilliance. Wang Ming could no longer contain his jealousy. Casting a venomous glance at Yi Fei, Wang Ming completed his registration and turned to leave. Yi Fei didn't notice. Bai Ling, elated that Yi Fei had decided to join the sword sect, eagerly took his hand and led him aside, meticulously detailing the essential matters to consider when joining the sword sect. Meanwhile, the few other disciples who also joined the sword sect looked on with envy, wondering why Bai Ling hadn't approached them in the same manner. Damn, it is having high talent so impressive. Just wait, when you offend the Duke's residence, you'll see how you die. The scions, stifling their bitterness, turned away angrily. Yi Fei could only smile wryly as Bai Ling realized she had been so focused on him that she had neglected the feelings of the other disciples. Junior brother, do you understand everything I just told you? Once you settle down, I'll come find you, and we can visit my master together, Bai Ling said with an embarrassed smile. I understand. Sister Bai, you go ahead and take care of your business. Yi Fei nodded, exchanged a few more words with Bai Ling, and then they parted ways. Yi Fei set off to find the dormitory assigned by the Martial Academy, while Bai Ling went to inform the other departing disciples about the rules of the sword sect. Unbeknownst to Yi Fei, in a corner outside the hall, a pair of resentful eyes had been watching him the whole time. As Yi Fei walked away, Wang Ming finally couldn't hold back any longer and turned to a youth who resembled him closely. Elder brother, that wretch. He not only rejected the Duke's residence, but also insulted me. I want to kill him. Do you have a way? Wang Ming looked back at the youth named Wang Liang, his older brother and the Duke's eldest son, who also possessed a Huang level 10th rank talent. When Wang Liang learned that Yi Fei came from a small family and still had a 10th rank talent, he was surprised. However, upon hearing that Yi Fei had rejected the Duke's invitation, his astonishment quickly turned to indifference. A Huang level 10th rank talent, but unfortunately, he's a wretch who dared to refuse the Duke's residence. He deserves to die. Wang Liang scoffed. Wang Ming was delighted and immediately asked, "Elder brother, how do you plan to deal with this kid? When shall we make our move?" The Martial Academy prohibited disciples from killing each other. That was merely a surface rule. As long as they secretly dealt with Yi Fei, even if the Martial Academy found out later with the power of the Duke's residence and Wang Liang's talent, it was unlikely they would face any punishment. Wang Ming was of course utterly unrestrained. Wang Liang was more excited than his brother Wang Ming at the prospect of eliminating a genius of the 10th rank of the yellow level. This excitement revealed the twisted nature of their minds, and after all they were brothers. Surveying the surroundings filled with his loyal subordinates, Wang Liang sinisterly informed Wang Ming, "Brother, you may not know this, but I recently received a secret mission from an elder in the inner sect. They need me to find a scapegoat to help them accomplish something." Then this lowly commoner appeared and offended you. Don't you think that's quite the coincidence? Elder brother, are you suggesting we use this commoner as the scapegoat and take him out? But brother, Yi Fei doesn't seem like a fool. Oh, in fact, he's rather cunning. It might not be easy to trick him. Wang Ming expressed his concerns. Wang Liang sneered and clapped his hands, commanding his subordinates, "Bring Zhou Guang to me." "What do you want, Wang Shidi? I haven't offended you, so why are you dragging me here?" Zhou Guang protested as he was seized by two disciples of the martial house. Wang Liang was far stronger both in talent and power than Zhou Guang, who was also intimidated by Wang Liang's status as an inner disciple backed by powerful elders. Disdainfully regarding Zhou Guang, Wang Liang commanded, "Zhou Guang, cut the nonsense. My brother was bullied, yet you chose to help that lowly commoner instead. Why? Wang Shidi, it's not my fault. Senior sister Bai has always looked favorably upon Yi Fei and doesn't allow anyone to bully him. I had no chance to help." Zhou Guang quickly shifted the blame onto Bai Ling. Upon hearing that Bai Ling stood behind Yi Fei, Wang Liang's expression softened somewhat, as Bai Ling was also an inner disciple and not someone he could easily provoke. Wang Liang adjusted his tone. I won't pursue this further, but you must help me with one thing. Find a way to trick that commoner Yi Fei into the Huayun cave. Can you do that?" "What? The Huayun cave? That's an absolute forbidden zone in the martial house. I heard there are important figures training inside. The martial house has issued a warning, anyone who approaches will die. You want to get Yi Shidi killed." Zhou Guang's face turned pale, clearly reluctant. He knew well that Yi Fei's sister had joined the Xingyu's sacred ground. Even if he had 10 times the courage, he would not dare offend Yi Fei. Zhou Guang was about to reveal the truth when Wang Liang, losing patience, kicked him to the ground, leaving Zhou Guang clutching his abdomen, horrified and terrified. "Wang Liang, you. What? You, an outer disciple, are in no position to question me. I could easily cripple you if I wished. So you'd better obey my orders. I'm not even afraid to tell you that this isn't just about dealing with that commoner. It's an order from an elder who needs me to find a scapegoat." "What? An elder from the inner sect is orchestrating this?" Zhou Guang's face drained of color. Wang Liang coldly smiled, realizing he had sufficiently intimidated Zhou Guang. He then switched to persuasion. "Zhou Guang, whether you agree or not, you know who stands behind me. But don't worry, I won't mistreat you. I heard you've been trying to leave the martial house to become the lord of a small remote city. I can help you with that. Even if you don't trust me, you should trust the elder behind me, right? Wang Liang, are you serious? Do you really intend to use Yi Fei as a scapegoat? What if you can't kill him?" Zhou Guang's expression grew even grimmer. He realized he had become a pawn for some elder. "Haha, can't kill him. Are you joking? Before looking for you, we already arranged for 3 martial masters to go in, and they all died. Do you think that brat will survive? Make your decision quickly. Do you want to die, or do you want to enjoy wealth and glory?" Wang Liang impatiently demanded. "I just want to live." Zhou Guang sighed helplessly, thinking bitterly to himself. "Yi Shidi, I'm sorry. I have no choice. If I refuse, I probably won't see tomorrow's sun." "Excellent. Now think of a way to trick him in. Remember to act naturally. If you reveal any flaws and ruin the elder's plan, neither of us will escape death." Wang Liang gleefully instructed Zhou Guang. Gritting his teeth, Zhou Guang shot a furious glance at Wang Liang, but ultimately resigned himself to the task. He found Yi Fei's room and knocked on the door. Yi Fei, who was tidying up his room, glanced up in surprise at Zhou Guang's unnatural expression. "Senior brother Zhou, is something wrong?" "Ahem, it's not that I have something wrong, but Elder Qinfeng wants to see you now," Zhou Guang said, bowing his head, unable to meet Yi Fei's eyes. "Elder Qinfeng wants to see me now? I thought senior sister was supposed to take me tomorrow." Yi Fei felt puzzled. Elder Qinfeng was the name of Bai Ling's master, said to be a very influential elder in the inner sect. That was earlier, but after seeing your sister explained your talents in detail, the elder suddenly became very interested and wants to test you personally. I don't have time to explain, so hurry and follow me. If you have questions, you can ask the elder directly. Zhou Guang raised his head, trying to appear normal. Yi Fei scrutinized Zhou Guang for a moment. Since he was new to the martial house and unfamiliar with the surroundings, he couldn't discern Zhou Guang's intentions. He nodded. All right, thank you, senior brother. By the way, where are we going? He noticed Zhou Guang wasn't leading him to the inner sect, but to a desolate mountain in the city. However, reassured by the fact that this was Tianyun martial house, and having no enmity with Zhou Guang, Yi Fei followed him to the entrance of the Huayun cave. Upon arrival, Yi Fei sensed something was amiss. The temperature around the Huayun cave was alarmingly high. Did Elder Qinfeng really want to meet him here? Senior brother, where is the elder? Yi Fei inquired, instinctively beginning to step back. Zhou Guang's expression changed as he hadn't anticipated Yi Fei's sharp awareness. A look of reluctance crossed Zhou Guang's face, but he quickly unleashed a palm strike toward Yi Fei. You shitty, don't blame me. I'm only doing this for my own safety. Zhou Guang, you bastard. Yi Fei seethed, ready to resist. However, the disparity in strength between him and Zhou Guang was too great for him to react in time. Before he knew it, he was pushed into the Huayun cave, plummeting over 100 meters down into its depths. At that moment, Yi Fei felt as if his soul had left his body. The cave's intense heat and flames surrounded him, leaving him to wonder if he would be burned to ashes. He couldn't understand why Zhou Guang would betray him like this, but now was not the time for such thoughts. As he fell, the oppressive heat nearly suffocated him. He sensed the presence of life around him, with many fire spirits drifting towards him, seemingly intent on turning him into charred meat. To make matters worse, they blocked the cave's entrance entirely. With no desire to die, Yi Fei hurriedly ran deeper into the cave. Fortunately, Zhou Guang's strike had aimed merely to push him inside, and not to harm him, otherwise Yi Fei would have struggled to move at all. After running for a few minutes, he finally reached the cave's innermost part, where to his surprise there were no flames. Instead, a large hot spring steamed with white vapor. What astonished Yi Fei the most was the sight of a fist-sized purple flame floating above the hot spring, burning fiercely. Sensing the temperature of the purple flame, the fire spirits that had been pursuing Yi Fei trembled in fear and quickly retreated. Yi Fei's eyes lit up with intrigue, pondering, how curious. Zhou Guang clearly intended to set me up, yet he led me to discover this treasure hidden within the Huayun cave. Seeing the flame scare away all the fire spirits, Yi Fei was certain that the purple flame was undoubtedly an extraordinary treasure. However, before he could confirm what kind of treasure it was, a sudden splashing sound emerged from the hot spring. A stunningly beautiful woman, completely bare, rose slowly from the water, seemingly intending to absorb the energy emitted by the purple flame. Unfortunately for Yi Fei, the moment he saw the enchanting woman, she spotted him too. They locked eyes, both taken aback. Then a terrifying gaze filled with overwhelming rage and murderous intent fixed itself upon Yi Fei. In the heart of the fire cloud cave, an eerie silence enveloped the air. Only the rapid breaths of two individuals echoed within, one of whom was Yi Fei, who was palpably tense. Being a fiery young man, his cheeks flushed upon unexpectedly encountering a naked woman bathing in this secluded place. To make matters worse, she possessed a beauty that could captivate nations, intensifying his nervousness. At this moment, Yi Fei grasped the malicious intent of Zhou Guang. It was evident that Zhou Guang had deliberately led him into this predicament, hoping he would discover the enchanting woman and then use the opportunity to eliminate him. Zhou Guang, I hold no grudge against you, yet you resort to such treachery. If I manage to escape, I will make you pay. Yi Fei's heart screamed in fury, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. After a brief moment of shock, the alluring woman swiftly draped herself in a sheer veil, her piercing gaze locking onto Yi Fei with an intent to kill. Die? Without affording him the chance to explain, she struck out with a palm from a distance, intent on reducing him to ashes. Miss, this is a misunderstanding. I have been set up. Yi Fei pleaded, refusing to resign himself to fate. However, the furious Zhao Yu granted him no chance for justification. Regardless of whether he was truly innocent, the mere fact that he had intruded upon her privacy and witnessed her form was enough for her to ensure he would not live another day. Boom. An invisible pressure caused the surrounding hot springs to vaporize, morphing into a colossal flame-laden hand that lunged for Yi Fei, poised to incinerate him on the spot. Woman, you are going too far. Yi Fei retaliated, feeling the woman's unreasonable fury. Even if he had seen her body, it was unintentional. There was no justification for such a death sentence. Determined not to perish at the hands of this madwoman, Yi Fei drew his Xian sword and unleashed the 13 styles of the sword. What does it matter if you are a martial master? If you wish to kill me, you shall pay the price. With a fierce thrust, he poured all his strength into the strike, creating a narrow gap in the fiery palm. With the swiftness of a fish, Yi Fei darted through the opening. The massive flame hand detonated behind him, shattering the cave's rock wall, and Yi Fei felt the sweat pouring down his forehead. This insane woman possessed such terrifying power, capable of breaching the cave with a single strike. Die! Zhao Yu shouted, her voice laced with fury and a hint of astonishment. This young man at the 7th level of martial arts had actually withstood her attack at the 3rd level. However, upon witnessing the broken blade of Yi Fei's Xian sword, Zhao Yu's expression turned cold. So you possessed a low-grade Xian artifact. With it destroyed, you shall die with my next strike. You madwoman, I bear you no ill will. Why must you kill me? Yi Fei retorted angrily, feeling a deep injustice. To stave off the fiery palm, he had exhausted all his strength and ruined his weapon. Now he was unable to defend against her next move. Zhao Yu had no time for his protests. Her eyes bore nothing but wrath and murderous intent as she prepared to unleash a second colossal flame hand. Damn it, crazy woman, I will fight you to the death today. Yi Fei leapt in defiance, realizing that he could not simply stand by and await his demise. Fixating on the purple flame not far away, he clenched his teeth and charged forward. He had sensed earlier that this purple flame was likely a rare treasure. Knowing he had no hope of defeating the madwoman directly, he swiftly altered his strategy, aiming to seize the flame before her. Perhaps he could negotiate with this insane woman and secure a sliver of hope for survival. As he resolved to act, Yi Fei activated the gale wind technique to its utmost limit, propelling himself into the air above the hot spring, reaching out with his right hand toward the purple flame. Zhao Yu was caught off guard by his audacity. For a moment she was stunned, then a mocking smile crept across her lips as she coldly uttered, "Foolish." Unbeknownst to Yi Fei, this purple flame, known as the Celestial Fire, was an extraordinarily rare and powerful entity, capable of incinerating even 10th-level martial masters with ease. To suppress the Celestial Fire, the royal family of Zhao had dispatched over 100 martial masters, 2/3 of whom had been turned to ashes, barely managing to contain it before it fell into the hands of Princess Zhao Yu. Even she, a 3rd-level martial master, was wary of directly absorbing its power, requiring the natural fire essence within the fire cloud cave to gradually harness its energy. Yet here was Yi Fei daring to grasp the celestial fire. In Zhao Yu's eyes, he might as well have signed his own death warrant. What is this? It can even burn my true energy. Yi Fei's face contorted in agony as he made contact with the purple flame. Regret flooded him. This was no mere flame, but a furnace capable of melting all existence. In just 1 second of contact, he felt an overwhelming heat, as if he would be reduced to ashes any moment. Despair washed over him. He had not perished at the hands of the madwoman, but rather had been undone by this minuscule flame. No, I refuse to die. I have yet to reach the Star Moon's sacred land to rescue my sister. I must avenge my father by killing Yi Tianxiong and Yi Wei. Oh, I cannot die. I absolutely cannot perish. Immortal Sword Soul. In this dire moment, instinctively, Yi Fei thought of the immortal Sword Soul within him. At that instant, he poured all his mental energy into the immortal Sword Soul, expending himself to the point of unconsciousness. Unbeknownst to the unconscious Yi Fei, in that very moment, an invisible sword shadow manifested around him, resembling a black hole that swiftly engulfed the celestial fire, seemingly letting out a satisfied belch. The speed of the sword shadow was so rapid that it vanished before a millisecond could pass, taking the celestial fire with it. Zhao Yu was equally bewildered. She merely observed as the reckless Yi Fei reached for the celestial fire, and for reasons unknown, it abruptly disappeared into his body. Then flames of brilliant purple ignited around him. How is this possible? Zhao Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. The person she had deemed doomed was not incinerated by the celestial fire, rather it had inexplicably been absorbed by him. Shock, confusion, rage, and fear were insufficient to describe Zhao Yu's turmoil. She had invested so much to refine the celestial fire only to see it slip away, benefiting Yi Fei instead. Even with Yi Fei's current strength, merging with the celestial fire could only lead to one outcome: a slow death, by the flames consuming him from within, or at the very least the destruction of his meridians, rendering him utterly incapacitated. Yet Zhao Yu could not accept this fate. Who are you? Just as I was about to succeed, you, an insignificant insect, have ruined everything. I will kill you. I will make sure you die 1,000 deaths. Zhao Yu was driven to madness, her exquisite beauty now twisted by a fury so immense it made her spit blood. She lunged at Yi Fei, kicking and clawing as if she wished to devour his flesh and drink his blood. Finally, in her rage, she seized the broken Xian sword, intent on tearing Yi Fei to pieces. But just before the blade could pierce him, she abruptly halted. No, I cannot kill him yet. The celestial fire still resides within him. If I slay him now, I will lose it forever. Perhaps those old fools at the martial academy can extract it from his body. As a princess of the royal family, Zhao Ye's temperament was seasoned. After her impulsive outburst, she forced herself to regain her composure. Yet how could she remain calm? This man had seen her body and ruined her hard-won prize, yet she found herself unable to kill him. With her fury boiling over, Zhao Yu screamed once more, gritting her silver teeth, and began a relentless and brutal assault on the surrounding rock walls of the Fire Cloud Cave. Old fools of the Tianyuan Martial Academy, come forth. If you do not appear, I Zhao Yu swear, I will not only destroy the Fire Cloud Cave, but will also raze your academy to the ground. In the night sky, Zhao Ye's voice, filled with anger, was unmistakably heard by the ancient masters of the Tianyuan martial house. This was the sacred ground of the sword sect. An elder clad in dark robes with a massive unsharpened sword resting beside him was speaking kindly with Bai Ling when he heard Zhao Ye's outburst. His expression changed immediately, and with surprise he murmured, "What is happening? Who has provoked Her Highness the Princess again? We at the martial house have clearly instructed that no one is to approach the Fire Cloud Cave." Bai Ling had just been discussing Yi Fei with the elder when she noticed his sudden distraction. Curiously, she asked, "Master, is there something wrong?" This elder was Bai Ling's mentor, Elder Qinfeng, one of the few masters of the sword sect. Upon hearing his disciple's question, Elder Qinfeng pondered for a moment and said earnestly, "Indeed, a significant matter has arisen. Linger, come with me, let us see what is unfolding." He grasped Bai Ling's arm, and behind him a pair of ethereal wings of true energy formed, allowing them to swiftly glide through the low sky. Under the night sky, it was not just Elder Qinfeng who was alerted. The entire inner courtyard was stirred with many powerful elders taking notice. Even the deputy sect master of the martial house made an appearance. All of them gathered with grave expressions near the Fire Cloud Cave, observing Zhao Yu, whose face was ashen with fury, and the almost completely ruined Fire Cloud Cave. The elders wore grim visages. Elder Qinfeng arrived first and asked, "Your Highness, how has our martial house offended you to warrant such a furious response?" "Elder Chun," Zhao Yu retorted, "the good deeds of your martial house were agreed upon by this princess. You provided the Fire Cloud Cave for me to refine the celestial fire, and in return I guaranteed that your status in the Zhao Kingdom would remain unshaken. Yet how have you repaid me?" Zhao Yu recalled how Yi Fei had intruded upon her bathing, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment, followed by a tremor of fury as she continued, "Not only have you repeatedly allowed people to intrude upon my cultivation, but this time you went too far by letting this scoundrel and allowing him to directly consume the celestial fire." Following the direction of Zhao Ye's finger, Elder Qinfeng was astonished to find that aside from Zhao Yu, there was indeed someone else near the hot spring. Seeing that familiar figure, Bai Ling gasped, nearly exclaiming, "It's junior brother Yi. How did he end up here and manage to break into the Fire Cloud Cave? What? Is this the Yi Fei you mentioned, the one who just joined us?" Elder Qinfeng was equally shocked, a shadow passing over his face. A newly initiated disciple couldn't possibly know about this place. Something is definitely amiss. This princess doesn't care about what is amiss. I called you here to quickly help me see if the celestial fire that he consumed can be forced out. Zhao Yu said anxiously, sensing that Yi Fei might have been used by someone, yet her concern for the celestial fire overshadowed this thought. Her words further astonished the gathered elders. What? This brat absorbed the celestial fire. Even a 10th level martial master wouldn't dare approach the celestial fire. How could a mere 7th level warrior absorb it? Your Highness, may I examine his body? An elder descended from the sky, exuding a powerful aura that dwarfed everyone present. Upon his arrival, all the elders bowed in respect, addressing him as Elder Wu. Seeing Elder Wu, Zhao Ye's expression shifted to one of wariness, and her tone softened as she stepped aside to allow him to inspect Yi Fei. "Elder Wu, where has the celestial fire gone? I have thoroughly examined this scoundrel inside and out, yet found no trace of the fire." Zhao Yu glared at Yi Fei, her teeth grinding audibly. "Your Highness, I regret to inform you that while I do not understand how this happened, the celestial fire has indeed been absorbed by him." Elder Wu shook his head, then sighed, pointing at Yi Fei. "Unfortunately, this boy's talent and level are too low. Even if he absorbed the celestial fire, he cannot withstand its power. Most of his meridians have already been burned out. Even if he survives, he will never be able to cultivate again." What? Yi Fei has become a waste again? Bai Ling's face was filled with disbelief. She knew well that 3 years prior Yi Fei had been rendered incapable, and now, just as he had begun to rise again, this disaster had struck, leaving him utterly ruined once more. Bai Ling felt that fate was exceedingly cruel, having crushed a brilliant talent not once but twice. Zhao Yu fumed. "Elder Wu, you are certain you are not mistaken? This lowly fellow with such a weak cultivation managed to completely merge with the celestial fire. This infuriates me. Had I known this would happen, what use is it to keep him alive? I will have him torn to shreds. The princess' wrath toward Yi Fei was a force that could not be extinguished no matter how far the rivers and lakes might flow. Hearing Zhao Ye's intent to kill Yi Fei, Bai Ling was suddenly awakened. Without knowing where her courage came from, she rushed forward to stop her, exclaiming, "No, you cannot kill Yi Fei." "Why not? Is this scoundrel your little lover?" Zhao Yu glared fiercely at Bai Ling. Bai Ling's face flushed with embarrassment, and she quickly shook her head. "We are not in that kind of relationship. But your highness, do you not know that Yi Fei's sister has entered the Star Moon sacred land?" Bai Ling rapidly recounted what she had seen and heard at the Yi family. Her words caused everyone present to be taken aback. Elder Chen Feng's expression turned incredulous. "Linger, are you certain? A mere Yi family member was chosen by the sacred land and taken away." "Master, how could I dare lie about something so serious? It is absolutely true. The Yi family even possesses a starry command. I witnessed it with my own eyes." Bai Ling asserted, earnestly explaining how Yi Shanshan had been afflicted with cold poison since childhood. The other elders were taken aback, but when Elder Wu heard this, he was utterly shocked. "What? She has been poisoned since childhood and can only be suppressed by the golden sun grass. No wonder. I never expected the Yi family to hide such a terrifying constitution. It makes sense that those from the sacred land would personally come to take her away." "Elder Wu, what constitution are you referring to? Could it be that this scoundrel's sister really joined the Star Moon sacred land?" Zhao Yu asked, half in disbelief. Elder Wu nodded firmly, then shook his head. "If it is that kind of constitution, any sacred land would be eager to claim her. As for what kind of constitution it is, I cannot say for certain. In any case, the matters of the sacred land are beyond our small martial house to discuss." "This Yi Fei must not be killed. Why must he not be killed?" Zhao Yu was furious, wondering if her own body was to be disregarded. But then a thought crossed her mind. If he is not to be killed, then he must suffer for his crimes. "This scoundrel has caused me great distress. He must endure hardship. From now on, he shall be a servant disciple of the martial house, tasked with the most arduous and filthy labor, and you all shall ensure he bears the brunt of the worst tasks until I return from the imperial city." This was not Zhao Ye's desire to spare Yi Fei, but rather a lingering hope that he had not fully fused with the celestial fire, given his low strength. Since the martial house could not extract the fire from Yi Fei, Zhao Yu planned to return to the palace to consult with the experts there for possible solutions. Thus, she barely managed to contain her anger and temporarily spared Yi Fei. "Very well, we shall proceed as the princess commands." Seeing Zhao Yu finally relent, Elder Wu and the others breathed a sigh of relief. After all, with Yi Fei's meridians destroyed, he had no potential for progress in martial arts. Demoting him to a servant disciple as punishment was a trivial matter as long as Zhao Yu did not execute him. Otherwise, the small martial house could not withstand the wrath of the sacred land, especially considering Yi Fei's sister and her formidable constitution. Elder Qinfeng quickly signaled Bai Ling, "Linger, you should help Yi Fei back to rest. When he awakens, ask him who brought him here." The elders present were not foolish. A new disciple could not possibly know about the Fire Cloud Cave. Clearly, someone had used Yi Fei as a scapegoat to sabotage Zhao Ye's refinement of the celestial fire, a tactic that had occurred before. The martial house had never tracked down the mastermind behind these schemes, which led to the standing order that no one was to approach the Fire Cloud Cave. However, no one had anticipated that the mastermind would be so cunning, luring a new disciple when the older ones could not infiltrate. This had undoubtedly touched the martial house's sore spot. The elders would remain to trace the clues while Bai Ling would assist Yi Fei back to his quarters, waiting for him to awaken. The night passed unusually quickly. By the following morning, after exhausting his spiritual energy, Yi Fei finally regained consciousness. His first reaction was one of astonishment. "I actually didn't die?" Considering the terrifying heat of the heavenly fire from yesterday, it had genuinely frightened him. Even if the divine fire hadn't killed him, that beautiful yet mad woman surely wouldn't have let him off easily. What was happening now? Aside from the intense burning pain throughout his body, he had survived and was somehow back in his dormitory. "Junior brother Yi, you finally woke up," came a cool voice from the side. Bai Ling's gaze towards Yi Fei held a hint of complexity. "Sister Bai, did you save me?" Yi Fei asked. "It wasn't me, it was you who saved yourself." Bai Ling looked at him, hesitating to say more. Yi Fei paused. The excruciating pain made him suddenly realize something. His expression turned serious as he looked at Bai Ling and said, "Sister, do you believe I was framed?" "I certainly do. The Fire Cloud Cave is a forbidden area for our Wu mansion, and new disciples wouldn't know about it. That's why I came over." "Yi Fei, tell me who led you into the Fire Cloud Cave and who destroyed the Princess' heavenly fire?" Bai Ling inquired, which was also why she had been waiting for him to wake up. Yi Fei was somewhat surprised. Wasn't that madwoman a princess? He wanted to prop himself up to sit, but Bai Ling hastily stopped him. Junior brother, you don't move too much. Your condition is terrible. I don't know how you managed to merge with the heavenly fire, but most of your meridians have been burned away. You can no longer cultivate in the future, Bai Ling said with sympathy, looking at him with concern. Having finally risen to prominence only to end up crippled and offend a princess. Yi Fei must be feeling quite miserable right now. Yi Fei's expression was indeed blank, a mixture of shock and disbelief to the extent that he didn't respond to Bai Ling immediately. Seeing this, Bai Ling didn't press him further. Junior brother, I know it's hard for you to accept right now. Since you don't want to talk, I won't ask any more questions. He'll come back to see you in a few days. Bai Ling shook her head, thinking he couldn't handle the blow, and thus had a blank expression. She turned to leave, not wanting to press him further. Little did Bai Ling know Yi Fei's shock stemmed not from the destruction of his dantian, but from merging with the heavenly fire that the mad woman had been guarding. Could it be that the immortal sword spirit did something while I was unconscious? Once Bai Ling left, Yi Fei's face finally revealed a mix of surprise and joy. I wonder what benefits I will gain from merging with the heavenly fire. As for the destroyed meridians, Yi Fei felt indifferent. The immortal sword spirit could even repair his ruined dantian, so his meridians should be no problem. Suppressing the intense pain, Yi Fei immediately sat cross-legged on the bed, channeling his energy to check the extent of his injuries, revealing a shocking sight. My heavens, half of my meridians are destroyed. The others are also extremely weak. No wonder Sister Bai showed that expression. She must think I've become a cripple again. Fortunately, while most of my meridians are destroyed, the remaining half can still circulate my true energy. This means I can still use my true energy and martial skills, but continuing to improve my strength is nearly impossible. After examining his body, a bitter smile appeared on Yi Fei's lips. 3 years ago, he had ruined his dantian, and now he had destroyed his meridians. What a string of bad luck. Thank goodness I have the immortal sword spirit. You better not let me down. And Zhou Guang, for no reason at all you harmed me. I will definitely find out the reason. A glint of cold light flashed in Yi Fei's eyes as he contemplated how to restore his damaged meridians. Bang! The door was kicked open and a menacing-looking scar-faced man strode in. Seeing that Yi Fei was still lying in bed, the scar-faced man was furious. Without hesitation, he slapped Yi Fei's face. You have some nerve, servant disciple Yi Fei. While the other servants are working outside, you're lying here, slacking off. Get lost. Who do you think you are to hit me? The destruction of his meridians didn't mean Yi Fei lacked the strength to fight back. Seeing the scar-faced man attempting to hit him only deepened Yi Fei's already foul mood. He leaped up and landed a punch on the man's face. Yi Fei, you worthless fool, you dare to hit your elder brother. The scar-faced man was caught off guard and was instantly sent stumbling out of the room, bruised and battered. Hiss! The moment Yi Fei used his true energy, he felt a wave of intense pain shoot through his entire body, making him dizzy and nearly faint from the agony. This is bad. The damage to his meridians was worse than he had anticipated. If he didn't quickly find a way to heal them, he might truly end up completely crippled. Suppressing the pain, Yi Fei glared fiercely at the scar-faced man and demanded, Who are you? And why do you call me a servant disciple? Listen well, kid. My name is Lu Chang, and I am your elder brother, the leader of all servant disciples. As for why you went from genius to servant, that's your own misfortune. You chose to seek death in the Fire Cloud Cave and angered Princess Xiao Yu. The princess didn't kill you, she merely demoted you to a servant. Consider yourself lucky. Lu Chang explained angrily while glaring at Yi Fei, though he didn't attempt to strike him again. Lu Chang was not foolish. Even as a servant disciple, he had more insight than many scions of noble families. He understood that Yi Fei might still be half damaged as his meridians weren't completely shattered, allowing him to wield some martial power. As a mere 6th-level martial artist, Lu Chang certainly didn't dare to continue attacking Yi Fei. However, despite his caution, he could not defy the elder's orders. Summoning his courage, he said sternly, Yi Fei, the elder commands me to take you to serve as a servant. How dare you hit me? Do you intend to defy the elder's orders? Shut your mouth. You're just a dog relying on its master. Even if I'm half crippled, I could kill you right here. Do you believe that? Yi Fei refused to back down. He could see that Lu Chang was the type to bully the weak and fear the strong. Seeing Yi Fei's defiance and knowing that Yi Fei had entered the Fire Cloud Cave, yet survived, Lu Chang secretly speculated that Yi Fei might have some backing in the Wu Mansion. Thus, he didn't dare to go too far. Lu Chang's face darkened. I'll ask you again, the elder ordered you to serve as a servant. Will you comply? Lead the way, you dog. If you call me old son one more time, I'll make sure you regret it. Yi Fei's attitude was resolute as he stepped out first. After all, it was the elder's order. Until his meridians were healed, he couldn't afford to disobey. He would endure this indignity as a servant for now, thinking of ways to restore his meridians later. Nearby the dormitory, it was unlikely that Yi Fei was the only one living there. Many new and old disciples were around, and some recognized Yi Fei as the talented genius that had been the subject of contention among the elders just yesterday. Now he had fallen to the status of a servant, and they were all astonished. "Hey, isn't that Yi Fei? I heard he has a yellow-level 10th grade Dantian considered a genius. How did he suddenly become a servant disciple? You don't know the full story. According to what my senior brother's master revealed, this kid sought his own demise by entering the Fire Cloud Cave and offended someone great. Not only were his meridians destroyed, but he was also demoted to a servant." "No way. His meridians are destroyed, yet he was able to punch Lu Chang out just now and still appears so strong. Maybe his meridians aren't completely destroyed. He can still barely use martial arts, but every time he does, the damage to his meridians worsens. It won't be long before he becomes a complete cripple." Hearing these discussions, Yi Fei felt quite depressed. He hadn't expected that just one day after arriving at the Wu Mansion, he would gain such notoriety, albeit as a cripple. Behind him, Lu Chang's expression darkened further, especially recalling how Yi Fei had just punched him out. This only fueled his anger. He glared at Yi Fei's back, vowing silently, "Damn it, you're a cripple now, but still dare to act arrogantly in front of me. Just wait until we get to the servant quarters, and I'll make you pay." Lu Chang quickened his pace, soon leading Yi Fei through much of Yunqing, arriving at the place where the miscellaneous disciples usually worked. He pointed to a nearby mountain of black refuse and said, "Yi Fei, do you see that? From today onward, that pile of alchemical waste is your responsibility to clean up. You have 7 days, it's best if you clear it all. If you fail, prepare for punishment. 100 lashes at the lightest, and all your benefits will be revoked. If I catch you slacking off, I'll disable your Dantian and cast you out of our Tianyuan Martial Academy. Almost forgot. You're already a waste. It doesn't matter if you become even more so, ha ha ha." Lu Chang intentionally looked at Yi Fei with derision. Originally, the academy had allotted 15 days for the cleaning of these alchemical residues, but Lu Chang, aiming to torment Yi Fei, have the time. After saying this, Lu Chang quickly covered his nose and hurriedly moved far away, not daring to approach again. Gazing at the pile of refuse that resembled a small hill, Yi Fei's expression was grim, especially as he caught a whiff of the foul odor emanating from the waste. Just a hint of the stench nearly made him gag, and he instantly cursed Zhao Yu and the elders of the Tianyuan Martial Academy countless times in his heart. That madwoman is truly ruthless, forcing me to do the dirtiest, hardest, and most laborious work. But my meridians haven't recovered, yet leaving me unable to resist. Damn it, I have no choice but to endure. Hastily, he found a rag to cover his face, immediately feeling the air become somewhat fresher. With a darkening expression, Yi Fei picked up a shovel and cart, preparing to clean up the dogshit-like alchemical waste. As he dug in, Yi Fei suddenly sensed something was off. When the shovel scraped away the refuse, his indestructible sword soul emitted a faint vibration. Yi Fei's face fell. No way, the indestructible sword soul has such a peculiar taste. This refuse stinks worse than dog shit. It couldn't possibly want to absorb it, could it? Wait, it's more than just refuse. There are failed pills in here. And not just any failed pills, those produced by the Tianyuan Martial Academy certainly weren't the low-quality ones available outside. At the very least, they were intermediate pills, and he had already unearthed several high-grade failed pills. My heavens, high-grade failed pills. How wasteful is the alchemical practice of the Tianyuan Martial Academy? Could it be that the indestructible Sword Soul truly wants to absorb these failed pills? A bold thought suddenly sparked in Yi Fei's mind. Failed pills are those that have been improperly concocted. Due to excessive impurities, they cannot be absorbed and are ultimately discarded. However, the medicinal power still exists within them. Could it be that the indestructible Sword Soul can actually absorb the medicinal power from these failed pills? Yi Fei's eyes brightened. Glancing around to ensure no one was watching, he quietly picked up a high-grade failed pill and held it in his palm. He wouldn't dare to consume such disgusting pills, but could attempt to utilize his true energy to refine it. At that moment, the indestructible Sword Soul within him indeed trembled, and a pulling force surged from his palm, completely absorbing the medicinal power of the failed pill. The failed pill in his hand transformed completely into a foul-smelling black powder that fell to the ground. Remarkably, this method actually proved effective. The indestructible Sword Soul possesses the ability to absorb failed pills. Yi Fei was so excited he began to tremble. In his eyes, the pile of refuse was no longer just waste, it was a treasure trove, one that belonged solely to him. Fantastic. I never expected the indestructible Sword Soul could absorb the medicinal power of failed pills. With these failed pills at my disposal, I need not worry about finding medicinal ones. As long as I have these failed pills, I can swiftly restore my meridians. Yi Fei was so exhilarated he felt like shouting. Suddenly, he felt invigorated, swinging the shovel with renewed vigor, collecting all the failed pills and loading the refuse onto the cart at lightning speed. Before long, Lu Chang and the surrounding miscellaneous disciples noticed something incredible unfolding. Originally, even the miscellaneous disciples were reluctant to work at the refuse site, yet Yi Fei was there working with exuberance, as if he had struck it rich. What Lu Chang found even more baffling was that one time, as Yi Fei passed by him pushing the cart, he was even humming a tune, cleaning such a dirty and foul-smelling refuse site, and Yi Fei appeared to be enjoying himself immensely. Not only was Lu Chang dumbfounded, but the nearby miscellaneous disciples were also left speechless. What's up with that kid? Those alchemical wastes smell worse than dog shit. We gag every time we go there, and he's actually happy. Hey, what else could it be? He's gone mad. You guys don't know, but Yi Fei was a genius of the 10th tier in the yellow grade. He offended someone, had his meridians destroyed, and was demoted to work here. Now I see. Looks like he's gone crazy from overstimulation. The miscellaneous disciples pointed at Yi Fei, many of them showing sympathetic eyes. It was truly a shame for such a talent to have fallen to this state. You don't understand anything. A treasure mountain is right before my eyes, and I don't exploit it, yet you call me mad. I think you're the real mad ones. Yi Fei sneered inwardly. Unfazed by the surrounding chatter, he tirelessly continued to absorb the medicinal power from the failed pills within the refuse. Originally, Lu Chang had given Yi Fei 7 days, but through his relentless digging, Yi Fei leveled the hill of refuse in just 3 days. Of course, the rewards were monumental. Yi Fei discovered hundreds of intermediate pills and over 100 high-grade pills, albeit all were failed pills. The residual medicinal power was likely not even 1% of the original, yet Yi Fei was still quite satisfied. Sometimes quantity can also determine quality. As night deepened and the surroundings grew quiet, undisturbed, Yi Fei immediately sat down on the ground, clutching all the failed pills in his hands, continuously channeling the Indestructible Sword Soul to absorb them frantically. With the surge of medicinal power, the Indestructible Sword Soul indeed did not disappoint his expectations. Wisps of black energy began to rapidly emanate from the Sword Soul. Boom. As the last high-grade failed pill was absorbed, the black energy within him reached a state of saturation for the first time. Meridians restore for me. Yi Fei's expression turned serious as he suddenly shouted. With his intent, the black energy surged like a stream, flooding into his limbs and bones. Accompanied by the sound resembling popping beans, Yi Fei was pleasantly surprised to find that all the damaged meridians in his body were completely restored by the black energy, expanding several times wider than before. Boom. Another thunderous sound erupted from within Yi Fei's dantian. After restoring his meridians, the remaining black energy surged uniformly into his dantian, undergoing a frenzied transformation. Layers of surging yellow light halos began to appear around Yi Fei, amounting to 10 layers in total, representing the quality of his dantian at the 10th tier of the yellow grade. But this was not the end. Subsequently, under the influence of the black energy from the Indestructible Sword Soul, these 10 layers of halos violently converged into a mysterious black halo hovering above Yi Fei's head. At this moment, Yi Fei's dantian completely transformed from yellow to black. A black dantian, first tier of the mysterious grade. Yi Fei opened his eyes in shock, never expecting the benefits gained would be so tremendous. The Indestructible Sword Soul not only restored his meridians, but also directly elevated his dantian to the mysterious grade. If the 10th tier of the yellow grade merely placed Yi Fei's talent at a moderately above average level within the academy, then the first tier of the mysterious grade had elevated his talent to an excellent standing. Haha, this is fantastic. I finally possess a mysterious grade dantian. Now I have hope of becoming a martial sect and returning to the sacred land to bring back my sister. I wonder how that girl Shanshan is doing in the sacred land. Has the cold poison within her been truly eradicated? Yi Fei gazed up at the distant starry sky, a hint of longing flashing in his eyes, which quickly transformed into intense determination. Desert Wind Fury Technique. Yi Fei suddenly activated his martial arts, wanting to see how much the mysterious grade dantian enhanced his strength. But as he initiated the martial arts, he was astounded to discover that the true energy within him felt unusually different. When he struck out with his palm, the released true energy gave him a burning sensation, as if he was unleashing a terrifying flame instead of true energy. In a moment of clarity, Yi Fei seemed to grasp something profound. He quickly bent down to pick up a stone from the ground, concentrating intently as he channeled the true energy within him into his palm that gripped the stone. At that moment, he distinctly sensed that what he released was no ordinary true energy. It had taken on a terrifying property, a flame attribute. Soon a layer of purple flames began to blaze on Yi Fei's palm, and in the blink of an eye he felt the stone in his hand melt away into a pile of ashes. If I can melt stone, this flame is indeed monstrous. A hint of joy flickered across Yi Fei's face as he realized that the transformation of his true energy was undoubtedly linked to the fusion with the otherworldly divine fire. Haha, I suppose this misfortune has turned into a blessing. Zhou Guang, seeing that you enabled my fusion with the divine fire, I won't kill you, but I must know why you plotted against me. After the initial excitement, Yi Fei's expression turned to one of confusion. Over the past few days he had pondered this repeatedly. He bore no grudge against Zhou Guang, yet he had been tricked into the fire cloud cave. It was likely that someone had secretly instigated Zhou Guang to target him. Now that his meridians were restored, Yi Fei was eager to find Zhou Guang and demand an explanation about who had orchestrated his deceitful summons to the fire cloud cave. With determination, he prepared to leave, having already cleared the alchemical waste from the area. However, before he could depart, a group of individuals he most wished to avoid swaggered towards him, none other than Wang Ming and several aristocratic youths with whom he had clashed in the county city. Seeing them approach, Yi Fei furrowed his brow. Oh, it was obvious why they were there. He had no intention of engaging them. His priority was to locate Zhou Guang and clarify the situation. However, some confrontations could not be evaded. Hey everyone, look. Isn't this our prodigy from Highland County, Yi Fei? Wasn't he so arrogant before? Why is he acting like a dog with its tail between its legs now that we're here? Haha, prodigy. Where? I see nothing but a super waste standing before us. Yi Fei's suspicions were confirmed. These young nobles had suffered losses at his hands, and now that he had been rendered powerless, they rushed to take their revenge. A cold smile crept across Yi Fei's face as he replied indifferently, "Get lost. I have no time to waste on you." His words darkened the faces of Wang Ming and his entourage. Wang Ming was the first to respond. Yi Fei, you've become a waste, and yet you still dare to speak to us like that. Do you believe that if we killed you now, no one would care? The most humiliated among them, Ho Dong, boasted. Lowborn. Last time you kicked me, I still haven't settled the score. If you have guts, come and hit me again. Bang. Before he could finish, a wave of scorching wind surged forth, and Ho Dong shrieked as he was sent sprawling, blood spewing from his mouth. Yi Fei slowly retracted his foot, coldly admonishing, "Who are you calling a waste? I've never seen such self-deprecation. You even seek out humiliation. That kick was no need for thanks. I simply enjoy helping others." Hearing this, Ho Dong, just getting back on his feet, could not help but spit blood again, shouting at Wang Ming, "Little Prince Wang, avenge me." Wang Ming grinned, eager for Yi Fei to strike first, so he could use it as an excuse to retaliate and kill him without reproach from the martial house. Yi Fei, kneel and die. Just as Ho Dong was injured, Wang Ming struck with a treacherous blade aimed at Yi Fei's hands, not forgetting the humiliation he suffered the last time Yi Fei had forced him back with a sword. Now he intended to reverse the humiliation and deliver 100-fold shame upon the lowborn. Come on, let's see how the power of the divine fire fares. Yi Fei, emboldened by his skills, ignored Wang Ming's attack, moving with lightning speed to grasp the blade barehanded. My God, this is impossible. This kid is insane, catching a blade barehanded. Wait, didn't he become a waste? Wang Ming and the young nobles watched in disbelief as Yi Fei effortlessly grasped the sword, and with a slight manipulation of his true energy, purple flames erupted once more. The intense heat melted Wang Ming's weapon into molten iron, dripping onto the ground. Wang Ming was left dumbfounded. Then he felt a sharp pain across his face. Seizing the moment while the group of young nobles was still in shock, Yi Fei snatched up a nearby iron shovel and swung it viciously at Wang Ming's face. The scene was gruesome. Wang Ming barely had time to scream before his face was rendered unrecognizable, a bloody mess of flesh and bone. My face. Yi Fei, lowborn. How dare you do this to me? What are you waiting for? All of you, charge. Kill this lowborn. Wang Ming cried out, clutching his face as he retreated rapidly toward the martial house, not wanting to be disfigured, leaving his subordinates to confront Yi Fei. Yet the group of young nobles was already paralyzed with fear. They had come believing Yi Fei was powerless, but now they saw he was even fiercer than before. With Wang Ming fleeing the scene, they weren't foolish enough to stick around for punishment and scattered in all directions, leaving with bitter, cowardly remarks. Yi Fei, just wait for death. You've disfigured Wang Ming, his brother won't let you off. Yi Fei merely laughed coldly at their retreat. Having acted so decisively, he had no fear of retaliation. After all he had endured, he understood that without ruthlessness, one could not traverse the treacherous paths of life. In a place like the martial house, where the strong prey on the weak, only by being fierce and powerful could one earn respect and fear, Mere weakness would lead to being bullied to death. Having frightened off the young nobles, Yi Fei abruptly turned to glare at a distant shadow, his voice cold as ice. Have you seen enough? I will count to 3 as step out immediately. Wait, junior brother, you know? Brother, I was just passing by. I saw nothing, heard nothing. I'm just a small fry. Please spare me. Before Yi Fei could finish counting, Lu Chang, who had been hiding and witnessing the entire scene, scrambled out in a panic, kneeling before Yi Fei, trembling, as if Yi Fei were a demonic overlord ready to devour him. Yi Fei was momentarily speechless, shaking his head after a pause. Get up. At least you are the leader among the miscellaneous disciples. Don't be so disgraceful. Lu Chang stood up, trembling and stuttering, Yes, I'll get up right away. Senior brother Yi, I truly apologize for my earlier actions. I never intended to cross you. His fear was palpable, not just for himself, but also for the other low-ranking disciples surrounding him. They were equally terrified after witnessing Yi Fei's ruthless treatment of Wang Ming. It was clear that the strength Yi Fei displayed was not that of a mere cripple. Lu Chang, who was already a coward, felt an even deeper dread, regretting the petty tricks he had played against Yi Fei before. Yi Fei, perplexed, thought to himself, am I really that frightening? He had never felt so before. Noticing Lu Chang's fearful demeanor, an idea sparked in Yi Fei's mind. Lu Chang, tell me, do you know where Zhou Guang is? Yi Fei asked in a low voice. He had called Lu Chang over because the Tianyun Martial Academy was vast, larger than the county town, and being new, finding Zhou Guang would be challenging if he was deliberately hiding. Lu Chang, as the head of the low-ranking disciples, and with years spent in the academy, would surely find him more easily. Lu Chang dared not refuse. Upon hearing Yi Fei's words, he immediately nodded. Senior brother Yi, so you're looking for senior brother Zhou? That's easy. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. You might not know, but while our strength may be lacking, we low-ranking disciples are quite well informed. Then hurry up, I'll wait for your news here. And remember, tell me Zhou Guang's whereabouts as soon as you find him, but don't mention that I'm looking for him. If it ruins my plans, I can't guarantee what might happen. Yi Fei warned with a threatening glance at Lu Chang. Suddenly an idea struck him, and he channeled his inner energy again. The iron shovel in his hand melted into a heap of iron slag in an instant, leaving Lu Chang nearly fainting from fear. If Lu Chang had only been suspicious before, he was now certain that Yi Fei had not become a cripple, but was instead extraordinarily powerful. Senior brother Yi, please wait a moment. I'll look into it right away. Just give me a day, no half a day, and I will find Zhou Guang's whereabouts. Completely terrified, Lu Chang, seeing Yi Fei had no further instructions, turned and led a group of low-ranking disciples out to gather information. Yi Fei remained in the small courtyard, intending to wait for Lu Chang's news while diligently practicing. The earlier provocation from Wang Ming's group had raised a sense of threat within him. Wang Ming is not a concern, but I heard those aristocratic disciples mention that Wang Ming has a powerful brother, possibly a master in martial arts. Given my current strength, I still fall short against a martial master. If I can reach the 8th level of martial arts combined with my mutated inner energy, I wonder if I could contend with a martial master. Yi Fei pondered silently, and since he was alone, he found a vacant space to practice. Just then he heard footsteps approaching. Senior sister, by what brings you here? Yi Fei opened his eyes to see Bai Ling approaching. Yi Fei, I heard you're working here as a low-ranking disciple. Has anyone bullied you? Bai Ling asked, a hint of panic evident in her voice as she glanced around. Xiao Pang told me that Wang Ming and his friends heard that your meridians were destroyed and might come for revenge. You must be careful. Bai Ling had come specifically to help him, having heard that someone intended to bully him. Yi Fei felt a wave of gratitude, but maintained a calm expression, shaking his head. Senior sister, they haven't come here, and no one is bullying me. Please don't worry. He refrained from mentioning his earlier conflict with Wang Ming. Being new to the martial academy, he had already been framed once and was cautious about trusting anyone. At least until he found Zhou Guang and clarified the situation, he would keep some distance, even from Bai Ling. Don't push yourself too hard. Even if your meridians are damaged, as long as you can protect yourself, there may still be a chance to restore them. Here, take this. Bai Ling sighed, mistakenly believing that Yi Fei was indifferent to his predicament. Not knowing how to comfort him, she pulled out a vial of pills and forced it into his hand. Yi Fei recognized it immediately as a bottle of intermediate spirit-gathering pills and quickly refused. Senior sister, I can't accept this. Why can't you accept it? Yi Fei, this isn't just for you, it's a benefit for every entry-level disciple. Just take it. Bai Ling insisted, not allowing him to refuse, and turned away. Thank you, senior sister. Yi Fei hesitated for a moment, realizing that Bai Ling had gone to such lengths, he felt it would be insincere to refuse. Moreover, he truly needed the pills to enhance his strength. Bai Ling, I will remember this kindness. Once I have the strength, I will repay you tenfold. Yi Fei vowed, watching Bai Ling's retreating figure, determination in his eyes. With no interruptions, he sat down again, first checking that the intermediate spirit gathering pills were fine before swallowing them all at once and channeling his mutated inner energy to absorb them fervently. At that moment, Yi Fei finally recognized the extraordinary aspect of his Xian-level Dantian. Originally, refining these intermediate spirit gathering pills would require at least a day, but now, with his Xian-level Dantian, his refining speed was several times faster than when he was at the Huang-level 10th grade, significantly shortening the time needed. In less than 3 hours, Yi Fei felt the medicinal effects fully refined within him, forming a torrent of energy that shattered a barrier inside his body. I've reached the 8th level of martial arts so easily, and this is merely the first grade of a Xian-level Dantian. If I advance to the 2nd or 3rd grade, or even higher, how terrifying would my cultivation speed become? Yi Fei's eyes sparkled with joy, though he felt a twinge of regret. The Undying Sword Soul had absorbed too many low and mid-grade waste pills and had become increasingly picky, even disdainful of intermediate spirit gathering pills. To further enhance his talent, he estimated he needed complete high-grade pills. However, such pills were difficult to obtain, even for Bai Ling, a martial master. For him, a mere novice, it was an uphill battle. Never mind, just because I can't get them now doesn't mean I won't be able to in the future. My immediate priority is to find Zhou Guang and find out why he wanted to harm me. A cold gleam flickered in Yi Fei's eyes as he slowly stood up just in time to see Lu Chang returning with a group of low-ranking disciples, his face brimming with excitement. Lu Chang, have you found Zhou Guang? Yi Fei asked, his expression sharp. Yes, senior brother Yi. We've located Zhou Guang. He seems to have offended someone recently, and several senior brothers from the inner court are looking for him. Just now he has been forced to flee Tianyan City, and a few of our fellow disciples saw someone chasing after him. Lu Chang panted as he delivered the shocking news to Yi Fei. Yi Fei was momentarily stunned. Zhou Guang was being hunted. What on earth was happening? Wait, could it be a case of silencing witnesses? In a small grove outside the Wu mansion, a fierce clash of blades erupted. Several martial artists were engaged in a fierce struggle, nearly reducing the grove to ruins. Although the Wu mansion had strict regulations forbidding disciples from killing each other, such incidents were not uncommon, especially when driven by hidden agendas. In this moment, the inner court brothers surrounded Zhou Guang, without hesitation, leaving him no avenue for escape as he desperately fought against them. Sweat streamed down Zhou Guang's forehead as he shouted, Zhang Xian Yo Tai Du Hei, you are pushing me too far. I followed Wang Ming's orders and took a risk to ambush Brother Yi. Why won't you let me go? His face was twisted with anger. Though known for his arrogance, he had been in the Wu mansion long enough to have outgrown his foolishness. To survive, Zhou Guang had reluctantly schemed against Yi Fei, luring him into the fiery depths of the Fire Cloud Cave. If Yi Fei had died, things would have been simpler, but now that Yi Fei was alive, Zhou Guang was in constant danger of exposure. Wang Ming and the elder behind him would certainly want to silence Zhou Guang to prevent any leaks. Since betraying Yi Fei, he had been hiding, trying to escape the Wu mansion and avoid being discarded like a pawn. Little did Zhou Guang know that the elder behind Wang Ming would act so swiftly. Oh, barely had he left the city when martial artists were already on his trail. Seeing Zhou Guang still attempting to resist, Zhang Xian and his companions burst into laughter. Ha ha, Zhou Guang, after all these years in the Wu mansion, you should know that only the dead can keep secrets. Zhang Xian mocked. You were foolish to spare Yi Fei before luring him into the Fire Cloud Cave. You not only jeopardized the elder's plans, but also your own life. Words are wasted on the dying. Zhou Guang, you know deep down that you have no hope of survival. Surrender now for the sake of our past camaraderie, and we shall grant you a swift end. The three closed in, their eyes glinting with murderous intent. Zhou Guang was unwilling to perish in such a manner. He roared defiantly, Zhang Xian, you leave me no choice. Even if I cannot survive, I will return to the Wu mansion and expose your schemes against Brother Yi and Princess Xiaoyu. Courting death, the trio yelled in unison. You are merely a first-tier martial artist. Do you really think you can escape our pursuit? As Zhou Guang continued to resist, Zhang Xian, Yo Tai, and Du Hei unleashed their full martial aura, their weapons thrusting toward his vital points without mercy. Zhou Guang fought back desperately, but ultimately he was no match for their combined strength. In mere moments, the sword in his hand was broken by their coordinated assault. With a savage expression, Yo Tai aimed a heavy palm strike at Zhou Guang's chest, ready to finish him off. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the grove. Lu Chang is here. A breathless Lu Chang rushed in, having discovered Zhou Guang's predicament. Determined to earn favor, he had brought Yi Fei along, unaware of the grave danger. When he saw the three inner court brothers attempting to kill Zhou Guang, Lu Chang was taken aback. In the Wu mansion, disciples were not supposed to kill one another. At least that was the official stance. Humph, just as I thought. Are you trying to silence him? Yi Fei scoffed, unfazed by Zhou Guang's perilous situation. What surprised Yi Fei was the audacity of his adversaries to send 3 first-tier martial artists to deal with Zhou Guang, indicating that the forces behind the plot against him were far more powerful than he had anticipated. However, before interrogating Zhou Guang, Yi Fei was determined not to let them easily kill him. In an instant, Yi Fei dashed into the grove, his sword flashing with radiant light as he aimed a brilliant strike at the unsuspecting back of one of the martial artists preoccupied with Zhou Guang. "You worthless fool!" Niutai bellowed in rage. Just as he was about to slay Zhou Guang, a newcomer dared to interfere, and with the audacity of a mere 8th-tier martial artist, they attempted a sneak attack. As a seasoned martial artist, Niutai reacted swiftly, pivoting to redirect his palm strike, meant for Zhou Guang, toward the approaching Yi Fei. "Brother Yi, be careful!" Lu Chang shouted in genuine fear, regretting his decision to come to this dangerous place for the sake of flattery. He realized that if Yi Fei were killed, neither would the inner court brothers spare him. "Come at me. I've absorbed the divine fire from beyond the heavens, and I'm eager to test its power." Yi Fei's face held a cold smile. Having turned misfortune into opportunity, he was unafraid, even in the face of martial artists. Swiftly, he activated the Gale of the Desert technique, channeling the terrifying true energy from his mutation into a swirl of violet flames, which he unleashed upon his opponent. "Oh, my hand, how is this possible?" Niutai screamed in shock and agony as the flames consumed his arm before he could even lay a hand on Yi Fei. "Kill!" Yi Fei unleashed another powerful sword strike. Seizing the moment of Niutai's panic, his blade swiftly sliced across Niutai's throat. How could this be? Niutai has been slain by a single sword strike. This is strange. Oh, what kind of fire did that little bastard just conjure? Its power is terrifying. Zhang Xian and Du He exchanged horrified glances, fear creeping into their eyes. Zhou Guang too was nearly paralyzed with shock. Wasn't Brother Yi supposed to be crippled after entering the Fire Cloud Cave? How can his strength be even more formidable than before? An 8th-tier martial artist took down a 1st-tier inner court brother. My God, thank heavens I didn't completely offend him. Lu Chang was both astonished and relieved, while Zhang Xian and Du He's faces twisted with fury. "You little bastard, you're asking for death. How dare you kill our companion? We'll finish you off right now. Perfect timing. Let's eliminate him first, then deal with Zhou Guang and that servant disciple. We'll remove all threats in one sweep." Zhang Xian and Du He exchanged determined glances, charging toward Yi Fei in unison. They were confident that 2 first-tier martial artists working together could easily dispatch an 8th-tier novice. However, Yi Fei's expression shifted. While his mutated true energy was powerful, it had its limits. He had already unleashed the divine fire once, and could not do so again in quick succession. Faced with the combined assault of 2 formidable martial artists, Yi Fei felt an overwhelming pressure. His strength was still insufficient. Relying on the mutated true energy within him, he could handle one of them, but if both attacked together, he would be in grave danger. At that moment, Yi Fei could no longer afford to hesitate. He swiftly retreated to evade the advance of Zhang Xian and shouted at Zhou Guang, who seemed momentarily stunned. "Zhou Guang, how long are you going to stand there? If you want to live, help me restrain one of them." Zhou Guang snapped out of his daze, and as he looked at Yi Fei, a fleeting expression of shock and guilt crossed his face. Then, gritting his teeth, he charged toward the nearest Zhang Xian. "Junior brother Yi, I'm here to help." Zhou Guang rushed in, his eyes wild as he fought fiercely against Zhang Xian. "Zhou Guang, are you insane? Do you dare oppose us?" Zhang Xin's face darkened with anger as he faced Zhou Guang's frenzied onslaught, forced to abandon his attack on Yi Fei. Zhou Guang was no fool. Upon seeing Yi Fei's unexpected ability to kill a martial artist despite not understanding why he chose to side with Yi Fei, it was clear that only by fighting desperately could he hope to survive. Meanwhile, both Zhou Guang and Zhang Xian possessed the strength of a first-level martial artist, and their clash resulted in an intense stalemate with no victor emerging in the immediate future. On the other side, Du He unleashed a terrifying arc of blade light toward Yi Fei, enveloping him entirely in a shroud of lethal intent, as if a curtain of death sought to shred him to pieces. Iron Blood Blade Curtain. Desert Gale Technique. Yi Fei dared not slacken his pace. Taking a deep breath, he summoned his true energy to its maximum potential. A brilliant sword light accompanied by a sharp whistle surged forth and pierced through the ominous curtain of blades. Boom! The clash of blade and sword stirred up a massive cloud of dust. While Yi Fei shattered the blade curtain, he still coughed up blood, his body recoiling several steps from the overwhelming energy of the martial artist, a trickle of crimson escaping from the corner of his mouth. It was then that he realized the vast gap between him and the martial artists. Only by unleashing the divine fire within him could he hope to deliver a lethal blow. In direct confrontations, he still found himself at a disadvantage. If you waste. Didn't you claim to have ventured into the fire cloud cave and become a cripple? How can you still possess the strength to block my strike? What kind of fortuitous encounter did you have? Speak up, and perhaps I might spare your life. Du Hei's greed was evident. Having witnessed Yi Fei kill Nyotai, Du Hei had been shocked. He had assumed it was merely a lucky attack. But witnessing Yi Fei withstand a martial artist's assault genuinely astonished him, leading him to suspect that Yi Fei had gained some extraordinary boon or treasure. Yi Fei, however, did not hide the truth. He nodded and replied, "Indeed, I possess a remarkable treasure. Unfortunately for you, it will cost you your life." With that, he charged at Du Hei, without hesitation, wiping the blood from his mouth. He had no choice but to move forward. Failing to eliminate this threat now could very well lead to his own demise if Du Hei regained his footing. Trash. Do you think you can challenge us just because you managed to ambush one of us? They'll show you the true terror of a martial artist. Iron Blood Blade Curtain. A curtain of blades, even larger than before, cascaded down upon Yi Fei, targeting his limbs with lethal precision. Du Hei clearly intended to incapacitate Yi Fei before extracting his secrets. Yet that very moment afforded Yi Fei his opportunity. Desert Gale, Sword 13 style. Yi Fei revealed his ultimate technique, the Sword 13 style, which had evolved significantly since its inception. Not only did it offer 13 times the critical hit rate, but it was also infused with mutated true energy, releasing an infernal heat as he thrust forward. The sword in Yi Fei's hand turned a brilliant red. Had he not been using his true energy to maintain its shape, this ordinary longsword would have melted into liquid iron. As the blades clashed this time, Yi Fei stood his ground. In stark contrast, Du Hei the martial artist cried out in disbelief as he watched the glowing sword pierce through his blade, and then his very body. Yi Fei's sword had completely impaled Du Hei along with his weapon. Du Hei stared in disbelief at the gaping wound in his chest. The 13-fold critical strike and the flaming true energy that could even melt weapons led to Yi Fei's miraculous feat of slaying a first-level martial artist with a single blow. Eventually, Du Hei's body wavered and collapsed to the ground. Lu Chang, witnessing this scene, was left speechless, his mouth agape. At that moment, a single thought consumed him. Yi Fei was undoubtedly a prodigious talent, a rare gem among the martial arts community capable of achieving the impossible. You actually killed Du Shidi? How is that possible? You were supposed to be a cripple. Why is your strength so terrifying? Could it be that? Suddenly Zhang Xin's gaze fell upon the melting longsword in Yi Fei's hand, shock washing over him, and with a terrified shout, he turned to flee. Yi Fei, Zhou Guang, wait to die. We will not let this go. The fleeing Zhang Xian shouted, not forgetting to leave behind a threat. Where do you think you're going? Zhou Guang, blinded by rage, immediately pursued him, intent on continuing the fight. Junior brother, let's kill him together. Yi Fei, however, could only smile wryly. He had exhausted 80% of his true energy to defeat Du Hei, and the sword in his hand had melted away. Pursuing Zhang Xian now would be tantamount to seeking death. Fortunately, he managed to save Zhou Guang in the end. Yi Fei hurriedly stopped Zhou Guang, saying, "Zhou Guang, don't chase after him. I have a few questions for you." Seeing that Yi Fei had no intention of pursuing Zhang Xian, and recognizing that he couldn't hold Zhang Xian alone, Zhou Guang reluctantly stopped, guilt written all over his face as he looked at Yi Fei. "Junior brother Yi, I know what you want to ask. I was forced into this. I had no choice but to betray you. The real threats are Wang Ming and his older brother Wang Liang." Realizing that Yi Fei had not only survived, but also possessed the strength to slay a martial artist, Zhou Guang dared not conceal the truth. He disclosed everything about Wang Ming and Wang Liang along with his own deductions. "Both Wang Liang and I are mere pawns. Behind us stands a high-ranking elder of the martial house attempting to thwart Princess Zhao Ye's training. You were merely a scapegoat chosen by Wang Liang. I was coerced into luring you to the Fire Cloud Cave to save my own skin." As Zhou Guang finished speaking, he lowered his head, adopting an attitude of submission before Yi Fei. Yi Fei finally grasped the full story. Indeed, there were puppet masters behind Zhou Guang, and the most alarming aspect was that it was a high-ranking elder of the martial house. This also highlighted the fierce internal strife within the martial house, where even martial artists could become mere pawns. This only solidified Yi Fei's resolve to grow stronger. To seize his own destiny, he had to become even more formidable. "Zhou Guang, you may leave. Given that you were compelled to act against me, I will spare your life this time." Yi Fei did not strike Zhou Guang. He too was a victim of coercion. If he sought vengeance, it would be against Wang Ming and Wang Liang, not Zhou Guang. Moreover, had Zhou Guang not lured him to the Fire Cloud Cave, he would never have fused with the otherworldly divine fire, enhancing the quality of his dantian. Thus, he felt no need to pursue Zhou Guang further. Zhou Guang looked up astonished. Junior brother Yi, you don't hold a grudge against me. It wasn't you who harmed me, so why should I blame you? Yi Fei chuckled, turning to leave, which only deepened the complexity of Zhou Guang's expression. Considering Yi Fei's recent display of power in defeating a martial artist along with the formidable potential of Yi Fei's sister, Zhou Guang's expression shifted several times. Suddenly, he hastened to Yi Fei and knelt before him. Zhou Shixiang, what are you doing? Yi Fei was taken aback by Zhou Guang's actions. Junior brother, Yi, please don't call me Shixiang. I have no face to claim that title anymore. I am at odds with the high-ranking elders of the martial house, and returning is tantamount to death. Out here, those I have offended will not let me go either. I would rather follow you and join your Yi family serving as your servant or subordinate. Zhou Guang would accept that. Zhou Guang's request was not made on a whim, but stemmed from a genuine recognition of Yi Fei's terrifying potential. While he knew little of Yi Fei's sister, it was evident that Yi Fei, capable of slaying first-level martial artists at the 8th level of martial arts, was an unparalleled genius. Aligning with such a master would not only guarantee his life, but might also offer him a chance to advance further in martial arts. This was the true reason Zhou Guang was willing to acknowledge Yi Fei as his master. Now the question lay in whether Yi Fei would accept him as a subordinate. With trepidation, Zhou Guang raised his head to look at Yi Fei. Zhou Guang, have you truly made up your mind to join the Yi family? Yi Fei asked, a hint of surprise in his voice. Zhou Guang's decision to ally with him was unexpected, yet Yi Fei did not refuse. After all, Zhou Guang was a formidable martial artist of the first tier. While such strength might not be significant at Tianyan Martial Academy in Haishi City, and within the Yi family, Zhou Guang's capabilities made him one of the strongest. When Yi Fei had left the Yi family, he had been somewhat worried. If Yi Tianxiong could not take revenge on him, he might direct his ire towards Yi Jian, who had consistently supported him. Although there was still Elder Yi Chao, an old fox, and the Grand Elder Yi Tianya, a notorious opportunist, Yi Fei realized that if Yi Tianxiong was truly determined to strike against Yi Jian in his absence, it was uncertain whether Yi Chao and Yi Tianai would fully support Yi Jian. Thus, Yi Fei sought to recruit Zhou Guang to bolster the Yi family and deter any threats. It would also serve as an excellent aid for Uncle Jian. Yi Shidi, no master. I have made my decision. I am willing to join the Yi family. I, Zhou Guang, vow to wholeheartedly follow you from this day forth. If I harbor any disloyalty, may heaven and earth condemn me, and may I meet a terrible end. Zhou Guang declared resolutely, showing no hesitation or doubt about aligning himself with Yi Fei. To kill a martial artist with the martial arts realm using only a Huang-level 10th tier Dantian was impossible. Only those with extraordinary Xian-level talents could hope to achieve such feats. Zhou Guang was not aware that Yi Fei had concealed his own exceptional talent. Anyone with a Xian-level Dantian already possessed the qualifications to advance to the martial sect. Zhou Guang was willing to take a gamble. By siding with someone who would surely become a martial sect master, he believed he stood to gain significantly. Haha, brother Zhou, since you hold me in such regard and wish to join our Yi family, I certainly won't refuse you. From now on, follow me. Yi Fei smiled and helped Zhou Guang to his feet. Gaining the allegiance of a martial artist was immensely beneficial for both the Yi family and Uncle Jian. After a moment's thought, Yi Fei instructed Zhou Guang. Brother Zhou, you need not call me master anymore. We shall refer to each other as brothers. The Yi family will treat you as a guest elder. For now, I require you to do one thing: return to the Yi family and help protect Yi Jian. While there, you must heed my and Uncle Jian's commands. Master, I would not dare. I swear to follow your orders and protect Yi Jian and the Yi family. Zhou Guang immediately understood the gravity of his commitment and adjusted his attitude accordingly. He then pointed to Lu Chang, who stood nearby, terrified and unable to move. Master, that attendant witnessed the recent skirmish. He may return to the academy and cause you unnecessary trouble. Should I eliminate him now? Zhou Guang displayed his cleverness, seeking to prove his loyalty to Yi Fei. Unfortunately for Lu Chang, who was already trembling, this suggestion sent him into a panic. Brother Yi, brother Zhou, spare me. I'm just a minor servant, I'm nothing. Please don't kill me, I promise I won't say a word. Lu Chang, the head of the attendants, began to cry, realizing that as a mere 6th-tier martial artist, facing Zhou Guang would be akin to an ant being crushed. Yi Fei frowned and interrupted, enough. There is a saying, debts have their owners. The ones I need to deal with are Wang Ming and Wang Liang, along with the elder behind them. Lu Chang has nothing to do with this. You may leave. And thank you for bringing me here. I will express my gratitude in due time. Brother Yi, no need for thanks. It is my honor to be of service to you. Lu Chang, relieved at being spared and promised future benefits, quickly rose, smiling broadly, and respectfully bowed to Yi Fei before hurrying away. Of course, Lu Chang resolved to keep the day's events to himself. After witnessing Yi Fei's prowess, he had no desire to oppose him. Master is merciful. Zhou Guang praised, relieved to understand that Yi Fei was not one to engage in indiscriminate slaughter. He felt fortunate to follow such a master. By the way, master, these are some medicinal pills I have accrued at the academy. My own talents are limited, and now that I have left, these pills would be of no use to me. It would be better for you to use them to enhance your strength. Also, Wang Ming's brother Wang Liang is a third-tier martial artist and a pawn of a senior elder. Please be cautious during your time at the academy. Zhou Guang reminded Yi Fei, leaving behind all his medicinal pills before turning to depart, intending to return to the Yi family and hide. Even if the academy's higher-ups learned of his escape, they would not dare risk offending the sacred land by pursuing him there. Yi Fei stayed behind to deal with the bodies of the two martial artists and to plot his vengeance against Wang Ming and Wang Liang. As he noticed the medicinal pills Zhou Guang had given him, it struck him that these two were indeed martial artists. Given that Zhou Guang had escaped with an intermediate gathering spirit pill, it was likely that the two pursuing him would possess even better items. Thus, as Zhou Guang left, Yi Fei quickly knelt beside the bodies of the two deceased martial artists, searching them for valuables. His eyes lit up as he discovered 2 vials of intermediate gathering spirit pills among their possessions. With the 3 bottles Zhou Guang had given him, Yi Fei now held 30 intermediate gathering spirit pills, an astonishing fortune worth hundreds of thousands of gold coins in Haishi City. It dawned on him then that Bai Ling had deceived him earlier. Those intermediate gathering spirit pills were not a benefit for new disciples, but rather rewards for the inner academy martial artists. It was evident that Bai Ling had misrepresented the pills she received from the academy as benefits for newcomers, leaving him with no grounds to refuse them. Sister Bai Ling is quite clever. Regardless of her motives for giving me those pills, I owe her a significant debt of gratitude. Shaking his head, he suddenly found a well-preserved wooden box on the second martial artist's body. Expecting to find some precious spiritual herb inside, he was astonished to uncover an ancient map instead. This is a treasure map. Yi Fei stared wide-eyed at the map, studying it for a long time, clearly surprised that a martial artist would possess such a thing. He then realized with shock that the treasure marked on the map was located in the vast mountain range outside Tianyin City. This mountain range spanned nearly half of the Zhao nation's territory, with its farthest edges not far from Haishi City. Yi Fei's expression wavered with indecision. What should I do? Should I follow this map and see if I can find something extraordinary? But how do I know if the map is genuine? His hesitation did not last long as a glimmer of determination sparked in his eyes. No, I must go and take a look. Now that I know Wang Ming's brother Wang Liang has plotted against me, and having just killed 2 martial artists from the inner academy, even if the academy does not pursue me, Wang Liang will likely continue to scheme against me in secret. He is a third-tier martial artist, and with my current strength, I cannot possibly defeat him. Furrowing his brow, Yi Fei quickly assessed his predicament and grimly acknowledged that returning to the academy now would be tantamount to signing his own death warrant. Given this, it would be better to take this treasure map and venture into the mountain range for some luck. With that resolve, he swiftly cleared the bodies from the ground and turned away, setting off toward the opposite direction of Tianyin Martial Academy, ultimately disappearing into the vast night. At the same time, in a room within the Tianyin Martial Academy, Wang Ming anxiously awaited outside, desperately hoping for his elder brother to return so he could exact revenge. A few disciples from noble families stood dejectedly beside him. After waiting for a long time with no news of Wang Liang, Ho Dong, who had also suffered greatly, asked in a trembling voice, "Young Master Wang, why hasn't your brother come back yet? We've been beaten so badly this time. That lowly commoner must pay tenfold, no, 100-fold. Yes, young Master Wang. We cannot let that commoner go. We have been reduced to nothing, and he dared to strike us so brutally. If word gets out, how can we continue to hold our heads high in the academy? You must ensure your brother teaches that Yi Fei a harsh lesson, young Master Wang. Ideally, he should eliminate him entirely." While these noble disciples had been terrified into silence in Yi Fei's presence, they now spoke with bravado in front of Wang Ming, eager to settle the score. Little did they know Wang Liang had already attempted to harm Yi Fei once before, but had failed. With his head completely bandaged, Wang Ming roared in frustration, "Shut up! You all are so loud now, but where were you when I was being beaten?" Perhaps the noise was too loud, as it was clearly heard from outside the room. Just then Wang Liang returned with a grim expression. Seeing the crowd gathered outside, he scolded angrily, "Who allowed you to gather here? Do you not know this is Wang Liang's residence?" Wang Liang was displeased. He had returned late after being ordered to eliminate Zhou Guang, dividing his forces to guard the 4 gates of the Tianyin Martial Academy. Zhou Guang had not escaped the city, and after waiting a full day and night without completing the elder's task, Wang Liang was furious to find so many people blocking his door. In his anger, Wang Liang did not even realize that his brother Wang Ming was among them. Upon seeing his elder brother finally appear, Wang Ming excitedly lunged at Wang Liang, eager for immediate revenge. "Brother, you must uphold justice for me. Look at what that commoner has done to my face." Wang Ming cried, his voice filled with resentment as he pointed at his disfigured features. Yi Fei's blow had left no mercy. Wang Ming's entire face was battered, every feature sunken, and his facial bones cracked. Even with the ample healing elixirs available at the academy, it would take months to heal such injuries. At that moment, Wang Liang was filled with shame and an intense hatred for Yi Fei. Suddenly, he shouted, kicking Wang Ming away as he lunged at him. "Stop! Who are you to ambush me? Are you seeking death?" Wang Liang exclaimed, suspicion etched on his face. His failed attempt on Yi Fei had made him paranoid. Reacting instinctively, he kicked at the figure that resembled a mummy rushing towards him. Wang Ming, already in agony from Yi Fei's earlier attack, now found himself writhing in pain from his brother's kick, nearly sick from the intensity of it. The surrounding noble disciples gasped, and someone quickly explained, "Brother Wang, wait. This is your brother Wang Ming." "What? My brother Wang Ming? How could someone do this to you?" Wang Liang exclaimed, disbelief washing over him as he struggled to recognize his own brother in such a state. "Wah, brother, you must avenge me," Wang Ming cried, picking himself up from the ground. Seeing that Wang Liang finally recognized him, he hurried to recount his ordeal. Upon learning that Yi Fei was responsible for Wang Ming's condition, Wang Liang's expression darkened. He glared at the other noble disciples and commanded, "Get lost. I need to speak with my brother in private." The group quickly dispersed, seeking excuses to leave. Finally, Wang Liang, with a stern face, turned to his brother and asked, "Wang Ming, didn't I tell you not to provoke that Yi Fei? Why didn't you listen to me?" Wang Ming, already embittered and disfigured, suddenly pointed an accusing finger at Wang Liang. "Brother, what did you say? You told me that lowly commoner had become a waste after trespassing into the fire cloud cave. I thought I would just go and have some fun with him. Look at my face. Damn it, can a waste inflict such damage? That commoner is far from being a waste. He is even stronger than before. You deliberately sent me to be humiliated. Enough. You are my brother. I would never harm you. But this was indeed my oversight. I didn't expect that lowly commoner not only to survive the fire cloud cave, but to absorb the divine fire from beyond and kill my disciples Niu and Du, whom I sent after Zhou Guang." Wang Liang's voice was grim. Wang Ming was nearly struck dumb, with shock incredulity marking his face. "Brother, what do you mean? Yi Fei killed your two disciples. They were both martial artists of the first realm. What shall I do? I've thoroughly offended him, and if he comes for me..." Wang Liang disdainfully glanced at Wang Ming, snorting, "Look at you. Just a commoner. Even if he assimilates divine fire or something even more formidable, he dares to offend our princely house and the elders behind me. He is doomed. You wanted revenge, right? Clean yourself up and follow me. Oh, let's go deal with that lowly commoner." Wang Ming was startled anew and hesitated. "Brother, if we act now, the academy has rules against disciples killing one another. If discovered, we'd be stripped of our cultivation and expelled." "Ha, young master, you need not worry. Those are merely the academy's surface rules. As long as we discreetly eliminate him, even if the academy finds out, do you think they would punish martial artists like us for a dead man?" Zhang Xian laughed heartily, entering the room. Behind Zhang Xian followed several disciples clad in fine robes, some haughty, others indifferent. They were Wang Liang's companions at the academy, with Zhang Xian being the most esteemed among them. Seeing that everyone had gathered, Wang Liang nodded in satisfaction and asked Zhang Xian ominously, "So have you found the commoner's whereabouts?" "There are just a few hours left, as the elder has instructed." Upon hearing the elder mention Zhang Xian, and the martial artists behind him grew serious. The once fearful Zhang Xian proudly pointed to his nose. "Rest assured, brother Wang. When I fled, I discreetly memorized that little brat's scent. As long as we follow it, we will find him and take him down." "Haha, brother Zhang's nose is indeed keen. No scent escapes your senses. There's no time to waste. Let's set off now. Eliminate Yi Fei first, and then Zhou Guang. Let's silence them both." Seeing Zhang Xin's confidence, the accompanying martial artists wore smug smiles. On the other side, Yi Fei also entered the 10,000 Great Mountains. As soon as he stepped inside, he was taken aback by the sheer number of ferocious beasts inhabiting the area. His eyes widened in disbelief as he watched a massive bull demon swagger past him, completely ignoring his presence. That creature is truly the weakest and most useless low-level beast from Blackstone City, the Blood Bowl. Aren't such beasts supposed to be at the first level of martial arts? That one that just walked by was at least a first-tier martial master. Fortunately, his vigilance kept him hidden behind a rock. Otherwise, if that brute known for its stubbornness and vengeance had set its sights on him, he would have been in for a fierce battle. This encounter highlighted just how terrifying the beasts of the 10,000 Great Mountains truly were. Yi Fei had initially decided to travel further during the night, when there were fewer people around, hoping to quickly locate the treasure marked on his map and discover what lay there. However, after witnessing the formidable blood bowl, he promptly changed his mind. Facing a martial master Hedon is still too daunting for me at this stage. Besides, the night is when these ferocious beasts are most active. It's better for me to find a safe spot to cultivate and wait for dawn before delving deeper. Ultimately, Yi Fei found a rocky wall, dug out a simple cave, and used a large stone to block the entrance, allowing him to safely hide and begin his cultivation. As luck would have it, he had obtained 30 mid-level spirit gathering pills from Zhou Guang and the 2 martial masters, which he hadn't had the chance to use yet. Given the current, picky nature of his Indestructible Sword Soul, it certainly wouldn't find these pills appealing, but they would be perfect for enhancing Yi Fei's strength. I wonder how many levels I can improve with these pills. If only I could directly reach the 10th level of martial arts, that would be ideal. Licking his chapped lips, Yi Fei began to consume the spirit gathering pills one by one, immediately activating the Desert Gale technique to start refining them. With his profound level Dantian, he absorbed the medicinal essence at an accelerated pace, and his meridians were vastly expanded, making his cultivation significantly more efficient. In just one night, he absorbed all 30 mid-level spirit gathering pills, elevating his strength from the 8th to the pinnacle of the 9th level of martial arts. I didn't even reach the 10th level. It seems my talent is still lacking. Yi Fei expressed his disappointment. Despite advancing a level in just one day, he was not satisfied. If the elders of the Yi family were to learn of this, they would surely line up to berate him. After all, the rate of improvement for martial artists is significantly influenced by the quality of their dantian. For instance, a yellow-level first-tier dantian typically requires over 10 years to advance a single level, while a second-tier takes 9 years, and a third-tier 8, decreasing sequentially. Calculating this, Yi Fei's profound-level first-tier dantian, even with his swift cultivation speed, would normally need several months, if not more than half a year, to break through to the 9th level of martial arts. Now, relying on the mid-level spirit gathering pills, he managed to reach the pinnacle of the 9th level in less than a day, a truly astonishing feat that would undoubtedly shock many if it reached the Yi family. While 9th level is still 9th level, I have the 13 sword techniques and the mutated true chi of the celestial fire. If I can't confront a martial master directly, I should be able to escape without issue. Seeing the bright light outside, Yi Fei knew that the most perilous part of the night had passed. It was time to venture deeper into the 10,000 Great Mountains. According to the treasure map's description, the unknown treasure was hidden at the very depths of the mountains, which also served as a gathering place for various powerful demonic beasts. Throughout his journey, Yi Fei remained cautious. During this time, he encountered a myriad of formidable demonic beasts, for example, fierce tigers with wings that soared through the sky and fire-breathing serpents with legs. However, the most terrifying moment occurred when he passed through a dense forest. Without a sound, a vine suddenly appeared beneath his feet, swiftly ensnaring his body and dragging him towards the depths of the forest. Yi Fei's heart raced as he realized that hidden within the thicket was a plant-based demonic beast. This type of beast was the most peculiar and least predictable, and Yi Fei was not its first victim. As he was being pulled along, he noticed several dried corpses beneath the roots of the plant beast. One of the corpses, bizarrely enough, wore the attire of an inner courtyard senior from the Tianyun Martial Academy. It was hard to say whether this individual had been unfortunate or what had happened, but they too had fallen victim, dragged away to become nourishment for the beast. Wait, something's off. The air carries a scent of blood. This person may have died recently, and there's a wooden box nearby. Isn't that the box for the treasure map? Yi Fei was startled. He recognized that box all too well. He had found one while searching the belongings of a martial master named Niu Tai after defeating him. To see another here made him suspect that there might be more than one treasure map, perhaps many. In this critical moment, he couldn't afford to ponder further. As he neared being dragged into the depths of the plant beast's lair, he struggled in vain to escape, and in a moment of desperation, he activated the mutated true chi within him. The terrifying heat incinerated the vines, turning them to ash. Such plant beasts were most fearful of flames, and Yi Fei's fire was no ordinary flame. It was the celestial fire from beyond the heavens. Unlike animal demonic beasts, plant-based ones developed intelligence much later, and the one before Yi Fei only acted on instinct. Sensing the aura of the fire it feared most emanating from Yi Fei, the plant beast halted its attack, instinctively afraid to continue its assault. Seizing this opportunity, Yi Fei quickly fled from the plant beast and snatched up the fallen wooden box. Upon opening it, his expression soured. Indeed, this box also contains a treasure map. What is going on? Now, treasure maps seem to be as common as flyers. Could they be fake? Holding two identical treasure maps, Yi Fei's expression fluctuated as he hesitated on whether to proceed further in search of treasure. Suddenly, strong sounds of breaking air emerged from outside the forest, followed by a familiar voice filled with rage. Hurry! I can smell that little bastard. He's hiding in there. In an instant, several youths dressed in inner courtyard martial academy attire rushed in from the forest's edge. Upon spotting Yifei, who was indeed present, and sniffing around Zhang Xian, let out a loud mocking laugh. Wang Ming followed closely behind, panting heavily. Yet upon realizing they had finally caught up to Yifei, he forgot the fatigue of the night-long pursuit. Bolstered by the support of his older brother Wang Liang and 6 martial masters, Wang Ming pointed at Yifei with a venomous glare. You little peasant, you sure can run. Let's see where you can escape to now. Who are you? Yifei asked, looking at the bandaged fellow who resembled a mummy completely unfamiliar to him. Wang Ming was so enraged he nearly spat blood. I am Wang Ming. Big brother, it was this peasant who ruined my face. You must help me take revenge. Wang Ming proclaimed, turning towards Wang Liang with a pleading look. Wang Liang's expression remained cold. Dressed in black and exuding an air of nobility, his eyes gleamed with a mix of malice and surprise as he fixed his gaze on Yifei. So you are Yifei, the peasant from a small family. You really did a number on my brother, didn't you? You're Wang Liang. I have no deep feud with you. Why did you have Zhou Guang trick me into becoming a scapegoat? And now you ambush me on the road. What you're doing is far beyond what's reasonable. Yifei's eyes flashed with anger as he grasped the situation. This group not only intended to kill Zhou Guang to silence him, but was now keen on silencing him as well. Wang Liang, feeling confident in his martial master status, could hardly be bothered to speak further with Yifei. Meanwhile, Wang Ming, brimming with arrogance, disdainfully pointed at Yifei. Why? Because you are a worthless peasant. People like you are most suited to being scapegoats. How dare you refuse our duke's invitation? Killing you will be easier than squashing an ant. Stop wasting time with him, or just kill him, so we can report back to the elders. Wang Liang said coldly. Yifei's talent was simply too formidable, especially since he had rejected the duke's offer. Such a genius, once grown, would pose a significant threat to the duke's status in the Black Forest County. This was the true reason Wang Liang was determined to eliminate Yifei. Hearing Wang Liang's command, Zhang Xian and the other martial masters grinned menacingly as they advanced towards Yifei. Wang Ming became anxious and hurriedly followed behind Zhang Xian, pleading, Brother Zhang, don't kill him just yet. This peasant has humiliated me twice and ruined my face. I want to make him suffer first, so he knows the repercussions of opposing our duke's family. Wang Ming's words lit up the eyes of Zhang Xian and the others, who nodded in agreement. Haha, if our little prince hadn't reminded us, we would have forgotten. This little bastard actually killed 2 of our companions. If we don't torment him thoroughly before he dies, it would be too lenient on him. What? It's him. He killed 2 martial masters. How is that possible? A martial adept actually killed martial masters. Could he be one of those legendary prodigies? The newly arrived disciples of the inner court were astonished to hear about Yifei's achievements. Standing nearby, Wang Ming's eyes turned red with jealousy as he spat on the ground and cursed, no matter how much of a prodigy he is, torturing him will be even more satisfying. Lowborn scum, if you want to die, quickly kneel down right now and bang your head 100 times, then mutilate your own face. Faced with the encirclement of 6 martial masters, Wang Liang, a 3rd-level martial master, understood that resistance would only lead to a quicker death. Yifei quickly assessed the situation, then suddenly feigned fear, exclaiming with a terrified expression, Brothers, please don't kill me. I am willing to offer anything to save my life. As he spoke, Yifei pretended to be overly frightened, staggering forward a few steps, as if about to fall. The martial masters burst into laughter at his antics. With 6 martial masters present, they were not at all concerned about Yifei escaping. They instinctively believed he was simply scared. Wang Ming was enjoying himself thoroughly, pointing at Yifei and cursing, Damn it, lowborn scum. Weren't you quite arrogant before? Stop pretending to be pitiful. Now kneel down and bang your head. I kneel. You bastard. Yifei pretended to kneel, but actually crouched down as if preparing to spring forward. With a sudden burst of movement, he drew his sword and charged at the foremost Zhang Xian. Not good. You little bastard dare to pull tricks. Zhang Xian shouted in alarm, and Wang Liang and the other martial masters were taken aback. They had been deceived by Yifei's earlier display of weakness, and now they had no time to react. The memory of Yifei forcefully killing the 2 martial masters flashed in Zhang Xin's mind, and he lacked the courage to face Yifei alone, otherwise he wouldn't have fled in fear earlier. Seeing Yifei charging at him, Zhang Xian instinctively stepped back, nervously adopting a defensive posture. This was the very reaction Yifei had hoped for. Wang Ming stood beside Zhang Xian, and as Zhang Xian retreated, Wang Ming found himself isolated and vulnerable. At that moment, Yifei shifted the direction of his sword, placing the blade against Wang Ming's neck and nicking his skin. Don't come any closer. If anyone approaches, I will kill him. Yi Fei declared fiercely, intending to use Wang Ming as a hostage to escape this predicament. Zhang Xian and the others finally reacted, their faces turning pale. The hostage Wang Ming was desperately crying out for his older brother. Brother, save me. I don't want to die, sob, sob, sob. Overcome by fear, Wang Ming was reduced to tears on the spot. Yi Fei couldn't help but chuckle. With a hostage in hand, Zhang Xian and the other martial masters dared not act recklessly, glancing instinctively at Wang Liang. Wang Liang's expression was furious. He didn't even spare a glance at Wang Ming, instead shouting at Zhang Xian and the others, "What are you waiting for? Charge in and kill that lowborn scum. Don't forget the Elder's orders. If we don't kill this lowborn today, not just my brother, but we'll all be in trouble. Brother, you can't do this to me. I'm your own brother." Wang Ming cried out in panic as he felt the warmth of urine flowing down his legs. Wang Liang's face twisted into a cruel smile as he coldly shook his head. "What does it matter if you're my brother? You have potential, and you might one day compete with me for the title of Duke. Only by killing you will I be free of any threat. Don't worry, I will personally take care of this lowborn and avenge you. Kill." Hearing this, Zhang Xian and the other martial masters cast aside their hesitations and charged forward with ferocity. "Damn it, the Duke's residence, I won't forget this. I'll settle the score with you later." Yi Fei's expression darkened. Wang Liang was indeed ruthless, disregarding even his own brother's life, using him as a pawn to eliminate Wang Ming. Realizing that holding on to Wang Ming was futile, Yi Fei kicked him away, then turned to escape. Wang Ming's misfortune seemed overwhelming. Yi Fei had no intention of killing him, but the plant monster hidden in the dense forest would not refuse the opportunity for nourishment. Countless vines emerged, binding Wang Ming tightly, and he screamed as he was swiftly drained of life. "Brother." Despite his cruel nature, seeing Wang Ming die in such a manner ignited a blaze of fury in Wang Liang, his eyes turning bloodshot with murderous intent. Zhang Xian and the others looked on in shock as the vines surged toward them. "What's going on? There's a plant monster hidden here. It's trying to consume us. Strange, why are these vines only attacking us and not that little bastard? Brother Wang, what should we do?" Wang Liang glared resentfully at Yi Fei, who was weaving through the gaps in the vines, and bellowed, "What else can we do? Keep pursuing. You lowborn scum, you killed my brother. I will kill you now to accompany him in death." Boom. Wang Liang unleashed his third-level martial energy, sending nearby vines flying away in a whirlwind as he pursued Yi Fei. Zhang Xian and the others followed suit, using their martial energy to clear a path through the encroaching vines. Oh no! Yi Fei's heart sank. He had relied on the divine fire from beyond to intimidate the lurking plant monster and ignore the surrounding vines. To his surprise, this group of martial masters could also fend off the vines with their martial energy. The speed of martial masters already surpassed that of martial adepts. If they caught up, he would surely meet his end. What should I do now? Returning to the Duke's residence would surely lead to death. If I don't go back, can I survive in the vast mountains? Wait, why not go to that place? Suddenly, Yi Fei recalled the treasure map he possessed. Since this map existed in multiple copies, others must be headed there as well. The Duke's residence had explicitly prohibited disciples from killing each other. As long as he could reach a populated area, even Wang Liang and his group wouldn't dare to kill him openly. That would give him a chance to escape. Now to the Sword King's secret realm. Yi Fei steeled himself, accelerating to his maximum speed, racing toward the deepest valley of the mountains. This valley was the final destination marked on the treasure map. According to the information, it contained a secret realm established by a Sword King before his death, preserving the legacy of his entire life. Only a master of at least the martial sovereign level could create such a secret realm, which was why this treasure attracted numerous martial masters seeking to explore it. "Stop, you lowborn scum. Where do you think you're going? How dare you play tricks on us? Kill that lowborn scum and tear him to pieces." The inner court disciples following Wang Liang shouted angrily, but they were delayed by the vines and had fallen behind. Seizing this precious time, Yi Fei rushed to the valley where the Sword King's secret realm was located. However, upon his arrival, he sensed something was amiss. The surroundings were eerily quiet. Not a single fierce beast or even an ordinary creature could be seen, let alone other martial artists seeking treasure. This place feels wrong. A sense of alarm surged within Yi Fei. Vaguely, he could sense a faint, bloody scent rising from the valley. He halted, hesitating whether to press on. At that moment, a gloomy, cold laughter echoed from within the valley. "Hee, another fool comes to deliver himself to death. Huh, what's this? Not a martial master, but a mere 9th-level martial adept. Where did you get the treasure map from? The maps we spread were meant for those easily dealt with low-level martial artists. How did you obtain it? Stop asking so many questions." The only way to break the sword formation left by the Sword King is to capture enough martial artists to exhaust the sword energy inside. We must kill this kid quickly and then lie in ambush waiting for others to come and die. In the valley, a few figures with ghastly visages emerged, exuding a powerful aura and a lingering scent of blood. At the sight of these mysterious individuals, Yi Fei felt a cold sweat break out on his forehead. He realized that each of these enigmatic figures was a master at the martial artist level, their strength seemingly far superior to Wang Liang, who was pursuing him. So many powerful martial masters lay in ambush within this valley. Their brief dialogue revealed three crucial pieces of information to Yi Fei. First, there was indeed a secret realm left by a Sword King. Second, to access the secret realm, a sufficient number of martial artists needed to be sent to their deaths until the realm's restrictions were fully exhausted. A third, the treasure maps were deliberately disseminated by these mysterious figures to lure in enough low-level martial artists to perish. Moreover, the formidable prowess of these individuals ensured that any low-level martial artists arriving would be no match for them. This secret realm left by the Sword King was clearly a trap meticulously orchestrated by these mysterious figures, and Yi Fei found himself unwittingly ensnared. His expression darkened as he anxiously thought, this is bad. I'm caught between a powerful enemy in front and pursuers behind. Am I really going to fall here? No, I must find a way to save myself. Wait, seniors, I have something to say. Yi Fei tried to maintain his composure. Regardless of the means, he had to stop these mysterious individuals from attacking him. He sensed that these figures had surpassed the third level of martial arts mastery, and a single attack from them could easily overwhelm him. What else do you have to say, trash? The mysterious figures were taken aback by Yi Fei's calmness and temporarily halted their attack. Suppressing his rising anger, Yi Fei spoke in a deep voice, seniors, don't you need martial artists to die? Conveniently, I have 6 right behind me. Let's see if you have the ability to capture them. This was Yi Fei's plan. Since neither side was amicable, he could let them fight amongst themselves, giving him a chance to escape. What? 6 martial masters? Is that for real? It's true. 6 martial artists are indeed coming, 1 at the 3rd level and 5 at the 1st level. They are all trash we can handle. The mysterious figures paused, and at that moment Wang Liang and his companions appeared in the distance outside the valley. Yi Fei felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Upon discovering that 6 martial artists had indeed arrived, the 4 mysterious figures, though speaking lightly, could not afford to be careless. They abandoned Yi Fei and charged toward Wang Liang and the others. One of them turned back, glaring at Yi Fei, and shouted, trash, get out of the way and kneel. If you dare to escape, once we capture those martial artists, we'll come back to kill you. Now the mysterious figures had no time to waste on Yi Fei, yet they had no intention of letting him off easily. Yi Fei, uninterested in further dialogue, stepped back to the valley entrance, showing no intention of kneeling. The 4 mysterious figures were too preoccupied to notice him, as they quickly surrounded Wang Liang and his group, leaving them no chance to flee. Wang Liang and his companions, who had been intent on chasing Yi Fei, were taken aback, clearly not expecting anyone to stand in their way. Several inner court disciples, filled with anger, shouted, get lost. Who are you to block our path? Despite being outnumbered, they were the ones surrounded, which incited their fury. Huh, you dare to shout when death is upon you. If we didn't need to use you to break the formation, I would have killed you all by now. The 4 mysterious figures simultaneously sneered their patience wearing thin as they launched a frenzied attack on Wang Liang's group. Screams of agony filled the air. From his position, Yi Fei watched in horror as each of the 4 mysterious figures unleashed a single strike, instantly wounding 4 powerful inner court brothers, leaving them bloodied and incapacitated. Cold sweat cascaded down Yi Fei's forehead. He had hoped that the 2 groups would tear each other apart, providing him an opportunity to escape. But it was clear that this was no dog-eat-dog situation. It was more like dogs attacking helpless prey. In mere seconds, the 4 inner court brothers who had pursued him had been reduced to mere carcasses. Only Wang Liang and Zhang Xian reacted swiftly, realizing they were outmatched, and quickly positioned themselves back to back for defense. Wang Liang's 3rd-level martial artist prowess allowed him to withstand the initial assault from the mysterious figures. Yet rather than feeling fortunate, Wang Liang was overtaken by fear, shouting, you are all martial artists above the 3rd level. Why do you ambush us? Don't you fear the revenge of the Tianyun martial house? Ha ha ha, the Tianyun martial house. Is that supposed to impress us? Let me tell you, before you arrived, we already eliminated 12 martial artists like you. With you 6, we can almost break that peculiar sword formation. Once we break the formation and obtain the Sword King's legacy, we'll be long gone. What can the martial house do about it? 2 fools, if you don't want to suffer, kneel immediately and willingly offer your lives to help us break the formation. The 4 mysterious figures reveled in their triumph, thrilled at capturing 6 low-level martial artists in one sweep. However, their words struck fear deep into Wang Liang and Zhang Xian's hearts. Zhang Xian, trembling with dread, mustered the courage to shout, "Wang, since they won't let us go, we'll have to fight them. There might still be a chance to escape." Wang Liang nodded, a strange glint flashing in his eyes. Suddenly, he struck Zhang Xian viciously in the back, exclaiming, "You're right, I can't die. I'm destined to be the future king of Highland County, a genius of the yellow tier. Why don't you die in my place and preserve my life?" "Wang Liang, you." Zhang Xian spat blood, his heart shattered by the blow. Just as he attempted to speak, he collapsed, gasping for breath, his life ebbing away. Fortunately, being a martial artist, his robust physique allowed him to endure longer than an ordinary person would have. Yi Fei was utterly stunned. When Wang Liang showed such disregard for his own brother Wang Ming's life, he had grasped the extent of his ruthlessness. But now he was shocked to see Wang Liang launch a surprise attack on his own comrade. Just as Yi Fei struggled to comprehend Wang Liang's actions, he was hit by another unexpected turn. Wang Liang, having gravely injured Zhang Xian, promptly knelt before the four mysterious figures, surrendering. "My lords, do not kill me. I am the future king of Highland County. Spare me, and you will gain more than by killing me. I can serve you in any capacity." Wang Liang pleaded loudly, appearing genuinely terrified. Yi Fei was rendered speechless by Wang Liang's shamelessness, at a loss for words. The four mysterious figures were taken aback for a moment before bursting into laughter. "Ha ha ha. The Tianyun martial house truly is declining. Look at their disciples, either trash or cowards, utterly tarnishing the reputation of the house." Desperate for survival, Wang Liang immediately nodded eagerly, saying, "You are right, my lords. The Tianyun martial house is indeed a gathering place for trash. I've long wished to leave the house. If you would have me, I, Wang Liang, will gladly follow you, enjoying the best of life." Such a joyful life. The four mysterious figures laughed heartily once more. If Yi Fei viewed Wang Liang's actions with disdain and contempt, these four enigmatic individuals regarded Wang Liang's shameless behavior with admiration. This was a clear illustration of how like attracts like. One of the mysterious figures nodded decisively and said, "Kid, are you truly the heir of the Blackwood County prince? Impressive. We might consider sparing you on the condition that these useless ones on the ground can help us completely dismantle the sword formation inside. If that happens, you may live. Do you understand?" "Yes, I understand. Thank you for your mercy, esteemed sirs." Wang Liang feigned happiness as he stood up from the ground, but a flash of brutality flickered in the depths of his gaze. Clearly, Wang Liang was dissatisfied with how the mysterious figures treated him, but he dared not express this resentment to these four powerful individuals. Coincidentally, Yi Fei stood not far away, and Wang Liang immediately redirected his frustration towards him, thinking, "If I cannot resist these four mysterious figures, can I not eliminate a mere commoner?" Wang Liang then turned to the four mysterious figures and requested, "Esteemed sirs, I have a deep-seated grudge against that kid. If possible, I would appreciate your permission to kill him." Upon hearing this, Yi Fei's expression darkened. Wang Liang was nothing short of a ravenous wolf. If given the chance, he would undoubtedly seek to eliminate this threat. Granted. The four mysterious figures nodded proudly. Throughout the encounter, they had never regarded Yi Fei at the 9th level of martial arts as a threat. They had been lying in ambush for a while, and watching the disciples of the martial house slaughter each other was a welcome diversion. "Thank you, esteemed sirs." Wang Liang was elated, first bowing respectfully to the four mysterious figures, then turning to Yi Fei with a smug expression, coldly declaring, "Commoner, did you think you could escape my grasp by running here? Indeed, I did not foresee your impressive act earlier. I must say, I greatly admire you." Yi Fei replied with a serious expression, genuinely complimenting Wang Liang for the first time. Yi Fei's words struck at Wang Liang's most sensitive spot, instantly igniting his fury. A tempestuous aura of killing intent enveloped Yi Fei as he growled, "Commoner, I am what I am because of you. Kneel and accept your death." "You're the coward." "I am no coward," Yi Fei retorted with a cold laugh. As Wang Liang charged at him, Yi Fei activated the Desert Gale technique and the 13 sword styles, unleashing a 13-fold critical strike that caused the air to tremble slightly. Such an attack caught the attention of the four mysterious figures, who realized that Yi Fei was not as weak as he appeared on the surface. Wang Liang was taken aback, his murderous intent intensifying as he sneered, "You, a mere martial arts practitioner, dare to take the initiative against me, a 3rd-level martial master. You're truly foolish. Prepare to die." Shin level palm technique, wave palm. Boom, boom, boom. Wang Liang unleashed a palm strike, and the true chi within him roared forth like a waterfall. Just as Yi Fei's sword extended halfway, he felt a terrifying force strike him, forcing him to spit blood and retreat. There was no way around it. The gap between the 9th level of martial arts and the 3rd level of martial mastery was too vast. Even with his 13-fold critical strike, he could not withstand Wang Liang's assault. Nevertheless, the fact that Yi Fei could resist Wang Liang's attack at the third level of martial mastery astonished the four mysterious figures. Useless. A martial master unable to break through a martial practitioner's defense. How can you still have the face to say you wish to follow us? One of the mysterious figures remarked disdainfully at Wang Liang. Having just pledged allegiance to a new master, being treated with such contempt caused Wang Liang's face to turn red, then pale, and ultimately, he erupted in fury, charging at Yi Fei once more. Commoner, I will not grant you another chance. I will use all my strength to kill you now. Bah! Wang Liang, I will remember this palm strike. Whoever offends me shall pay tenfold. Oh, just wait. Yi Fei was not one to be easily intimidated. Seeing that he could not win, he chose to flee instead. Unfortunately, the entrance to the valley was firmly guarded by the four mysterious figures, leaving him no chance to escape. Yi Fei could only retreat deeper into the valley, hoping for a slim chance of survival. Wang Liang immediately pursued, shouting, Commoner, where do you think you're running? Don't worry, I'm not so lowly as to kneel and act like a grandson. Even while fleeing, Yi Fei continued to taunt Wang Liang, who was so furious that blood appeared at the corners of his mouth. The four mysterious figures frowned slightly. Upon seeing Yi Fei enter the valley, they instinctively felt that something was amiss. However, they soon laughed at their own overthinking. After all, he was just a martial practitioner. Could he truly escape from their grasp? The valley was a dead end. Entering it would only lead to a quicker demise. Oh no, this place is a dead end. As Yi Fei fled into the valley, his expression grew grim. The valley was surrounded by towering cliffs, with the only exit being a cave radiating white light. If he was not mistaken, that should be the entrance to the Sword King's secret realm. However, upon seeing the corpses of numerous martial masters strewn at the entrance, Yi Fei realized that rushing inside could lead to a swifter death than remaining outside. Wang Liang, who had entered after him, quickly grasped the situation and smirked mockingly. Haha, commoner, continue your flight. Tell me, how do you wish to die? Shall I sever your limbs, or will I slowly execute you with my knife? Glancing at the cave, and then at the approaching Wang Liang, Yi Fei gritted his teeth, making up his mind. A strange smile crept across his face as he declared, Sorry, but I dislike both methods of dying. I'd rather take my chances in the secret realm than die at the hands of a shameless wretch like you. Yi Fei swear that as long as I do not die today, I will not only kill you, but also ensure that the county prince's mansion is erased from Blackwood County. With a fiercely determined glare at Wang Liang, Yi Fei strode boldly into the cave, radiating white light. For some reason, as Wang Liang watched Yi Fei charge and recklessly, his heart was not filled with joy, but instead with a deep-seated fear. Wang Liang could never match Yi Fei's madness, willing to charge into certain death in the secret realm. The four mysterious figures that entered afterward also changed their expressions drastically. This kid has some spirit, and what if he does? The sword aura inside is something we martial masters cannot withstand. This kid, being merely a martial practitioner, dares to rush in. He is truly seeking his own demise. Let's see how far he can go before triggering the sword aura. I bet he'll only take 10 steps. A martial practitioner like him doesn't even deserve to take 10 steps. I bet he won't make it past 5 before the sword aura tears him apart. The last mysterious figure began counting. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 4 steps, 5 steps. Boom. As Yi Fei took his 5th step, a horrifying sword light pierced through the void above him, threatening to obliterate him in an instant. Damn it, here goes nothing. Undying Sword Soul, I can only rely on you now. Yi Fei broke out in a cold sweat, and in that critical moment, he placed all his hopes on the Undying Sword Soul within him. It was precisely because of this unique Undying Sword Soul that he dared to take the risk of charging into the secret realm. Channeling all his mental energy, Yi Fei established a direct connection with the Undying Sword Soul. Whether it was due to his enhanced strength or the quality of his dantian, this time, he activated the Undying Sword Soul fully without losing consciousness. He could even distinctly sense an invisible sword aura surging from within him, capable of annihilating everything. It was the Emperor of Swords. The massive sword aura aimed at Yi Fei felt the presence of the Undying Sword Soul and collapsed instantly, mere centimeters from him. Indeed, it was a complete collapse. Not just that singular sword aura, all the sword auras within the formation halted, as if time itself had stopped. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Fei quickly advanced, taking 5 steps, 10 steps, 20 steps, 50 steps, 100 steps. With a rush, he traversed the entire sword formation without a single sword aura daring to harm him. Outside the secret realm, Wang Liang watched in disbelief. Then it dawned on him, not only had Yi Fei survived the sword formation, but he had successfully entered the true secret realm, potentially acquiring the legacy of a Sword King. Wang Liang could no longer contain himself and spat out a mouthful of blood, making for a particularly jarring sight. As for the four mysterious figures, they were left dumbfounded, only slowly coming to terms with what had transpired. Despite their painstaking efforts and the countless martial masters they had killed, they could not take a single step further into the Sword King's secret realm, while Yi Fei had passed through it, as if it were nothing. Who can tell us what is going on? Why is it that even we masters of martial arts cannot enter the sword formation, yet that trash of a martial artist can stroll right through it without a care? The four mysterious figures, after a moment of stunned silence, went into a frenzy. They could not comprehend it, nor did they wish to. All they knew was that due to this unexpected turn of events, the Sword King's legacy, which should have belonged to them, might now fall into someone else's hands. Two of the mysterious individuals, enraged beyond measure, turned their fury on Wang Liang, who remained dazed as he watched Yi Fei disappear. They began to kick him violently. "You useless fool. You caused us this disaster. Why didn't you tell us that kid would be so strange? Speak up. Are you all in cahoots to rob us of our opportunity?" The leader of the mysterious figures, eyes wild with rage, tightened his grip around Wang Liang's throat, leaving him gasping for breath, unable to utter a word. The leader, consumed by anger, paid no heed to Wang Liang's potential future as a county king. His enormous hand swung down, delivering a flurry of slaps that left Wang Liang looking battered and almost lifeless, nearly choking to death right there. It was only when the second mysterious figure sensed something was amiss that he rushed to intervene, saying, "Big brother, calm down. If you're choking him, how can he talk?" Realizing his mistake, the leader hastily released Wang Liang, tossing him aside carelessly as he barked, "You trash. Tell me what is going on. Why could that kid pass through the sword formation without any hindrance?" Finally regaining his senses, Wang Liang disregarded the pain etched across his face and desperately tried to defend himself. "Sir, if you're asking me, who should I ask? I was only following the elder's orders to eliminate that Yi Fei. How could I have known he would be so bizarre? Perhaps the sword formation just happened to fail when he entered." His words struck like a lightning bolt, revealing the reason behind Yi Fei's unimpeded passage through the sword formation. Regardless of whether others believed him, Wang Liang was convinced and secretly pleased with his own cleverness. The other two mysterious figures, quickly aligning with Wang Liang's reasoning, wore expressions of exhilaration as they shouted in unison, "Big brother, this might truly be the case. If that trash could pass through the sword formation, must have indeed failed. We cannot allow that kid to seize the legacy first. The Sword King's inheritance must belong to us." As they spoke, the two figures exchanged glances, both eager to rush into the secret realm, each wishing to be the first to seize the treasures within. The remaining two figures, seeing their companions dash forward for the loot, abandoned any concern for Wang Liang and sprinted after them. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Liang quickly scrambled to his feet and, crouching low, dashed in the opposite direction, escaping the valley in haste. Fortunately, the four mysterious figures were too preoccupied with entering the secret realm to notice Wang Liang's escape. By the time he fled, the two fastest figures had already entered the sword formation, having covered a distance of 15 steps without encountering the terrifying sword light that had previously appeared. The two figures rejoiced, laughing loudly. "We were right. The sword formation has failed for some unknown reason." Boom. Just as their laughter echoed, the previously motionless sword formation erupted into chaotic movement. Two beams of sword light instantly tore the two entering figures apart, reducing them to mere fragments. Third brother. Fourth brother. The leader of the mysterious figures watched helplessly as his companions perished before his eyes, his anger transforming into despair as he halted in his tracks, frantically searching for Wang Liang. However, there was no trace of Wang Liang left. He had vanished without a trace. Puff. Realizing they had been tricked, the two surviving figures spat blood in fury. "Big brother, third and fourth brothers are dead. What should we do now? What else can we do? You go out and kill that escaping martial artist while I stay here." "Damn it. I refuse to believe that kid can hide in there forever." Meanwhile, Yi Fei, having entered the secret realm, sighed deeply. He realized he had been deceived. There was no inheritance here, only a desolate grave and a tombstone inscribed with text. Considering that stepping outside might mean running into the mysterious figures waiting for him, Yi Fei could only sigh again and approach the tombstone, idly examining the words. To his surprise, he discovered something quite extraordinary. The grave of Sword King Zhao Qianjun. So the Sword King's true name is Zhao Qianjun. This tombstone chronicles his life. He was a member of the Zhao royal family. Could this be the origin of his title as Sword King? Yi Fei's curiosity piqued. He began to read the information on the tombstone more closely. Most importantly, he felt a spark of hope that perhaps this Sword King had left behind something of value. After all, this was a master at the level of a martial sovereign, a being akin to a celestial being capable of traversing the heavens and earth, plucking stars and capturing moons. Even a mere hint of his prowess would leave someone like Yi Fei, a novice in the martial arts realm, in awe. I am Zhao Qianjuan, a twin brother of Zhao Jun, the 36th emperor of the Zhao dynasty. Alas, the royal decree mandates that all twin star princes must be killed. To protect me, my mother disfigured me, cutting off my nose, severing my ears, and peeling off my skin, turning me into something neither human nor ghost. I could only don a mask of a ghost to live out my days. Yet I refused to accept my fate. How cruel this world can be, Yi Fei thought as he read the beginning of the tombstone that revealed the brutal struggles within the royal family, mercilessly even to newborns. The words, "I refuse to accept," conveyed the pain and resentment of this tragic prince, Zhao Qianjun. Because of this pain and resentment, Zhao Qianjun had worked harder than his twin brother from a young age. After realizing he was born just a second too late to inherit the throne, he found himself unable to maintain even the identity of a normal person. At the age of 10, Zhao Qianjun escaped the palace, venturing into the vast wilderness, living among beasts. Miraculously, he was not devoured by ferocious creatures. Instead, through his ferocity and tenacity, he became the king of beasts in those mountains within 5 years. At 15, Zhao Qianjun faced the greatest turning point in his life, when a passing sinister sect master discovered him completely feral and was astounded. He immediately decided to take Zhao Qianjun back to the sect to teach him various nefarious techniques. During this time, Zhao Qianjun displayed astonishing talent in martial arts. By 16, he had gone from being utterly ignorant of martial arts to forcibly elevating himself to the level of a martial master using various malevolent techniques. By age 20, Zhao Qianjun had become a 9th-layer martial master, dominating the sinister sect. Yet for reasons unknown, in a fit of madness, he wiped out the entire sect, leaving not a single dog or chicken alive. That year also marked the day his brother Zhao Jun ascended the throne. However, Zhao Jun's reign was not to last long. At 21, Zhao Qianjun, having utilized evil techniques, broke through to the martial sovereign realm. That year, Zhao Qianjun ventured alone to the imperial city, intending to assassinate his brother, but failed and lost an arm in his escape. 3 years later, Zhao Qianjun's severed arm had not only regrown, but his strength had reached an unfathomable level. That year, Zhao Qianjun returned to the imperial city, personally slaughtering 100,000 imperial soldiers. Before the eyes of all the court officials, he beheaded the emperor himself. Strangely, Zhao Qianjun did not seize the throne for himself, but continued to be known as the Evil Sword King. From then on, armed with his sword, Zhao Qianjun embarked on a life that Yi Fei could only describe as extraordinarily fierce. This Zhao Qianjun boldly declared that he would, with just one sword, challenge all martial arts sects in the Zhao dynasty. Remarkably, he succeeded, ascending to the heights of power within 5 years, publicly executing the leaders of the 9 sects and 3 factions in front of countless disciples. The only sect that had not been challenged was the Heavenly Fortune martial house, which at that time was the strongest martial house in the entire Zhao dynasty, boasting 3 powerful martial sovereign leaders. Despite Zhao Qianjun's arrogance, he did not dare to challenge them lightly, so he chose to remain hidden, quietly enhancing his strength until he reached the age of 33. Feeling that his swordsmanship had reached its peak and could no longer be improved, the Evil Sword King once again donned his ghostly mask and charged into the Heavenly Fortune martial house. In that battle, the Heavenly Fortune martial house, with its 3 leaders, 7 deputy leaders, and 12 senior martial sovereign elders, launched a combined assault against me, but I was unafraid. After 7 days of fierce battle, all 3 leaders fell beneath my sword, 4 deputy leaders perished, and 3 were gravely injured. The 12 martial sovereign experts were all annihilated. Indeed, all annihilated. Yi Fei could almost envision the arrogance and pride of the Evil Sword King during that battle. Unfortunately, just as Zhao Qianjun's life was about to reach its zenith, he encountered the greatest setback of his life. Zhao Qianjun would never have imagined that just as he was on the brink of achieving the pinnacle of his life, the person he loved most would betray him. That ethereal woman who adored him despite his monstrous appearance devoted everything to him. Just as Zhao Qianjun felt he had found a flicker of warmth in this cruel world, it was this very woman who ruthlessly betrayed him. After he had fought against the Tianyun martial house and sustained severe injuries, she plunged a dagger deep into his heart. Only then did Zhao Qianjun realize that this woman had always been a spy sent by his mother, the Empress Dowager. The venomous woman who had already ascended to the status of Empress Dowager and controlled the political affairs of the Zhao kingdom loathed Zhao Qianjun for having killed her most treasured eldest son. Thus she orchestrated for this carefully groomed woman to draw close to Zhao Qianjun, to love him, and then cruelly extract all his secrets before ultimately killing him herself. What they did not anticipate was that Zhao Qianjun harbored a secret he had never revealed to anyone. His heart was in fact that of a dead man. The woman's strike, though fatal, could not slay Zhao Qianjun. He remained silent about the subsequent events. It was only at the grave that Yi Fei saw the despairing Zhao Qianjun, who had not been killed by that woman, but had instead chosen to end his own life in madness. Yet even in death, Zhao Qianjun harbored an overwhelming hatred for the Zhao royal family. In his final moments, this demon sword king conceived an exceptionally sinister plan for revenge. He deliberately created this secret realm and discreetly left behind a treasure map for the Zhao royal family. Behind the scenes, however, Zhao Qianjun had transformed this secret realm into a slaughterhouse. The four mysterious figures outside could never have imagined that the information about using martial artists to exhaust the sword formation was a falsehood deliberately spread by Zhao Qianjun. In reality, the sword formation would not be depleted. Rather, the more martial artists sent in from outside, the greater the formation's power would become, creating a vicious cycle that continually lured more royal experts to their deaths. One could not deny the Demon Sword King's treachery. The only way to break the sword formation was to excavate Zhao Qianjun's grave and find the cursed sword he had wielded in battle, absorbing its sword energy to dismantle the formation. Upon reading this, Yi Fei's eyes lit up. I knew it. As a respected sword king capable of creating secret realms, how could you not leave behind some treasures for us younger generations? Forgive me, Sword King, for my roughness. I do not wish to comment on your life, nor do I have the right to do so, but my life must be in my own hands. Yi Fei pondered the four powerful, mysterious figures potentially waiting outside the secret realm. With his current strength, he would be tortured upon exiting. However, if he obtained the demon sword left by the Sword King, perhaps he would have a fighting chance. Forgive me, Sword King. Hesitating briefly before needing to obtain the sword, Yi Fei knelt before the gravestone, respectfully bowing 3 times. In that instant, a mechanical noise emanated from the ground, and a stone slab appeared before him, inscribed with numerous small characters. Yi Fei soon realized that this Demon Sword King had left a hidden mechanism. It turned out that beneath the gravestone lay not Zhao Qianjun's corpse, but rather a transformation of his body into malevolent energy and demonic essence through dark arts. If anyone entered, disrespected him, and attempted to dig up his grave, the demonic aura would explode, instantly killing everyone present. Conversely, if one approached with respect and knelt in reverence, the stone slab would activate, revealing the cursed sword capable of controlling the entire sword formation hidden beneath it. After reading this, Yi Fei was speechless and silently wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Thankfully, his moment of compassion had spared him from an untimely demise. He quickly bowed 3 more times, ensuring everything was in order, and cautiously moved the stone slab aside, revealing a heavy black sword lying within. As Yi Fei lifted the slab, the cursed sword surprisingly hummed to life, soaring into the air, its trembling blade resonating with the sounds of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Those who disturb my slumber shall be slain. This was Zhao Qianjun's voice echoing from beyond the grave. With this proclamation, the black cursed sword emitted a blood-red glow, and the faint cries of countless tormented souls could be heard, piercing Yi Fei's very soul. He understood then that the title of Demon Sword King was not given lightly. From the very beginning, he had no intention of allowing anyone in the secret realm to survive. Whether respected or disrespected, those who disturbed his grave would be killed by the demonic energy, while those who knelt in reverence would be slain by the released cursed sword. Especially since this sword was no ordinary weapon. It had once claimed the lives of countless martial artists and martial masters, including the 3 strongest leaders of the Tianyun martial house. Upon its emergence, the cursed sword revealed its ferocity, transforming into a terrifying black beam of light that struck down toward Yi Fei. It would not only target him, but also any life that drew near. Demon Sword King. You truly embody evil. Even in death you seek to harm us descendants. But I refuse to die. Heaven itself cannot claim me. My life belongs to me, not to fate. Unyielding sword spirit, appear before me. Yi Fei's expression grew grave as he felt the overwhelming pressure from the cursed sword. He knew that if it were to strike down, he would not survive even a second. In this critical moment, Yi Fei had no choice but to summon all his mental strength to connect with the unyielding sword spirit, as it seemed the only hope for salvation lay with it. As his mind and sword spirit intertwined completely, Yi Fei felt more clearly than ever that what emanated from within him was not merely sword energy, but an invisible shadow of a sword. However, this shadow was terrifying, and his strength was insufficient to perceive its presence with mere mortal eyes. Yi Fei could only sense the cataclysmic energy hidden within the sword shadow. Suddenly, he felt the sword shadow in his body manifesting into an ethereal mouth that swiftly lunged toward the soaring cursed sword. The once fearsome cursed sword, now devoid of any resistance, let out a mournful cry and trembled before being devoured by the sword's shadow vanishing from Yifei's sight. Yifei's face fell into a deep frown, although the crisis was averted. What about the cursed sword? Without it, how could he contend against the four mysterious figures outside? Was he to rely solely on the unyielding sword spirit? Yifei bitterly smiled. Thus far he had only discovered that the unyielding sword spirit could heal his injuries and enhance his talents. However, it had not demonstrated any offensive capabilities, at least not yet. Furthermore, his current mental strength could not support the prolonged manifestation of the sword shadow. Suddenly a sound interrupted his thoughts. The unyielding sword spirit, having consumed the cursed sword abruptly, opened its mouth and expelled the weapon from the void, transmitting an air of disdain. The sword spirit seemed to look down on the cursed sword, deeming its grade too low for absorption. Yifei was left dumbfounded. The unyielding sword spirit was extraordinarily picky. After all, this was a treasure that had once fought alongside martial masters in countless battles, likely deemed a supreme artifact. Yet Yifei held no such disdain. Quickly seizing the cursed sword, he felt an immediate connection, as if their bloodlines intertwined. Filled with delight, Yifei realized it must be that the unyielding sword spirit, after devouring the cursed sword, not only quelled its malevolence, but also bound it to me. At last I possess a formidable treasure. With the cursed sword in hand, he gave it a flick, only to feel a twinge of uncertainty. He had heard that some powerful artifacts required a blood oath to recognize their master. Thus he bit his finger and let a drop of blood fall upon the cursed sword. As soon as he completed this action, the sword erupted with a rich black glow, and profound information flooded into Yifei's mind. Soul-eating sword. Devouring sword intent. Was this the ultimate secret that had allowed Zhao Qianjun to rampage through the 9 clans and 3 houses? It turned out that this cursed sword concealed a strand of sword intent, a principle that had enabled Zhao Qianjun to dominate the Zhao kingdom without rivals. If he could fully comprehend this devouring sword intent, would he not become invincible? Yifei was startled by his own thought. Acquiring the soul-devouring sword, Yifei fully grasped the powerful secret of the evil Sword King, as well as the various manic actions he had taken. The reason lay in the hidden devouring sword intent within this demonic sword. According to the information transmitted by the sword, the soul-devouring sword can, in conjunction with the devouring sword intent, absorb the soul fragments of defeated opponents, allowing one to acquire powerful martial arts techniques that their adversaries have mastered. The reason Zhao Qianjun fervently challenged the 9 sects and 3 houses back then was fundamentally to slay these masters and obtain the martial arts concealed within their souls. Regrettably, this devouring sword intent is exceedingly difficult to comprehend. Even a generation of sword kings could only passively understand it through evil methods, killing continuously for over 30 years before achieving full comprehension. Now how much time do I have? Yifei caressed the demonic sword in his hand, shaking his head with a bitter smile. Although the mysterious figures outside could not enter, he could not leave either. After all, those 4 individuals were far too powerful. Even with the soul-devouring sword in hand, he had no confidence in dealing with any one of them, let alone all 4, including Wang Liang, who acted as a lackey. Unbeknownst to Yifei, after he entered, 2 of the mysterious figures had already fallen victim to Wang Liang's deception, perishing within the sword formation. Realizing he had caused deaths, Wang Liang cleverly seized the chaos to escape the valley, likely being pursued by one of the mysterious figures. In truth, there was only one mysterious person guarding the outside of the secret realm. Yet even against one, Yifei felt he would be powerless. The gap between the martial path and martial master realms was simply too vast. If his opponent were merely at the first level of the martial path, he might still escape, but facing those mid-level martial masters at the 4th or 5th level outside, he would only be waiting for his demise. Thus, Yifei gloomily realized that his only chance of surviving and leaving this secret realm lay in comprehending the devouring sword intent. Only then could he unleash the true power of the soul-devouring sword and contend with the mysterious figures outside. Let's give it a shot. After all, I can't leave. Trying to comprehend the devouring sword intent here isn't a bad idea. Yifei finally made up his mind. He had long heard that those who could reach a profound understanding of sword techniques might grasp sword intent, a rarity he had never encountered. Thinking of it now, he was actually able to comprehend his own devouring sword intent, which made Yifei feel a tingle of excitement. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Yifei began to immerse his spirit into the soul-devouring sword, attempting to fathom the hidden sword intent within. His consciousness entered an utterly dark space where an overwhelming force of attraction faintly beckoned him, seemingly intent on swallowing his awareness whole. Yi Fei understood that was the devouring sword intent. He needed to merge his consciousness with this sword intent. Succeeding would signify full comprehension. Failing, however, could mean his entire consciousness would be devoured, leaving behind only a soulless shell. The risk of comprehending sword intent was substantial, especially for someone at Yi Fei's low level in the martial path. Not daring to let his guard down, he cautiously released a strand of spiritual intention, seeking to connect with that will of the sword. Suddenly, he felt a terrifying sword light violently consume his strand of spiritual intention, and his entire consciousness was struck by an overwhelming will. Bang! In reality, Yi Fei was flung backward, crashing heavily onto the ground and spitting out several mouthfuls of blood. The will of the sword path is indeed not easily comprehensible, especially the domineering, devouring sword intent I am attempting to grasp. To succeed, it seems I cannot rely solely on my comprehension. I also need the assistance of the eternal sword soul. Yi Fei wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, refusing to be discouraged. He still possessed the eternal sword soul, and no matter how domineering the devouring sword intent was, it could not match the supremacy of the sword soul. As long as he could activate the dark energy of the sword soul and exponentially enhance his comprehension, Yi Fei believed he could certainly grasp this devouring sword intent. However, a problem arose. To trigger the dark energy of the eternal sword soul, he needed to use medicinal pills. Yet the eternal sword soul was quite particular. It would not deign to absorb anything less than high-grade pills. Looking around the secret realm, Yi Fei noted that Zhao Qianjuan, the evil sword king, had indeed been ruthless, leaving nothing behind for posterity, not even a single spirit herb. But not everything was lost. Yi Fei suddenly noticed the sword formation still operating not far away. This sword formation was actually set up by Zhao Qianjun, using his life's power, with each strand of sword qi condensed from the formidable sword intent within the sword king's body. Yi Fei devised a plan to passively utilize the soul-devouring sword to absorb these sword qi, hoping it might yield results. Well, since I'm already in a desperate situation, there's no harm in trying. Yi Fei cautiously re-entered the sword formation with the soul-devouring sword in hand. To his surprise, the soul-devouring sword was indeed the key to this sword formation. With it in his possession, he did not need to activate the eternal sword soul. The sword formation posed no threat to him. Instead, Yi Fei thrust the soul-devouring sword towards the nearest floating sword qi, which was instantly drawn in and devoured by the sword, transforming into a peculiar sword essence that surged into his body. The eternal sword soul within him was also stimulated, releasing strands of dark energy. Although less than what a pill would provide, Yi Fei had succeeded. Through absorbing the sword qi from the formation, he could indeed trigger the energy of the eternal sword soul. With this realization, he wasted no time. Seizing the soul-devouring sword, he began voraciously consuming all the sword qi nearby. In no time, more than half of the sword qi from the formation had been devoured by Yi Fei using the soul-devouring sword, rendering the surroundings devoid of threat. At this moment, the dark energy released by the eternal sword soul reached a state of saturation. Yi Fei did not dare to delay and quickly sat down. His spiritual awareness once again plunged into the depths of the soul-devouring sword, striving to comprehend the devouring sword intent. With the dark energy from the eternal sword soul, Yi Fei immediately sensed a notable change within him. If before his spiritual awareness had been as minuscule as a spark, then under the amplification of the dark energy from the eternal sword soul, he now felt as though his spiritual awareness was a blazing torch. The once wild devouring sword intent within the soul-devouring sword was momentarily stunned, paralyzed by the dark energy from the eternal sword soul, neither attacking nor resisting, allowing Yi Fei's awareness to gradually grasp it. Boom. This state of affairs lasted an indeterminate length of time, perhaps 5 days, perhaps 10. In any case, Yi Fei finally felt that he had completely comprehended the devouring sword intent. A surging black sword light erupted from Yi Fei, ultimately coalescing into a peculiar light spot that surged into his mind, vanishing without a trace. Oh, I see. What was hidden within the soul-devouring sword was not the true devouring sword intent, but merely a fragment of the sword path, while left by the evil sword king, meant to control the soul-devouring sword. He could never have anticipated that I would succeed in comprehending sword intent through this fragment, forming my own seed of sword intent. Feeling the light spot dissipating in his mind, Yi Fei was immensely satisfied. He believed that given time, this seed of sword intent would soon take root and flourish, evolving into his own unique devouring sword intent. Upon grasping the sword intent seed, Yi Fei immediately felt his connection with the soul-devouring sword strengthen significantly. This demonic sword had now become as if it were an extension of his own body, moving with effortless precision. Yet Yi Fei did not intend to stop there. Having comprehended the sword intent, he had only consumed more than half of the sword chi from the formation, with a small portion still circulating within. Yifei certainly would not let this opportunity go to waste. He was now determined to absorb this remaining sword chi, completely aiming to attempt a breakthrough into the martial master realm. Indeed, he aspired to ascend directly from the 9th level of the martial path, making consecutive breakthroughs until he reached the martial master realm. This decision was undeniably reckless. Even with a profound level Dantian, it was something nearly impossible to achieve. But Yifei was different. With his newfound understanding of the sword intent seed and the ability to absorb sword chi through the soul-devouring sword, it was as if he had a master continually supplying him with true energy. Thus, he dared to take this gamble. Now let's begin breaking through to the martial master level. Without pause, after comprehending the seed of sword intent, Yifei closed his eyes once more, seizing the moment to harness the fully controlled spirit-devouring sword, continuing to frantically absorb the sword aura within the sword formation. This time, Yifei did not need to move around. The spirit-devouring sword emitted a terrifying suction akin to a black hole, swiftly drawing in the remaining sword aura concealed within the formation. The incessant absorption transformed it into pure sword essence, which Yifei absorbed without reservation. Indeed, this was not merely genuine energy, but a higher-grade essence known as true yuan. Generally, it was only after breaking through to the martial master realm that a warrior's genuine energy could be converted into the more advanced true yuan. Moreover, depending on the martial arts practiced by the warrior, these true yuan could be further classified into different names, such as sword essence or blade essence. As a legendary evil sword king and a martial sovereign level master, Zhao Qianjuan's residual sword essence within the formation, even if diminished greatly over time, was still immense, and Yifei could sense just how vast the absorbed sword essence truly was. Even if he could not completely refine the sword essence converted by the spirit-devouring sword, refining merely a fraction of it would be immensely beneficial to Yifei. Thus, during this period, Yifei immersed himself in an almost trance-like state of cultivation, continually using the sword aura from the sword formation to refine it into his own genuine energy. He then utilized this genuine energy to elevate his own realm. This process of refinement was long and tedious. At first, Yifei kept track of time, but as his cultivation deepened, he grew indifferent to it, obsessively refining without pause. During this time, Yifei's realm successfully broke through to the 10th level of martial Dao. Yet he did not stop there. The 10th level was merely a bridge. Only by truly breaking through to the martial master realm could he grasp the key. Days passed swiftly, perhaps even more than 10. Yifei finally sensed that despite his warrior physique allowing him to go long periods without food, his endurance against hunger had reached its limit. If he did not find a way out to seek sustenance, soon he might perish from starvation before mastering the martial master level. Just at that moment, a rumble echoed within him. Yifei felt elated as he sensed that his genuine energy had finally accumulated to an extraordinary level. It was time to attempt a breakthrough to the martial master realm. Martial master realm, let me break through. Yifei's expression turned serious as he channeled all his genuine energy, surging towards the intangible barrier within him. Unfortunately, the barrier proved exceedingly difficult to breach. After several attempts, he had yet to succeed. However, Yifei did not lose heart. Here, he lacked nothing but genuine energy. Utilizing the spirit-devouring sword, he absorbed more sword aura from the formation to replenish his energy expenditure, and he pressed forward to attempt the breakthrough again. The second attempt failed. Martial Master Realm, it truly isn't easy to break through. Once more, for the third time, I must succeed. Yifei's face hardened as he quickly adjusted his stance, preparing for a third attempt. Boom. This time the breakthrough came effortlessly. His vigorous, genuine energy burst through the intangible barrier, swirling and contracting furiously within him. If the genuine energy of the martial Dao realm could be likened to a stream, then the true yuan of the martial master realm was a river. The continuous flow of genuine energy through compression transformed into the higher grade true yuan, flooding into Yifei's dantian. In that instant, he felt an explosive power radiating from within him. Is this the realm of the martial master? I feel at least 10 times stronger than before. Yifei was astonished, unaware that outside the two mysterious figures waiting patiently were utterly shocked. Big brother, what's happening? It seems the sword formation in the secret realm is collapsing. It must be that kid inside who has successfully obtained the Sword King's inheritance. Calculating the time, he has been inside for over a month. If he doesn't come out soon, he'll certainly starve to death in there. Second, you go in first and investigate the situation, commanded the leading mysterious figure. Why me? The second mysterious figure was not foolish, especially having witnessed his two companions torn to shreds by the sword aura. Get in there and scout the way for me. We don't have much time left. If we delay, the experts from the Marshall Mansion could find us at any moment. Having waited for over a month, the leading mysterious figure had completely lost his patience. A cruel glint flashed in his eyes as he kicked his companion into the secret realm. Big brother, no. The second mysterious figure, terrified, found himself thrust into the secret realm, daring not to look back as he desperately ran toward the end of the sword formation. At that moment, Yi Fei had also refined the true yuan within him, standing up from the ground. Seeing the mysterious figure rush in from the entrance, his expression turned grim. This is bad. Once I absorb all the sword aura here, the sword formation will automatically collapse. Yet these mysterious figures truly have patience, blocking me for so many days. Yi Fei mused, but this time he did not retreat. Having broken through to the martial master realm and fully mastered the spirit-devouring sword, he felt a newfound confidence to confront these mysterious figures. The intruding mysterious figure, realizing he had not been killed by the sword formation, was filled with exhilaration. The sword formation has finally broken. The Sword King's inheritance is finally mine. Trash over there, what you're holding is the demonic sword of the Sword King, which you are utterly unworthy to wield. Kneel down and surrender it to me at once. The ecstatic mysterious figure looked at Yi Fei with malice and hostility. Yi Fei paid no heed to the man's taunts, instead studying the ghostly mask on his face with contemplation. You know about this secret realm, and wear the same mask as Zhao Qianjun. Could it be that you are of royal descent? Indeed, we are all ghost guards of the royal family, just like the Sword King himself. Trash, knowing our identity, you should surrender the demonic sword to me obediently. If you do, I might spare you the torment and let you die quickly. The mysterious figure cackled ominously. Although taken aback by Yi Fei's breakthrough to the martial master realm, he remained indifferent, gazing down arrogantly at Yi Fei. Don't even think about resisting. I am a martial master of the 4th level. Killing a rookie like you who has just entered the martial master realm requires but one hand. Oh really? That's what you say? Since you only need one hand, I'll help you sever the other. Yi Fei retorted with a cold smile. Since this man sought to kill him, he would not sit idly by. He directly swung the spirit-devouring sword, unleashing a massive beam of sword light. Trash, seeking death. The mysterious figure furiously roared, seeing Yi Fei so weak, yet daring to strike. He immediately resolved to capture Yi Fei and torment him to death. As the sword light sliced through the air, the mysterious figure smirked maliciously, moving with ghostly agility to evade the strike while charging toward Yi Fei. Unfazed, Yi Fei remained calm and did not strike back. Instead, he revealed a peculiar smile, coldly uttering a single word: slash. Swish. The sword light, initially evaded by the mysterious figure, suddenly reversed direction, instantly severing the figure's arm at the shoulder. This was a small technique Yi Fei had developed after comprehending the seed of sword intent, enabling him to adjust the attack direction of his sword aura through the sword intent, leaving his opponent defenseless. Caught off guard, the mysterious figure screamed in agony as his arm was severed, shock and fear flooding his gaze as he looked at Yi Fei. Sword intent? How is this possible? How could someone of your low realm comprehend sword intent? The leader of the mysterious figures, arriving just in time, was equally astounded. He recognized at a glance that Yi Fei's manipulation of the sword light resembled the descriptions of sword intent recorded by the royal family. What? Sword intent? Brother, have you made a mistake? How can a mere novice martial artist comprehend sword intent? The second mysterious figure clutched his severed arm, his gaze filled with resentment and fear as he looked at Yi Fei. The leader of the mysterious figures sighed and removed the ghostly mask from his face. The visage beneath was grotesque, resembling Zhao Qianjun, appearing neither human nor ghost. Yi Fei was taken aback and immediately thought of a possibility. Are you all princes of the Zhao kingdom? He was even more astonished. How could such distinguished royalty be reduced to this form? Truly, the royal family is the most ruthless of all. Indeed, we are the twin princes of the Zhao kingdom. Thanks to the evil Sword King, from now on, all twin princes of the royal family will be cursed to take on this inhuman appearance, losing not only their royal status, but also their very humanity. The leader of the mysterious figures spoke with deep disdain. The figure with the severed arm then earnestly tried to persuade Yi Fei. Young brother, since you know our identity, you must understand that opposing the royal family will lead to dire consequences for you and your family. If you accompany us back to the imperial city and obediently hand over the inheritance of the Sword King, the royal family will surely reward you generously. Land and titles, wealth and glory, all for your choosing. Seeing Yi Fei's ability to comprehend sword intent, both mysterious figures felt a flicker of trepidation and fear. The royal family was well aware of how formidable those who grasped sword intent could be. Zhao Qianjun was not the first royal to achieve this. There had been a more astonishing ancestor who at the age of 20 successfully comprehended sword intent. With that complete sword intent, that ancestor not only created a legend by defeating a 10th-tier martial master with just a first-tier martial artist's strength, but also attracted the attention of powerful beings from the three sacred grounds who rushed to the imperial city, vying to take him back for further training. It was due to that ancestor's might that the Zhao royal family managed to maintain control over the kingdom amidst countless upheavals. Now, witnessing Yi Fei's comprehension of sword intent, the two mysterious figures naturally felt a sense of fear and refrained from their previous aggressive posturing, opting instead for a more conciliatory approach. Yi Fei, however, could only respond with a series of cold smiles. Do you take me for a fool? You think you can deceive me with such ghostly words? In this world, only strength matters. Without strength, everything is but a fleeting illusion. If I were to believe your words and accompany you to the imperial city, I would be met not with royal welcome, but with relentless torture and interrogation from the royal experts. Yi Fei's declaration caused both mysterious figures to exchange astonished glances. They were taken aback by how this seemingly youthful boy possessed such terrifying insight, instantly discerning their true intentions. Indeed, they had no intention of recruiting Yi Fei, they merely aimed to trick him into the imperial city. With Yi Fei not falling for their scheme and showing no fear of the royal family's might, their expressions grew grim. The leader of the mysterious figures suddenly wore a sinister expression, glaring at Yi Fei as he barked, "Kid, since we can't trick you, well, join forces to eliminate you and claim the Sword King's cursed sword." "You're right, brother. I also don't believe he could comprehend complete sword intent at such a low level, nor does he have the audacity to sever my arm. Let's work together and kill him." Soul-snatching hand. The figure with the severed arm charged towards Yi Fei, his face twisted with malice. He was determined to exact vengeance for his severed limb. Frost Fist. The leader of the mysterious figures sneered as they both launched their attacks, fully unleashing their fifth-tier martial prowess. A cold smile crept across Yi Fei's face. "You overestimate yourselves. If you seek death, I shall oblige. Devour sword intent, a sword that devours souls." Yi Fei roared, channeling all his true energy into the soul-devouring sword in his hand. Indeed, he had yet to master complete sword intent, he possessed only a seed of it. However, even a seed should not be underestimated by these two mysterious figures, for he wielded the soul-devouring sword. This sword had once slain 100,000 military souls. It had cut down countless martial masters and martial lords. Moreover, it had beheaded 3 powerful masters from the Tianyun martial mansion. Such a formidable sword, once fully unleashed, was bound to be devastating. Boom. The air seemed to crackle with lightning as the fully awakened soul-devouring sword released an immensely terrifying black sword light. This light was so fearsome that Yi Fei watched as the space in front of him was torn apart. The unfortunate severed arm mysterious figure, merely coming into contact with this sword intent, found his entire body exploding on the spot. The other mysterious figure was gripped by overwhelming fear. He could hardly believe that Yi Fei had not only grasped sword intent, but could also control the terrifying soul-devouring sword with such ease. "No!" The mysterious figure screamed in terror, turning to flee. The fifth-tier martial artist was so frightened by Yi Fei's sword that he fled in panic, nearly wetting himself. "Where do you think you're going? Didn't you want this cursed sword? They'll deliver it to you." Boom. Yi Fei gripped the soul-devouring sword tightly and swung it mercilessly at the fleeing mysterious figure. In an instant, the sword sliced him cleanly in half, creating a gruesome scene. Strangely, as the mysterious figure died, a ball of white light was suddenly absorbed by the soul-devouring sword, transmitting into Yi Fei's mind. It was the remnants of the mysterious figure's soul left behind after death. Within that fragment were recorded the martial arts he had practiced while alive. Yi Fei immediately closed his eyes to comprehend this martial art. After a moment, he opened his eyes, shaking his head. "Frost Fist, a low-grade mystic technique, not even comparable to my Sword 13 style. It would be of no use to learn, but I could bring it back to the Yi family as a surprise for Uncle Jian." Then Yi Fei closed his eyes again, focusing on the soul fragment of the other mysterious figure that the soul-devouring sword had absorbed. However, upon inspecting this fragment, Yi Fei felt quite disheartened. This fragment contained no martial arts techniques, but rather a series of fragmented memories. Yi Fei soon realized that although the soul-devouring sword could devour others' souls, the content absorbed was random, not guaranteed to include martial arts techniques. It was likely this randomness was why Zhao Qianjun had become a murderous maniac. Only by killing enough could he obtain sufficiently powerful martial arts techniques. However, through these fragmented memories, Yi Fei discovered why these royal ghostly guards appeared here. Long ago, the Zhao royal family had discovered this Sword King's secret realm and had sent many experts to their deaths, yet none could break into the secret realm to obtain the cursed sword inside. The royal family dared not make a grand assault, especially since the Tianyun martial mansion was nearby and harbored deep enmity with the evil Sword King. If they realized the evil Sword King's grave was so close to the martial mansion, all their experts would surely converge to destroy the site. This matter had remained unresolved until recently, when the usually assertive royal princess, Zhao Yu, unexpectedly acquired the divine fire from beyond the heavens and sought to refine it, forcefully breaking into the secret realm. Some ambitious members of the royal family could no longer sit idle. If Zhao Yu successfully obtained the Sword King's inheritance, it was likely that a second Sword King would emerge, dominating invincibly, and seizing the throne would be merely a matter of time. Thus, this ambitious figure hastily allied with a senior elder from the martial mansion to obstruct Zhao Yu's attempts to refine the divine fire, secretly dispatching these 4 loyal ghostly guards to seize the opportunity to unlock the secret realm and obtain its treasures, while Zhao Yu was preoccupied. After reading all of this, Yi Fei couldn't help but smile wryly. Truly, the royal family is full of intrigue and rivalry. It's quite enlightening. The troubling part is it seems I've unwittingly gotten involved. While this place is no longer safe, I should return to the martial mansion quickly. Just as he took a few steps, Yi Fei suddenly recalled the words he had faintly heard from the 2 mysterious figures when the sword formation collapsed. What were they saying outside? They've been blocking me for over a month, and considering my time at the martial mansion, it's nearly been 3 months. Not good. Yi Fei exclaimed and disregarded his return to the martial mansion. He now had something even more pressing to address. He had to return to the Yi family. In 3 months, it would be the day of the Yi family's contest for the position of family head. At that time, the one who had wronged his father and him, Yi Wei, would surely return from the Tianxian sect. As the Yi family was set to hold a martial arts gathering in 3 months to select a new heir, Yi Fei felt a sense of urgency. He resolved to abandon the main roads and instead traverse the edges of the 10,000 great mountains, climbing over peaks and valleys to reach his family. Father, just you wait. 3 years ago, Yi Tianxiong and his son took your life. On this very day, 3 years later, I shall personally end their lives, offering them as a tribute to your spirit in the heavens. For several consecutive days and nights, Yi Fei tirelessly ran along the periphery of the 10,000 great mountains. Coincidentally, the very edge of this mountain range led him to the Blackstone Mountains. Beyond the Blackstone Mountains lay Blackstone City. Crossing the mountains was indeed the fastest route back to the Yi family. Oh, if only I could become a martial master. They say martial masters can condense their true energy into wings, granting them the ability to fly. That way the journey wouldn't be so arduous. 7 days quickly passed. At this point, only 2 days remained until the 3-month deadline. In 2 days, the Yi family would likely convene for their martial arts gathering, and Yi Fei had to return to seek justice for his father and himself. A roar echoed from afar, startling Yi Fei from his thoughts. Following the sound, he noticed signs of battle along the way, as well as scattered footprints. How strange. This is already the end of the 10,000 great mountains deep within the Blackstone Mountains. The only creatures that should be here are top-tier ferocious beasts or terrifying monsters. The families of Blackstone City don't even have martial masters among them. How dare they venture here? A glint of confusion crossed Yi Fei's eyes as he considered ignoring the commotion and continuing on his path back to the Yi family. At that moment, from a nearby thicket, towering trees suddenly splintered and fell in droves, accompanied by a series of furious roars. Out of the forest dashed 2 figures, a man and a woman. The man was a plump fellow, panting heavily as he ran, clad in a light blue disciple's attire. The girl, dressed similarly, was petite and charming, radiating a unique allure that struck Yi Fei as vaguely familiar. Upon reflection, Yi Fei couldn't help but chuckle. Wasn't this Zhuang Linger, the daughter of the city lord? When his father was still alive, Yi Fei had accompanied him to celebrate the city lord's birthday, where he had seen her once during the banquet. Zhuang Linger was certainly a well-known prodigy in Blackstone City. Unlike Yi Fei, who had returned after years, she had long been sent to a sect for training, rarely returning to Blackstone City. Yi Fei hadn't expected to encounter her here, but her presence indicated that he was not far from Blackstone City. He then glanced at the fierce beast pursuing Zhuang Linger. No, it was more than just a ferocious beast. It appeared to be a powerful monster resembling a blood bowl, though blood bowls were typically black and the chances of mutation into a monster were extremely low. This beast, emerging from the thicket, was entirely snowy white, covered in scales with mysterious patterns, radiating a soft white light and exuding no trace of monstrous energy. What kind of monster is this? I've never seen anything like it. Yi Fei wondered, curiosity piquing his interest. Confident in his own strength, he remained still. His sudden presence startled both Zhuang and the panting plump fellow fleeing for their lives. The plump fellow, irritable, shouted, "Hey, you over there. Move aside. Can't you see that death is hot on our heels?" Zhuang was equally astonished, not expecting anyone else to dare venture this close to the edge of the 10,000 great mountains besides herself and her cousin. Even if it wasn't as dangerous as the depths of the mountains, this area was still rife with top-tier ferocious beasts and low-grade monsters. Without adequate power, entering here was tantamount to courting death. Zhuang had initially pursued this treasure beast on a whim, reluctant to give up the opportunity when urged on by her cousin. Unfortunately, they ultimately found themselves outmatched, the beast growing bolder with each encounter. Forced to flee, Zhuang was surprised to discover another person in this remote area. After a moment's hesitation, she quickly warned the motionless Yi Fei, "You there, please run. That treasure beast is formidable. It's at least a second-level martial master." Yi Fei stood firm, not intending to intervene, yet he couldn't help but appreciate Zhuang timely warning, which sparked a flicker of affection for the city lord's daughter. After all, the Yi family had to continue their existence in Blackstone City, and maintaining a good relationship with the city lord's household was essential. More importantly, the information Zhuang had inadvertently revealed caught his interest. The unknown monster was rumored to be a treasure beast. It was said that the core of a treasure beast could allow martial Dao experts to forcibly ascend to martial master status. Yi Fei was troubled by the hurried nature of his return, having failed to bring back any significant gifts for his sword uncle. If he could take the treasure beast's core back, it would undoubtedly be of immense benefit to his uncle. "Thanks for the warning, but are you still planning to fight this treasure beast? If not, I will," Yi Fei called out to Zhuang as she darted past him, dismissing the beast's imminent charge entirely. "Fight? Are you insane? We've been at it for ages and haven't even scratched it. If you want to die, go ahead, but don't blame my cousin for not warning you." The plump fellow, clearly connected to the city lord's house, was incredulous. "This young man, are you from Blackstone City? I advise against pursuing this treasure beast. My cousin is right. If our current strength is insufficient, we are no match for it." Zhuang possessing a kind heart, urged Yi Fei once more. After all, she was the one who had lured the beast, and she didn't wish for her actions to cost an innocent life. Watching Yi Fei's retreating figure, Zhuang felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, though she couldn't quite place where she had seen him before. "I can't just stand by and let him face danger alone." Zhuang couldn't bear to watch Yi Fei rush to his demise alone, and her instinct was to help him. This frightened the chubby boy who was still catching his breath. He quickly urged her, "Cousin, don't go. We've just escaped the pursuit of that ferocious beast. Going back now would only mean death for all three of us. We can't let ourselves perish here, but we also can't abandon him," Zhuang insisted. Seeing that his persuasion was failing, the chubby boy's eyes darted around until he devised a clever idea. With a sly grin, he said, "Cousin, I never said we shouldn't help. How about we first observe his strength? If he proves capable, the three of us can take down the beast together. But if he's weaker than us, then our interference would be futile. Cousin, how can you think like that?" Zhuang expression darkened as she understood the implication behind his words. He wanted to assess Yi Fei's abilities first. If Yi Fei turned out to be strong, her cousin would swoop in to take advantage. If Yi Fei was weaker than them, he would surely flee. Such behavior was akin to being a fair-weather friend. As the daughter of the city lord, Zhuang was too proud to act in such a manner. She stomped her foot and charged forward, declaring, "If you won't help, then I will go myself." "Cousin, wait." The chubby boy feigned a sorrowful expression, but as he saw her determination, his face shifted several times before he finally gritted his teeth and said, "Cousin, wait for me. If we must die, so be it. We may be chubby, but we are not cowards." Boom. At that moment, Yi Fei was already locked in combat with the ferocious beast. To his surprise, his punch did not inflict any damage. The beast's tough scales were not to be underestimated. Seizing the moment Yi Fei's punch missed, it let out a furious roar and unleashed a torrent of flames, attempting to incinerate him. Yi Fei's expression grew serious. No wonder even Zhuang and those two martial artists couldn't defeat this beast and nearly faced annihilation. It turns out this beast not only has formidable defenses, but its attacks are also quite powerful. Yet this only fueled Yi Fei's fighting spirit. He dodged the flames, darting forward to confront the beast heat-in. Desert Gale Technique. Divine Fire True Essence. Yi Fei bellowed, channeling his mutated True Essence. This time he refrained from using his Sword 13 technique. After all, he and Zhuang were still strangers. Unless absolutely necessary, he did not want to reveal his trump card in front of others just yet. Even so, the power he unleashed was easily tenfold that of an average first-tier martial artist. As he threw a punch, the true essence fused with the otherworldly divine fire transformed into a swirling mass of violet flames fiercely igniting upon his fist. The intense heat left a charred mark on the beast's sturdy scales, scorching its flesh. Roar! The beast howled in agony, retreating as the fear in its gaze replaced its earlier ferocity. It couldn't comprehend why this seemingly ordinary first-tier martial artist was capable of damaging its scales and unleashing such terrifying flames. Meanwhile, the chubby boy who had already rushed halfway was nearly in disbelief. Could it be that the beast they struggled against was now being pushed back by Yi Fei with a single punch? I remember now why he looked so familiar. It's because he resembles Yi Fei. Zhuang Linger exclaimed, astonishment covering her face as she covered her mouth, unsure whether to proceed to assist. No way. Yi Fei, the one the city lord mentioned as a potential suitor. He doesn't seem like it. Even if he's a genius, there's no way he could have broken through to martial artist level in just 3 months. But aside from Yi Fei, I can't think of anyone else who resembles him, Zhuang Linger said, a hint of frustration in her voice. Thud. Just then Yi Fei, who was battling the beast ahead, suddenly stumbled and nearly fell. He had clearly overheard their conversation, especially the chubby boy's mention of a potential suitor. Despite his steadfast resolve, Yi Fei momentarily lost focus. Could it be? When did I become betrothed to the city lord's family? I wasn't even aware of it myself. Such astonishing news left Yi Fei momentarily dazed, and the beast seized on this vulnerability. With a roar, it unleashed another massive wave of flames enveloping Yi Fei entirely. Watch out! Zhuang Linger and the chubby boy turned pale at this sight. Their inability to defeat the beast stemmed from the overwhelming power of its flames, which could even burn through rock. Now that Yi Fei was completely surrounded by fire, his fate seemed dire. Zhuang Linger closed her eyes in despair, while the chubby boy prepared to flee with her at any moment. Boom! Just as they believed Yi Fei was doomed, the flames erupted in a tremendous explosion, revealing Yi Fei emerging enveloped in violet fire. Damn it! I merely lost focus for a moment, and you dared to sneak attack me. Let's see whose flames are truly stronger. Channeling his true essence wildly, Yi Fei transformed into a towering figure of violet flames, charging straight into the heart of the firestorm. With a powerful punch, he shattered the flames into a cascade of sparks, and a mass of violet divine fire crashed down onto the beast. The beast wailed in agony. The force of the divine fire was something even a creature skilled in fire could not withstand. Yi Fei's punch not only burned through the beast's skull, but also extended his hand to grasp a crystal that resembled a ruby. This was the beast's core, rumored to allow martial artists to break through to the martial artist realm unconditionally. Such a treasure might not hold much value at Tianyun Martial House, but in a small place like Haishi City, it was priceless. From a distance, the chubby boy's eyes turned red with envy. Initially, he had hoped to gain an advantage, but before he could act, Yi Fei had already defeated the beast in an instant. Wait, he can't be Yi Fei, defeating a second-tier martial artist beast in one move. Not even Yi Fei could achieve that. Even those at the 3rd or 4th tier might struggle. Could he actually be a senior expert? Zhuang Linger speculated. Only this reasoning could explain why Yi Fei could slay a second-tier martial artist beast with a single strike. The thought that he might be an esteemed wandering master, or even an ageless elder, sent chills down the chubby boy's spine. Recalling how he had previously insulted Yi Fei, the chubby boy rushed over with a mournful expression. Senior, spare my life. I meant no offense, please forgive me this once. Senior, are you perhaps an elder of Tianyun Martial House? Zhuang Linger approached, her expression tense as she gazed at Yi Fei. Women tend to be meticulous. She had already noticed the insignia of Tianyun Martial House on his attire. From Zhuang Linger's words, Yi Fei realized that the city lord's daughter had not recognized him. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and hastily concocted an excuse to conceal his identity. Don't worry, I'm not an elder from the Martial House, just an inner courtyard disciple out for training. My name is Zhou Guang. Yi Fei decisively borrowed Zhou Guang's name. After all, Zhuang Linger had returned seemingly for a matchmaking visit. If she were to discover that he was Yi Fei, the situation would become exceedingly awkward. So your brother Zhou? Zhuang Linger smiled sweetly. Upon hearing that Yi Fei was not the imagined ancient master, but rather a young man of similar age, she felt an inexplicable joy. Seeing Yi Fei's approachable demeanor, the chubby boy also relaxed, and with an inquisitive expression, he asked, Brother Zhou, may I ask about a disciple named Yi Fei from your martial house? What is his strength like? How about his character? Compared to me, is there a significant gap? Cousin, why are you asking about this? Zhuang Linger blushed at his words. The chubby boy replied earnestly, I'm just looking out for you. From what the city lord implied, it seems he wants to marry you off to that Yi Fei. I'm merely helping my cousin keep an eye out. Cousin, stop talking nonsense. Who said I want to marry that Yifei? Father only asked me to return to Haishi City for a visit. I would never agree to a baseless engagement. No matter how outstanding Yifei is, I won't marry him. Zhuang Linger felt both embarrassed and anxious, glancing at Yifei instinctively. Yifei remained silent, a stern expression on his face. At this moment he found it difficult to speak. Could he really tell Zhuang Linger that he was Yifei? That would only make things more awkward for both sides. Ahem, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave and continue my training. Yifei coughed, seeking an excuse to extricate himself. To be honest, the sudden realization that Zhuang Linger had returned to initiate a matchmaking session with him felt quite awkward, even with his experiences from 2 lifetimes. He just wanted to leave and gather his thoughts. Upon hearing that Yifei was leaving, Zhuang Linger instinctively felt a twinge of reluctance. The image of his heroic battle against the beast had deeply etched itself in her mind, and having such a strong ally would be beneficial for the City Lord's mansion. Brother Zhou, you saved us, and we haven't thanked you yet. If you don't mind, you can visit our City Lord's mansion. I would like to extend my hospitality. Zhuang Linger's face flushed slightly, her gaze filled with anticipation. Yifei quickly shook his head, politely declining. I'm sorry, I have something to attend to and must handle it alone. If I finish and have time, I will surely visit the City Lord's mansion. Oh, I see. Then Brother Zhou, if you have time, do come to the City Lord's mansion to play. Zhuang Linger said, a hint of disappointment in her voice, but she did not dare to press further. After all, with Yifei's strength, even the City Lord's mansion would have to treat him with the utmost respect. After exchanging a few more words, Yifei collected the beast core and nodded to Zhuang Linger and her cousin before swiftly disappearing into the woods. Yifei had not forgotten the most important purpose of his return, which was to confront Yi Tianxiong and his son for justice. As for matters of the heart, they could wait. Shaking his head vigorously to set aside thoughts of Zhuang Linger, Yifei soon left the Haishi mountain range and entered Haishi City. The city appeared as it always had, with a modest population, neither bustling nor desolate. By the time Yifei entered the city, it was already evening and few people were around. He maintained a low profile, knowing that no one would suspect he would return at such a time. Of course, the Yi family would not anticipate it either. The reason for his stealthy return was to surprise Uncle Jian and the others. However, as he approached the grand estate of the Yi family, he noticed something strange. Yi Tianya, the elder of the Yi family, stood alone outside the estate, looking as if he wanted to enter, but was hesitant, pacing restlessly. Elder, what are you doing outside so late? Waiting for someone. Yifei approached and tapped Yi Tianya on the shoulder. The sudden touch startled Yi Tianya, nearly causing him to lose his composure. He had not sensed anyone approaching until Yifei had tapped him. Ah, you are Yifei? Yi Tianya's eyes widened in disbelief as he scrutinized Yifei from top to bottom. Elder, if I'm not Yifei, then who else could I be? Yifei chuckled softly, understanding why Yi Tianya was unsure. During his time at the Tianyuan martial house, Yifei's demeanor and appearance had undergone a complete transformation. In short, he had matured greatly. This was also why Yi Tianya initially failed to recognize him. Only when Yifei spoke with that familiar voice did Yi Tianya's face light up with joy. Yifei, it really is you. How wonderful. You've finally returned, but unfortunately you're a step too late. Elder, what do you mean? I remember the martial meet of the Yi family is still 2 days away. I should make it in time, Yifei replied, perplexed. He had hurried back over mountains and rivers precisely for the Yi family's martial meet with the intention of eliminating Yi Tianxiong and his son to avenge his father. Alas, Yifei, you don't know. That scoundrel Yi Tianxiong is truly insidious. He knows you've joined the Tianyuan martial house, and once you return after training, he and his son would surely be finished. So taking advantage of your absence, Yi Tianxiong summoned Yi Wei back ahead of time, and misusing the head of the family's authority, deliberately advanced the martial meet by 10 days. The elder's words astonished Yifei. Advanced the martial meet. Does Yi Tianxiong have that kind of audacity? The grand elder did not oppose this. And where is Zhou Guang? He should be visiting the Yi family as a guest now, didn't he help you? Yifei certainly understood that with Yi Tianxiong's temperament, he would not wait passively for his arrival to take revenge. Yi Wei would undoubtedly take the opportunity to engage in some underhanded tactics while he was away. This was why Yifei had spared Zhou Guang's life and sent him back to the Yi family early, hoping to intimidate Yi Tianxiong and his son to prevent any scheming. But now it seemed Zhou Guang had not managed to thwart these plans. The elder sighed and continued, Yifei, don't blame Zhou Guang. Both Zhou and the grand elder have done their utmost, but man's plans can't match heaven's arrangements. Who knew that Yi Wei would fortuitously enter the Tianxian sect and be lucky enough to become a disciple of a powerful elder there? That elder is extremely protective. Upon hearing that you joined the Tianyuan martial house and threatened to kill Yi Tianxiong and his son Yi Wei, immediately begged that elder for assistance. Now that elder resides in our Yi family, and it was he who single-handedly defeated both the Grand Elder and Zhou's combined assault, compelling the other members of the Yi family to agree to make Yi Wei the current head of the family. Upon hearing this, Yi Fei was even more shocked. Elder, are you saying Yi Wei has become the head of the Yi family now? What happened to Zhou Guang and the Grand Elder? Where are they? Take me to them immediately. Yes, young master, please follow me. Yi Tianya, the Grand Elder, had now aligned himself properly. Having betrayed Yi Tianxiong once, he knew that as long as Yi Tianxiong and his son controlled the Yi family, he would not fare well. The only one who could stop this was Yi Fei. The Grand Elder quickly led Yi Fei to a secluded courtyard in the city. This place had originally been a private residence that Yi Tianyi had secretly acquired. After Yi Wei usurped the position of family head and expelled Yi Tianyi and the others from the Yi family, they had moved here to await Yi Fei's return. As Yi Fei entered the courtyard and saw the small room crowded with dozens of the elderly women and children, he felt a pang of sorrow. When had the once mighty Yi family fallen to such a state? This only fueled Yi Fei's anger towards Yi Wei. Yi Wei, you ruined my Dantian and allowed others to oppress me, and now you can even go this far against ordinary family members. Yi Fei lamented as he surveyed the dilapidated courtyard. Yet upon seeing that Yi Fei had finally returned the members of the Yi family, they were overwhelmed with joy. It's the young master is back. Clearly these people had no one else to rely on, but Yi Fei, and their happiness at his return was heartfelt. Yi Jian, Zhou Guang, and Yi Chao rushed out of the crowd upon hearing the news. When they saw that Yi Fei was not only safe, but had undergone a profound transformation, Elder Yi Chao could not help but exclaim, "This boy has finally grown up." Yi Fei, why are you back? Didn't the Grand Elder inform you about the current situation of the Yi family, and that you were demoted to a servant disciple upon entering the Tianyun Martial Academy? If Yi Wei and the elders of the Tianxian sect learn of your return, they will certainly not spare you. Yi Jian's face was full of concern. Although the Tianxian sect feared the might of the Martial Academy, if Yi Fei was merely a servant disciple, the elders of the Tianxian sect would have no reservations. Uncle Jian, I just got back, and you want me to run away already? Yi Fei was momentarily speechless, but he understood Yi Jian's worries. Rest assured, my Yi family is not one to be bullied. Let alone the elders of the Tianxian sect. Even if their sect leader comes, they cannot stop me from seeking justice. Yi Fei's eyes were resolute, filled with intense confidence. With the soul-devouring sword and the sword-intent seed, he could slay even the royal ghost guards of the 5th rank. How could a mere sect elder pose a threat? Yi Fei then unleashed his true essence, having broken through to the martial master realm. The terrifying energy formed a whirlwind, immediately pushing everyone back several steps. Yi Jian and Yi Chao were both taken aback. What? Yi Fei, you've broken through to the martial master realm. My heavens, as expected of the young master. How long has it been? The young master is already a master in the martial master realm. What great fortune for our Yi family. With such a terrifying talent, how can we not rise again? The surrounding Yi family members and several neutral elders who had rushed over were astonished. If they remembered correctly, Yi Fei had been at the 5th level of martial arts when he left, and now in just 3 months, he had become a master. Such a terrifying rate of cultivation was something they had never seen or even heard of. This was what true genius looked like. Yi Tianyi and the other elders were so overjoyed they danced with excitement. Zhou Guang, whose tense expression finally relaxed into a smile, stepped forward to congratulate him, saying, "Congratulations, young master. According to the Martial Academy's regulations, regardless of whether one is an outer or servant disciple, breaking through to the martial master realm automatically qualifies one for promotion to inner disciple. Even if the Tianxian sect is arrogant, they would never dare to openly attack an inner disciple. Brother Zhou, thank you for your hard work during this time." Yi Fei sincerely looked at Zhou Guang. "It was no trouble. I have wronged you in the past, and you have shown me mercy, sparing my life. I am immensely grateful. It's just a pity that my strength is lacking and I was unable to prevent the Tianxian sect from invading the Yi family." Ahem. As Zhou Guang spoke, he suddenly broke into a fit of harsh coughing. Yi Fei realized that Yi Tianxiong had not told him the whole truth. Zhou Guang and Yi Chao had not simply been defeated by the elder of the Tianxian sect, they had sustained serious injuries. Just when he had killed the 2 royal ghost guards, Yi Fei had found 2 vials of high-grade healing medicine on them. He quickly retrieved them and handed them to Zhou Guang and Yi Chao, saying, "Brother Zhou, Elder Yi Chao, here are 2 vials of high-grade healing elixirs. You should take them. They should be able to heal your wounds." What? High-grade healing elixirs? Truly worthy of being the young master. In the inner academy, I hardly ever see such elixirs after decades. Zhou Guang was once again shocked, while Yi Chao nearly trembled as he received the vial. High-grade elixirs. I never expected that in my over 100 years of life I would finally have the fortune to see such a treasure. Elder Yi Chao was immensely excited. The other neutral elders, including Yi Tianya, were envious to the point of their eyes turning red. In a place like Haishi City, even low-grade elixirs were rare commodities, let alone high-grade ones. Yi Fei possessed only 2 vials of such elixirs which he could not bestow upon everyone, but if he lacked elixirs he had other good things. Grand Elder, do not be envious. I will not treat those who truly care for the Yi family unfairly. Here is a low-grade martial arts manual, the Ice Fist. It even includes my insights. As long as you practice diligently regardless of talent, you may succeed. Thud. Before Yi Fei could finish speaking, Yi Tianai and the other neutral elders were so astonished that they knelt before him. Young master, we swear to follow you for life. If we have any treachery, may the heavens punish us. We swear the same. Heaven's a low-grade martial arts manual. Our Yi family finally has one we can practice. If we master this, sweeping through Haishi City will be a breeze. The surrounding family members were equally exhilarated. While the Yi family had a sword technique before, it was a high-grade manual, and the training requirements were extremely strict. Besides Yi Fei, no one could ever hope to master it. Now it was different. The Ice Fist had been comprehended by Yi Fei and came with detailed insights. Regardless of their qualifications, as long as they were willing to put in the effort, they would surely succeed. How could they not be excited? Even Yi Jin was taken aback, patting Yi Fei's shoulder vigorously and exclaiming, "Good lad, you've outdone yourself. Your return has truly brought me great joy." Hee Uncle Jin, the best surprise is yet to come. Do try not to be too shocked. Yi Fei chuckled, pulling out another item. Yi Jin certainly knew Yi Fei was joking with him, but he pretended to be angry and scolded. "You little rascal, are you looking for death? What have I not seen? How could I be scared? Is that so? Then how about this beast core that allows one to break through to the martial master realm unconditionally? Uncle Jin, hold it in your hands. Do you really not feel your legs going weak?" Yi Fei smiled, looking at Yi Jin. Boom. His words struck like thunder, causing all the members of the Yi family in the courtyard to feel their legs weaken. Yi Jin was not only left with weak legs, but his hands trembled as well, nearly dropping the beast core to the ground. "No, this beast core is far too precious. Uncle Jin absolutely cannot accept it. You should keep it to enhance your strength, Yi Fei." Upon hearing that Yi Fei had offered him such a treasure, Yi Jin was genuinely taken aback. His first instinct was to give it back to Yi Fei for his own improvement. "Uncle Jin, this is a gift I specifically prepared for you. You cannot refuse it. Besides, I am already a wuxer. This item is of no use to me anymore. Who else could I possibly give it to?" Yi Fei said with a smile. "Well, if that's the case, I won't be polite then." Hearing Yi Fei's insistence, Yi Jin felt embarrassed to refuse. He excitedly grasped the beast core in his palm and rushed into his room to begin refining it. Clearly, Yi Jin was a perceptive person. He understood that keeping such a treasure on hand could lead to trouble, so he chose to absorb it immediately and make it his own. Seeing Yi Fei so nonchalantly give away the beast core, even Yi Chao the elder could not help but express his astonishment, followed by an overwhelming excitement. The emergence of 3 wuxer masters in the Yi family was something unimaginable in the past. It was undoubtedly a sign of the Yi family's rise. "Yi Fei, from now on we old fellows will follow your lead. Please give your orders, and we will support you to the end no matter what you decide," Yi Chao said with a deep sense of admiration as he looked at Yi Fei. The other elders, including Yi Tianya, echoed in unison, "Please, head of the family, give your orders." In their hearts, they had already acknowledged that Yi Fei was the true head of the family. Yi Fei, hearing this, maintained a calm demeanor, showing no excitement about becoming the family head. In truth, given his current strength, he had little regard for the mere title of family head. However, whether or not he accepted the position was one thing, but avenging his grievances was an entirely different matter he was determined to pursue. "Elder, it can't be that Yi Wei managed to invite the elders from the Tianxian sect without any conditions, right? What have they promised in return? And please don't call me head of the family, just use my name," Yi Fei said, his expression grave. "The young master is wise. According to my informant within the Yi family, the Tianxian sect has recently allied with several other sects aiming to establish a united martial estate, which requires a large labor force to help build the cities needed for the martial estate. The elder coming to Haishi City hopes that our Yi family and other family heads in Haishi City will contribute financially and physically, preferably relocating the entire family to work for them as free labor." Yi Tianai understood that Yi Fei still harbored grievances against the Yi family and was unwilling to accept the position of family head. Reluctantly, he changed his tone and elaborated on the intelligence he had gathered. The father and son of Yi Tianxiong are seizing this opportunity, willing to have the entire Yi family become laborers for the Tianxian sect in exchange for that elder's full support. By the way, at the elder's behest, Yi Wei will extend invitations to all families in Haishi City tomorrow for a citywide martial competition, seemingly intending to pressure other families through force to submit to the Tianxian sect. A citywide martial competition. It seems the ambitions of the Tianxian sect are quite grand. As for the other families, I am indifferent, but they should not set their sights on our Yi family. I will never let you succeed. Elder, prepare yourselves. We will also participate in tomorrow's citywide martial competition. Yi Fei's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that Yi Tianxiong and his son would act so ruthlessly, willing to plunge the entire Yi family into peril for their own power. He had sworn to reclaim everything that belonged to him and his father, including the Yi family. Yi Fei absolutely could not tolerate the treacherous actions of Yi Tianxiong and his son, who sought personal gain at the expense of their clan. Yi Tianxiong, Yi Wei, just wait. Tomorrow I will settle all scores. Yi Fei gazed toward the direction of the Yi family, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Father, I have just discussed with Elder Tianxian. The elder has ordered me to give my all in tomorrow's martial competition. We must strike hard against the families of Haishi City, instill fear in them, and force them to obediently leave with their kin to serve as free labor for the Tianxian sect. Within the Yi family, Yi Wei donned the black robe of an inner disciple of the Tianxian sect, his face icy as he conferred with Yi Tianxiong about the forthcoming citywide martial competition. This competition was not only Yi Wei's first call to arms as the newly appointed head of the Yi family, but also a means for the Tianxian sect to establish its authority. Yi Wei dared not be careless. Seeing his eldest son so promising, Yi Tianxiong was filled with joy and promptly urged, we will follow whatever the Tianxian sect elder instructs. As long as we can live well, we don't care if others live or die. It's a pity that Yi Fei hasn't returned, otherwise I would relish the opportunity to kill him myself and avenge your brother. Upon hearing this, a flicker of jealousy crossed Yi Wei's cold face, quickly replaced by disdain. That waste, what if he has a Huang level 10th tier Dantian? I heard that as soon as he entered the martial estate, he offended a certain powerful figure, had his meridians destroyed, and was demoted to a menial position. Such a waste. I was able to cripple him 3 years ago, and I can do it again now. Good, no wonder you are the son of Yi Tianxiong. In tomorrow's competition, you must exert yourself. If that little brat dares to return, don't hold back. He's nothing but a menial worker of the martial estate. Even if you kill him, the martial estate may not even pursue us. Yi Tianxiong revealed a cruel and excited smile, recalling the scene from 3 months ago, when Yi Fei had killed Yi Long before his eyes. That moment was an everlasting pain in Yi Tianxiong's heart. It was Yi Fei who personally took the life of his most talented son, shattering his dream of becoming the lord of Haishi City. Whenever he thought of it, a murderous intent surged within him. You little brat, you probably never imagined that 3 years ago your father was not killed by a demon beast, but was instead personally stabbed to death by me after you fell unconscious. Ha ha ha. In the night sky, Yi Tianxiong's cold and malicious laughter echoed, as if taking pleasure in the thought of personally killing a brother to seize the position of family head. That night, countless families in Haishi City found it difficult to sleep. The next day, these families hurriedly brought their finest disciples to the city lord's mansion, because today was the day of the citywide martial competition called by the newly appointed head of the Yi family, Yi Wei. Officially, it was a contest of martial skills, but nearly everyone in Haishi City understood that Yi Wei was merely a pawn used by the Tianxian sect to assert its dominance, aiming to force them into submission and to relocate their families to serve as free labor. This was something that no family could tolerate, as these families had developed roots in Haishi City for several generations. To leave this place for an unfamiliar environment could spell disaster for these smaller families, putting them at risk of becoming subservient. Fortunately, the Tianxian sect did not make the situation absolute. Yi Wei assured these families that any family participating in the competition that could secure a top 3 position would be exempt from such labor. Thus, before dawn, all martial families in Haishi City gathered, bringing their most outstanding descendants to the martial arena of the city lord's mansion. Yi Fei blended into the crowd, choosing to remain inconspicuous in a corner as he awaited the commencement of the citywide martial competition. As the prestigious families of Haishi City arrived with their elites, the city lord Zhuang Bufan could not remain indifferent. He promptly brought a large group of guards to the martial arts arena. Everyone is everyone here. I won't waste time with unnecessary words, let's get on with it. As the city lord Zhuang Bufan uttered these formalities, his expression soured as he returned to his seat. The heads of the families below bore little better countenances. Everyone knew that this martial assembly was essentially a show of power for the Tianxian sect, aimed at coercing these families into sending their members to toil for the sect without compensation. This not only threatened the interests of the families, but also jeopardized the city lord's authority. The only beneficiaries were Yi Tianxiong and his son. Not content with merely selling their clan's honor, they were now scheming under the advice of an elder from the Tianxian sect to sell out all of Haishi City for their own wealth and glory. Seeing that the city lord had no intention of presiding over the event, Yi Tianxiong, with brazen confidence, assumed command, as if he were the city lord himself, instructing his son Wire, "Since you are now the new head of the Yi family, you shall host this martial assembly." Yi Wei, thrilled at the prospect of being in the spotlight, strode proudly to the high platform and declared in a deep voice, "The rules for this assembly are simple. Each family may send one disciple to challenge me. If you can last 10 rounds, you'll be first, 9 rounds second, 8 rounds third. If your family cannot withstand even 8 rounds, do not disgrace yourselves by stepping up. Leave quietly and prepare to report to the Tianxian sect as laborers. Anyone who dares to flee shall face annihilation." Yi Wei's words were laced with a murderous intent. After delivering his message, he crossed his arms, closed his eyes on the high platform, and exuded an air of a seasoned master waiting for challengers. To Yi Fei, however, Yi Wei's demeanor resembled that of a lackey to the Tianxian sect. He could not help but shake his head. How could a head of a family show such disregard for others' lives? No wonder even the indecisive elder had firmly aligned himself with Yi Fei. The atmosphere among the attending families was one of outrage. The stronger families could endure it, but the weaker ones were fuming with indignation. Even the feeblest of families could not tolerate Yi Wei's open humiliation, and Zhuang Bufan's expression turned a deep shade of anger. That Yi Wei is far too arrogant. Even disciples of the Tianxian sect should not behave so disrespectfully. Zhuang Linger, standing a short distance away, felt her cheeks flush with anger. Yi Wei's earlier remarks insulted many families present and disregarded the authority of the city lord. What can we do? The Tianxian sect is too powerful. I recently heard that they are planning to unite with other sects to establish a martial government. Who would dare to challenge Yi Wei in this small Haishi city? Even that so-called strongest genius of Haishi City, Yi Fei, is too frightened to show up. A chubby youth consoled Zhuang Linger. Hearing this, Zhuang Linger frowned and shook her head. It's just as well that Yi Fei doesn't come, as it would only irritate me. I wish senior brother Zhou could be here. I wonder if Yi Wei would dare to act so brazenly in front of him. Thinking of Yi Fei's fierce fighting prowess, Zhuang Linger felt her cheeks flush and instinctively scanned the crowd for that familiar figure, but regrettably she found none. Indeed, with senior brother Zhou's strength, how could he be bothered with such a petty martial assembly? I just hope to see him again in the future. Zhuang Linger sighed, withdrawing her gaze, unaware that Yi Fei had long been watching her. He had positioned himself in the farthest corner of the crowd, wearing a wide-brimmed hat to conceal his face unnoticed by anyone present. Yi Wei, do not be so arrogant. Just because you've joined the Tianxian sect does not mean you can act with impunity. I, Li Feng from the Quangfing Martial Hall, am here to challenge you. Upon hearing Yi Wei's boastful challenge, the powerful Li family of Haishi City was the first to send forth their most gifted genius, Li Feng, who had joined the Quangfing Martial Hall. Li Feng was indeed impressive. As he leaped onto the platform, he displayed his cultivation at the 8th level of martial arts, shocking many of the elder participants. Good job, Brother Feng. Go, Brother Feng. Having joined the Quangfing Martial Hall, Li Feng was quite renowned in Haishi City and was even regarded as the next heir to the Li family. Many young men and women cheered him on fervently. Humph, an 8th level martial artist, you're nothing but trash. Your Quangfing Martial Hall is not even a sect. How dare you accuse me of arrogance? You don't even count as a person. Yi Wei sneered disdainfully at Li Feng, his words dripping with malice. Offended, Li Feng drew his massive blade from his back and charged at Yi Wei. You dare insult our Quangfing Martial Hall? You must apologize to me. With a glare, Yi Wei, without even glancing at Li Feng's blade technique, struck decisively, severing Li Feng's arm at the elbow. Trash, you think you deserve an apology? Get out of here. Li Feng let out a pained scream, clutching his severed arm as he was sent tumbling off the platform, leaving behind a gory spectacle of bloodshed. Finger. The head of the Li family watched helplessly as his son's arm was severed. Enraged, he glared at Yi Wei. Yi Wei, this is merely a martial assembly, and you resort to such brutality. Brotherly, what do you mean? Since this is a competition, one must give their all. Whether one lives or is maimed is left to fate. If you can't handle it, don't participate. No one forced you to join. Yi Tianxiong, standing beside an elder, spoke coldly. The elder had been meditating throughout the proceedings, seemingly indifferent to the happenings around him. However, upon sensing the murderous intent emanating from the Li family head, he finally opened his eyes with visible displeasure. That single glance sent the Li family head into a cold sweat, who, despite his simmering resentment, he could not express it in front of the Tianxian sect elder. He could only take the misfortune upon himself, hurriedly collecting Li Feng's severed arm in hopes of reattaching it. In light of this incident, the remaining families hesitated to send their elite disciples forward to compete. Seeing this, Yi Wei became even more arrogant, pointing directly at the heads of the families and berating them, a bunch of useless fools. Can none of you find someone from your many families who can withstand 10 of my strikes? Since you refuse to step up, I won't hold back. I shall directly call names. Chen Lo, I've heard you are the most talented genius of the Chen family. Come forth, let's have a match. Yi Wei called out, brazenly disregarding the dismayed expressions of the families. Yi Fei could clearly see that upon being summoned to the platform, Chen Le's face turned as pale as a sheet. However, Chen Le quick-witted stepped forward and immediately declared, Yi Shixiang, please don't attack, I surrender. Oh. Unfortunately, before Chen Le could finish his sentence, a blade of light swiftly severed his neck. The head of the Chen family widened his eyes in disbelief. Why? We have already surrendered. Yi Wei, why do you persist in killing? With a cold indifference, Yi Wei sheathed his weapon and disdainfully kicked Chen Le's lifeless body off the platform. Trash. You don't even have the right to surrender. Next, who will come? Trash, there is no right to surrender. The heads of the great families in Haishi City felt a mix of emotions upon hearing these words. At this moment, they realized that the top 3 in the martial arts competition, supposedly exempt from labor, was merely a deception by the Tianxian sect. The purpose of this martial arts competition was singular: to establish dominance. To compel these families to obediently serve the Tianxian sect as laborers. Should they refuse, the talents within their families would face the grim fate of being eliminated or crippled one by Yi Wei. Many family heads were seething with anger. The city lord of Haishi was equally furious, as were the hidden elders among the crowd, including the Grand Elder and Yi Jian. Yet what good was their anger? The elder of the Tianxian sect sat there, and these families, lacking even martial masters, had no means to oppose the Tianxian sect or Yi Wei. Haishi City is finished. The city lord of Haishi helplessly closed his eyes, his heart a tumultuous storm. As the lord of a small city, he was utterly powerless to resist the oppression of the Tianxian sect, forced to watch as they took the residents of Haishi City away for labor. To intervene would likely cost him his life. The city lord could only suppress his rage and feign indifference. We're done for, we're all done for. The family heads' faces turned ashen. With the strength displayed by Yi Wei, their young talents would fall one by one. Without even the Tianxian sect needing to lift a finger, these small families were doomed. To avoid such a fate, they had only one choice left. Elder of Tianchuan, our Zhou family will not participate in the martial arts competition. We've come to our senses and are willing to contribute to the Tianxian sect. Tomorrow we will lead our entire clan to assist in the construction of the martial house. The head of the Zhou family stated, Yes, and our Li family too. Our Chen family will also assist. And us, we are willing to contribute as well. The family heads clamored to express their compliance. The pressure from the Tianxian sect left them with no option but to submit. A bunch of useless fools. You don't even have the courage to withstand 10 moves against me. Yi Wei was displeased, feeling he had not yet had his fill of violence. The elder of Tianchuan, however, was immensely satisfied. This was precisely the effect he sought. He opened his eyes, a smile spreading across his face as he addressed the family heads. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome your willingness to join the Tianxian sect, but it must be of your own volition. Elder of Tianchuan, rest assured we are all here of our own accord. We are thrilled to assist the Tianxian sect with our whole clan. Indeed, we pledge our loyalty to the Tianxian sect. We will return and prepare to leave Haishi City. The family heads spoke flattering words, fearful that if they hesitated, Yi Wei would take action against their talented youths. The elder of Tianxian was quite pleased. As long as he heard them declare it was voluntary, even if the city lord of Haishi reported to the imperial city, they had nothing to fear. Disciples, since these heads of families are so willingly offering their assistance to the Tianxian sect, let this martial arts competition come to an end, the elder of Tianxian instructed nonchalantly. Yi Wei immediately shifted his attitude, respectfully kneeling on the ground, his rear in the air, proclaiming loudly, Yes, whatever my master says I shall do. Ha, as master and disciple, you need not be so formal, just act as you wish. The elder of Tianxian was quite pleased with Yi Wei's filial piety. Just as Yi Wei was about to rise from the ground, a mocking voice unexpectedly came from the back of the crowd. Since you've knelt, why not stay down? As the head of a family to kneel so easily to others. Yi Wei, wouldn't it be better for you to become a dog instead? Boom. At these words, the faces of those from the various families changed dramatically. Who had the audacity to openly disregard the elder of the Tianxian sect and insult the head of the Yi family? They quickly stepped aside to see who it was. Yi Fei seized the moment to remove his hat, stepping out from the shadows. It's him, it's senior brother Zhou. Zhuang Linger could hardly believe her eyes. She hadn't expected the mysterious and powerful senior brother Zhou had been watching from the crowd all along. Father, this is the senior brother from the Tianyun martial house I told you about. His strength is unmatched, and he has even saved me and my cousin. Zhuang Linger suppressed her excitement and hurriedly introduced him to the city lord of Haishi. Xiling, or are you certain you haven't mistaken him? Did he tell you his surname was Zhou? The city lord of Haishi displayed a peculiar expression, leaving Zhuang Linger baffled. But soon her confusion transformed into profound shock. Yifei, it's Yifei back. Strange, wasn't it said that after entering the martial house Yifei was demoted to a menial position? How dare he return? Nonsense, look at Yifei's aura. Can a mere menial compare? Haha, this is going to be interesting. As Yifei appeared, the spirits of the various families lifted. They understood the enmity between Yifei and Yi Tianxiong. Most importantly, Yifei had the backing of the Tianyun martial house. Upon seeing Yifei, everyone present instinctively stepped aside, making way for him. Yifei smoothly walked to the front, directly ascending the high platform, greeting Yue. Yue, long time no see. 3 years ago, when you crippled my Dantian, you never imagined this day would come, did you? Upon hearing Yifei mention the events of 3 years prior, a flicker of discomfort crossed Yue's face. He instinctively glanced at the elder of Tianxian. While he was not afraid of Yifei, he was wary of the Tianyun martial house backing him. A mere menial from the martial house. This is your family's affair, resolve it yourself. Of course, disciple, whatever decision you make, I will fully support, the elder of Tianxian said with a casual demeanor, openly showing bias. With the elder of Tianxian backing him, Yue suddenly felt emboldened. He looked at Yifei with disdain. You worthless fool, it was kind of me to merely cripple your Dantian 3 years ago. And now you dare to kill my brother. Today, before everyone, I shall kill you to avenge my brother. Why, there's no need to waste words with this little wretch. Kill him at once. Yi Tianxiong's eyes turned bloodshot upon seeing Yifei. There was no helping it, the image of Yifei slaying Yi long before Yi Tianxiong's eyes had inflicted a deep wound that had tormented him for 3 months. Now upon seeing Yifei, he wished nothing more than to tear him apart. Hold on. Yifei suddenly interjected. You coward, are you afraid? Yue glared triumphantly at Yifei. Chuckling softly, Yifei shook his head with a calm expression, pointing at Yue. I'm only concerned that you'll die too quickly, and I want to uncover the truth from 3 years ago. Yue, if you wish to die less painfully, be honest with me. 3 years ago, how did my father die? Was it at the hands of a beast, or was it you and your father who killed him? As he spoke, Yifei's voice suddenly sharpened, a chilling aura enveloping the area like a tempest. Such terrifying killing intent. What exactly has this Yifei experienced in the Tianyun Martial Academy to accumulate such a dense aura of murder? Surrounding the high platform, the heads of various families were not the only ones astonished by the almost palpable killing intent emanating from Yifei. Even the elders of the Tianxian sect were taken aback. How many people has this young man killed to condense such a fearsome aura? Of course, the elder from the Tianxian sect could never have imagined that only a small portion of Yifei's killing intent was his own, with the majority emanating from the soul-devouring sword. This demonic blade had once slain 100,000 souls. If its full killing intent were unleashed, how terrifying would that be? At the very least, Yue, who stood directly in front of this overwhelming aura, was completely petrified, his entire soul trembling under its weight. Upon hearing Yifei's words, Yue instinctively blurted out the truth in a somewhat hysterical manner. You're right, you useless fool. Your father wasn't killed by a beast, he was gravely injured in battle. It was my father who personally pierced your father's skull with his sword, and then I stabbed your Dantian with my own blade. I should have killed you right then. Unfortunately, you didn't. Now you and your father must pay the price. Everything you took from my father and me, I will reclaim it all. Boom. The killing intent surrounding Yifei intensified, and his eyes turned blood red. The members of the various families were shocked, staring in disbelief at Yi Tianxiong, including many elders and clansmen from the Yi family. Yi Tianxiong, so it was you who killed the family head. Today we must seek justice for him. Elders Yi Jin, Yi Chao, and Yi Tianai stepped forward from the crowd, their eyes filled with fury as they fixed their gazes on Yi Tianxiong. Many members of the Yi family also looked at Yi Tianxiong in disbelief. Yi Tianxiong, you actually killed the family head with your own hands. What if it was me? What can you do to me? Why, wake up and kill that wretched child. I want him to be torn apart. Yi Tianxiong raged, losing his composure. He hadn't expected Yue to be so frightened by the killing intent that he would speak the truth. Now their reputation was irrevocably tarnished, and they would likely face the scorn of the entire Yi family. The only solution was to kill Yifei quickly. As long as Yifei was dead, the power of the Tianxian sect would ensure that everyone present would obediently fall silent. You useless fool, you dare to use dark magic to control me. You forced me to speak nonsense, and now I will kill you to avenge my brother. Yi Wei was furious, finally breaking free from his fear due to Yi Tianxiang's outburst. But the thought that he had revealed the truth in front of everyone due to a mere scare from Yi Fei was utterly intolerable. Kill. Tianxian/. Yi Wei began to exude a terrifying aura, the essence of a martial master. In an instant, he unleashed a brilliant arc of blade light towards Yi Fei that belonged to a mid-grade Xian-level blade technique. First level of martial master. Mid-grade Xian-level blade technique. These two abilities were Yi Wei's strongest assets, and he unleashed them all against Yi Fei. The various families present were taken aback. Not good. This Yi Wei has actually broken through to the martial master realm and mastered a Xian-level blade technique. Yi Fei is in danger. After all, he has been a waste for 3 years and is far behind Yi Wei in terms of cultivation. Seeing Yi Wei strike first while Yi Fei remained frozen in place, Yi Tianxiang revealed a victorious smile, laughing maniacally. Ha ha, Yi Fei, you fool. What does it matter if you have talent? As long as you haven't grown, you are nothing but a complete waste in our eyes. Waste. Yi Tianxiang, then please open your eyes wide and see who the true waste is. Yi Fei retorted coldly. He was not frozen, he simply couldn't be bothered to move. Even when he was still at the martial arts realm, he could rely on the mutated true energy of the otherworldly divine fire to kill martial master experts. Now that he had advanced to the martial master level, his mutated true energy had transformed into divine fire true essence, and his combat power had multiplied beyond tenfold. 13 sword styles. Yi Fei finally drew his sword, not the soul-devouring sword, for Yi Wei was not worthy of dying by it. Kill. 13 dazzling sword shadows imbued with terrifying heat danced forth, instantly condensing into a blazing sword light. Before the sword even reached them, the sharp sword energy had already rent the air before them asunder. The crowd gasped in shock. Yi Fei was also a martial master expert. How is this possible? You waste, you've only been in the Tianyan Martial Academy for 3 months, and you've matched my 3 years of achievements. Yi Wei was bewildered, his fury reigniting in an instant. Why is it impossible? Yi Wei, I've told you before, you people will never understand the world of geniuses. Now die. Boom. The sword light blazed forth, dazzling and radiant, instantly engulfing the blade light before him, then Yi Wei's blade, and finally Yi Wei himself. This single strike pierced through the void. The 13-fold critical hit nearly cleaved the entire high platform in half, and of course, it also split Yi Wei's body in two. In just one strike, Yi Wei, a first-level martial master, was effortlessly slain without any resistance. This was Yi Fei's true combat power. For an ordinary first-level martial master, Yi Fei wouldn't even need to utilize sword intent, relying solely on the divine fire true essence within him and the 13 sword styles, he could easily annihilate his foe. With a tremendous spectacle, everyone on the high platform was left in stunned disbelief, their eyes wide open. Even the Tianxian elders who had previously underestimated Yi Fei were now utterly shocked, rising to their feet. The Lord of Haishi City also stood, while Zhuang Ling'er's mouth hung open wide enough to fit a banana, and the chubby boy had fallen to the ground in fright. Yi Fei the genius. Yi Fei how mighty. Elders Yi Jian, Yi Chao, and Yi Tianai roared in excitement, overwhelmed by Yi Fei's formidable strength. They had to shout to vent their astonishment. Wire, my son. Suddenly a wail like a banshee echoed throughout the training grounds, sharp and piercing. It was Yi Tianxiang's anguished voice. Poor Yi Tianxiang, in just 3 months, had witnessed both of his sons killed by Yi Fei's sword. The heavy sorrow of losing his sons almost drove him to madness. Yet being a ruthless and cunning character, after a few heart-wrenching cries and spewing several mouthfuls of blood, Yi Tianxiang, clinging to the last remnants of sanity, knelt heavily on the ground, his forehead pressing against the earth, blood spilling, as he cried out, Elder Tianxuan, you must seek justice for us. Boom. With the anguished cries of Yi Tianxiang, the entire high platform shattered into pieces. This was the consequence of Elder Tianxuan's wrath manifested through a forceful stomp. The fury of an elder is a terrifying thing, especially when that elder hails from the esteemed Tianxian sect. The once boisterous martial arts arena fell into a sudden silence, as if the very air had been sucked away. Even Yi Tianxiang, overwhelmed by grief, could no longer weep. Only Yi Fei seemed unfazed by the elder's fury, coldly gazing at him and declaring, What's the matter? I've slain your disciple, and you dare to express discontent. Dare to express discontent. Those who heard this utterance felt a jolt of disbelief. How audacious must one be to speak such words to a powerful sect elder? Has he gone mad? Yi Fei truly seemed to have lost his senses. Did he think that killing Yi Wei would enable him to stand against a sect elder? The prominent families now regarded Yi Fei with the eyes of a madman. Utterly arrogant. Elder Tianxian could no longer contain himself, addressing Yi Fei. Just this single proclamation sent many so-called geniuses of various families tumbling to the ground in terror. I am strong, hence I am arrogant. What are you dissatisfied? Yi Fei retorted, showing no respect for an elder who wished to turn the Yi family and even Haishi City into mere laborers. Ultimately, he was still a member of the Yi family. Haishi City was his homeland. Haha, how strong can you possibly be? Do you think that just because you've ascended to a martial master and have killed one of my disciples, you can disregard us sect members? Young man, do not be too arrogant. Do not forget that you are merely a servant of the martial house. Elder Tianxian scoffed in a fit of rage. He found Yi Fei's arrogance insufferable. Did he truly believe that slaying a martial master would allow him to speak so boldly to a sect elder? Kid, I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and render yourself useless, and I will spare your life. Elder Tianxian proclaimed with an air of great magnanimity. Yi Fei's public killing of his disciple was a slap in the face to Elder Tianxian. If he did not respond, he would be ridiculed. However, considering that Yi Fei was from the Tianyun martial house, Elder Tianxian could not kill him openly. Instead, he devised a more malicious plan to ruin Yi Fei, rendering him worse than dead. Yi Fei saw through the elder's sinister intent at a glance, and coldly retorted, "Old man, have you gone senile? What gives you the right to demand I render myself useless? Let me make this clear within 3 moves. If I do not strike you down, I will commit suicide in front of everyone." The crowd was stunned. Yi Fei's declaration nearly sent many into a state of shock. What had they just heard? Yi Fei intended to slay a sect elder within 3 moves. If he failed, he would take his own life before them. Insane. This kid has completely lost his mind. Does he think a sect elder is a stray dog to be killed at will? But such a Yi Fei is so powerful, so handsome. No, I think I might actually start to like this domineering attitude. Yi Fei, you foolish boy, come back. Don't do anything reckless. Yi Jin and the members of the Yi family, upon hearing Yi Fei's mad proclamation, were nearly petrified. Yi Fei was but a first-level martial master daring to challenge a 5th-level sect elder. Was he seeking death? Of course, had they known that Yi Fei possessed a demonic sword that had once slain 100,000 military souls, and that he also mastered the essence of sword intent, they would not have thought so. Old man, answer me, do you dare to fight? Yi Fei looked down at Elder Tianxian with disdain. If he was going to adopt a domineering stance, he would do so all the way. For 3 long years he had endured too much humiliation. Now he would cleanse it all. I am strong, hence I am arrogant. Unaware of your own demise. Kid, since you seek death, I shall oblige you. Elder Tianxuan's rage boiled over. He had already shown mercy by sparing Yi Fei's life, but now this youth, ungrateful and audacious, dared to provoke a sect elder. This was a slap in the face. Elder Tianxian understood that if he did not kill Yi Fei today, word would return to the sect, and he might as well resign his position. In a fit of fury, Elder Tianxian wasted no time. His 5th-level martial master energy transformed into a violent hurricane, causing those nearby to pale and retreat in terror. Kill. Tianxian, 8 slashes. Elder Tianxuan's face twisted with rage as he unleashed the Tianxian slash similar to the one he had used against Yi Wei. However, this time it manifested as 8 formidable slashes, each fiercer than the last, crashing towards Yi Fei like waves. Seeing this, Yi Chao and Zhou Guang turned pale. They knew they could not withstand such a fearsome attack. Even a slight brush could lead to their annihilation. Yi Fei merely chuckled coldly, shaking his head. Is this the strength of a sect elder? Utterly pathetic. With such power, you are even weaker than the 2 mysterious figures I encountered. Kill. A brilliant sword light erupted from Yi Fei, different from before. This sword light was as dark as ink. This was the sword light of the devouring spirit sword. Under the pressure of Elder Tianxuan, Yi Fei finally unleashed the devouring spirit sword. In a flash, terrifying killing intent swept over the entire martial arts arena like a hurricane, forcing all present to stagger back in shock. What sword was this? Just the light of the sword carried such overwhelming might. What was even more shocking followed. Relying solely on the devouring spirit sword was insufficient to slay a 5th-level martial master. Thus, Yi Fei unhesitatingly fused the sword intent seed into the devouring spirit sword, enhancing its ferocity several-fold. The overwhelming killing intent became almost tangible as the inky sword light swallowed the entire arena's illumination. Devouring spirit sword absorbs sword intent. Yi Fei shouted, gripping the sword tightly and slicing towards Elder Tianxian. The terrifying sword light illuminated the entire area, instantly shattering Elder Tianxuan's slashes into pieces. What is happening? My sword, it seems to be moving on its own. Heavens! So is mine. No, it's flying away on its own. As Yi Fei wielded the devouring spirit sword, invoking the sword intent seed, all the warriors present made a shocking discovery. Every sword paired with a warrior in the arena automatically unsheathed itself, flying towards Yi Fei, joining the assault in unison. This is sword intent. How is this possible? This Yi Fei at such a young age has grasped sword intent. The Lord of Haishi City gaped at the incredible scene unfolding before him. Father, what is sword intent? Zhuang Ling asked, her face a mask of confusion. Though she had joined a sect, she had yet to reach the level of comprehending sword intent. Before the Lord of Haishi City could elaborate, the situation took another astonishing turn. Elder Tianxuan, facing Yi Fei's strike, was now shrieking in panic like a frightened woman. Oh no, it can't be. Sword intent. How could you possibly comprehend sword intent? Spare me. I am an elder of the Tianxian sect. If you kill me, you will face great trouble. Once Yi Fei's sword intent emerged, Elder Tianxuan, who had just moments ago been imperious, was now begging for mercy and fear. Shock. A true shock that reverberated throughout the city. In an instant, all eyes were on Yi Fei, on the rapidly swinging devouring spirit sword. What choice would this youth make? Would he truly create a legend of a first-level martial master, slaying a fifth-level? Of course, had the martial artists of Haishi City known that Yi Fei had not only slain a fifth-level master before, but had done so with ease, they would have been even more astounded. At least for now, many of the so-called geniuses of Haishi City realized with horror that they were so frightened they had wet their pants. It was no wonder. Yi Fei was simply too powerful. With a deafening explosion of sword light, Yi Fei's strike finally came to a halt, followed by a pained scream, and the sight of Elder Tianxuan bloodied and disheveled. A massive gash appeared on his chest. Though not fatal, Yi Fei had not lost his mind. He had not yet reached the level where he could contend against an entire sect. Killing Elder Tianxian would certainly be satisfying in the moment, but it would invite the frantic wrath of the Tianxian sect. Yi Fei could disregard his own safety, but he must consider the well-being of the Yi family and his close ones like Yi Jian. Therefore, Yi Fei chose to severely injure Elder Tianxian instead of killing him. Even so, the moment the crowd witnessed Yi Fei truly injure a sect elder with a single sword, everyone in the arena could not help but gasp in disbelief. Elder Tianxian looked at Yi Fei with a gaze that transformed from disdain and fury into utter terror. He desperately questioned, what sword intent have you comprehended? The spirit-devouring sword did not disappoint Yi Fei. Although he lacked the strength to defeat a fifth-level martial artist with the spirit-devouring sword and the seed of the devouring sword intent, the results were markedly different. If Yi Fei so wished, he could easily slay a fifth-level martial artist. The words of Elder Tianxian only provoked a cold smirk from Yi Fei. It is already fortunate for you, old man, that I have not killed you. Yet you dare to inquire about my sword intent. In front of the crowd, Yi Fei pointed at Elder Tianxian with disdain and declared coldly, "You are not worthy." Boom. With this statement, the entire martial arts arena erupted. Who was Elder Tianxian? He was a powerful elder of the Tianxian sect, a master at the fifth level of martial arts. Such a figure commanded respect throughout Blackstone City. Yet at this moment, not only had Yi Fei severely wounded Elder Tianxuan, but he also dared to declare that the elder was unworthy. How audacious! In an instant, the heads of various clans who had previously cast respectful glances at Elder Tianxuan turned their attention to Yi Fei. Many began to secretly warn their disciples to steer clear of offending Yi Fei in the future, no matter who else they might cross. Elder Tianxian wore a bitter smile as he looked down at the near-fatal wound on his chest, exclaiming in fear, "The might of a single sword can nearly bring this old man to death. The sword intent is indeed as terrifying as the rumors suggest. Young hero, I was too abrupt before. I should not have interfered in the grievances of your Yi family. I shall take my leave now and will never meddle in such matters again." Having said this, he turned to leave, completely intimidated by Yi Fei. After suffering such a blow, if he were to face the young man again, he might end up as nothing more than a corpse. In the presence of a genius who had comprehended sword intent, he, a mere sect elder, was someone he could not afford to offend. Not only Elder Tianxuan, but the entire Tianxian sect would do well to avoid inciting the young man's wrath. The elder of the Tianxian sect has actually shown weakness. A master at the fifth level of martial arts is not even a match for Yi Fei. The Yi family is truly on the rise. To comprehend sword intent is not merely a sign of talent, it is the mark of a prodigy. With such a monstrous genius, the Yi family will likely ascend to the ranks of prestigious families in Zhaogua within a few years. Prestigious families were a distant dream for all clans in Blackstone City. Yet now it seemed that the Yi family might leap into that status because of Yi Fei eliciting envy from all. Many individuals began casting scornful and disparaging glances at Yi Tianxiu. The head of the Zhou family lamented, "Such a prodigy is a treasure for any family." Yet Yi Tianxiong fails to protect him, instead suppressing him. No wonder he has fallen to such a state. The head of the Li family looked at Li Feng's severed arm and spat in disgust towards Yi Tianxiong. He deserves it. As a clansman, he attempted to murder the family head. As an elder brother, he even turned against his own younger brother. As an uncle, he repeatedly sought to destroy his own nephew. This man is heartless and cold. Yi Tianxiong, you relied on your son's affiliation with the Tianxian sect to create chaos in our Yi family for 3 years, and now you seek to sell out our entire clan for your own gain, forcing us to toil as laborers for the sect. What punishment do you deserve? Indeed, if it weren't for young Master Yi Fei exposing you, we would still be unaware of your true nature. Yi Tianxiong, you treacherous villain, the entire Yi family disavows you. Recognizing Yi Fei's formidable power and witnessing even Elder Tianxian bowing to him, the members of the Yi family were panic-stricken as they rushed forward to reprimand Yi Tianxiong, some even spitting at him directly. Yi Tianxiong felt utterly despondent. The moment he saw Yi Fei severely injure Elder Tianxuan, he knew he was finished, utterly finished. If I had known it would come to this, I should have put you down 3 years ago. I should have killed you like I did your father. I was too soft-hearted. Ignoring the barrage of insults, Yi Tianxiong, under the pressure of Yi Fei's imposing aura, found it impossible even to stand. He could only kneel before Yi Fei, straining to lift his head, his eyes bloodshot as he glared at Yi Fei, unwilling to accept a humiliating defeat. Haha, too soft-hearted. Yi Tianxiong, at this point, do you still wish to hide? Your failure to kill me is not due to softness, but because you and your son believe that simply killing me would not suffice. You want to see me reduced to a wretch suffering in agony. Only then will you find satisfaction. Yi Fei smiled coldly, exposing the last shred of Yi Tianxiong's shame. Yi Tianxiong's face turned ashen. With a bitter smile, he said, "Haha. In the end, I have also contributed to your current self. You have already killed 2 of my sons. Now I, your uncle, can never catch up to you in this lifetime. Before you, I am nothing but a cripple. Would you consider sparing this cripple? You can ruin my Dantian, but I do not wish to die." Yi Tianxiong was unwilling to accept this fate, filled with bitterness. A man like him, a tyrant, possessed one weakness, the fear of death. Once dead, he would lose everything. As long as he lived, there might still be a chance for redemption. Do you think I would grant you a chance for redemption, uncle? This is my final plea to you. I ask you only one thing. 3 years ago, when my father was gravely injured, did you ever consider sparing us? Yi Tianxiong opened his mouth, preparing to shamelessly nod in agreement to plead for his life, but Yi Fei would not grant him any further opportunity to speak. A sword pierced through Yi Tianxiong's mouth, emerging from the back of his head in an instant. Silence. When you murdered my father and caused the death of your own brother, you should have anticipated this day. As Yi Fei withdrew, the sword, blood splattered across his face. A feeling of indescribable satisfaction surged within him, yet tears formed in his eyes. Father, do you see? I have finally avenged you. I, Yi Fei, keep my promises. Everything taken from my father and me, I will reclaim with my own hands. Yi Fei looked up at the sky, striving to hold back his tears. He did not want to weep. He believed only in the sword in his hand. This declaration resonated like thunder in the hearts of all who heard it. In this moment, they not only beheld Yi Fei's strength, but also recognized his ruthlessness and true nature. Whoever offends me shall be repaid tenfold. This was not mere youthful bravado. When Yi Fei spoke, he meant it. Outside, he appeared soft, but within he was unyieldingly strong. Alas! Elder Tianxian sighed, witnessing Yi Tianxiong's downfall. His heart was undoubtedly filled with complex emotions. He saw Yi Fei's strength and resilience. This young man is not someone I can afford to offend. Not just me, but the entire Tianxian sect should avoid provoking him. It would be best to stay away. Elder Tianxian concluded in his heart, resolving to leave without hesitation while no one was watching. Yet Yi Fei immediately called out to him, "Stop. Did I say you could leave? You have already killed my disciple and gravely injured me. I have clearly stated that I will not interfere in this matter anymore. Young man, do not go too far." Elder Tianxian turned around, his face filled with anger, yet his words were clearly those of submission. Yi Fei laughed heartily, looking disdainfully at Elder Tianxuan. "You claim I am going too far. I think it is you who has crossed the line. As an elder of the sect, how dare you meddle in your disciples' family affairs? Are you not ashamed? As a powerful sect, you have the audacity to force us small clans to serve as free labor. Do you have any sense of dignity? Do you think turning your back will make this matter disappear? What do you want from me?" Elder Tianxuan's anger was palpable. As a powerful elder of the sect, he had never bowed to a mere youth, yet Yi Fei still refused to relent. It was utterly outrageous. "What I want is not the question here. You relying on your position as an elder of the Tianxian sect have come to my Yi family to bully us, even instructing Yi Wei to harm and kill my fellow villagers. Do you not think you owe us an explanation? Yi Fei's voice was icy. And how do you expect me to explain? Elder Tiangshuan's fury surged within him, and he was close to losing control of his murderous intent. Yi Fei said nothing more. He merely sneered and raised the soul-devouring sword once again. The sheer act sent a wave of cold sweat cascading down Elder Tianshuan's brow as he realized he was not facing an ordinary disciple, but a prodigy who had comprehended the essence of the sword. In the presence of such a genius, what did it matter if he was an elder? Even if the entire Tianxian sect dared to lay a finger on Yi Fei, countless masters from the martial house would descend upon them and lay waste to the sect. Ultimately, this was a world where strength reigned supreme. Yi Fei displayed an irresistible power, forcing even the sect elder to bow his head. Quickly suppressing his murderous aura, Elder Tianxian forced a smile towards Yi Fei. Young hero, I was in the wrong. I apologize to the Yi family and all the families of Haishi City. Soon our Tianxian sect will certainly offer compensation to everyone. Boom. As soon as Elder Tianshuan's words left his mouth, even the Lord of Haishi City was utterly shocked. Yi Fei could not only make Elder Tianxian bow, but also compel the entire Tianxian sect to do the same. What terrifying talent was this? Such treatment could only be afforded to a prodigy who had grasped the essence of the sword. Yi Fei, Brother Fei, we love you. In that moment, not only did the members of the Yi family shout, but all the families present joined in the chorus. If before Yi Fei was merely the pride of the Yi family, now as he stood up to seek justice for all the families in the city, he had become the pride of Haishi City. The youth of Haishi City regarded Yi Fei with unabashed admiration, while the young women looked on with sparkling eyes, their cheeks flushed with both shyness and joy, captivated by this handsome and domineering prodigy. Zhuang Linger suddenly felt a pang of discomfort, thinking the girls too indiscreet with their exclamations. How could they shout such things so casually? She quickly glanced at Yi Fei, and seeing him indifferent to the girl's affections, a smile appeared on her face along with a hint of bashful delight that she herself did not notice. Only Zhuang Bufan noticed his daughter's change. In the past he would have reveled in this, but now he could only sigh heavily. Compensation is unnecessary. I have only one condition. Yi Fei spoke calmly. Upon hearing this, the shouting ceased abruptly. Countless gazes turned toward Yi Fei, and in that moment, he shone with an undeniable brilliance, making Zhuang Linger feel an inexplicable distance from him. Yi Fei did not notice Zhuang Linger. He simply looked at Elder Tianshuan, wagging a finger. Promise me one thing: for the next 3 years, Tianxian sect shall not set foot in Haishi City. If you violate this agreement, for every person I find, I will kill one. For every 2, I will kill both. Such forcefulness, such tyranny. Yi Fei's words shook everyone to the core, leaving Elder Tianxian with a throbbing headache. Shame. This was undoubtedly the greatest humiliation he had ever faced as an elder. Haishi City had always been within the Tianxian sect's sphere of influence, and now Yi Fei dared to declare that the sect could not step foot there. Yi Fei, do not overstep your bounds. Elder Tianxian shouted, his face paling, revealing just how enraged he had become. Overstep? Are you suggesting that my Yi family, that all of Haishi City should serve as your subordinates? Anyone who offends me will feel my wrath tenfold. Will you agree to my terms or refuse? Yi Fei's expression remained calm, yet the soul-devouring sword radiated a fierce light. It was clear that should Elder Tianxian refuse, Yi Fei was prepared to take action. Feeling the astonishing sword intent emanating from Yi Fei, Elder Tianshuan, despite his humiliation, knew he could not provoke such a prodigious youth. I agree. As Elder Tianxian uttered those words, he spat blood from sheer frustration, quickly wiping away the traces and glaring at Yi Fei. You are indeed audacious. But remember, a tree that stands out will be sawed out by the wind. Young man, I advise you to temper your arrogance. Why should I temper myself? Should I, like you, bully the weak and fear the strong, endure in silence? My martial path is one of relentless pursuit, growing stronger in the face of adversity. Anyone who dares oppose me, let them come and fight. Yi Fei's presence surged with a blazing sword intent that shot into the sky, shattering the clouds. This declaration resonated with deafening clarity. The talented youths of the city felt Yi Fei's unwavering martial spirit, falling silent, each reflecting on their past. Elder Tianxian was taken aback, his expression turning bitter. In that moment, he felt decades older, his body hunched, and he let out a long sigh. Is it any wonder that after decades of martial practice, I have only become a mere elder? Yet you at such a young age can comprehend the essence of the sword. It appears my failure lies in my martial heart, truly laughable and lamentable. Alas, Elder Tianxian left in defeat, no longer the carefree and imposing figure he once was. The blow from Yifei was too great and too cruel. Clap, clap, clap. The entire training ground erupted in thunderous applause, everyone fervently clapping, their eyes ablaze with admiration for Yifei. Haishi City would forever remember this moment, a young man who changed the fate of the city. This young man would undoubtedly become the eternal pride of this small town. Head of the family Yifei. Yi Jian, Yi Chao, and others had already knelt before Yifei, seizing this opportunity to elevate him to the pinnacle of the Yi family. No one paid any attention to the corpses of Yi Tianxiong and Yi Wei. Only a few wild dogs lingered nearby, their eyes bloodshot as they circled the remains. At that moment, the lord of Haishi City let out a deep sigh. His worst fears had come to pass. The authority of Haishi City had shifted from the lord's residence to the Yi family and to Yifei. Fortunately, this Yifei has a broad mind. As long as I do not provoke the Yi family, I can still maintain my position as lord. Zhuang Bufan secretly felt relieved, but he couldn't help glancing anxiously at Zhuang Linger. Despite Yi Jian and Yi Chaos' hopes for Yi Fei to become the family head and lead the Yi family further, Yi Fei did not agree. Having vowed to venture to the Star Moon sacred land to retrieve his sister, Yi Shanshan, he was willing to forego even the position of family head, which paled in comparison to his ultimate pursuit, the martial path. It was only through possessing sufficient strength that he could guide the Yi family to even greater heights, even if he did not become its leader. Thus, after spending merely 3 days with the Yi family, paying respects to his father and tidying the small courtyard where he and his sister once lived, Yifei left without a backward glance. It was time to return to the Tianyun martial mansion. Only by utilizing the vast resources of the mansion could he continuously awaken the black energy of his indomitable sword soul, enhancing himself until he could step into the sacred land. Xiao Fei, are you truly set on returning to the mansion? There you are, but a menial worker, while here in the Yi family in Haishi City, you can command the winds and the rain. Yi Jian was still reluctant to give up. In his heart, Yifei was not only someone he had watched grow, but was also the only rightful heir in his eyes. Among the entire Yi family, only Yifei was worthy of inheriting the position of family head. This sentiment was shared by Yi Chao, Yi Tianya, and many other elders who came to see him off. They believed that with Yifei's current strength, he could easily replace the lord of Haishi City without surprise. However, they all overlooked one thing. Since the moment the Yi family had wielded the whip against Yi Shanshan, Yifei had felt no lingering attachments to the family. To bring Yi Shanshan back, Yifei was willing to pay any price and do anything. Yet he would not voice these thoughts lightly. Uncle Jin, Grand Elder, you should understand that shallow waters do not nurture true dragons. Haishi City is too small, and the martial world is vast. I am still young, I can venture out. Yifei declared resolutely, turning to Yi Jian. After I leave, I entrust the Yi family to you. Zhou Guang, you must support Uncle Jian while making the Yi family even stronger. Rest assured, young master. We will protect the Yi family and ensure that such scoundrels as Yi Tianxiong and his son never emerge again. Yi Chao and Yi Tianai vowed simultaneously, while Zhou Guang, now a guest elder of the Yi family, hastily nodded. Please do not worry, I will protect the Yi family diligently. Upon hearing that Yifei would entrust the family to him, Yi Jian's expression suddenly grew serious. He looked at Yifei and said, Yifei, remember, no matter how much the Yi family has wronged you, this is still the home of you and your sister. Whenever you have time, come back to visit. If you encounter difficulties, even if it means exhausting the entire family's resources, we will support you without hesitation. Rest assured, Uncle Jin, I will. Everyone take care. Yifei nodded vigorously, waved goodbye, and swiftly mounted his steed, galloping away. The journey from Haishi City to the Tianyun martial mansion was not short, and Yifei did not wish to waste any time. As he departed, he failed to notice a pair of keen eyes watching him from the city walls of Haishi. Only when Yifei's silhouette vanished from view did Zhuang Linger reluctantly withdraw her gaze, appearing somewhat melancholy. Why didn't he even notify me when he left? Why didn't he look back at me? Yifei, setting out, would never have imagined that in their brief encounters he had already etched an indelible image in the young girl's heart. Sigh. The lord of Haishi City stood beside his daughter, observing Zhuang Linger's despondent demeanor. He could only let out a long sigh. Linger, this is my fault. If I hadn't called you back, you wouldn't be facing such difficulties. Try to see it with a clearer perspective. Yifei's talent is too exceptional, and our Haishi City is too small. Perhaps years from now, when he has achieved greatness and returns here, we will have long since turned to dust. I won't listen. I won't listen. Father, I hate you. I must return to the sect to cultivate. I will become stronger. Zhuang Linger cried, covering her ears with her hands, tears glistening on her cheeks, as she swiftly dashed down the city tower. As Yi Fei traveled over the course of more than 10 days, his steed finally grew weary and could run no longer. With a wry smile, Yi Fei untied the reins and patted the horse's head. "Go back to your meadow and may you never be caught again." As if understanding his words, the horse licked Yi Fei's hand and ambled into the forest. Yi Fei then made his way to a wide road, seeking a town where he could find another carriage. This was one of the shortcomings of martial practitioners who for long journeys they relied on running or animal labor. If one reached the martial master level and condensed true energy wings, they could soar through the skies, which would be exhilarating. Boom. As Yi Fei pondered, a sudden cloud of dust rose in the distance, accompanied by the thunderous sound of galloping hooves, as if the earth itself were about to crack. Following that, over 100 soldiers clad in cold iron armor, holding a dragon flag, swiftly passed by Yi Fei, their expressions blank. Yi Fei was astonished. All these soldiers were martial masters. What kind of foundation did they possess to use noble martial masters as mere soldiers? "Hey, aren't those the dragon riders from the Imperial City? It's been many years since our martial mansion has seen anyone from the Imperial City. What business do they have here? What else could it be? It's likely related to a significant matter for the martial mansion, so they've come early," two young passers-by on the roadside said, enviously watching the Imperial cavalry as they conversed. They appeared to be disciples from the outer courtyard of the martial mansion, much like Yi Fei hurrying back after visiting relatives. Yi Fei's heart stirred. Last time in the 10,000 Great Mountains, he had personally killed 2 royal ghost guards and seized the devouring spirit sword. Had the news leaked, prompting the royal family to send a large number of experts to investigate? With that worry in mind, Yi Fei approached the two youths. "Brothers, has there been any significant news from the martial mansion recently?" "Get lost. You, a mere menial disciple, dare to address us as brothers?" One of the youths, a round-faced boy, scolded as soon as he saw Yi Fei in his menial attire. Yi Fei was not angered. Instead, he released his martial master aura and smiled. "Why can't a menial disciple inquire about the affairs of the martial mansion?" Thud. The aura of a martial master was too overwhelming for the 2 outer courtyard disciples who were only at the 7th or 8th level of martial arts. The round-faced boy found himself silenced, collapsing to the ground, unable to rise. "Please, senior brother, spare me." The other boy, square-faced and quick-witted, was caught off guard by Yi Fei's strength. He quickly adopted a respectful demeanor and interjected, "I know what you're asking about. The Imperial Cavalry is likely here to observe our martial mansion's Fengyun list." The Fengyun list. Yi Fei's brows furrowed. Seeing Yi Fei was unfamiliar with the Fengyun list, the square-faced boy explained, "Senior brother, the Fengyun list is our martial mansion's ranking of disciples based on their strength. Those who make it onto the list receive substantial support from the mansion. Calculating the time, the list should be updated soon." "I see. It seems I will have to make an effort to get a ranking." Yi Fei mused, intrigued by the Fengyun list. Typically, such rankings were accompanied by a wealth of cultivation resources, and Yi Fei currently lacked nothing except a large supply of medicinal pills. As long as he had enough pills, he could continuously awaken the Indestructible Sword Soul to enhance his strength and talent. Why would the Imperial City care about our martial mansion's rankings? Why are they here to observe? Yi Fei pressed for more information. This time, both the square-faced and round-faced boys looked at Yi Fei incredulously. "Senior brother, you're not seriously telling me you've been so focused on cultivating that you haven't kept up with the world? Recently, there have been rumors that Princess Zhao Yu has decided to join our Tianyuan martial mansion. This cavalry may very well be here for that reason." At this reminder, a striking figure of a beautiful woman filled Yi Fei's mind, followed by a wave of bitterness. So it was that mad woman. Although she was beautiful, her heart was wicked. He had merely glimpsed her body and inadvertently devoured the otherworldly divine fire, yet she was intent on pursuing him with violence. Yi Fei did not need to guess that his demotion to a menial disciple was undoubtedly related to Zhao Yu. "It seems I must be cautious around this princess. If she finds out that I not only assimilated the otherworldly divine fire, but also obtained the devouring spirit sword, she and the royal family will certainly not let me off easily." Yi Fei thought to himself, tightening the black cloth wrapped around the devouring spirit sword on his back, and turned to leave. "Thank you both. Senior brother, take care." No need for formality. The round-faced boy scrambled to his feet, but he did not notice the look of shock on his companion's square face as he watched Yi Fei's departing figure. Clearly, this young man had recognized Yi Fei, for it was unprecedented for a menial disciple to break through to the martial master level in the martial mansion. Only Yi Fei could be an exception. At this moment, Yi Fei was completely unaware that he had become a well-known figure in the Tianyuan martial house. At the very least, nearly every disciple in the outer courtyard had heard of Yi Fei's ordeal, many of them treating it as a topic of conversation over tea and meals. It was no surprise that the round-faced youth could discern Yi Fei's identity. Little did Yi Fei know that shortly after he turned to leave, the round-faced youth pulled out a stone inscribed with strange patterns and whispered something to it. As the martial house grew stronger, its influence expanded, and it was said that at the height of the Tianyun martial house's power, its reach extended for thousands of miles. Even now, as the martial house faced decline, Yi Fei had to travel half a day before finally catching sight of the tall city walls of Tianyun martial house. The time was approaching evening, with nightfall imminent. Finally back. No more sleeping rough. I can enjoy a good night's rest. Yi Fei sighed, making his way toward a nearby grove of trees. As long as he passed through this grove, he would return to the area designated for the house's servant disciples. Ironically, this was the same grove where Zhou Guang had once been chased by 3 inner courtyard seniors, and Yi Fei had intervened, killing 2 of them. It's been so long, I wonder if the martial house will pursue this matter. Yi Fei thought anxiously, though he felt no fear. The martial house merely prohibited disciples from killing each other, but did not state that one could not fight back when attacked. This was one reason Yi Fei dared to return to the martial house. The other reason caused a cold glint to flash in his eyes, quickly replaced by confusion. Something feels off. Yi Fei halted, having become quite vigilant after experiencing several battles in the 10,000 Great Mountains. Any slight movement would not escape his keen senses. However, after entering the grove, he noticed something peculiar. An eerie silence enveloped the area. Not even the sound of insects could be heard, which was strange since nighttime was usually when they were most active. Who's there? Show yourself. Yi Fei suddenly stopped, adopting a defensive stance, seemingly ready to charge out of the grove. Rustle. The sound of trees violently shaking surrounded him, followed by a surprised voice. Oh, it's you, lowly peasant. It's strange you survived the secret realm, yet you can still sense our presence. From the darkness emerged 2 figures. One clad in a python robe had a handsome, yet spiteful expression fixed on Yi Fei, while a cold-looking young man stood beside him, clearly another disciple of the inner courtyard, exuding an aura of power that surpassed any martial artist Yi Fei had encountered. Yi Fei's heart sank. He had only shouted recklessly, never expecting someone to actually be ambushing him here. One of them was none other than Wang Liang. It was Wang Liang who had framed him, forcing Zhou Guang to deceive him into going to the Huoyun cave. It was also Wang Liang who, upon discovering his scheme had failed, had pursued him into the 10,000 Great Mountains, intent on killing him to silence him. When Yi Fei emerged from the Sword King's secret realm, he hadn't seen Wang Liang and thought he had been killed by the 2 ghost guards. Little did he know this man had escaped and was lying in wait for him. Wang Liang, it's you. A cold glimmer flashed in Yi Fei's eyes, yet he did not act rashly, instead glancing at the young man beside Wang Liang. It's me. Lowly peasant, you didn't expect me to survive, let alone ambush you here. You're truly courting death by returning. Wang Liang sneered at Yi Fei, but as he sensed Yi Fei's level of cultivation, his expression changed dramatically. How is this possible? You've broken through to become a martial artist. Damn it, I never thought you truly received the inheritance from that martial sovereign. Initially skeptical, Wang Liang's anger and jealousy flared as he realized the truth, tinged with a hint of apprehension. The cold young man beside Wang Liang snorted. Wang Liang, look at your puny accomplishments. You're just a first-level martial artist. Even with the inheritance from the martial sovereign, you're still a waste. You're not deceiving me, are you? Wang Liang hurriedly replied. Senior brother Li Xian, you must see clearly. I, Wang Liang, wouldn't dare deceive you. This lowly peasant entered the Sword King's secret realm, which I witnessed with my own eyes. However, it's strange that he wasn't attacked by the sword formations inside. I suspect he might possess some treasure. Wang Liang's words made Li Xin's eyes brighten instantly. To have passed through the sword formation unharmed, such a treasure is indeed rare. You there, lowly wretch, if you know what's good for you, hand over your treasures and the inheritance from the Sword King. Perhaps I'll grant you a quick death. Why would you kill me when we have no grievances? Yi Fei bit back his anger, sensing a dangerous aura from Li Xian. Yi Fei decided against acting impulsively, wanting to bide his time and see how things unfolded. For what reason does senior brother Li Xian need to kill a lowly wretch like you? Yi Fei, didn't you hear senior brother? Kneel and tell us everything you gained from the secret realm. Wang Liang barked, trying to exert his authority. Yi Fei remained unflinching, coldly staring at Wang Liang as he retorted, You think someone like you would ever be worthy of being a prince? Back in the secret realm, didn't you say the Tianyun martial house was a gathering of trash? You've long wanted to leave and follow those mysterious figures, haven't you? Understanding that he might not be a match for Li Xian in an unknown fight, especially with Wang Liang involved, Yi Fei sought to sow discord. At the very least, he couldn't allow the two to join forces against him. Hearing this, the oppressive aura that Li Xian had been directing at Yi Fei suddenly shifted to Wang Liang. A gathering of trash. Is that true? Wang Liang, did you really say such a thing? How do you explain this? Li Xian raised an eyebrow, his pride pricked by Wang Liang's words. Senior brother Li Xian, it's a misunderstanding. Wang Liang broke out in a cold sweat, thinking bitterly about Yi Fei's interference. Under the pressure of Li Xian, who was at the 7th level of martial artist, Wang Liang felt he had no choice but to kneel again before Li Xian, pointing an accusing finger at Yi Fei. Senior brother, it wasn't like this at all. I only said that to escape, it was to deceive those mysterious figures. Please don't be fooled, this lowly wretch is trying to sow discord between us. Wang Liang pleaded desperately. Yi Fei suddenly chimed in. Wang Liang, I must give you full marks for your ability to grovel. You lowly peasant, I'll tear your mouth apart. Wang Liang leaped up furiously. If it weren't for Yi Fei's taunts, how could he, a minor prince, have knelt before anyone twice? Wang Liang could no longer tolerate Yi Fei's sharp tongue. He was ready to kill the lowly peasant who had embarrassed him. Li Xian observed Wang Liang's reaction, frowning slightly, yet refraining from intervening. He had intended to let Wang Liang test Yi Fei before deciding whether to act. This was precisely the outcome Yi Fei desired. If Li Xian and Wang Liang teamed up, he would surely be unable to withstand them. But if it were a unknown with Wang Liang, Yi Fei could utilize the devouring spirit sword, dispatching Wang Liang quickly before deciding whether to fight or retreat. Stop! What are you doing? The martial house forbids private duels. Who dares to harm junior brother Yi? A sudden cold voice interrupted Wang Liang's movements. Yi Fei quickly suppressed his urge to use the devouring spirit sword. After all, that was his trump card. The longer he could keep it hidden, the better. He turned to look toward the source of the voice. Yi Fei had not made many acquaintances at the Tianyan martial house, and those willing to help him were even fewer. Although the figures in the distance had yet to emerge from the shadows, Yi Fei had already recognized her. Senior sister, what are you doing here? Yi Fei asked in surprise, understanding why Wang Liang and Li Xian had come to ambush him. But why was Bai Ling also present? Why can't I be here? Yi Fei, come over to your senior sister's side. I want to see who dares to harm you. Bai Ling's tone was resolute. After all, she was the one who had brought Yi Fei into the martial house, and having failed to protect him, she felt a sense of responsibility for the predicament he found himself in. This was the main reason she was willing to assist him repeatedly. Yi Fei was no fool. As he quickly analyzed the situation in his mind, he began to understand why Bai Ling was willing to wade into this murky water. Senior sister Bai, you really don't have to do this. I have never blamed you, or senior brother Zhou. As he spoke, Yi Fei's gaze was coldly fixed on Li Xian. He knew that this person's presence here was undoubtedly linked to the high-ranking elder who had conspired against him. Li Xian had clearly come to silence him and seize the treasure with the killing intent unmistakable. Yi Fei, since you call me senior sister, I won't let you come to harm. Moreover, the martial house forbids private fights. If one is discovered, severe punishment will follow. Li Xian, are you really willing to go so far against a mere servant disciple? Bai Ling did not move, her expression serious as she addressed Li Xian. Yi Fei quickly gleaned 2 pieces of information from her words. First, Li Xian was evidently powerful, and the forces behind him were certainly formidable enough to warrant Bai Ling's cautious demeanor. Second, those conspiring against him likely included not just Wang Liang and the Dao sect, but possibly even the elders of the Array sect to which Li Xian belonged. Wang Liang was merely a pawn among the high-ranking elders, just like himself. Whoever dares to use me as a pawn, I will not let them go. Yi Fei's eyes turned colder still. Wang Liang and Li Xian were both taken aback by Bai Ling's unexpected appearance. Wang Liang, feeling guilty, retreated closer to Li Xian, panic evident in his voice. Senior brother Li, what should we do? Bai Ling is a disciple of Elder Chun from the Sword Sect. If she reveals what happened today, slap. Before Wang Liang could finish, Li Xian struck him hard across the face. Useless dog. She's just a woman, oh, what's there to fear? Just because she has an elder backing her doesn't mean our elders are easy to deal with. After reprimanding Wang Liang, Li Xian turned to Bai Ling, his expression still arrogant. Bai Ling, have you considered your position? Are you truly willing to oppose me to protect a useless trash? Yi Fei is also one of us in the martial house, and now his meridians have been destroyed. Senior brother Li, must you take it this far? Are you not afraid I will report this to the elders? Bai Ling stood her ground. Though her strength was inferior to Li Xian's, she was not one to yield easily. Yi Fei stood by, a bitter smile on his lips. He felt that he had dragged Bai Ling into this mess. Would informing the elders even make a difference? He could sense the intense killing intent radiating from Li Xian. Ha ha, reporting to the elders. Bai Ling, you're too naive. Don't you know that it's the elders who ordered me to kill this trash? Now that you've stumbled upon our affair, the only way for you to survive is to submit to me and allow me to indulge myself with you. Only then might I consider sparing you as a plaything." Li Xian's eyes gleamed with a sinister light as he shamelessly scrutinized Bai Ling's figure. Unspoken words lingered in his mind. If Bai Ling truly complied once he had his way with her, he would still kill her to eliminate any witnesses. It's just a pity for this beauty. It seems I must enjoy her several times before she dies, perhaps trying all manner of pleasures. Li Xian's mind whirled with dark thoughts. His provocations ignited Bai Ling's fury. "Li Xian, if you dare to lay a finger on me, neither the sword sect nor my master will spare you. Yi Fei, we must escape. As long as we return to the martial house, I will have my master seek justice for us." Despite her anger, Bai Ling remained rational, realizing that she could not face Li Xian alone, especially with Wang Liang aiding him. Yi Fei, however, remained rooted in place, smiling wanly as he held Bai Ling back. "Senior sister, where can we run? This is clearly a trap. If we flee, we will only die faster. We must fight. Only through battle can we carve out a path to survival. But your strength." Bai Ling was deeply worried and was about to say more. Seeing the woman he desired entangled with another, Li Xian felt an explosion of rage within him. "Wang Liang, you useless dog, what are you hesitating for? That trash over there is yours to torment until he can't survive. As for Bai Ling, I want her to be thoroughly toyed with before that trash's eyes." Li Xian sneered, his entire being radiating a chilling aura as he lunged towards Bai Ling. Realizing that Li Xian was truly going to strike, Bai Ling's expression changed as she understood that there was no time left to escape. Gritting her teeth, she charged at Li Xian with her sword. "Junior brother, you be careful. If it gets too dangerous, you must run." Bai Ling, at the 5th level of martial master, could hold her ground against Li Xian, who was at the 7th level for a while, but she had little confidence in Yi Fei's abilities. Although Yi Fei's breakthrough to the martial master realm had shocked Bai Ling, anyone could see that a 1st-level martial master was at an absolute disadvantage against a 3rd-level one. Wang Liang was filled with arrogance as he rushed towards Yi Fei, sneering, "Lowly commoner. Last time you got lucky and escaped. Oh, let's see where you can run this time. Kneel before me." Water Moon Blade Technique, Moon in the Well. Wang Liang summoned his 3rd-level martial master energy, directing it towards Yi Fei, unleashing a massive crescent blade of light. 13th Sword Style, 13-fold critical strike. A cold smile crept onto Yi Fei's lips. Did he truly believe that a 3rd-level martial master was guaranteed victory? If Bai Ling had not arrived just in time, he would have already slain this person. It was not too late now. He had the advantage of a condition he previously lacked. Li Xian was fully occupied with Bai Ling, meaning he could not attend to him for the time being. With such timing under the cover of night, it was the perfect opportunity to strike. Kill. The brilliant sword light danced, resembling a black serpent obscuring the night sky. The overwhelming sword chi combined with the ferocity of the devouring spirit sword allowed Yi Fei to shatter Wang Liang's blade with a single stroke. The sword light flickered and vanished. In the air, a rich crimson burst forth. Wang Liang screamed, his eyes wide with disbelief as the devouring spirit sword pierced through his chest. Shock and regret etched across his face. Yi Fei's strike was too swift, too powerful. So powerful that even a 3rd-level martial master could not withstand it. In his final moments, regret flooded Wang Liang's heart. He lamented, provoking Yi Fei. Alas, it was too late for regrets. With a cough of blood, the last glint of light faded from Wang Liang's eyes, leaving only deep-seated terror etched on his face before it froze in place. Until his death, he could not believe that he had been slain by a single sword. In the realm of martial arts, the outcome was utterly absurd. A novice merely beginning his journey as a martial master had slain a seasoned practitioner of the 3rd level with a single stroke. This was a madness that left not only Bai Ling stunned, but also Li Xian, who had been poised to subdue Bai Ling, his expression shifting dramatically. His eyes greedily fixated on the soul-devouring sword in Yi Fei's grasp. A treasure. It was undoubtedly an artifact rivaling the finest of mystical weapons, perhaps even surpassing them. So Wang Liang's words were true. You, a mere trash, have actually obtained a legacy from a martial sovereign. This demonic sword must be your prize. Li Xian paused for a moment, but then erupted into joyous laughter, showing no concern for Wang Liang's demise. What? A martial sovereign's legacy? No wonder they wanted to kill Yi Fei. Junior brother Yi, you've had such an extraordinary encounter. Bai Ling exclaimed in astonishment. Realizing that Yi Fei possessed such a treasure, Li Xian was no longer willing to waste time with Bai Ling. He instantly abandoned her and charged towards Yi Fei, coldly rebuking. You little brat, with your pathetic abilities, you are unworthy of possessing such a treasure. Hand it over immediately. Such artifacts belong in the hands of an elite like me, where they can fulfill their true potential. Yi Fei coldly regarded the approaching Li Xian, a flash of icy light erupting in his eyes. A tremor of the soul-devouring sword sent it thrusting forward in an instant. Li Xian, I have no grievances with you, yet you seek to kill me and insult senior sister Bai Ling. Today I shall eradicate you, you scoundrel. The 13th sword technique. As Yi Fei spoke, a terrifying sword light streaked forth like a meteor towards Li Xian. Undeterred, Li Xian merely snorted, surrounded by a dense array of intricate patterns. Diamond formation, with qi protecting the body. You think by killing a Wang Liang you can engage me, a martial master of the 7th level? Before my formations you are even less than trash. Li Xian boasted arrogantly, standing his ground as Yi Fei's sword struck him, yet he remained unscathed. Yi Fei was taken aback. The techniques of the formation sect were indeed formidable. Li Xian had inscribed protective formations on his body, creating a barrier that thwarted his attack. Then Yi Fei felt several flags hurtling toward him. Bai Ling's face paled as she hurriedly warned, Yi Fei, be careful. Those are formation flags. Li Xian intends to trap you in a formation. You must flee. Flee. Is that even possible? In front of my formations, whether it's you, Bai Ling, or this trash before me, you're merely my playthings. Li Xin's expression darkened and faint eerie threads emanated from him, intertwining with the flying flags. Yi Fei's heart sank, realizing that Li Xian was about to activate the formation. Although unfamiliar with formations, he refused to retreat. In the path of martial cultivation, stagnation equates to regression. My martial way strengthens in the face of adversity. Kill. Yi Fei did not falter, charging forward without reservation. Li Xian was undoubtedly the strongest martial master he had yet encountered, and now he sought to gauge the gap between them. Junior brother Yi, are you out of your mind? Bai Ling exclaimed, her eyes wide in disbelief as she saw Yi Fei disregarding her warning and rushing headlong at Li Xian. Li Xian smirked maliciously, foolish trash. Do you think that with a top-tier mystical weapon you have the right to battle me? You are not worthy. Worthy or not, we'll find out through combat. What if you are a martial master of the 7th level? Whoever provokes me, I shall kill, deities and mortals alike. Kill, kill, kill. As he shouted the last 3 words, Yi Fei felt the murderous intent within him peak. He focused his mind, connecting with the seed of devouring sword intent nestled inside him. Boom. The sword soared into the heavens, and the killing intent surged forth. The soul-devouring sword emanated a fierce aura and murderous intent. Accompanied by the faint release of sword intent from the seed, Yi Fei poured all his strength into this strike. A brilliant beam of sword light instantly rent the space, shattering the flags that had been flying toward him. Wow! Li Xian suddenly spat blood. He was in the midst of activating the formation and never anticipated that Yi Fei's strike would be this terrifying. It shattered his personal array artifact entirely. How is this possible? This brat is merely a martial master of the 1st level. Why does he now feel even more fearsome than a 5th level expert? Li Xian retreated frantically. Although a formation master was powerful, they had a crucial weakness. Once engaged in close combat, their full strength was reduced to a mere fraction. Yi Fei understood this, and thus took the risk to charge in, directly engaging Li Xian in combat. As long as he could prevent Li Xian from setting up the formation, he might still have a chance to win. Li Xian, where do you think you're going? How can you call yourself a martial master of the 7th level if you run away? Stand and fight me with real blades. Yi Fei's voice was cold. The soul-devouring sword struck faster and faster, and even without specific martial techniques, it mattered not. The sword intent infused within the weapon rendered formal techniques unnecessary. A martial master of the 7th level was being forced into a retreat by someone he deemed trash, pushing Li Xian to near the brink of fury. His face darkened, but he forced himself to endure, continuing to retreat. If he could just distance himself, he could reorganize his formations. Li Xian was confident that with his strength as a 7th level martial master and the formidable formation he commanded, he could obliterate Yi Fei. My heavens, junior brother Yi has actually forced Li Xian to retreat, and it seems he's gaining the upper hand. Bai Ling watched in disbelief. When Li Xian attacked Yi Fei, this scene was something Bai Ling had never dared to imagine. A 7th level martial master Li Xian was unable to overcome a 1st level martial master like Yi Fei. If this news were to return to the martial house, the elders there would surely struggle to believe it. More astonishing to Bai Ling was the sword intent emanating from Yi Fei. As a fellow sword cultivator, Bai Ling recognized the faint sword intent surrounding Yi Fei. She could not mistake it. Even if she doubted her perception, the sword she gripped tightly would not be mistaken. Once sword intent was unleashed, all swords would submit. If Bai Ling were not suppressing it with all her might, her own sword would have bowed to Yi Fei's sword intent. Furthermore, with Yi Fei wielding such a formidable demonic sword and seemingly inheriting the legacy of a martial sovereign, Realizing this, Bai Ling felt a chill run down her spine, coming to the shocking conclusion that Li Xin's predicament was not mere chance, nor was it because he was weak. Rather, it was Yi Fei. He was simply too strong. Just that flicker of sword intent, if word of it spread, would shake the entire martial house to its core. Bai Ling found it almost laughable for such an extraordinary genius was dismissed as trash in both the Yi clan and the martial house. Who has ever seen a waste so formidable? Who has encountered such a monstrous waste? If Yi Fei was truly trash, then Bai Ling suspected that neither the martial house nor the entire Zhao kingdom possessed any true talents. He is undoubtedly a peerless genius. Bai Ling murmured as she gazed at the fierce clash before her, suddenly feeling a flicker of confidence in Yi Fei's ability to triumph over Li Xin. After a prolonged struggle, Yi Fei finally seized upon a flaw in Li Xin's defenses. With unmatched might, the soul-devouring sword struck once more against Li Xin's protective formation. Boom! The sound of the air cracking echoed like a mountain crumbling, followed by Li Xin's anguished scream. His protective diamond formation finally faltered under Yi Fei's strike, leaving a deep gash across his face from the sword's force. Blood stained Li Xin's countenance, and in that instant he erupted with fury. Roar! This is impossible. This trash actually destroyed my diamond formation and injured me. Unforgivable. You little brat, you've done, well, very well. You've finally pushed me to the brink of rage. As Li Xian spoke, his clothes suddenly burst open, revealing a bare body adorned with mysterious symbols. These marks were the array patterns inscribed by an array master, forming a powerful protective formation rooted in his very flesh. The formation etched onto Li Xian was the Vajrao array, capable of activating a protective force that provided immense defense. However, if the Vajrao array were to be breached, Li Xian would also suffer severe damage. At that moment, Yi Fei witnessed that after Li Xin's clothes had exploded, most of the array patterns on his body crumbled along with the destruction of the Vajrao array. Blood flowed through the intricate lines, saturating his body, indicating he was gravely injured. Yet what Li Xian did next was beyond Yi Fei's imagination. Instead of immediately healing himself after the backlash, Li Xin's expression twisted in rage as he continuously channeled his true essence, shattering his own blood vessels and painting the array patterns on his body with his blood. From a distance, the array patterns on Li Xian appeared as though they were drawn in blood. Yi Fei was taken aback, then his heart raced with fear. This is bad, oh, I must stop him. He had no idea what Li Xian was doing, but such self-harming actions could only mean he was about to unleash a formidable array once again. At this moment, Yi Fei would not allow Li Xian to proceed unimpeded. With a fierce resolve, he lunged forward, the soul-devouring sword gleaming with cold light, enveloping Li Xian in a brilliant sword aura. But immediately Yi Fei could not help but exclaim in shock. What's happening? My sword energy has been rebounded back. Despite his overwhelming attack, Yi Fei found that he had failed to harm Li Xian. Instead, a terrifying rebound force struck him, forcing him to spit out blood as he was pushed back several dozen meters. Damn it, Li Xian has inscribed 2 sets of formations on his body. After shattering the Vajrao array, he has conjured a blood array. A master at the 7th level of the martial master realm is indeed not so easy to kill. Yi Fei spat out blood, steadied himself, and prepared to charge again with the soul-devouring sword. At this moment, Bai Ling finally reacted and hurriedly stopped him, rushing to Yi Fei's side. Yi Fei, don't be impulsive. Li Xian is cornered and has unleashed his strongest blood soul array. It is said that Li Xin's blood soul array is formed from the soul of a blood tiger beast at the 10th level of the monster realm. Once summoned, it will instantly possess the combat power of a 10th level martial master. 10th level martial master. Yi Fei gasped sharply. He realized that despite exhausting all his means, he could only suppress Li Xian, at best not kill him. If Bai Ling was correct, and Li Xian summoned a 10th level beast to assist him, he would definitely be outmatched. Senior sister Bai, since you know about the blood soul array, you must also know how to break it, right? Yi Fei asked, nervously looking at Bai Ling. His life now depended on her. Although he was a capable fighter, Bai Ling had more experience from years of training at the martial academy. Of course I know. The blood soul array is one of the most powerful attack formations of our Heavenly Fortune Martial Academy. It not only boasts strong defenses, but the summoned beast souls also deliver terrifying attacks. However, it has a flaw. If interrupted during the summoning process, the user of the blood soul array will suffer significant backlash. Bai Ling understood the urgency of the situation. If Li Xian successfully summoned the blood tiger beast, both of them would surely die. Gritting her teeth, she quickly took out a black pill from her possession and handed it to Yi Fei. Yi Fei, this is an explosive essence pill given to me by our master for emergencies. If you consume it, your combat power will double, but it lasts only for the time it takes to burn an incense stick. If you cannot kill Li Xian, or if he successfully activates the Blood Soul array within that time, we will be doomed. Bai Ling's words caused Li Xin's expression to change drastically. He could not believe that Bai Ling would give such a precious item to Yi Fei. Enraged, he cursed, "Bitch, do you think just having the explosive essence pill will save you? With a piece of garbage like him, you will never break my Blood Soul array. Once I summon the Blood Tiger Beast, you both will die, haha." Li Xin's arrogance was evident, but secretly he felt uneasy. He hastened the process of inscribing the Blood Soul array patterns on his body. "Senior sister Bai, don't worry, I won't let him succeed." Yi Fei sneered, sensing Li Xin's obvious anxiety. He was convinced that Bai Ling's method would work. Without hesitation, he swallowed the explosive essence pill and let out a low roar. The soul-devouring sword surged with fiery brilliance as Yi Fei charged towards Li Xian once more. "No, you garbage. Even if your strength doubles, you will still die. Blood Tiger, kill him and tear him to shreds." Li Xian panicked. Faced with Yi Fei, who had consumed the explosive essence pill and exponentially increased in power, he could not afford to wait for the Blood Tiger to fully materialize. He commanded the spirit to open its massive jaws and prepared to devour Yi Fei. Bai Ling felt her heart nearly stop. "Kill 13 sword styles." Yi Fei's expression remained cold and unyielding. The power surge from the explosive essence pill filled him with boundless strength. In this moment, he not only fused the soul-devouring sword with the seed of sword intent, but also unleashed the 13 sword styles together. This was an all-or-nothing gamble for him, fighting for a sliver of hope. The ground trembled as the soul-devouring sword swept through the air, shattering the void around it. 13 sword lights erupted with 14-fold critical strikes. The reason for the increase to 14 critical strikes was that after consuming the explosive essence pill, the total number of critical strikes had effectively doubled. If 13 critical strikes were barely sufficient to handle the Blood Tiger, then 14 was beyond its capacity. The fact remained that Li Xian had not had enough time to fully coalesce the Blood Tiger, sealing his own tragic fate. Boom! The soul-devouring sword's brilliance was unstoppable. In an instant, Yi Fei pierced through the Blood Tiger's entire head with a single strike, causing it to explode. Then Yi Fei's figure surged through the explosion's aftermath, directly confronting Li Xian. Li Xian, who is the garbage now? With a cough, Li Xian spat blood. The destruction of the Blood Tiger inflicted severe backlash on him, and even worse, the Blood Tiger spirit had been nurtured by Li Xin's own potential, intricately linked to his very essence. With Yi Fei's defeat of the Blood Tiger, he had essentially destroyed Li Xin's foundation. From that moment on, Li Xian would remain stuck at the 7th level of the martial master realm with no hope of further advancement. Such consequences were unbearable for Li Xian. He lifted his head, glaring at Yi Fei with deep-seated resentment, roaring like a vengeful spirit. "Yi Fei, you shall die. You all shall die. You dared to kill my Blood Tiger and damage my foundation. I will kill you. No, dying would be too easy. I want you to suffer endlessly in despair until you perish." Screaming in fury, Li Xian finally revealed his last and most crucial survival card, activating it. Li Xian, die. Yi Fei did not know what it was, but upon seeing the scroll, an instinctual feeling of extreme danger surged within him. He swung the soul-devouring sword, prepared to strike Li Xian down in an instant. Just then, he heard Bai Ling's terrified shout from behind. "Li Xian, no. Haha, too late, you bitch. Do you think only your sword sect has means of survival? Offending our array sect is the gravest mistake of your life." Boom. The scroll unfurled, completely releasing a blinding light, while Yi Fei's sword was merely a fist's distance from Li Xin's throat. "Kill." The blinding white light dazzled Yi Fei's eyes, yet at a mere fist's distance he could easily slay his target even with his eyes closed. However, this time, Yi Fei had clearly miscalculated. As he thrust the shining sword forward, there was no sound of piercing flesh. Instead, he found himself stabbing the air, a feat that should have been impossible. Upon employing the 14th sword, he had concentrated his mental energy to lock onto Li Xin's aura, so how could this strike have missed? As the blinding white light dissipated, Yi Fei hurriedly scanned his surroundings, only to be astonished to discover that at some point he was no longer in that small grove. Li Xian had vanished without a trace. The place he found himself in had transformed into a peculiar space, but while the ground was solid beneath his feet, there was neither sky nor ceiling to be seen, just a hazy expanse above. Strange, where is this place? How did we end up here? A familiar voice rang out nearby. It was Bai Ling. Yi Fei rushed over to help the dazed and disoriented Bai Ling to her feet. "Senior sister Bai, are you all right? Can you discern what kind of formation Li Xian used? Could what we saw have been an illusion?" He surveyed the environment. It was shrouded in darkness, yet walls and steps were discernible, with an ancient stone door looming ahead. If this were merely an illusion, it was far too vivid. Could the formations of the Array sect truly be this formidable? Alas, it must be that scroll the Exion used. I never expected that his life-saving item was actually a form of teleportation formation. But why didn't he teleport himself away instead of bringing us here? Bai Ling exclaimed astonished as she surveyed their surroundings. Yi Fei was taken aback, realizing that the scroll Li Exion had thrown earlier might be akin to a teleportation array. However, Li Exion did not teleport himself, though instead he had transported them here, and Yi Fei had no illusions about Li Xin's intentions. After all, he had stated he wanted them to gradually perish in loneliness and pain, which meant that where they had been sent was surely fraught with peril. Senior Sister Bai, can you determine where we are? Yi Fei asked as he saw Bai Ling circling around. Junior brother Yi, I fear we are in grave danger. Li Exion has actually transported us inside the Demon Sealing Tower, which is reputed to be the first forbidden area of the Martial Manor. Even masters at the Martial Sovereign level can enter, but never exit. It seems Li Exion truly intends to trap us here, allowing us to wither away in agony. Bai Ling's voice trembled as she spoke, and a glimmer of despair flickered in her eyes as she gazed at the two ancient characters inscribed on the stone door. There was no need for further questioning. Yi Fei guessed that the unfamiliar characters might very well mean demon sealing. If only Bai Ling could identify this place, there might still be hope. Yi Fei pondered for a moment before asking Senior Sister, Bai, don't you have any communication talismans or similar items to notify the elders of the Martial Manor for rescue? Bai Ling smiled wryly and shook her head. I do have communication talismans, but they cannot be used within the Demon Sealing Tower. And even if the elders were to discover our location, no one would come to our aid. The Demon Sealing Tower has always been known as a place of no return, a site of death. Otherwise, why do you think Li Exion would bring us here? What? This place can only be entered, but not exited. How could the Martial Manor possess such a bizarre location? If it is a forbidden ground, how could Li Exion so easily bring us inside? Yi Fei refused to accept his fate. He did not wish to perish here. Bai Ling sighed. Yi Fei, you don't understand the nature of the Demon Sealing Tower. It's futile. Our time is up. I'm telling you this disregarding any Martial Manor prohibitions. According to what my master told me, the Martial Manor has 3 major forbidden areas: the Fire Cloud Cave, Wind Cloud Island, and this Demon Sealing Tower. You have seen the Fire Cloud Cave. It is the most suitable place for cultivating fire attribute true essence. As for Wind Cloud Island, it's best left unmentioned. It is indeed the most perilous of all, but this Demon Sealing Tower is the most dangerous. Bai Ling continued recalling the tales. No one knows exactly when the Demon Sealing Tower appeared or what it suppresses. I only heard my master mention that it began manifesting on the land of our Zhao Kingdom 3,000 years ago, and it even moves of its own accord after a period of time. When the Demon Sealing Tower first emerged, many forces within Zhao Kingdom believed it to be a tremendous opportunity. Sects, the Martial Manor royal families, and even sacred lands sent countless martial lords and martial sovereigns rushing and eager to find their fortunes within. Oddly enough, anyone could enter easily, yet no one was ever seen leaving. There was even a supreme formation master from a sacred land who developed a bidirectional teleportation array to penetrate its depths. Yet that master never returned. Over the thousands of years since the tower's emergence, records show that over 100 martial sovereign experts who entered were never seen again. The soul lamps they lit extinguished one by one, indicating they had perished within. Only then did people realize that the Demon Sealing Tower was an incredibly dangerous, cursed ground. Curiously, its locations always materialized near powerful forces, continuously luring their disciples to venture inside, leading to their demise. Over time, when the tower appeared, the nearby powerful forces would immediately seal off the area, declaring it an absolute forbidden ground, forbidding anyone from approaching. 200 years ago, the Demon Sealing Tower finally appeared within the Tianyun Martial Manor, shocking the higher-ups. They hurriedly utilized countless formations to seal it off, issuing strict orders that only high-ranking elders and certain promising disciples were allowed near the area, forbidding anyone else from approaching or even mentioning its existence. After carefully absorbing Bai Ling's description of the Demon Sealing Tower, Yi Fei felt a chill run down his spine. Damn it, Li Exion, you are truly ruthless. To scheme against me like this. If I ever find the opportunity, I will make you pay tenfold. Clenching his teeth, Yi Fei's anger surged within him. Bai Ling, hearing his words, wore a sorrowful expression and shook her head with difficulty. Junior brother Yi, I fear we have no chance for revenge. Entering the Demon Sealing Tower has already sealed our fate. Do you not understand? Yi Fei replied resolutely, I refuse to accept this. I will never yield. Senior sister, by do not lose heart. Just because others cannot find a way out does not mean we cannot. Trust me, I will find a way to get us out of here. Junior brother, you needn't comfort me. Even those martial sovereigns have found it impossible to escape. What can two mere martial masters like us do? Bai Ling sat on the ground, hugging her legs, looking both pitiful and helpless. In such a dire predicament, despair was a natural emotion that anyone would feel. Not just Bai Ling, but Yi Fei's heart was equally tumultuous. Yet sitting idly by and waiting for death was not in Yi Fei's nature. Even if it meant facing peril hidden, he would rather take the risk. Senior sister, Bai, why don't we take a look inside that stone door? Perhaps there are clues left by predecessors that could aid our escape. Yi Fei refused to give up. He approached the stone door, intending to push it open. This action turned Bai Ling's face pale with fear, and she hurriedly blocked him, saying, Junior brother, you don't open that door. Even many martial sovereigns have perished here. There may be terrifying demonic creatures inside. We are still relatively safe here. If you open the door, well, we can't just sit here waiting. Yi Fei sighed. He understood that whatever lay beyond the stone door was undoubtedly dangerous. Yet compared to remaining there in inaction, he would rather take the risk and charge inside. Resolutely, Yi Fei decided to ignore Bai Ling's protests and attempted to open the stone door. At that moment, an ancient voice suddenly echoed around them. Young ones, you would do well to heed this young lady's advice. With your meager strength, you'll hardly make a ripple by entering. It's not often two people come in to chat. I would prefer you not to die too quickly. Inside the sealed demon tower, only Yi Fei and Bai Ling remained, and they were startled by the sudden emergence of an ancient voice. Bai Ling's face turned pale, rendered speechless by the fear instilled in her. Her master had warned her long ago that the interior of the sealed demon tower housed a powerful demon. Who goes there? Yi Fei's forehead glistened with beads of cold sweat. Although he was only at the first level of a martial artist, his mutated divine fire essence and the soul-devouring sword allowed him to contend with a 7th-level martial artist like Li Xian. At that moment, however, Yi Fei couldn't sense the presence of the speaker. The strength of this entity must be astonishing, likely surpassing that of a martial artist. Haha, young lady over there, do not be too afraid. Though I am sealed within this tower, I mean you no harm, the ancient voice echoed again. Yet instead of feeling reassured, Bai Ling grew more terrified. Her voice trembled as she said, Yi Fei, we are doomed. This demon is too formidable. It has survived for thousands of years and can even peer into our innermost thoughts. Seeing Bai Ling abandon even the term junior sister to directly call him by name, Yi Fei understood the depth of her fear. Bai Shiji, do not be afraid. I may have caused this trouble, but I promise as long as I draw breath, I will not let this demon harm you. By the way, do you know the origins of this demon? Yi Fei asked solemnly. To have survived for millennia, the being imprisoned within the sealed demon tower was undoubtedly not just a martial sovereign, but a figure even more powerful, capable of enduring through the ages. Yi Fei felt a sinking despair in his heart. He realized this time his prospects were grim. You little brat, having taken my soul-devouring sword, you should have gained the knowledge I left within it. How can you not know who I am? The old man's voice returned, and from the stone door a figure of a frail, elderly man slowly emerged. Indeed, it was not a physical manifestation, but merely a mental projection, yet the ability to materialize such form indicated the terrifying power of this elder. Yi Fei quickly grasped that the old man before him was a terrifying demon who had surpassed the realm of martial sovereigns. Shock coursed through him. Senior, what do you mean? This soul-devouring sword belongs to you. Yi Fei felt an overwhelming shock within him. He was not the only one shaken. Bai Ling gazed at Yi Fei in astonishment, exclaiming, Yi Fei, the sword in your hand is indeed the soul-devouring sword of the Demon Sword King. Demon Sword King. So this sword is not something you acquired first, but rather something obtained from someone else. No wonder you do not know who I am. With your lowly strength, you must have been led into this trap, the old man remarked, shaking his head, his murky eyes sparkling with wisdom. Yi Fei did not have time to respond to the elder's words. Even if he were to perish, he wanted clarity. He fixed his gaze on Bai Ling and continued, Bai Shiji, what connection does the Demon Sword King's soul-devouring sword have with this sealed demon tower? Bai Ling cast a fearful glance at the elder. Noting no hostility or murderous intent, she steadied herself and explained, I am not entirely sure what the soul-devouring sword specifically does, but my master once told me that 200 years ago the Demon Sword King invaded our martial house to enter the sealed demon tower. For some reason, the then House Lord and my master's master fought desperately to stop the Demon Sword King, resulting in both sides suffering heavy losses. Thus it was. With Bai Ling's explanation, the madness of the Demon Sword King from years past became clearer. Zhao Qianjin's challenge against the 9 sects and 4 houses of the Zhao Kingdom was to find the sealed demon tower and break in. The upper echelons of the heavenly fortune martial house must have received intelligence and realized that the soul-devouring sword in Zhao Qianjin's possession might be the key to unlocking the sealed demon tower. Hence they fought fiercely to prevent or seize it, ultimately leading to a disastrous outcome for both sides. Understanding this, Yi Fei suddenly caught a glimmer of hope amidst despair. He raised the soul-devouring sword towards the elder and earnestly asked, "Senior, since this soul-devouring sword is yours, I will return it to you. Can you spare me and my Shiji?" Yi Fei was cautious, his tone respectful. He understood that facing a terrifying demon who had been sealed for thousands of years, even 10 of him, would likely not match the elder's finger. Realizing that brute force would not resolve the issue, Yi Fei sought to negotiate with the elder, hoping to learn a way to escape this sealed demon tower. The elder's eyes shimmered with wisdom as he discerned Yi Fei's intentions. He did not become angry and spoke in a calm tone, "Young man, you wish for me to help you escape from here. Alas, 1,000 years ago, had you entered with the soul-devouring sword, I might have had a way. 500 years ago, had you been willing to sacrifice 99 martial sovereigns, I could have found a means to escape. But now I am utterly drained. Not only can I no longer move the sealed demon tower or seek a way out, but I cannot help you escape either. Your fate will be the same as mine, trapped here." The elder sighed, resigned to his fate. These words left Bai Ling's body, swaying her expression, one of despair. So young, yet she faced the reality of being trapped here, destined to die alone like others who had entered before her, ultimately reduced to a pile of bones. No, there must be a way. Heaven does not completely seal off a person's path. Senior, since you were able to send the soul-devouring sword out, it proves you have the means to break the seal of the sealed demon tower. If we are willing to help you escape, can you take us with you?" Yi Fei gritted his teeth. He had resolved to risk everything for his life, even if it meant unleashing a terrifying demon. The elder seemed to comprehend Yi Fei's thoughts, nodding, yet shaking his head. "In my day, being able to pass the soul-devouring sword was already a complete expenditure of my powers. Now I am merely a thought with no ability left to assist you. It is unfortunate that you are not the first to obtain the soul-devouring sword, for you should have understood the message I left within it. Unless one reaches the realm of a martial sovereign or comprehends sword intent, it is best not to recklessly enter." Upon hearing this, Yi Fei felt a spark of clarity in his heart. Even in such dire straits, he remained undaunted and refused to give up. As long as he drew breath, he would fight for survival. Taking a deep breath, Yi Fei solemnly addressed the elder, "Senior, while I do not possess the strength of a martial sovereign, I have comprehended sword intent. I wonder if this might assist you." Boom. A surge of skyward sword energy erupted from Yi Fei, enveloping him, subtly infused with a devouring power as he unleashed the seed of devouring sword intent within him. This was the only self-rescue method Yi Fei could think of. He would no longer hide his capabilities. The sword intent seed. Yi Shidi, he has truly comprehended the sword intent seed. Bai Ling was immensely shocked. Though she had anticipated this, feeling the terrifying ripples of sword energy emanating from Yi Fei still struck her profoundly. The elder's face, usually devoid of emotion, now displayed a flicker of surprise as he gazed intently at Yi Fei. "A prodigy. You, young man, at merely the first level of martial artist, have managed to comprehend the sword intent seed. No, it is not so simple. Within your body lies something else." Swish. The moment the words fell, the elder appeared right before Yi Fei, reaching out a hand to grasp him. Yi Fei's heart raced in alarm. This old fellow has deep schemes. He clearly still possesses the strength to act. Has he discovered my immortal sword soul? At this moment, Yi Fei was overwhelmingly tense. The Undying Sword Soul was his greatest secret, a treasure that countless deities and demons would shatter themselves to obtain, as he had seen in a vision. If this malevolent figure were to discover the Undying Sword Soul within him, Yi Fei was certain the elder would not let him go. Sadly, before this ancient devil who had lived for thousands of years, Yi Fei could not even struggle. He could only watch as the elder's eyes emitted a chilling demonic light sweeping over his body. When that dark glow reached his dantian, Yi Fei suddenly felt a faint tremor within. The Undying Sword Soul, which had previously been responsive, began to instinctively shrink, forming a feeble point of light suspended between existence and non-existence. A wave of joy surged in Yi Fei's heart. He hadn't expected the Undying Sword Soul could conceal itself so effectively. It was no wonder that after all these years no one had discovered it within him. The elder's gaze, equally formidable, merely glanced over Yi Fei's body before retracting his attention, frowning in discontent. What a hodgepodge of talent. A postnatal fusion of otherworldly divine fire and a mere Xian-level dantian of the first grade. These are the worst of the worst. How could you possibly comprehend the seed of sword intent so early? What? A Xian-level dantian? Bai Ling exclaimed in shock. She distinctly remembered Yi Fei's Dantian quality being Huang level 10th grade. How had it suddenly advanced? Such talent was exceedingly rare even within the Tianyun Martial Academy. It dawned on Bai Ling that Yi Fei might have inherited the legacy of the evil Sword King, which brought her some relief. Yi Fei sighed in relief. As long as the elder had not detected the Undying Sword Soul, everything would be manageable. Ignoring the elder's disparaging remarks about his talent, Yi Fei calmly replied, "Senior possessing strong talent does not necessarily equate to high comprehension." You have a point, young man. While the quality of the Dantian can be improved, comprehension is innate and cannot be altered. Your talent may be lacking, but your comprehension is undoubtedly astonishing, the elder conceded, momentarily taken aback. After all, Yi Fei's ability to grasp sword intent was proof of his extraordinary understanding. Of course, the elder would never suspect that Yi Fei's comprehension could continuously enhance through the Undying Sword Soul. Having gained the elder's tentative approval, Yi Fei seized the moment and respectfully bowed. "Senior, do I now qualify to assist you?" "Haha, assist me. Boy, unless you reach the martial sovereign realm and comprehend sword intent to its fullest, you might manage to help me a little. But right now, at your mere first level of martial mastery, having grasped only the surface of sword intent, you should consider yourself fortunate to leave here alive," the elder scoffed. Yi Fei felt no anger at the elder's words. He understood that the gap between himself and the elder was as vast as that between an ant and an elephant. There was simply no comparison. However, the elder had inadvertently revealed crucial information. Suppressing his excitement, Yi Fei hastily asked, "Senior, if I can grasp true sword intent, can I break free?" "You want me to guide you in comprehending sword intent?" The elder fixed his gaze on Yi Fei, a flicker of wisdom crossing his eyes. "I don't want to be trapped here. Moreover, my comprehension of sword intent would benefit you as well. This is a mutually beneficial collaboration," Yi Fei stated with utmost seriousness. He was aware that his chance of escaping with Bai Ling hinged entirely on the elder's decision. "Mutually beneficial." The elder repeated Yi Fei's words, then sighed deeply. "Very well, I am already running on fumes. Having missed my chance with you, I may truly be doomed to remain here. Boy, since you have grasped the rudiments of sword intent, I can guide you toward true sword intent. But consider this carefully, the process is fraught with peril, and should you force it, there are only two outcomes. One, you may be fortunate enough to grasp true sword intent. Two, your soul may shatter, leaving you a complete idiot. Success or failure, choose wisely. I will first show you a glimpse of the might of perfected sword intent." Suddenly, the elder's figure vanished, and an ethereal image appeared before Yi Fei and Bai Ling. It depicted a regal emperor wielding a demonic sword akin to the Shilinjian battling against a colossal dragon. The dragon of an unknown realm unleashed a single breath that obliterated a city the size of the Tianyun Martial Academy into ruins. Even more terrifying was the sword light in the emperor's hand. As he merely raised the demonic sword, the entire sky dimmed, as if being consumed entirely. Wow! Bai Ling could hardly bear it. Blood spilled from her mouth, her face pale. What terrifying sword intent! Just a fraction of it feels like my mind is about to explode. That's because your talents are lacking. Even a peerless genius would struggle to comprehend my sword intent. Boy, are you sure you want to continue? The emperor's voice echoed from the void. Yi Fei then realized that the emperor battling the dragon was none other than the frail old man he had seen before, which explained how he could endure being sealed for 3,000 years without dying. Such an ancient being was indeed terrifying. Even a memory fragment caused Yi Fei to feel a headache, no better off than Bai Ling. If the elder were to fully present this memory, he might truly suffer the soul-shattering fate the elder warned of and become a complete imbecile. Yet Yi Fei did not falter. With a pale face, he gritted his teeth and declared, "Senior, please continue. I must grasp sword intent. I refuse to be trapped here." "Yi Fei, are you insane? No matter how high your talent, that sword intent is beyond your comprehension. Continuing could lead to your demise." Bai Ling anxiously tried to dissuade him. Yi Fei turned back and smiled, his expression pure and radiant. "Sister Bai, you needn't worry about me. If we stay, we will only wait for death. If we take a chance, we may have an opportunity. By the way, do you still have those exploding yuan pills? It would be best if you gave them all to me." "I have 2 left. My master gave me 3 for emergencies." Bai Ling produced 2 exploding yuan pills from her possession, though a hint of doubt crossed her face. Exploding yuan pills could only enhance true essence and seemed of little use in comprehending sword intent. Yi Fei did not disclose his intentions to Bai Ling. He planned to use these high-grade pills to activate the black energy of the Undying Sword Soul. With that energy, his comprehension could soar. After swallowing the 2 pills, Yi Fei vaguely explained, "Taking the exploding yuan pills will strengthen my true essence, protecting my mind from harm." Bai Ling felt somewhat reassured. Indeed, some secret methods could convert true essence into spiritual power, enhancing mental defenses. She unconsciously assumed Yi Fei possessed such techniques. The Emperor in the Void continued to chuckle. Boy, do you think increasing your spiritual power is sufficient? This memory carries all my insights into the sword path. Its vastness could instantly destroy your mind, scattering your soul. Are you sure you wish to proceed? Proceed. You may die. I only want to get out. The Emperor ceased speaking, seemingly appreciating Yi Fei for a moment. His gaze then sharpened like an indomitable sword. With a thunderous crash, the sword light descended upon the dragon, tearing through the void and creating terrifying fissures. The formidable dragon had yet to react before meeting its demise. The sword light did not stop, but surged through the void, striking toward Yi Fei. In that instant, the sword's aura was overwhelming, and Bai Ling, blinded by its brilliance, dared not open her eyes, fearing she might be obliterated by merely looking. Unbeknownst to her, Yi Fei's own eyes gleamed with a similar brilliance. Having absorbed the high-grade pills, the Undying Sword Soul finally released a torrent of black energy, which he immediately harnessed to exponentially amplify his comprehension. In that fleeting moment, Yi Fei perceived the world around him shifting. The approaching force was not merely sword energy, but the entirety of the Elder's understanding of sword intent. The sheer volume of this insight was colossal. For those lacking sufficient comprehension, merely touching a fraction could result in their minds exploding from the overwhelming influx of information. However, Yi Fei was different. With the black energy released by the Undying Sword Soul, his comprehension rapidly ascended to a terrifying height. Now, as he regarded the sword light, it transformed in his perception. It was no longer mere light, but a series of specific insights regarding the sword path and the power of devouring. So it is. I had fundamentally misunderstood. True sword intent is not about using the mind to control sword energy, but merging the spirit with the sword energy. My will is the sword's will. I am the sword, and the sword is me. This is the true essence of sword intent. Boom. Upon grasping this realization, the seed of sword intent within Yi Fei shattered, releasing a surge of sword intent that was at least 20 times stronger than before. This was the embodiment of his will, as well as the will of the sword. I have comprehended sword intent. Yi Fei roared, standing tall. He needed no sword. With a mere gesture, a sharp sword energy erupted, etching a profound mark on the distant stone door, leaving Bai Ling utterly astonished. The reformed elder also felt an overwhelming disbelief. This boy has truly grasped sword intent. Yi Fei's rapid comprehension of the true essence of sword intent left both Bai Ling and the old man in utter astonishment. The intense sword intent emanating from Yi Fei stirred within Bai Ling, also a swordsman, a compelling urge to submit. Junior brother Yi, he is extraordinarily powerful. Even my master has only grasped the seed of sword intent, not the true sword intent itself. Yet Yi Fei has achieved complete understanding in such a short time, Bai Ling remarked with a sense of admiration. The old man scoffed at her words. Little girl, your perspective is still too limited. Sword intent is not something one can easily grasp completely. This lad may have comprehended sword intent, but it is merely at a rudimentary level. He has a long way to go before attaining true mastery. While the old man's words seemed like casual banter with Bai Ling, each sentence was a subtle guidance directed at Yi Fei. Yi Fei sheathed his sword energy and stood up, fully agreeing with the old man's assessment. You are right, senior. My sword intent pales in comparison to the sword intent you have unleashed. I am afraid I have barely grasped the first level of sword intent. Yi Fei sighed. Haste makes waste. While the eternal sword soul could enhance his Danshan's quality and comprehension, it was not without limits. The sword soul could only assist him in understanding. Whether Yi Fei could achieve greater heights in sword intent would depend on his own efforts and cultivation. By the way, senior, now that I have attained the first level of sword intent, I should be able to assist you, or at least have a chance to leave this demon sealing tower, right? Yi Fei inquired, looking at the old man with a hint of hope. The old man nodded, then shook his head. Whether you can leave is uncertain. However, your comprehension of sword intent means you now possess the qualification to enter the demon sealing tower and fight against the infinite spirits within. Infinite spirits? What are those? Yi Fei asked curiously. The spirits are the vengeful souls that the demon sealing tower uses to suppress me. They are constantly draining my life force. Naturally, if outsiders intrude, they will attack all intruders until they too become part of the spirits. The old man explained. So those warriors who previously entered here were not killed by you, but by the spirits inside. Bai Ling's heart, which had begun to surge with a glimmer of hope upon seeing Yi Fei's sword intent, sank once more at the old man's words. Yi Fei too wore a grim expression, feeling an urge to lash out at the old man. Senior, you must be joking. Look at me and my senior sister. We are merely martial artists. You want us to go in and fight against spirits of martial artists or even martial venerables? That would be a swift death. Ha ha, young man, do not be impulsive. Allow me to finish. The spirits within are indeed powerful, but they possess a weakness. They adjust their strength based on the level of the intruders. For instance, if a martial venerable enters, the spirits will only manifest as martial venerables. If it's a martial artist, the spirits will only display martial artist strength. The old man paused, casting a sympathetic glance at Yi Fei and Bai Ling. To escape, you must enter the demon sealing tower and continuously battle the spirits inside. I have deduced that as long as you can withstand the assaults of countless spirits for 1 hour, you will earn the qualification to freely enter and exit the demon sealing tower. What if we can't hold out? Yi Fei asked again. Then you will share the same fate as those who entered before you. No matter their realm, they all met with death. The old man chuckled coldly, then offered Yi Fei a final piece of advice. Young man, I forgot to mention, if you wish to avoid a quick death, do not provoke the Spirit King. Even if you possess the first level of sword intent, your chances of defeating the Spirit King are at most 4 out of 10. Good luck. Having finished speaking, the old man's figure began to fade, prompting Bai Ling to grow anxious. Senior, won't you come in with us? Bai Ling hoped that the old man might provide assistance during a critical moment. Perceiving her intentions, the old man smiled gently and shook his head. I am bound by the seal of the demon sealing tower and cannot enter the spirit corridor, nor can I save you. If you wish to survive, you must rely on yourselves. I hope you succeed, though that hope is exceedingly slim. With a long sigh, the old man's form gradually disappeared. One thing he had not disclosed was that Yi Fei was actually the 17th person he had guided to comprehend sword intent. Moreover, each of the previous 16 had greater comprehension and talent, some possessing remarkable special physiques. Yet none had survived an hour inside, they all perished. Thus, from the beginning, the old man had not anticipated that Yi Fei and Bai Ling could succeed. His guidance stemmed more from a long period of confinement and boredom than genuine hope. What should we do, Yi Fei? Are we really going to charge in? Bai Ling asked, looking at the dissipating figure of the old man, her hesitation evident. Yi Fei's gaze was unwavering. Of course we must go in. This stone door is the only passage. If we don't want to be trapped here, we must take the plunge. Seeing Bai Ling still worried, Yi Fei quickly reassured her, Senior sister, don't worry. Once inside, I'll handle the stronger spirits while you deal with the weaker ones. It's just 1 hour. If we work together, we can overcome this challenge. Okay, Yi Fei, I will follow your lead. Bai Ling's face flushed slightly. It was supposed to be her role to protect her junior, yet now the roles had reversed. She felt a tinge of shame. At the same time, she recognized that in her eyes, Yi Fei was no longer the oppressed boy from Haishi City, but a formidable young man. Observing Yi Fei's not-so-broad, yet resolute figure, Bai Ling inexplicably felt her heart race. Senior sister, stay close to me. Yi Fei, unaware of the shift in Bai Ling's sentiments, had already unsheathed the spirit-biting sword and pushed open the stone door. Beyond the door lay a long corridor seemingly devoid of any abnormalities. Both Yi Fei and Bai Ling felt a surge of tension. Yi Fei, let's hold hands to avoid any mishaps. Bai Ling hesitated before shyly suggesting. This was her first time proactively proposing to hold hands with someone of the opposite gender, but it had nothing to do with anything romantic. It was merely for mutual reassurance. All right. Yi Fei nodded, agreeing that holding hands could help them avoid being separated in case of sudden circumstances. Thus they joined hands and stepped into the corridor together. Contrary to their expectations of traps and mechanisms, the corridor was eerily quiet, with only 2 indistinct figures standing in the middle. Yi Fei and Bai Ling were taken aback upon recognizing the figures. They were mere reflections of themselves, even mirroring their levels. Is this what a spirit is? It's not that terrifying. Bai Ling sighed in relief. The old man's ominous description had led them to expect something far worse, yet here were just 2 shadowy figures resembling them. Senior sister, you take the one at the first level of martial artist. I'll handle the one at the 5th level. Yi Fei declared firmly. All right. Bai Ling felt that fighting her own reflection would be too strange, so she was more than willing to dispatch the spirit that mirrored Yi Fei. With a battle cry, Bai Ling charged at the spirit that resembled her. Yi Fei followed suit, rushing towards the spirit that mirrored Bai Ling. Brilliant sword light erupted, and with his current strength, Yi Fei swiftly cleaved the spirit in 2. However, peculiarly, the spirit did not evade or flee, but allowed itself to be struck down. The bisected body, instead of bleeding, immediately transformed into 2 new Bai Lings, both smiling eerily at Yi Fei. What the hell is this? Initially dismissive of the spirits, Yi Fei's expression shifted as he realized these spirits were indeed formidable. He pressed on, eager to uncover whether the spirits were truly undying. Boom, boom. Two radiant sword lights shot forth simultaneously, and even against two fifth-level martial artist spirits, Yi Fei dispatched them effortlessly one after the other. After comprehending the first level of sword intent, Yi Fei's power could no longer be measured by a mere first-level martial artist. Even someone like Li Xian, a seventh-level martial artist and array master, would not stand a chance against him. As expected, the two Bai Lings were shattered into fragments by Yi Fei's sword energy, but instead of feeling triumphant, his eyes widened in disbelief. What did he just witness? The two Bai Lings that he had just defeated suddenly split into four, all grinning malevolently at him. Panic surged within Yi Fei as he glanced toward Bai Ling, only to discover that her situation was even worse. She had eliminated her spirit too quickly, and now there were 8 spirits, all wearing the same eerie smiles, rushing towards her. Left with no choice, Bai Ling screamed in terror as she desperately attempted to slay the first-level martial artist spirits. As she witnessed this, Yi Fei felt cold sweat pouring down his back. In that moment, he understood that the mysterious old man had not lied to him. The spirits within the demon ceiling tower were even more bizarre and twisted than he had described. Senior Sister Bai, please stop killing these spirits. Yi Fei watched in horror as Bai Ling continued to swing her sword, wildly slashing at the first-level martial artists that resembled her own self. Cold sweat poured down his forehead as he rushed to remind her, closing the distance between them. Haha. The spirits, having already split into 4, were not about to let Yi Fei leave so easily. They let out eerie laughter and lunged at him with malicious grins. Get lost. With no other choice, Yi Fei activated the 13 sword techniques, unleashing a devastating blow that shattered one of the spirits into 2 halves, causing it to begin splitting rapidly once more. These spirits were exceedingly cunning. They seemed to welcome death at Yi Fei's hands, only to breed more companions in their demise. Senior Sister Bai, we can't keep killing these spirits. They'll just multiply. Yi Fei finally reached Bai Ling's side, standing back to back with her. Around them, the spirits had already multiplied into dozens, and were slowly encircling them, watching the two with cold smiles. Bai Ling was genuinely frightened upon witnessing the scene. Yi Fei, what's happening? Bai Ling's voice quivered with a hint of tears. Even though she was a skilled martial artist, Bai Ling was still a woman unaccustomed to such bizarre scenarios. Yi Fei rolled his eyes inwardly, thinking, you ask me, and who do I ask? However, Yi Fei was sure of one thing: they could not afford to continue slaying these spirits. If they allowed the spirits to gain a numerical advantage, even their formidable strength would ultimately lead them to their demise here. Senior Sister Bai, let's try using our true essence to push these spirits back. As long as we don't kill them, they won't pose a fatal threat to us. Yi Fei suggested, quietly glancing at the spirits that were edging closer. All right, let's do that. Bai Ling was not foolish, as she had merely been startled by the strange spirits at first. Now that she had regained her composure, she quickly channeled her true essence, creating a fierce wind that continually forced the approaching spirits back. Get away. Yi Fei wielded the devouring spirit sword, targeting the more powerful spirits, working in tandem with Bai Ling. After some time, both realized that if they continued to hold their ground like this, it wouldn't be long before they were overwhelmed. Ha 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 ha. The spirits emitted their eerie laughter, and upon realizing they couldn't approach their prey, while it was also refusing to kill them, they began attacking each other right before Yi Fei's eyes, slaughtering their nearby companions. Thud, thud, thud. One spirit after another died on the ground. But soon 2 identical spirits emerged from the shattered bodies, grinning maliciously. Fear. An unprecedented fear. The terror of the spirits not only frightened Bai Ling, but also sent chills down Yi Fei's spine. These spirits could actually self-replicate. If they continued to split like this, they would soon have an overwhelming numerical advantage, and no master would be able to withstand such an army of spirits. Bai Ling finally broke down in tears, wiping her eyes as she said, Yi Fei, we're finished. Now I understand why the martial house considers the demon ceiling tower an absolute forbidden zone. Not only us, but even all the elders of the martial house would find no escape from death if they entered. Roar. To make matters worse, as Bai Ling was on the verge of breaking down, a towering spirit approached from the far end of the corridor. Wherever it passed, the spirits still fighting would part, like subjects bowing before their king, retreating to the sides in fear. Yi Fei clearly saw that where the Spirit King stood, a dead spirit was preparing to split, but upon sensing the Spirit King's aura, it burst into a puddle of blood, completely perishing. The Spirit King can actually kill spirits. Yi Fei's eyes lit up. Initially, seeing the spirits able to self-replicate without dying had cast him into despair, just as it had for Bai Ling. But upon witnessing the Spirit King's appearance, an audacious thought surged uncontrollably in his mind. If ordinary spirits could not be killed, then what about the Spirit King? What would happen if he were to slay this Spirit King? Senior Sister Bai, I might have a way to deal with these spirits now. You hold off these ordinary spirits for me while I attempt to kill that spirit king. Yi Fei gritted his teeth and declared. Bai Ling, stunned, forgot her tears upon hearing this. She stared at Yi Fei bewildered. Yi Fei, are you insane? Have you forgotten what that senior told us? He warned us never to provoke the spirit king. Even if you grasp 1/10 of sword intent, you would only have a 40% chance of killing it. Haha, 40% is better than waiting here to die. Senior sister, Bai, cover me. I'm going to try to get past. Yi Fei licked his cracked lips. Anticipating the impending adventure, he felt not fear, but a surge of excitement. For the sake of survival, even with a lesser chance than 40%, Yi Fei was willing to take the risk. Kill. My fate is in my own hands, not in heaven's. 13 sword techniques. Boom. A terrifying sword intent erupted from Yi Fei this time. He held nothing back, pushing his combat power to its limits. Seeing Yi Fei make his move, Bai Ling sighed, thinking, well, we're going to die anyway. If Yi Shidi wants to take a crazy gamble, I can only go along with him. With that thought, Bai Ling wiped away her tears, a sense of boldness suddenly enveloping her. Kill. Sword shakes the rivers. Bai Ling cried out fiercely. She unleashed her strongest sword technique, and as a 5th-level martial artist, her attack was still formidable. Spirits attempting to impede, Yi Fei instantly fell in droves. 13 sword techniques. Explode for me. Boom. Yi Fei roared, seizing this favorable moment, breaking through the encirclement of spirits and charging directly towards the Spirit King. Initially, the Spirit King had paused in the middle of the corridor, merely watching Yi Fei with derision. It had never expected this tiny ant would dare to breach the spirit's defenses and charge directly at the Spirit King. Roar. The Spirit King erupted in fury. A boundless, terrifying pressure emanated from its body, revealing that it was a 10th-level martial artist. Anyone with normal senses would have turned and fled at the sight, too intimidated to challenge such a powerful Spirit King. But Yi Fei was not one to be easily deterred. So what if it's a 10th-level martial artist? I don't believe I'll die here at the hands of a vengeful spirit. Taste my sword. Boom. The devouring spirit sword sliced through the air toward the Spirit King's head, and even before the blade reached the terrifying sword intent, had already shredded the surrounding spirits into dust. Roar. The Spirit King continued to roar, its voice filled with disdain. A 1st-level martial artist dared to challenge it, a 10th-level king. What a joke. Without even needing to use its skills, the Spirit King disdainfully reached out, intending to seize Yi Fei's devouring spirit sword and tear apart this audacious ant. In that instant, a strange smile spread across Yi Fei's face. Indeed, this Spirit King was powerful. Relying solely on 1/10 of his sword intent, Yi Fei felt it was impossible to kill this Spirit King, let alone with a 40% chance. However, neither the old man nor Bai Ling had considered that Yi Fei had a trump card up his sleeve. His body harbored the most powerful and mysterious Undying Sword Soul. Desperate. At the moment the Spirit King made its move, Yi Fei steeled his resolve, choosing to disregard the devouring spirit sword he had thrust forward. He immersed all his focus into his dantian, establishing a connection with the devouring spirit sword. Clang. The devouring spirit sword emitted a long cry, seemingly sensing the awakening of the Undying Sword Soul. It wailed as the entire sword trembled violently. Undying Sword Soul. The Emperor of Swords. As it awakened, the entire demon ceiling tower began to tremble slightly, as if unable to resist the pressure of the Sword Soul. In a stone chamber somewhere within the demon ceiling tower, an old man who had concluded that Yi Fei and Bai Ling were doomed and was preparing to fall back into slumber suddenly changed his expression, muttering to himself, "What is happening? The demon ceiling tower is trembling. What could it be afraid of? Is there something in this world that even it fears? Or has an old enemy come seeking vengeance against me?" The old man stood before Jiang Chun, reminiscent of the figure he had witnessed when Yi Fei comprehended the essence of the sword. In truth, he was an emperor, his power having transcended the boundaries of this world. Yet such a monarch had been suppressed for an entire 3,000 years, nearly extinguished, one could only wonder at the terrifying prowess of the being who had subdued him. Damn it! Who is this enemy that has come for me? I am on the brink of exhaustion. If that enemy breaks through the demon ceiling tower, my life as the demon emperor will be forfeit. The old man, no, the demon emperor, felt the terrifying tremors of the tower and was consumed by paranoia, a common ailment among those who had lived for so long. Little did the demon emperor know the cause of this turmoil was not some ancient foe, but rather the awakening of the Indestructible Sword Soul by Yi Fei, which had unleashed a wave of negative repercussions. Shifting focus inside the demon ceiling tower, Yi Fei stood coldly before the Spirit King, wielding the soul-devouring sword. The Spirit King had been utterly transformed by the unleashed Indestructible Sword Soul, reduced to a mere pile of flesh scarcely recognizable as once being human. But it was not just the Spirit King who met such a fate. Even Yi Fei was taken aback. The power released by a mere 1% of sword intent combined with the indestructible sword soul was astoundingly formidable. With a single strike, he not only obliterated the Spirit King, but also annihilated countless ordinary spirits in the vicinity, reducing them to the tiniest fragments, rendering any possibility of regeneration impossible. This meant that with just one sword strike, Yi Fei had eradicated the Spirit King of the 10th layer of martial masters and over 100 other martial spirit beings. Such might was truly astounding. Bai Ling stood frozen in shock, her beautiful eyes blinking in disbelief. Her pale face parted slightly, as if words could not form. She was utterly awestruck by Yi Fei's terrifying display of power. That single sword strike from Yi Fei was nothing short of monstrous. Describing it as sweeping through armies was an understatement. Bai Ling was so overwhelmed that it took her over a minute to regain her composure. She gazed at Yi Fei with fear and wonder, asking, "Are you really junior brother Yi?" Bai Ling's voice trembled with disbelief. The power of that sword was something even her master Elder Chen from the sword sect could not surpass. Oh no, Yi Fei thought, cursing inwardly. If it weren't for being cornered, he would never have revealed the indestructible sword soul. Yi Fei trusted Bai Ling, but the indestructible sword soul was of monumental importance. Countless gods and demons would fight for it. If someone were to learn that such a sword soul resided within him, it could spell unimaginable disaster for both him and the Yi family. I must think of a way to cover this up. Yi Fei's mind raced, and within mere breaths, he devised a clever ruse. Suddenly, he summoned his blood and forcefully spat out a mouthful of it, then feigned weakness as he collapsed to the ground, his face pale. "Yi Fei!" Bai Ling exclaimed in horror. Just moments ago, he had seemed like a celestial being, inspiring both fear and admiration. Now he had collapsed without warning. "Yi Fei, are you all right? Don't scare me." Bai Ling cradled him in her arms, her voice laced with concern. Yi Fei silently apologized to Bai Ling, but knew he had to fabricate a story to hide the indestructible sword soul. "Cough, cough, senior sister, Bai, I'm fine. There's something I haven't told you. When I obtained the legacy of the evil Sword King, I also inherited a terrifying sword aura from him. However, the cost to wield it is immense. My meridians and dantian are severely damaged, and I fear I won't be able to use true energy for a long time." He played the part of someone on the verge of death, nearly bringing Bai Ling to tears. "Junior brother, you don't speak. I'll find that elder immediately. Perhaps he can help you." Bai Ling tightened her grip on him, her anxiety propelling her to leave. Yi Fei would not allow her to depart so easily. While his words could deceive Bai Ling, the old demon would see through them in an instant. "Absolutely not. Senior sister, that's a formidable demon. He may turn on us without a second thought. When I was capable of fighting, he treated me well because I had value. If he discovers I am gravely injured and no longer useful, he could kill us in the blink of an eye." Yi Fei said gravely. He genuinely feared that the indestructible sword soul would alert the old demon. Bai Ling wept, "But your sword strike was so terrifying, that demon must have sensed it." "We can't deceive him." "Who says we can't? The commotion was so great that neither of us could have caused it. If the demon inquires, we can simply pretend to know nothing. If necessary, we can claim it was an earthquake. That demon is trapped here. He can neither exit nor enter. He will surely be suspicious and won't suspect us." As Yi Fei spoke, he was unaware that the demon emperor was already consumed by paranoia, fearing that some enemy had come to claim him. "Very well, I suppose that's the only option." Bai Ling nodded, though she too was wary of the demon emperor, uncertain whether Yi Fei's plan could truly deceive him. "Senior sister, remember, when we go out, do not speak. I will handle everything. We must present a united front to avoid arousing any suspicion from that old demon." Yi Fei reiterated. Bai Ling glanced at him and replied, "Rest assured. I am not so foolish. I will let you do the talking, you all just nod. Furthermore, I won't tell anyone about today's events." "That's good." With Bai Ling's assurance, Yi Fei felt a wave of relief. He held a degree of trust in her. Having devised their plan, Yi Fei pretended to sway as he stood, intending to step outside and inquire about how to further escape the demon ceiling tower. "Yi Fei, wait. There seems to be something over there." Bai Ling, with her keen senses, noticed two glimmering objects at the site where the Spirit King had been slain. She approached and picked them up, finding them unrecognizable, then handed them to Yi Fei. "Yi Fei, do you know what these are?" Yi Fei smiled wryly at her query. "Senior sister, if you don't know, how could I possibly know?" "Oh." His heart stirred as he held the two crystals. The indestructible sword soul within him trembled slightly before subsiding, almost undetectable. At that moment, a figure entered through the stone door, visibly shocked. Staring at Yi Fei in disbelief, he exclaimed, "You truly killed the Spirit King. Even its talent soul crystals have been shattered. Could it be that the tremors of the demon ceiling tower were caused by you?" Hearing the demon emperor's words, Bai Ling felt a pang of guilt and quickly lowered her gaze. Yi Fei was also feeling a mix of anxiety and trepidation, yet his expression displayed even greater shock. Elder, didn't you say you could not enter? I could only not enter while there were spirits present. But since you have wiped them out entirely, of course I can enter. Young man, you are quite adept at hiding your strength. The Demon Emperor scrutinized Yi Fei, capturing every nuance of his expression. What the Demon Emperor did not realize was that the oppression Yi Fei had endured for 3 years had rendered him impervious to fear. Even though he felt a knot of anxiety inside, he maintained an expression of utmost astonishment, exclaiming, Elder, what are you saying? Wasn't the tremor of the demon ceiling tower caused by you trying to rescue us? My senior sister and I were just about to come out and express our gratitude for your timely assistance. In that moment, Yi Fei thought that perhaps he had missed his calling as an actor in his past life. The Demon Emperor was momentarily taken aback by Yi Fei's words. You brat, you truly haven't deceived me. Since the disturbance in the magic tower wasn't caused by you, how could you possibly have eliminated all the spirits here, even the Spirit King? The Demon Emperor regarded Yi Fei with immense suspicion. It is well known that the magic tower is a death trap. Countless talented martial artists have ventured inside over the millennia, many of whom were even stronger and more gifted than Yi Fei. Yet none of them could withstand the relentless assault of the infinite spirits, let alone wipe them out entirely. This alone reeked of the bizarre. For one to become a Demon Emperor, it certainly isn't easy to fool them. Yi Fei was well aware of this and had prepared his words in advance. He feigned confusion and replied, Senior, I don't understand your meaning. You can't possibly believe that we killed those spirits, right? That's impossible. Just moments ago we were nearly killed by them, and then for reasons unknown the magic tower suddenly trembled, and it felt as if all the spirits attacking us were shattered. Do you think I can be so easily deceived? Whether it was your doing I can tell just by looking. The Demon Emperor ignored Yi Fei's words, his gaze now flashing with 2 profound demonic lights powerful enough to instill a sense of dread. At the moment the light appeared, Yi Fei felt an immense pressure rendering him and Bai Ling nearly immobile, allowing the Demon Emperor to probe their bodies at will. Clearly, while Yi Fei and Bai Ling were wary of the Demon Emperor, he had also secretly left a hand against them. At least the mental probe he employed claimed it could not harm them. However, Yi Fei was acutely aware that should this old demon truly wish to kill them, even a mere mental probe would be beyond their capability to resist. Realizing they could not move, Bai Ling tensed, her face paling as she recognized that Yi Fei's speculations were indeed correct. The elder before them was not as benevolent as she had imagined. Yi Fei maintained an indifferent demeanor. If the old demon wanted to check, so be it. After all, the Indestructible Sword Soul had automatically concealed itself the moment the Demon Emperor arrived, existing in a state between presence and absence. The Demon Emperor had not detected it earlier, and it was impossible for him to do so now. The demonic light carefully scanned their bodies, and indeed the Demon Emperor discovered nothing. How strange, you hold nothing within you. What then caused the magic tower's disturbance and led to the demise of all spirits? Could it be that some terrifying expert outside is attempting to attack the magic tower? The Demon Emperor mused aloud. Upon confirming that neither of them posed a problem, the Demon Emperor grew increasingly paranoid, suspecting that an enemy of his might have found this place and attempted to force their way into the magic tower. Yi Fei desired this effect. Without giving the Demon Emperor time to ponder further, he felt a release of pressure and quickly changed the topic, asking, Senior, you mentioned that once we withstand the spirit's attacks, we could leave the magic tower. That's certainly true, isn't it? Leaving is not impossible, but I advise you to absorb this talent soul crystal quickly. It has suffered from the recent tremor and is already cracking. If you don't absorb it soon, its energy will dissipate completely, the Demon Emperor replied, avoiding Yi Fei's question directly. Yi Fei felt a tinge of disappointment, understanding that this old demon would not so easily allow them to depart. May I ask, Senior, what is the purpose of this talent soul crystal? Bai Ling chimed in, noticing Yi Fei diverting the topic and following suit to prevent the Demon Emperor from contemplating the earlier disturbance lest they reveal themselves. Yi Fei silently praised her and exchanged a knowing glance with Bai Ling. The Demon Emperor snorted, glancing at Bai Ling. How did your master teach you? The talent soul crystal is a treasure left behind by martial kings upon their death. A single crystal can elevate your talents to the Xian level's 10th rank. Even if it has lost much energy, it can still enhance your talents by 2 or 3 ranks. However, you must absorb it quickly. The damage is too severe and its effects will completely vanish in less than half an hour. The Demon Emperor elaborated, his hostility towards Yi Fei and Bai Ling seemingly dissipating. This explanation left Yi Fei and Bai Ling astounded. The effects of the talent soul crystal were indeed monumental. Yi Fei made a decisive choice, unhesitatingly handing the crystal to Bai Ling, "Sister, take this and absorb it quickly." Bai Ling, shocked, repeatedly declined. "Yifei, are you crazy? This is a talent soul crystal. If you absorb it, you'll immediately become one of the top talents in our martial house. Why are you giving it to me?" This bafflement was shared by the Demon Emperor, who was equally surprised and could not comprehend why such a treasure would be relinquished. Little did they know that Yi Fei possessed the Indestructible Sword Soul, which could continuously enhance the quality of his dantian. Truth be told, while the talent soul crystal might appear invaluable to others, to Yi Fei it was nothing but a useless trinket. He couldn't care less whether he absorbed it or not. Thus Yi Fei's determination hardened as he insisted, "Sister, please don't refuse. If not for your assistance, I would have long been killed by that bastardly Xian. Where would I be now? Consider this talent soul crystal my gratitude. If you don't accept it, you can simply discard it. I won't absorb it." With that, Yi Fei stepped aside, leaving Bai Ling to decide what to do with the crystal. Naturally, she couldn't bear to throw it away, fully aware of Yi Fei's character. With a resigned smile, she finally nodded. "All right, you shitty, consider this me owing you a favor." In her heart, she understood that while she had helped Yi Fei in the past, it could hardly compare to the value of the talent soul crystal. She felt an overwhelming gratitude and excitement. Absorbing this crystal could elevate her own yellow-level dantian to the Xian level. Previously, Bai Ling never dared to imagine such a day would come. All of this was thanks to Yi Fei. Observing Bai Ling, who had moved aside to begin her absorption, Yi Fei nodded, feeling as though he had finally repaid a debt of gratitude. He then picked up another crystal and asked the Demon Emperor, "Senior, what about this one? Is it also a talent soul crystal?" "No, this is a spirit energy origin stone, a spiritual stone used by the owner of the magic tower to control the spirit king. Of course, martial artists can also refine it to elevate their levels. It's a pity, though, this stone hasn't been replaced in 3,000 years, and its spirit energy is quite thin. It could only elevate you by 3 to 5 levels at most." The Demon Emperor shook his head. Yi Fei couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow. To think a single spiritual stone could elevate one by 3 to 5 levels, and the Demon Emperor dismissed it as merely that. Clearly the disparity in their realms made them perceive things differently. After the Demon Emperor ceased speaking, Yi Fei, disinterested in asking more, quickly picked up the spiritual stone, found his spot, and began his refinement. "I just wonder if this spiritual stone can elevate me beyond the 5th level of the martial master. If so, that would be remarkable." Yi Fei licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with excitement, oblivious to the Demon Emperor's gaze upon him, which shone with dark light. Evidently, the Demon Emperor was not yet ready to give up. He wanted to observe what strange abilities Yi Fei possessed. Thus, he deliberately encouraged Yi Fei to cultivate, hoping to scrutinize him closely while he did so to uncover any peculiarities. Yi Fei couldn't help but marvel at the old fox. A 3,000-year-old demon wasn't so easily dealt with. "Fortunately, I'm not afraid. As long as the Indestructible Sword Soul doesn't actively reveal itself, no one will discover its existence," Yi Fei thought to himself. Then he set aside any unnecessary worries and focused on absorbing the spiritual stone to enhance his strength. Boom, boom, boom. Within Yi Fei's body, true essence surged like a relentless tsunami. The effects of the spiritual stone were nothing short of terrifying. Even though this stone had nearly exhausted its spiritual energy over the course of millennia, the remnants still enabled Yi Fei's true essence to enhance at an astonishing rate. Boom. In just a quarter of an hour, Yi Fei felt the barrier of the 2nd level of the martial master realm shatter under the violent impact of his true essence. Boom. Another 15 minutes passed, and Yi Fei realized that even the barrier of the 3rd level could not withstand the relentless onslaught of his true essence. The dam crumbled in an instant, and a vast amount of true essence propelled Yi Fei to the pinnacle of the 4th level of the martial master realm. Here he finally sensed a slight obstacle, but it was barely a hindrance. Boom. With no suspense at all, Yi Fei broke through to the 4th level smoothly. He had never felt cultivation to be as effortless as breathing or eating. He needed to do nothing more than continuously absorb the remaining energy from the spiritual stone. A massive amount of true essence automatically swept away all the barriers that had obstructed his progress. Breakthrough to the 5th level. Yi Fei roared, feeling the once crazed true essence within him gradually calm down. He seized the moment and focused all his true essence to break through to the 5th level of the martial master realm. In just an hour, Yi Fei ascended from the 1st to the 5th level. Such a rate of cultivation would surely leave the head of the martial house in shock. Yet Yi Fei was not satisfied. He sensed a trace of spiritual energy still remaining and seized the fleeting opportunity to further enhance his power. The 5th level, early, mid, late stages. Breakthrough. Boom. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the 5th level, Yi Fei noticed that the spiritual energy within him had completely drained at that very moment. Just a step away from breaking through to the 6th level, he found himself thwarted. What bad luck. I was so close. Yifei opened his eyes, regret etched on his face. At that moment, the Demon Emperor withdrew his gaze from Yifei, increasingly perplexed. Strange, truly strange. This kid is somewhat odd, yet I find no treasures on him that could activate the demon sealing tower. Could it be that I am overthinking? The Demon Emperor wore a conflicted expression, clearly becoming suspicious once more. Yifei could only shake his head in exasperation. Unable to hold back, he stood up and said, "Senior, you're being overly cautious. If my sister and I could threaten you, would we still be trapped here?" This was Yifei's indirect way of reminding the Demon Emperor that he should tell him how to leave the demon sealing tower. The Demon Emperor shot Yifei a cold glance and retorted, "Do you know who I am, boy, to speak to me in such a manner?" The Demon Emperor was quite annoyed by Yifei's nonchalance and his dare to bargain with him. "Who you are, senior, please enlighten me." Yifei replied respectfully, genuinely curious about the old man's identity. Surviving 3,000 years of suppression was a testament to his strength. I am the Demon Emperor, in existence that roams the heavens and the earth. In my prime, I could easily obliterate not just your trifling martial houses, but even the holy lands. The Demon Emperor proclaimed proudly, awaiting Yifei's astonishment and submission. Little did he know, Yifei merely scoffed and muttered, "Demon Emperor, is that true? You could destroy the mighty holy lands with ease. If you were that strong, how could you be sealed by the demon sealing tower? Surely you're not just bragging. You insolent brat." The Demon Emperor listened intently to Yifei's murmur, his face turning a shade of green with rage. Being sealed by the demon sealing tower was the greatest humiliation of his life, and Yifei dared to voice it. Did he truly believe the Demon Emperor was so easy to provoke? Boom. Without any warning, the Demon Emperor, fueled by anger, contemplated killing Yifei. Undeterred, Yifei waved his hand dismissively and said, "Demon Emperor, please let us not escalate matters. We are the only ones who survived the onslaught of the heroic spirits. Killing us would leave you with no hope of escape." "You?" The Demon Emperor choked on his words, nearly spitting blood from frustration. After a long pause, he finally responded, "You have quite the audacity. You intentionally provoked me to extract information, didn't you? Senior, you flatter me." "I am merely an honest person who speaks plainly," Yifei replied with a naive smile, which only served to infuriate the Demon Emperor further, though he also felt a flicker of admiration for Yifei. With a flick of his finger, a black light enveloped both Yifei and himself. The Demon Emperor then sighed. "Ah, boy, I do appreciate your courage in the face of power, but there is one thing: your realm is too low and your talent is lacking. To be honest, in my prime, your strength would not even qualify you to be a demon soldier under my command. Your talent and realm are simply too abysmal. Damn." Even when needing something from another this arrogant tone, Yifei felt a surge of anger even in the presence of the Demon Emperor. Unexpectedly, the Demon Emperor shifted his tone, sighing heavily. "At this point, I have no other options. If your talent is poor, so be it. In the future, you can kill a few martial kings and martial saints to forcibly enhance your talent with their soul crystals. With your understanding, as long as your talent can keep up, you might not become a strong figure in the future. Boy, I ask you, are you willing to take me as your master?" The Demon Emperor's voice became serious. Yifei was taken aback, exclaiming, "Demon Emperor, you wish to take me as your disciple? So you intend to use this master-disciple relationship to have me help you escape?" The Demon Emperor's intention was all too clear, and he did not mind Yifei seeing through him. "Correct, that is my plan. Given your decent understanding, I will make a concession and reluctantly accept you as a registered disciple." Without a word, Yifei turned his back on the Demon Emperor, thinking to himself that this old demon was truly arrogant. For him to accept me as a disciple would be a stroke of luck he could only dream of. If he had to do it reluctantly, then what was the point of paying respects? "You." The Demon Emperor's face darkened once more due to Yifei's blatant rejection. In his prime, countless talented prodigies would have fought to be his disciple, but now the Demon Emperor was willing to overlook Yifei's lackluster talent only to be turned down. His face turned an alarming shade of green. "Boy, being my disciple is the greatest fortune of your life. Do you truly wish to refuse?" the Demon Emperor insisted. "Such a fortune, senior, perhaps you should save it for someone more deserving." Yifei dismissed the Demon Emperor's lofty attitude. Very well, you little brat." The Demon Emperor, seeing that Yifei was impervious to reason, felt immense pressure. He was out of options and had no time to wait for another wave of people to enter. Most importantly, the recent stirrings in the demon sealing tower had caused him to feel a tremendous sense of crisis. He had no choice but to lower his stance and speak in a more conciliatory tone. "All right, boy, I concede. What must I do for you to agree to take me as your master?" Yi Fei maintained his indifferent demeanor, responding, "That depends on what you have to offer that could entice me." Impudent. This was outright extortion directed at the Demon Emperor himself. Yet upon reflection, the Demon Emperor realized that Yi Fei was indeed his only hope of escape. With no other choice, the Demon Emperor repressed his anger and gazed at Yi Fei for a moment before saying, "If you seek benefits, it is simple. Although I do not understand how you with such poor talent and strength managed to fuse with the tyrannical divine fire from beyond the heavens, you have not fully integrated it. If some malevolent beings see you, they will have at least 10 insidious ways to force the divine fire out of your body." Boom. The Demon Emperor's words caused Yi Fei's mind to explode with realization. Without further ado, he knelt down and said, "Master, please help your disciple eliminate this hidden danger." The Demon Emperor suddenly felt that establishing a master-disciple relationship with Yi Fei might be a hasty decision. "On my disciple, you are Yi Fei, right? Please rise." The Demon Emperor coughed lightly, forcing a smile onto his aged face. However, it was evident to everyone how forced that smile truly was. The Demon Emperor found himself at a loss for words regarding Yi Fei, who demonstrated a propensity for fleeing swiftly when there was no benefit and acting even faster when advantages were at stake. What the Demon Emperor did not realize was that Yi Fei was secretly amused. He had deliberately acted this way to irritate the old demon and had no intention of truly becoming his disciple. Yi Fei understood that the Demon Emperor did not genuinely wish to accept him as a disciple. He merely sought to use the guise of a master-disciple relationship to have Yi Fei assist him in escaping his predicament. Had he not feared provoking the old demon by outright refusal, Yi Fei would have even found it too much trouble to address him as master and would have only pretended to perform the customary vow of apprenticeship. Now standing up, he boldly demanded, "Demon Emperor, since I have become your disciple, what about the divine fire within me?" Impudence. Even after becoming my disciple, you remain so lazy. How did your former master teach you? The Demon Emperor was irked. Yi Fei's attitude clearly suggested he did not sincerely regard him as a master, even though the Demon Emperor had no intention of recognizing Yi Fei as his disciple. "I have never had a master before," Yi Fei retorted with equal audacity. The Demon Emperor was taken aback, suppressing his exclamation, "What? With your lackluster talent and no guidance, how could you possibly grasp the seed of sword intent so quickly? How did you achieve that?" Yi Fei, of course, would not answer this sensitive question. Instead, he countered, "Is it really that difficult to comprehend the seed of sword intent?" The Demon Emperor was momentarily speechless. For those extraordinary prodigies, comprehending the seed of sword intent might pose no challenge, but for a martial artist like Yi Fei with his inferior talent, it was an insurmountable task. Yet this indirectly demonstrated just how terrifying Yi Fei's comprehension was. The Demon Emperor's mood lightened considerably. He had come to acknowledge Yi Fei as his disciple in his heart. Now that Yi Fei was considered a disciple, the Demon Emperor chose not to threaten him further, but instead attempted to entice him, saying, "Disciple, merging with the divine fire is straightforward. I can assist you, do not move. I will help you eliminate the hidden dangers within you." Boom. Before Yi Fei could react, the Demon Emperor unleashed a series of demonic lights that surged directly into Yi Fei's body. Yi Fei gasped in shock, inwardly cursing the old demon for being so cunning. This was no passive display. Clearly, the Demon Emperor still possessed substantial fighting strength. Then Yi Fei noticed something was amiss with the Demon Emperor's body. As the waves of demonic light flowed into him, the Demon Emperor's spiritual essence gradually dissipated, and his form seemed on the verge of collapse. The spiritual essence represented a part of his soul. If it were to be destroyed, then his soul would inevitably suffer damage as well. The Demon Emperor was willing to expend such considerable effort to help him merge with the divine fire, and although Yi Fei understood the Demon Emperor was enhancing his own power to utilize him for escape, he felt a tinge of gratitude and emotion. Regardless of the impure motives behind the Demon Emperor's desire to take him as a disciple, Yi Fei had after all become one. The divine fire within him would indeed merge completely thanks to the Demon Emperor's assistance. This was a kindness, and with kindness one must repay. This was Yi Fei's principle in life. Upon feeling the divine fire within him being refined and integrating seamlessly with his own essence, Yi Fei wasted no time and knelt once more. "Thank you, Master, for helping me eliminate the dangers. Your kindness towards me cannot go unacknowledged. Master, tell me what I must do to help you escape the suppression of the demon sealing tower." Yi Fei was determined. This was the only way he could repay the Demon Emperor's kindness. Though their interaction had been brief, Yi Fei sensed that the Demon Emperor, despite bearing the name of a demon, was not the kind of callous evil figure one might expect. Good. I did not take you as a disciple in vain. Do not feel guilty. I have damaged my soul to assist you, but with my strength, once I am free, this minor injury will heal swiftly. The Demon Emperor noticed Yi Fei's concern and revealed a satisfied smile on his weary face. Yi Fei then stood up with reassurance, asking, "Master, what specifically must I do to save you?" The Demon Emperor raised 2 fingers, speaking gravely, "Disciple, you must meet 2 conditions. First, you must become a martial sovereign and comprehend at least 50% of sword intent. Only then will you possess the strength to enter the 2nd and 3rd levels of the Demon Sealing Tower and ultimately locate the coffin sealing me." Yi Fei then learned that the Demon Sealing Tower had 3 levels, each guarded by corresponding heroic spirits. The level he and Bai Ling had entered was merely the first. "What is the 2nd condition?" Yi Fei inquired. "Becoming a martial sovereign will only allow you to enter the Demon Sealing Tower smoothly. To break the seal set by my enemy, you must travel to the Starry Sea and find the true body of the soul-devouring sword that I left there." The Demon Emperor continued. Yi Fei was astonished and lifted the soul-devouring sword in his hand, questioning, "Master, isn't the soul-devouring sword right here?" "This is merely a piece of scrap metal I fashioned out of boredom, using the remains left by those martial sovereigns. Its power is not even 1/10th of the true soul-devouring sword," the Demon Emperor declared. Yi Fei was taken aback. The soul-devouring sword he had regarded as a treasure turned out to be a mere imitation crafted by the Demon Emperor. His interest in the Starry Sea was piqued. "Master, where is the Starry Sea?" "You do not need to know that right now. Your current task is to devote yourself to training and strive to reach the martial sovereign realm. Once you attain that level, you will naturally discover where the Starry Sea lies." "Enough. My spiritual essence is nearly dissipating. If you wish to leave, proceed to the end of the heroic spirit corridor and silently utter tower. The Demon Sealing Tower will automatically transport you out." With those final words, the Demon Emperor's form was close to collapsing, clearly having suffered severe spiritual depletion to assist Yi Fei. Just as Yi Fei was savoring the benefits he had gained, he noticed the Demon Emperor was about to dissipate, causing him to panic. Seizing the last opportunity, he sought to extract more advantages. "Master, please do not leave. The martial house I belong to has a deep-seated grudge with the former owner of the soul-devouring sword. If the martial house discovers I have obtained this sword, I might fall into great trouble." The Demon Emperor scoffed. "The mere martial house is nothing but an ant. Take these 2 items, one is for your training, and the other is to be given to the martial house. Not only will it resolve your grievances, but it will also earn you great merit for your martial house." With a flash, the Demon Emperor's spiritual essence vanished entirely, leaving behind 2 martial arts manuals in Yi Fei's hands. One was the notes on training as a martial king, and the other was the Demon Emperor's martial arts scripture. "Ah, disciple, I almost forgot to tell you this Demon Emperor's scripture is my strongest technique. It consists of 3 volumes, and you have only received the lower volume equivalent to the peak of the earth level. To obtain the upper and middle volumes, you must train diligently and come to the Demon Sealing Tower to find me." The Demon Emperor's voice echoed in the void. Upon hearing this, Yi Fei felt an overwhelming urge to curse. The Demon Emperor was truly shameless and stingy. He had only given him the inferior lower volume of such a powerful technique. It was clearly a ploy to tempt him to train hastily to break the seal of the Demon Sealing Tower. Nevertheless, considering the many benefits he had gained, and that the Demon Emperor was now his master, Yi Fei ultimately chose to endure. "Rest assured, master. Once I reach the martial sovereign realm, I will definitely return to the Demon Sealing Tower to rescue you." Yi Fei shouted into the void, not caring whether the Demon Emperor could still hear him. Crash! As the Demon Emperor's spiritual essence entirely dissipated, the black barrier enveloping Yi Fei also vanished. Bai Ling stood outside, visibly anxious. She had successfully refined the soul crystal, but found Yi Fei shrouded in demonic energy, unaware of what had transpired inside. "Yi Fei, are you all right? Did that elder harm you?" Bai Ling approached with concern. "Don't worry, senior sister. The elder merely wished to discuss a few matters with me. He meant us no harm. I must congratulate you as well on elevating your Dantian quality to the Xian level. You will now be a top genius of the martial house," Yi Fei replied with a smile. Bai Ling was equally delighted, looking at Yi Fei with gratitude. "Yi Fei, from now on, don't call me senior sister. Let's refer to each other as siblings. You can call me Bai Ling or Ling Jia." Evidently, after sharing this ordeal, Bai Ling had developed a strong sense of trust and camaraderie toward Yi Fei. Initially, she hoped he would call her Linger, but considering their age difference, she found it inappropriate. Thus, she proposed they refer to each other as siblings. "All right, then I have gained another sister." Yi Fei nodded with a smile. "By the way, Ling Jie, the elder, has already informed me of how to exit the Demon Sealing Tower. We can leave now." Yi Fei did not disclose the matter of becoming the Demon Emperor's disciple to Bai Ling, and her thoughts were not on that at all. A glimmer of light flickered in her eyes as she looked at Yi Fei, nodding with a soft smile. Outside the forbidden land of the martial house, two beams of white light flickered, and soon Yi Fei and Bai Ling's figures materialized. This is the forbidden land of the martial house, Yi Fei. We finally made it out. Bai Ling exclaimed, her eyes glistening with tears as she caught sight of the familiar sky. She realized that she and Yi Fei might be the only ones to have survived the demon sealing tower. All of this was thanks to Yi Fei, and Bai Ling's gaze turned warmer, tinged with an unspoken affection. While Yi Fei stared at the familiar sky, his mood was starkly different. He had not forgotten how he entered the demon sealing tower, nor had he forgotten the enemy who had plotted against him. That foe might now be somewhere in the martial house, reveling in their power and arrogance. A cold glint flashed across Yi Fei's face. It's time to seek revenge. Whoever offends me will face tenfold retribution. Li Xian dared to trap me and Sister Ling in a desperate situation, and I will kill him right now. Yi Fei said coldly, ready to stride into the martial house. Bai Ling quickly grabbed his arm, her face filled with concern. Yi Fei, don't act impulsively. This is the martial house, and killing fellow disciples is a grave offense. The fault lies with Li Xian. Don't worry, I'll find my master to seek justice for us. You should come with me. Bai Ling held onto Yi Fei's hand, trying to pull him toward her master's residence. Yi Fei hesitated for a moment, and suddenly said, Sister Ling, the evil Sword King, has deep enmity with the martial house. It's inconvenient for me to carry his soul-devouring sword around. Why don't you go ahead? I'll return to my residence and hide the sword. And about the demon sealing tower, you'd better not mention it to anyone, otherwise we might face great trouble. Yi Fei, do you think I'm the kind of person who can't keep a secret? Don't worry, I, Bai Ling, will never mention the demon sealing tower or that senior's matters to anyone, not even to my beloved master. Bai Ling understood that their safe emergence from the demon sealing tower was likely due to an agreement between Yi Fei and the demon emperor. She had already decided to treat Yi Fei as her brother and would never betray him. Seeing the soul-devouring sword on Yi Fei's back, which was too conspicuous, Bai Ling solemnly insisted, Yi Fei, you can go back to store the soul-devouring sword, but you must promise me not to act impulsively and wait for me and my master to come find you. All right, I won't go anywhere. I'll stay in the dormitory and wait for you. Yi Fei said, smiling to reassure Bai Ling. Only then did she feel relieved and hurriedly rush toward the inner courtyard of the martial house. This time Bai Ling was also extremely furious about the frame-up. She was not the kind of ordinary disciple without support. No matter what, she would ensure that Li Xian and the Array sect paid a hefty price. However, as Bai Ling turned away, she did not notice the fleeting coldness in Yi Fei's eyes. Sister Ling, I'm sorry. Rather than relying on those elders of the martial house, I would prefer to seek justice in my own way. Without looking back, Yi Fei walked towards the servant area of the martial house, determined not to wait idly. His vendetta had to be avenged by his own hands. He had no grievances with the Array sect, yet due to their conflict with the royal family, he had been sacrificed as a scapegoat. In the end, he found out he hadn't died, and those people still wanted to kill him to silence him. This was absolutely intolerable. Now Yi Fei intended to seek justice in his own way. He did not charge straight into the inner courtyard. After all, the martial house was vast. Finding Li Xian would not be easy, so Yi Fei planned to leverage the power of the servant disciples. Though they might not be strong, they were definitely well-informed and must know Li Xin's whereabouts. However, as he entered the servant area, the scene before him stunned Yi Fei. Inside the servant yard, a dozen Imperial City cavalry were mercilessly beating the servant disciples who were working, while Lu Chang, the head of the servants, was being hung up and brutally assaulted. The sound of the whip cracked loudly, making the servant disciples, who were not even martial artists, cry out in despair and plead for mercy. But these martial artists from the Imperial City continued to lash out, indiscriminately striking them. Yi Fei clearly saw several servant disciples being whipped into unconsciousness with blood spewing from their mouths, yet the martial artists showed no sign of stopping cursing as they went. Filthy servants, wake up and stop pretending to be dead. Hurry up and get back to work. Spare us, please. We truly don't know Master Ye's whereabouts. They say he hasn't returned since leaving the martial house, probably ran home because he couldn't take it. Killing us won't help you. The servant disciples cried out in desperation. Hearing this, Lu Chang, who was hung up, spat blood in anger and shouted, Don't bother pleading with them. What are they to us? Even if we knew Master Ye's information, I wouldn't believe they would dare kill us in the martial house. Haha, this servant has some backbone. Since you want to die, let's fulfill your wish. Keep whipping until you drop dead. Let's see if the martial house will come to your aid. You servants are just like the lowly peons in our royal palace, your lives worth less than dogs. You don't deserve dignity. The group of martial artists laughed maniacally, having been tyrannical masters in the imperial city, and now how could they care about the lives of a few servants? Seeing this made Yi Fei furious, and he stepped in, his voice deep and commanding, "Stop it right now." As he spoke, Yi Fei charged in, kicking over several of the martial artists, wielding whips, and freeing Lu Chong from the tree. "Hey, you are Yi Fei. You didn't run away, but came back." Lu Chong, beaten to a pulp, could barely speak, but he recognized Yi Fei, immediately astonished. He thought Yi Fei had left the martial house to escape, not realizing he had the courage to return. "That's right, I'm back. Lu Chong, you did well not to betray me, even if it put you in danger. Since that's the case, I'll help you seek justice," Yi Fei said with a cold smile as he turned his gaze toward the martial artists from the imperial city. Although Lu Chong's defiance was born out of indignation from being humiliated, it was also partly due to his rebellious spirit. Ultimately, Lu Chong did not betray him. Yi Fei's perception of Lu Chong had shifted, and he didn't mind stepping in to help these servant brothers. "If you are Yi Fei the Waste, instead of doing your job as a servant, you dare to ruin our royal family's important matters. Waste, come here and meet the princess immediately," the leading martial artist exclaimed, looking at Yi Fei with disdain and contempt. Yi Fei replied with a blank expression, "Get lost. If the princess wants to see me, she should come here herself." Having said that, he ignored the martial artists, helping each beaten servant back to their feet and channeling his energy to heal their wounds. The martial artists from the imperial city were completely disregarded by Yi Fei, inciting their fury. "Bold peasant, you've become a waste, yet you dare to speak to the princess like that. If it weren't for her orders, we would have killed you on the spot. Why waste words on a waste? Just slap him 100 times so he knows how to speak to us. You, a mere servant, dare to attack us martial artists from the imperial city. We're going to teach you a lesson." The few martial artists that Yi Fei had kicked down stood up furious and ready to come at him with slaps. Slap, slap, slap. In the servant yard, the sound of crisp slaps echoed. But it was not Yi Fei who was being hit. Instead, he raised his hand and struck each of the approaching martial artists, fiercely delivering exactly 100 slaps to each. Blood sprayed, teeth shattered, and they fainted without uttering a sound. Boom. This scene immediately terrified the remaining martial artists, who quickly retreated, their eyes filled with fear as they looked at Yi Fei. "You waste, you're at the 5th level of martial arts." In the servant quarters, anguished cries echoed. The imperial city warriors had yet to recover from their shock when Yi Fei, fueled by fury, charged forward, unleashing a torrent of punches and kicks upon them. With his current strength as a 5th-level warrior fully integrated with the divine fire from beyond the skies, he was more than 10 times mightier than before. The warriors from the imperial city had no chance to resist. Several had already received hard slaps from Yi Fei and lay on the ground wailing in agony. A few others who had displeased him found themselves with broken limbs, leaving the onlooking servants in awe, their eyes wide with disbelief. For a mere servant to surpass the warrior rank was already astonishing, but Yi Fei's overwhelming power made them question the vast disparity among them. Many servants hung their heads in shame, silently vowing to train diligently from that day forth. The fallen warriors from the imperial city, seething with rage, yet gripped by fear, glared at Yi Fei and shouted, "Yi Fei, you lowly servant, how dare you strike us, the imperial city iron cavalry? Are you and your family openly rebelling against the royal family?" Bang! Before the speaker could finish, Yi Fei strode over his face fierce and delivered a brutal kick that shattered the man's bones, sending him flying, blood spilling from his mouth. "Get lost. Is the royal family so great? This is the Tianyun Martial Academy, not the imperial city, and certainly not a place for you to wield your power. Servants must not be insulted. Oh, anyone who dares to insult me shall die." An overwhelming aura of killing intent radiated from Yi Fei. As the warriors sensed this murderous intent, their previously arrogant demeanor faded, their faces paling with fear. They were only low-level warriors, ranks 1 to 3, and stood no chance against Yi Fei, a mid-level warrior. The surrounding servants erupted in joyous cheers, grateful for Yi Fei stepping up for them. Servants must not be insulted. Many echoed this sentiment, and Yi Fei's words resonated deeply within each of them. Even Lu Chong felt a warmth in his heart, tears of gratitude welling in his eyes as he looked at Yi Fei and said, "Brother Yi, thank you for standing up for us. From now on, I, Lu Chong, and all the brothers from the academy will follow your lead. Whatever you command, we will do. Yes, for Brother Yi, we will brave any danger." The servant disciples shouted in excitement. Even as servants, they possessed dignity, and Yi Fei's words had restored their pride. Instinctively, they regarded him as their anchor. Yi Fei smiled and shook his head, saying, "No need for reckless bravery. However, I do have one question for you all. Does anyone know where that scoundrel Li Xian is?" At the mention of Li Xian, Yi Fei could no longer contain the killing intent that had become almost palpable. Lu Chang, not foolish, quickly understood that Yi Fei had a deep grudge against Li Xian. Brother Yi, the academy forbids disciples from engaging in private fights, Lu Chang cautioned carefully. But we are servants. Yi Fei's retort was sharp, leaving Lu Chang momentarily speechless. Considering Yi Fei's current strength and the insults he had faced, Lu Chang gritted his teeth and said, Brother Yi, I know where Li Xian is. I can lead you there. Brother Yi will accompany you for support. The surrounding servant disciples exclaimed, eager to help Yi Fei make a statement. Yi Fei could hardly refuse. He nodded to Lu Chang, signaling him to lead the way. Surrounded by a throng of servant disciples, they headed toward the inner academy. More servant disciples joined along the way as news spread. By the time they reached the entrance of the inner academy, the group behind Yi Fei had swelled to over 100 servants armed and ready, cheering him on. Such a formidable display could not help but attract the attention of other disciples in the academy. At the entrance of the inner academy, several outer academy disciples stood guard, and seeing the group of servants they often looked down upon causing a ruckus and attempting to break into the inner academy, they were furious. Stop, you servants. Instead of working, what are you gathering together for? Do you not know the rules of the inner academy? Servants and dogs are not allowed inside. The guarding outer academy disciples were smug, relying on their connections with the inner academy, dismissing the rowdy servants. Little did they know they had just struck a nerve with Yi Fei. Who made this rule? Yi Fei stepped forward to ask. It was set by Li Xian of the Erase sect. How dare you lead these ruffians to stir up trouble? You have quite the audacity. One of the guarding disciples arrogantly attempted to slap Yi Fei's face. Bang! Yi Fei, uninterested in wasting words, kicked the man back, blood spewing from his mouth. He pointed at the few individuals from the inner academy and turned to the accompanying servants, shouting, Brothers, servants must not be insulted. Those who cannot bear such disgrace fight back. Show no mercy. Brother Yi, we will follow your lead. Beat them. Without us servants, would you have it so easy to cultivate? How dare you look down on us? We will strike hard. The pent-up anger of the servant disciples had been brewing for quite some time. They just needed a leader, and now that Yi Fei stood up, they roared as one, rushing forward and overwhelming the outer academy disciples, who cried out in terror, causing the onlookers to feel their legs weaken. Are they really our academy's servants? They fight like they have nothing to lose. Didn't you see who was leading them? That's Yi Fei. He reportedly had some sort of fortuitous encounter and has advanced to the 5th level of warrior rank, even beating the Imperial City Iron Cavalry to a pulp. Disciples with insider information pointed at Yi Fei, and as word spread, onlookers who came to see the commotion were collectively stunned. What? 5th level warrior? A servant's strength has skyrocketed to such terrifying heights. Servant disciples are truly defying the heavens. Not good. Look where Yi Fei is heading. It seems to be toward the Erase sect. My heavens, these servants are out of their minds. They dare to provoke the top 3 sects of our academy. Many academy disciples were deeply shocked as they recognized Yi Fei's destination. Among the crowd, some disciples of the Erase sect had already pulled out communication talismans to relay the news back to their sect. One could only imagine the fury that would stir among those still training in the Erase sect, a top sect of the academy, when they learned that a group of servants had directly stormed their mountain gate. This could not be tolerated. Disciples of the Erase sect who received the news hurried back, gathering at the mountain gate, faces set with fury, ready for confrontation. At that moment, Yi Fei, accompanied by a large group of servant disciples and a multitude of other onlookers, approached the Erase sect with an imposing presence. Noticing the large crowd of Erase sect disciples standing outside, Yi Fei frowned and instructed the servants to halt momentarily. He stepped forward alone and declared, Everyone, this matter does not concern you. I have come today solely to seek justice. Bring out Li Xian to face me. Impudent. A bunch of trash, what are you to demand our brotherly come out to see you? You dare to incite trouble in our Erase sect. You must be seeking death. From within the Erase sect, a powerful disciple stepped forward, his anger palpable, causing many servant disciples to take a step back in fear. Not good. That's Mu Lianqing, a 6th level warrior and the 2nd strongest in the Erase sect. Yi Fei is about to face some serious trouble. He deserves it. As a servant, how dare he create chaos in the inner academy? Let's see how he meets his end. Seeing the formidable presence of Mu Lianqing in the Erase sect, many shook their heads, sighing, believing this farce was coming to an end. Yi Fei stepped forward, coldly locking eyes with Mu Lianqing and repeating, I'll say it once more, bring out that scoundrel Li Xian to face me. Get lost. Who do you think you are to meet senior brotherly? You're just a bunch of servants. Go back and do your menial tasks. If anyone dares to stir trouble, I'll make sure the elders expel you all. Mu Lianqing glared threateningly at the group of servants behind. Yifei causing a few timid ones to sneak away. However, the majority, especially Lu Chang and his friends who had received favors from Yifei, stood resolutely in place, their gazes fixed on Yifei. Clearly in this place the servants only respected Yifei, and even the inner courtyard senior brothers of the martial house could not command them. Mu Lianqing nearly choked on his rage, his eyes narrowing as he barked. Trash, didn't you hear what I said? I told you to get out of the array sect. Who are you calling trash? Yifei stepped forward once more. I'm talking about you and that group of servants behind you. Mu Lianqing was infuriated and suddenly lunged at Yifei, intending to take him down publicly. Boom. Yifei didn't even bother to draw his sword. He simply raised his hand, releasing a brilliant sword light that shot toward Mu Lianqing. With just this single strike, Mu Lianqing, a 6th-level martial master, turned pale and barely managed to dodge with all his might. The sword energy struck the enormous stone tablet outside the array sect, reducing the several thousand pounds of stone to a cloud of dust. Who are you calling trash? Yifei asked again. Mu Lianqing's face shifted between shades of green and white, unable to utter a single word as he found himself completely subdued by Yifei. If that sword energy hadn't been deliberately aimed away, it would have been enough to kill Mu Lianqing in one strike. All the disciples of the array sect present were left wide-eyed. That stone tablet had been carved from a solid diamond, and even some elders found it difficult to shatter, let alone have it turned to dust by a single sword energy from Yifei. Around them, the onlookers were already making sounds of swallowing hard. The servant before them truly possessed unparalleled strength. This is your last chance. Call Li Xian out. Otherwise today, I will storm your array sect. Yifei declared, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Brat, how dare you be so arrogant in our array sect? Just wait, I'll have senior brother Li Xian deal with you. Mu Lianqing hesitated but did not dare to engage with Yifei. Instead, he stormed into the array sect to find Li Xian, saying, Senior brother Li, I can't help you this time. Yifei is too powerful. I can't even withstand a single strike from him. How is that possible? That trash, what's going on? Why can't we kill him even when he's locked in the demon tower? How did he become so strong? Li Xin's eyes burned with jealousy as he learned of Yifei's strength. He knew that not only had Yifei survived the demon tower, but he had also emerged with a tremendous boost in power. Thinking of this made Li Xian feel so resentful that he spat out blood. In a sense, it was he who had enabled Yifei to become what he was now. Senior brother Li, Yifei specifically called for you to come out. What do you think? Mu Lianqing's expression was also grim. I won't go tell him I'm not here. And inform master as well. I don't believe that trash would dare to act presumptuously in front of our master. Li Xian roared, his eyes glowing red. Mu Lianqing looked at Li Xian with contempt. Despite Li Xin's damaged foundation, he was still the top genius of the array sect. With no choice, Mu Lianqing complied and didn't bother with Yifei outside, instead running to inform elder Li Xiaoyan, a powerful elder of the array sect. Outside the array sect, after waiting for a while, without seeing Li Xian emerge, and with Mu Lianqing gone as well, Yifei furrowed his brows, realizing that Li Xian was likely hiding or stalling for time to seek help from the elders. He would not let Li Xian have it his way. Lu Chang. Yes, brother Yi. Please give your orders. Lu Chang responded respectfully. Gather all the servant disciples, and let's shout insults. The more outrageous the better. I want to see how long Li Xian can endure this. Yifei said coldly. Did he think he could hide? He had plenty of ways to force Li Xian out. Lu Chang wasted no time. While they might not be adept in combat, their skills and cursing were unmatched. Under Lu Chang's arrangement, a chorus of insults quickly erupted outside the array sect. Li Xian, you cowardly turtle. How can you call yourself the top genius of the array sect when you're too scared to face brother Yi? What a load of nonsense calling yourself the top genius. You're more like the biggest turtle. Li Xian, you coward, if you have any guts, come out and fight brother Yi for 300 rounds. Senior brother Li, stop hiding. We all know you're too scared to face us. Hurry up and go home, your mother is calling you to change your diaper. Hearing such insults, even Yifei was taken aback, let alone the surrounding disciples, who burst into laughter. The disciples of the array sect wore grim expressions. As the three strongest sects of the martial house, they had never been humiliated like this before. At this point, if Li Xian continued to hide, it wouldn't just be the disciples of the martial house looking down on him. Even the disciples of the array sect would ridicule him behind his back in the future. Roar. Inside the array sect, Li Xian, who had intended to play deaf and mute, was enraged by the diaper insult, roaring like a wild beast. In an instant, he dashed out like a whirlwind from the array sect, glaring with hatred at the surrounding servants as he shouted, "Which one of you trash said that last line? Step forward and die." Yifei coldly fixed his gaze on Li Xian and said, "Oh, have you finally changed your diaper and come out? Yifei, don't push your luck. If you don't leave now, you'll be making an enemy of our entire array sect." Li Xian snarled, his face twisted in rage. Yi Fei, hearing this, burst into laughter and shook his head. I'm pushing my luck. Wasn't it you who set a trap for me, letting Zhou Guang deceive me into going to the Fire Cloud Cave to be a scapegoat for your array sect? Isn't that pushing your luck? After discovering I didn't die, you've repeatedly tried to kill me to silence me. Isn't that pushing your luck? If someone offends me, I will repay them tenfold. Li Xian, since you harmed me first, don't blame me for being ruthless. Today I ask you this: will you kneel and end your life, or shall I personally send you on your way? The entire place was stunned. The disciples of the martial house, along with the servant disciples who followed Yi Fei, had not anticipated that Yi Fei's visit was not just a simple stir of trouble. He was actually forcing Li Xian to take his own life in front of everyone. How domineering! How audacious! In 1,000 years of history, the martial house had never seen such an assertive servant disciple. For a moment, all eyes were fixed on Yi Fei, who stood tall, exuding a murderous aura like a sword as he approached Li Xian step by step. With each step he took, the ground beneath him seemed to crack, and with each step, Li Xian's expression twisted in rage. Finally, just as Yi Fei reached 10 steps away from Li Xian, the latter could no longer keep silent. A cruel smile flashed across his face as he growled. Trash, do you really think I, Li Xian, am easy to deal with? Since you seek death, I will send you on your way. Boom. The ground where Li Xian stood suddenly shook, and a terrifying array began to rapidly activate around him, centered on Li Xian. Many people finally realized that Li Xin's earlier silence was not out of fear of Yi Fei, but rather because he had secretly set up a hidden killing formation, waiting for Yi Fei to step right into it. Yi Fei, prepare to die. True essence locking soul formation. Boom, boom, boom. The ground trembled continuously, and with every quake a peculiar chain of true essence surged from the depths, ensnaring Yi Fei's body. As one of the 3 strongest sects in the martial house, the array sect's formations were not only formidable, but also remarkably devious. Array masters were among the last individuals a martial artist would wish to provoke, for each possessed immense strength and the ability to deploy various formations to annihilate their foes. For instance, the formation laid out by Li Xian was the fastest and most powerful confinement array released by the array sect, the True Essence Locking Soul Formation. This array could leverage the terrain to its fullest, forming unique True Essence bonds capable of binding Yi Fei's limbs and restricting his movement. Clearly, Li Xian had not acted impulsively before emerging. He had thoroughly considered that Yi Fei's greatest strength lay in his swordsmanship. Now he aimed to limit Yi Fei's actions with this array. As long as Yi Fei could not wield his sword, Li Xin's chances of victory would soar. The disciples of the martial house watching this scene included many astute individuals. Upon seeing Yi Fei unwittingly stepping into the formation Li Xian had set, many shook their heads in dismay. Meanwhile, the array sect's disciples erupted in cheers. Li Xian, well done. Teach this arrogant fool a lesson. A mere servant dares to be arrogant in our array sect. He deserves to be punished by senior brother Li. Punishment is not enough. This trash openly obstructs our array sect's entrance and insults me, the sect's foremost genius. If he is not killed today, where will our sect's dignity lie? Where will my reputation as Li Xian stand? Li Xian exclaimed, brimming with confidence. Seeing Yi Fei trapped and immobile by the true essence chains, Li Xian felt utterly reassured. He then harbored murderous intent, eager to take this opportunity to eliminate Yi Fei. Trash. You think that merely emerging from the demon ceiling tower with enhanced strength makes you my match? I shall send you to your demise. Li Xian sneered, speaking in a tone only the two could hear. He then unleashed a deadly palm strike aimed at Yi Fei, his gaze greedily fixated on the soul-devouring sword behind him. Li Xian still believed that Yi Fei's newfound strength was entirely due to that sort of coveted prize he had long desired. It's over. Senior brother Yi is finished. Alas, we servant disciples finally raised our heads only to be knocked back down. Some servant disciples sighed, convinced that the trapped Yi Fei was as good as dead. Princess, this guy has suddenly grown so strong. Perhaps it is the work of the celestial fire. Should I go save him? A middle-aged general clad in iron armor stood beside Zhao Yu on a nearby peak, respectfully inquired. Not yet. This fellow is so audacious as to demand an audience with me personally. I wish to see if he truly possesses the skill, or if he is merely a fool. Zhao Yu, veiled in light silk to conceal her stunning beauty, cast a complex glance towards Yi Fei, tinged with a hint of curiosity. She was eager to witness how Yi Fei would maintain his usual arrogance in such dire straits. And soon Zhao Yu would witness it. Unaware that his actions had drawn the princess' attention, Yi Fei remained calm, slowly raising his arm. With a tremendous surge of true essence, he exerted force. Boom. The true essence chains binding him were instantly reduced to ash by the violent, divine fire energy raging within him. Blazing purple flames erupted from Yi Fei, coalescing into a lethal stream of purple flame, sword energy that thrust fiercely towards the advancing Li Xan. How is this possible? Yi Fei didn't even use his sword. He merely relied on the true essence within him to escape Li Xin's formation control. Terrifying. This servant disciple is too frightening. What kind of technique is he cultivating that allows him to ignite flames? The disciples present were utterly astonished. None had anticipated that Yi Fei would effortlessly shatter Li Xin's strongest formation. Li Xian was nearly paralyzed with fear. Demonic fiend. You must have practiced some malevolent technique. I will report you to the elders. You are finished, Yi Fei. With that, Li Xian turned to flee. He could not forget the terrifying sword strike Yi Fei had unleashed in the grove, and now that he saw the true essence locking soul formation was ineffective, he lost all will to fight. Where do you think you're going, Li Xian? I've told you today you have two choices: either take your own life or die by my hand. What I, Yi Fei, declare, I will accomplish. Kill. Without waiting for Li Xian to evade, Yi Fei lunged forward like a storm. The soul-devouring sword in his hand gleamed coldly as it shattered Li Xin's protective golden diamond formation with a single strike. This blow sent Li Xian into a state of panic. Previously, Yi Fei had needed to consume explosive pills to pierce through his golden diamond formation, yet now he seemed to unleash such terrifying power without even needing them. Don't kill me. I am the foremost genius of the Erase sect. My master is the chief elder. If you dare slay me, he will surely kill you too. Li Xian pleaded in terror. He was thoroughly frightened of Yi Fei now. Given a choice, Li Xian would rather offend Princess Zhao Yu than provoke a prodigy like Yi Fei. In just a few days, Yi Fei had advanced from a first-level martial artist to a fifth-level martial artist, surpassing even the so-called genius prodigies. Feeling regret for having provoked Yi Fei, Li Xian turned and fled, shouting, "Master! Help me! Save me! Blasphemer! Do not make me intervene! Who dares harm my disciple?" Boom! A terrifying pressure descended from the distant sky, directly targeting Yi Fei. The overwhelming aura of a martial sovereign bore down upon him. Under the weight of this pressure, a typical martial artist would be rendered immobile with fear, and Yi Fei's expression darkened. He had not expected the elder to arrive so swiftly. Now he faced two choices: halt his actions and leave the matter to the martial house, which might protect Li Xian and interrogate him about the Demon Sword King and the Demon Sealing Tower, or kill Li Xian to eliminate all evidence, just as Li Xian intended to do to him. Kill. Without hesitation, recalling the ambush in the grove and the harrowing experience in the Demon Sealing Tower, where he had nearly perished with Bai Ling, Yi Fei made his decision in an instant. Li Xian could not be spared. 13th Sword Technique. Kill. Boom. A resplendent sword light illuminated the surroundings, forming a ribbon-like sword aura that instantly engulfed the fleeing Li Xian. The look of surprise on Li Xin's face morphed into despair and agony. You? How ruthless! Li Xian lowered his head to see the sword tip piercing through his chest. In an instant, he was obliterated by the frenzied sword energy, reduced to nothingness. A glimmer of white light was absorbed by the soul-devouring sword, fragments of Li Xin's soul consumed in his dying moments. This was the power Yi Fei now wielded. With the emergence of the demonic sword, a single strike was all it took to spill blood. Even a 7th-level martial artist like Li Xian could not withstand Yi Fei's blade. In this shocking scene, the disciples of the Wu Mansion were left utterly terrified, their hearts almost bursting with fear. Yi Fei had the audacity to kill right in front of an elder. What was even more terrifying was that the victim was none other than Li Xian, the most favored disciple of the Wu Mansion elder, a prodigy, ranked among the top 10 in the entire sect. The emotions of these disciples, shocked and frightened, could hardly be described. The outcome was simply too unexpected, too insane. When Yi Fei burst into the inner courtyard and blocked the entrance to the Array sect, everyone initially thought he and the servant disciples were merely venting their grievances. Who would have imagined that Yi Fei would dare to murder right before the eyes of a Wuzong master? This was akin to a slap in the face to the Wuzong, especially with Yi Fei's dazzling sword strike, which was overwhelming in its ferocity. From afar, Li Xiaotian could only watch helplessly as Yi Fei, wielding the demon sword, pierced through Li Xin's body. Then with a flick of his wrist, Yi Fei made Li Xiaotian witness how Li Xin's body shattered into a million pieces. This was not just an act of vengeance, it was a provocation, a challenge to the Wuzong. Shiner. Li Xiaotian roared with a fury that resonated throughout the courtyard. He surged forward with a tremendous presence, initially intending to save his nephew and disciple Li Xian. However, it soon became clear that he would not even be able to retrieve Li Xin's body. Yi Fei's strike was too ruthless, leaving Li Xiaotian seething with anger and pain. You are Yi Fei. Li Xiaotian glared at him, eyes blazing like a feral wolf. Indeed, I am Yi Fei, the scapegoat you and your disciples have made of me. Yi Fei replied coldly. How dare you? You've killed my disciple, and now you dare to accuse me of using you as a scapegoat. You a mere servant less than an ant. Do you think I would ever need you? Li Xiaoshan's voice was filled with fury, his skill in feigning ignorance reaching new heights. Unbeknownst to him, he would never have guessed that the fragments of Li Xin's soul consumed by the soul-devouring sword had already revealed everything. The reason Yi Fei was determined to kill Li Xian was not only because Li Xian deserved it, but also because he sought to use the soul-devouring sword to obtain Li Xin's memories. Although this method was somewhat risky, he had succeeded. Within Li Xin's soul fragments lay not only the clear recollection of how he had manipulated Wang Liang to find a scapegoat, but also the details of Li Xiaoshan's collusion with a powerful figure from the imperial city, all laid bare. Seeing Li Xiaotian feign sorrow, Yi Fei couldn't help but find it amusing, though his smile was icy. Li Xiaotian, there's no need for your charade. Your disciples conspired with the crown prince to seize control of the Wu mansion, and that has nothing to do with me. But it is a grave mistake to think that you can bully me because I lack backing. A servant cannot be humiliated even if we are but ants. You will bear the brunt of our anger. Nonsense. Li Xiaotian, visibly shocked, was enraged to hear Yi Fei publicly reveal his collaboration with the crown prince, a secret known only to him and his closest disciple Li Xian. This revelation only fueled his fury further. Not wishing to engage in a lengthy conversation, Li Xiaotian suddenly pointed at Yi Fei and shouted, Wretched child, that sword you wield is the demon sword of the demon sword king. And what of it? Whether it is or not is irrelevant, Yi Fei replied, unable to deny it. The Wu mansion's enmity with the demon sword king was too profound for him to conceal the truth about the sword's origin. What relieved Yi Fei, however, was that due to Li Xin's guilty conscience, he had not disclosed to Li Xiaotian about the harm he had caused using the demon sealing tower. Thus, Yi Fei didn't have to exert much effort, as long as he remained silent, and by Ling did not speak, nobody would know that they had entered the demon sealing tower and encountered the demon emperor inside. The soul-devouring sword. It was indeed this demon sword that caused the deaths of my disciple and nephew. Yi Fei, since you have acquired this sword, it is needless to say that you must have also received that demon's inheritance. Tell me, have you not cultivated the dark arts to enhance your power, then killed Li Xian? Li Xiaoshan's voice boomed like thunder, filled with rage. If it were anyone else who dared to kill his disciple, he would have torn them to shreds by now. But Yi Fei was different. He had a sister training in the sacred land. Unless he was utterly heinous, even Li Xiaotian would not dare to kill Yi Fei publicly. Thus, Li Xiaotian planned to label Yi Fei as someone practicing the dark arts for the sacred land, and the demons had always been at odds. Old fool, don't think I don't know what you are plotting. I killed Li Xian purely based on my own strength. I have never practiced the dark arts. Am I not allowed to kill him while your disciple tried to kill me? Everyone present witnessed it. Yi Fei sneered. Would Li Xiaotian garner sympathy? Did he think Yi Fei could not? Moreover, Li Xin's attempt on Yi Fei's life was witnessed by many, and they were all astute enough to recognize it. Many were instinctively nodding in agreement when they suddenly felt a cold, venomous gaze sweep over them. It was Li Xiaotian's chilling glare which swept across the courtyard, radiating the oppressive aura of a Wu zone, causing the disciples present to cough up blood, their faces pale, as they hurriedly retreated. No one dared to step forward to defend Yi Fei at that moment. The terrifying pressure emanating from Li Xiaotian bore down on Yi Fei directly. The overwhelming force was enough to render an ordinary martial artist unconscious. Even though Yi Fei had completely merged with the celestial flame and was 10 times stronger than an average martial artist, he still felt a surge of discomfort in his chest, almost causing him to spit blood. Yet Yi Fei did not spill blood. He had no habit of bowing to his enemies. His nature was such that he grew stronger when faced with strength. The sword bends not, but breaks. Suddenly this thought flashed in Yi Fei's mind. His body, defying the pressure, stood firm as he roared, "Old fool, is this all you can do? Do you think that by silencing everyone you can cover up the truth of your collusion with the crown prince, your betrayal of the Wu mansion, and your murderous intentions?" Boom. The ground shook. If anyone had doubted Yi Fei's words before witnessing Li Xiaoshan's oppressive behavior, made the disciples gasp and look up at him in disbelief. Li Xiaotian, you are indeed formidable. It turns out you have been sabotaging my plans all along. A cold, furious voice echoed from afar, revealing Princess Zhao Yu, who had unexpectedly arrived. Yi Fei realized that Princess Zhao he knew not when had also arrived and stood aside, having watched the spectacle for quite some time. However, he had no time to turn back. His expression changed dramatically. The appearance of Princess Zhao Yu was ill-timed. Perhaps her original intention was to confront Li Xiaotian, yet she was unaware that Li Xiaotian was currently at his most volatile. Li Xin's death had already incensed him greatly, and now Yi Fei publicly exposed his scheme in front of countless witnesses, especially the princess. Li Xiaoyan, already furious, immediately made a wicked decision to kill Yi Fei before Zhao Yu and the Wu mansion could gather substantial evidence, leaving no witnesses to contradict him. And shut your mouth. As a disciple of the Wu mansion, not only have you harmed your fellow disciples, but you also dare to slander my name. It goes without saying that you must have cultivated the dark arts clouding your mind. Princess, please hold on. Once I eliminate this demon, I will come to apologize. Boom. As he spoke, Li Xiaoyan, the Wu zone, bore a murderous intent and struck towards Yi Fei with a palm. Yi Fei's expression shifted dramatically. Devil die. Li Xiaotian roared with fury, extending his 5 fingers, each radiating a dense black light. Array sex palm technique, 5-finger peak. 5 beams of black light like blades surged from Li Xiaotian's hand, ruthlessly thrusting toward Yi Fei's body. Before they even reached him, the overwhelming aura instilled a sense of dread in many, as if they were teetering on the brink of death. Is this the strength of a martial sect master? Indeed formidable, but to kill me. Li Xiaoyan, you are not worthy. Kill. 13 sword styles. Boom. Terrifying sword light erupted from Yi Fei, and this time, he held nothing back, summoning all the divine fire essence within him along with his strongest 13 sword styles. The dreadful sword light nearly tore through the void, slashing viciously toward the advancing Li Xiaotian. Li Xiaotian sneered disdainfully, extending his hand, and with a crack he actually caught Yi Fei's sword light barehanded, crushing it with sheer brute force. Truly deserving of being a martial sect expert, such terrifying sword light, and yet you crush it with your bare hands. Just wait and see. Yi Fei is doomed this time. No matter how strong he is, he cannot possibly fight across such a vast realm. Look, Elder Li is about to strike. The 5-finger peak is coming down. Yi Fei is finished. With one hand shattering the sword light, and the other maintaining the form of 5-finger peak, Li Xiaotian struck down toward Yi Fei's head, exuding an overwhelming force. Reprobate, today I shall enact divine justice and eradicate you, the devil. Li Xiaotian exclaimed simultaneously, slandering Yi Fei. Old dog, do you think that by crushing my sword light, you've secured victory? Taste my next move, devouring sword intent. Yi Fei's expression remained cold as he raised the soul-devouring sword once more. The previous 13 sword styles had merely been a feint. Yi Fei's true killing move was the devouring sword intent. If necessary, he still had the immortal sword soul as his final trump card. However, the immortal sword soul was to be used only as a last resort, so for now Yi Fei unleashed just a fraction of his understanding of the devouring sword intent. Terrifying sword light erupted from Yi Fei's center, exploding outward. Astonishing sword intent not only cleaved the space around Yi Fei, but also sent shockwaves through the nearby disciples of the martial house, particularly those carrying swords. They were taken aback as their swords flew from their hands, forming hundreds of terrifying beams of sword light that rained down upon Li Xiaotian. Boom, boom, boom. The relentless onslaught of sword light struck Li Xiaoyan, something he could never have anticipated. He was forced to halt his assault on Yi Fei. 5-peak suppression. Li Xiaotian bellowed his palm, transforming into the illusion of 5 towering mountains, attempting to smash all the flying swords. However, Yi Fei did not give him the chance. 13 sword styles. Yi Fei's soul-devouring sword surged forward with an unmatched ferocity, joining the countless sword lights as it charged toward Li Xiaotian. The terrifying 13-fold critical strike was unleashed all at once. Reprobate, how dare you? Li Xiaotian roared in fury, yet he was still forced to retreat several steps from Yi Fei's strike. A martial sect elder was actually being pushed back by a disciple at the 5th layer of the martial master realm. Everyone was deeply shocked, their gazes toward Yi Fei filled with astonishment and dread. What just happened? Why did our swords act on their own and attack Elder Li? Impressive, truly impressive. When did our martial house's lowly servants become so formidable, even driving back an elder with a single sword? What sword technique was that? Its power is terrifying. If Yi Fei were even stronger, could he not truly challenge an elder? Not only were the martial house disciples stunned, but even Princess Zhao Yu, who had rushed from afar, was wide-eyed, disbelief etched across her enchanting face. Was that just now? Sword intent. How could he possibly comprehend sword intent? Zhao Yu gazed at Yi Fei in utter shock. Yi Fei's expression was calm, but inside he felt a tumultuous storm. Others only saw him force an elder back with a single sword, but who would know that to unleash that strike he had nearly exhausted all his true essence. In the end, he had merely pushed Li Xiaotian back without injuring him. Yi Fei couldn't help but let out a heavy sigh. It seems I have overestimated myself. With my current strength, I might stand a chance against a 10th layer martial master, but facing a martial sect expert, even with sword intent, I have no hope. Must I truly be forced to reveal my immortal sword soul once more? Yi Fei's heart grew heavy. While the power of the sword soul was immense, revealing it carried greater risks, and he could not be certain that activating the sword soul would guarantee Li Ziotian's defeat. Ultimately, his current strength was still too low. Sword intent. How could it be sword intent? You reprobate, you claim not to practice evil arts, yet how could someone like you ever comprehend sword intent without training in such dark techniques? Li Xiaotian bellowed, charging at Yi Fei again, now even more determined to kill him after realizing Yi Fei had comprehended sword intent. Otherwise, allowing Yi Fei to grow would mean another invincible devilish sword king. Bullying the weak, old dog, you truly are despicable. Yi Fei could see through Li Ziotian's intentions to eliminate him, but he had no means to resist. His current strength simply wasn't a match for a martial sect master. Yi Fei's face darkened as he contemplated whether to reveal the immortal sword soul as his last trump card, when suddenly a terrifying sword light shot from the distant horizon, cutting straight toward Li Xiaotian. Li Xiaotian was taken aback and hurriedly dodged aside. Boom. The sword light ultimately left a deep ravine in the ground between Yi Fei and Li Xiaotian, causing Li Xiaotian to regard the incoming figures with caution. Chen Chongfeng, do you dare to obstruct me from killing this devil? What devil? Li Xiaotian, have you gone senile? A disciple capable of comprehending sword intent emerges only once in many years from our martial house. If you dare to harm a single hair on his head, first ask the sword in my hand. Boom. The sword light howled as Elder Chen, wielding a heavy sword in one hand and holding Bai Ling in the other, swiftly flew down from the sky, clearly intent on protecting Yi Fei. A relaxed smile crept across Yi Fei's lips. The words of the demon emperor rang true. As long as he revealed sword intent, no matter the chaos it stirred, the elders of the martial house would definitely choose to protect him. Even if others would not, the sword sect and Bai Ling's master would surely intervene. The only thing that left Yi Fei slightly displeased was that Elder Chen had arrived just a bit late. Fortunately, the secret of the immortal sword soul had been kept safe, remaining undisclosed. A stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. Yi Fei comforted himself with this thought and quickly moved closer to Elder Chen. Chen Chongfeng, step aside. This wretched being has become a complete demon through his practice of heretical arts. Today I shall vindicate the heavens by slaying this aberration. Li Xiaotian shouted vehemently. He refused to relent. As long as there was even the slightest chance, he was determined to eliminate Yi Fei. Nonsense, Li Xiaotian. You claim that Yi Fei is a demon, yet where is your evidence? Elder Chen stood coldly, showing no intention of backing down. Talents were rare, and those who could comprehend the essence of the sword were even rarer. Li Ziotian's expression twisted into a grimace. You want proof? It is simple enough. Look at this wretched being. He wields a demonic sword. If he were not practicing heretical arts, how could a trash like him with his meridians crippled break through to the 5th level of the martial master realm so swiftly and even force me back with a single strike? The disciples of the martial house nodded in agreement, for rumors of Yi Fei's accidental intrusion into the fire cloud cave and his crippled meridians had spread throughout the outer courtyard. Yet now Yi Fei not only remained uncrippled, but had also made astounding progress, even comprehending the legendary sword intent. This was undeniably mysterious. Elder Chen did not dare to delay. He swiftly turned to Yi Fei and asked, Yi Fei, Li Xiaotian claims you practice heretical arts. Is this true? Yi Fei understood that Elder Chen's appearance was meant to support him, and he did not hesitate to point at Li Xiaotian, cursing. This old dog is simply spouting nonsense. If I practiced heretical arts, would I return to the martial house? This old dog is just barking mad. Master, I can also testify that Yi Fei does not practice heretical arts, but rather had another fortuitous encounter. Bai Ling stepped forward, defending Yi Fei. Elder Chen nodded in satisfaction, sneering. Li Xiaotian, you have heard it. Yi Fei does not practice heretical arts, making him a disciple of our martial house and deserving of protection. As an elder, how can you oppress a disciple? Do you not feel ashamed? Li Ziotian's fury swelled, his hair bristling as he shouted, What disciple? He is merely a lowly servant. How dare he attempt to harm my most cherished disciple and nephew? Today I shall ensure this trash meets his end. As he spoke, Li Xiaotian raised his aura to its peak, intending to bypass Elder Chen and strike down Yi Fei. Li Xiaotian, you are being reckless. I will protect Yi Fei today. The formidable sword intent radiated fiercely from Elder Chen. The two martial masters clashed instantly, their terrifying auras creating swirling tempests that swept across the surroundings. However, both were martial sovereigns, the leaders of the sword sect and the array sect respectively, and their strengths were closely matched. Their battle darkened the skies and shook the earth, and it was evident that neither could gain the upper hand any time soon as they ascended into the air. The disciples of the martial house watched in awe, and Yi Fei's heart raced. Was this the battle of martial sovereigns? He believed that it wouldn't be long before he reached such heights. After dozens of exchanges, neither side yielded an inch. Li Xiaoyan, realizing he could not evade Elder Qin's entanglement, threatened, "Chen Chongfeng, are you truly willing to instigate a conflict between our array sect and your sword sect over a mere servant? As sword cultivators, we are open-hearted and honorable, unlike you old fool who dares harm my disciple." Li Xiaoshan's face turned sour. After returning, although he had not dared to tell of his unauthorized use of the ceiling tower to harm others, he had informed Li Xian about his encounter with Bai Ling. Seeing that the cover was useless, malevolence flashed in Li Xiaoshan's eyes as he bellowed to the array sect disciples, "Disciples of the array sect, heed my command. Slay the demon Yi Fei. From this moment forth, we shall never coexist with the sword sect." Elder Qin's anger ignited, and he too issued a loud command. "So be it. If we are to be irreconcilable, then let it be. Li Xiaoyan, as an elder of the martial house, you collude with outsiders and betray our interests. Today I will take you to the house master for justice. Sword sect disciples, heed my command. Block the array sect. Anyone who steps forward will be slain. Slay? Slay?" The sword sect disciples who had been observing the battle surged forward, preparing to clash with the array sect. Kill! Kill! The array sect disciples did not show weakness. Instead of advancing recklessly, they grouped together rapidly, setting up formations to prepare for battle against the sword sect. Other sect disciples were confused, unsure of which side to take, or whether to simply avoid the chaos. Yi Fei felt frustrated. He had come here solely to seek revenge on Li Xian and to seek justice. He never anticipated that his actions would ignite a massive conflict between the array sect and the sword sect. Meanwhile, on a distant peak, two figures watched in astonishment at this unfolding scene. "This is ridiculous. Absolutely absurd. What do the sword sect and array sect take the martial house for? Are they trying to split it apart?" The speaker was Wu Lao, a powerful figure in the martial house, and the vice master whose authority surpassed that of the elders of each sect. Yet at this moment Wu Lao could only stand behind an elderly man in anger. This elder, clad in a gray robe with murky eyes and a hunched back, appeared to be on the brink of death, but his eyes sparkled with sharp brilliance. Unlike Wu Lao, this elder paid no heed to the impending chaos between the array sect and the sword sect. Instead, his keen gaze was fixed on Yi Fei. When he saw the demonic sword in Yi Fei's hand, his expression shifted to one of surprise, hatred, and realization. This is indeed the demonic sword. No wonder. For over 200 years, the royal family has relentlessly pressured our martial house. Who could have imagined that the demon sword king would bury his grave so close to our martial house, and that this servant disciple would find it? The elder lamented. "Brother, this is not the time for lamentation. If you do not intervene, now our martial house will soon descend into internal strife," Wu Lao said with a wry smile. In the brief moment they spoke, the disciples of the sword sect and array sect who were in close proximity had already begun to engage in battle. "Ling Jie, shall we join in to help?" Yi Fei looked at Bai Ling. Though he was not a disciple of the sword sect, Elder Chun was willing to protect him with the entire sect. Out of gratitude, Yi Fei could not stand idly by. Bai Ling, being a sword sect disciple herself and having nearly perished alongside Yi Fei due to the array sect's formations in the ceiling tower just days before, was more than willing to seek trouble with the array sect again. Exchanging a glance, Yi Fei and Bai Ling charged toward the array sect disciples. Just then a voice, ancient and authoritative, rang out from afar. "Stop!" The voice was calm, yet resounded like thunder in everyone's ears. Anyone still in combat could not help but spit out blood. Yi Fei felt a surge of qi and blood rising within him, horrified to discover that not only the combatants, but even Elder Chun and Li Xiaoyan in the sky had spat out blood forced down from the sky by this voice. Without a moment's hesitation, Elder Chun joyfully knelt on one knee, gazing at the elderly figure that had suddenly appeared in the sky, exclaiming, "House Master, you have finally emerged from seclusion. House Master, you have truly emerged from seclusion." Li Xiaoyan trembled, hastily kneeling as well. Then came the sword sect disciples, the array sect disciples, and the elders of other sects. All who saw the elder's appearance knelt respectfully on both knees. Only two individuals remained standing: Princess Zhao Yu, an imperial princess who naturally had no need to kneel to the house master. The other was Yi Fei. He held his pride. During the 3 years he had been reduced to a cripple, he had sworn that in his lifetime he could kneel before his parents and elders. Beyond that, he would not kneel before heaven and earth, nor before spirits and demons, and certainly not before the house master of the Tianyun martial house. As the lord of the manor appeared, everyone present knelt down except for Yi Fei, which surprised many. Zhao Yu cast a curious glance at him, but remained silent, observing with a cold beauty that left many wondering what thoughts occupied her mind. Li Xiaoyan, who had been frustrated by the lord's arrival, was now ecstatic. He stood up, pointing an accusatory finger at Yi Fei, and shouted, "You wretched being! Have you forgotten the most basic respect for your elders? The Lord is here, and even we elders kneel before him. What right do you, a mere servant, have to stand there?" Even at this moment, Li Xiaoyan did not hesitate to label Yi Fei as an evil practitioner, hoping to justify his desire to eliminate him. It must be said that his intentions were truly malicious. Were it not for the fact that he could not overpower a martial sovereign, Yi Fei would have liked nothing more than to slay him on the spot. But he could not. With a heavy heart, Yi Fei suppressed his impulse and chose to ignore Li Xiaoyan, merely turning his face away, still refusing to kneel. The expressions of many elders from the martial manor soured, and even the elder in the sky subtly furrowed his brow, seemingly surprised by Yi Fei's defiance of the manor. Elder Wu's face showed clear displeasure as he fixed his gaze on Yi Fei, demanding, "Disciple Yi Fei, the Lord is here, why do you not kneel and pay your respects?" Elder Wu Yi Fei is not refusing to kneel, he is merely too surprised to respond. "Yi Fei, this is our manor's lord and deputy lord, you should bow." Elder Chen signaled to Yi Fei with a wink. Having perceived Yi Fei as part of the sword sect due to his understanding of sword intent, Elder Chen felt a special obligation to look after him. Yi Fei understood Elder Chen's good intentions and felt grateful for the support of the sword sect, yet he shook his head resolutely, stating, "Elder Chen, I appreciate your kindness, but I cannot kneel." His words rang with unwavering conviction, causing shockwaves throughout the martial manor. How could a disciple refuse to kneel before the Lord? Even Elder Chen's expression darkened, believing Yi Fei to be disgracefully disrespectful. "Why do you not kneel?" The elder's voice remained calm, yet his penetrating gaze bore into Yi Fei as if attempting to unveil his thoughts. But Yi Fei was no ordinary youth. He met the elder's gaze fearlessly and declared aloud, "Because the martial manor has wronged me." Gasps filled the air. As a disciple, Yi Fei dared to speak such audacious words. How could the manor have wronged him? Many elders wore furious expressions, their anger palpable. Li Xiaoyan felt a surge of excitement, initially believing he had lost the chance to kill Yi Fei. This outburst had now provided him with a justifiable excuse to strike. Rebellious. You, a mere servant, dare to utter such wild claims in front of the Lord. Today I, Li Xiaoyan, shall act on the Lord's behalf and rid the world of you, this disrespectful little demon. With that, he lunged towards Yi Fei with unmatched speed, but a figure swiftly intervened, stopping him in his tracks and crushing the protective barrier around Li Xiaoyan with a single blow. "Wow, Elder Wu, are you really going to stop me too?" Li Xiaoyan shouted in rage. It was none other than Elder Wu, the strongest expert in the manor after the Lord. Without explanation, he coldly fixed his gaze on Yi Fei and asked, "Disciple Yi Fei, in what way has our martial manor wronged you? Speak, and we shall seek justice for you. But if you cannot provide an answer, do not blame me for being unkind." Elder Wu's voice was icy, carrying a chilling weight that could silence even the most ordinary disciple. Yet within Yi Fei, a consuming fury ignited as he pointed accusingly at Li Xiaoyan, scoffing, "How have you wronged me? Are you still shielding this old dog? If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have been tricked into the fire cloud cave, almost becoming a scapegoat. If it weren't for him, I would have been burned to a husk by the divine fire from beyond, nearly rendered useless. And yet you all knew I was framed, yet still demoted me to a servant, leaving me to fend for myself. How is that not a wrongdoing? Just over 10 days ago, after enduring countless hardships to heal my injuries and return to the manor, it was this old dog who ordered Li Xinyu to ambush me outside the city, intending to silence me. Is this not the martial manor's wrongdoing?" These words had been bottled up in Yi Fei's heart for far too long, and now, with a cathartic release, he felt a rush of relief. All of these accusations were backed by undeniable evidence, leaving no room for Li Xiaoyan to deny them. As Yi Fei's words echoed, the elders of the manor erupted in outrage. "Elderly, so it was you behind the incident at the Fire Cloud Cave. You betrayed our martial manor." Many unaware elders were filled with rage. "No, I did not betray the manor. The evil Sword King is our bitter enemy. I merely wished to prevent that evil from causing untold suffering." Li Xiaoyan desperately tried to justify himself. When it came to shamelessness, he had reached a new pinnacle, yet none of the elders were fools. The elder in the sky offered no opportunity for Li Xiaoyan to continue speaking. A terrifying pressure descended like a mountain, causing Li Xiaoyan to spit blood, unable to stand, collapsing to the ground, immobilized. Yi Fei's heart shook violently. Indeed, to be the manor lord, this elder's power was unquestionably the greatest in the manor. He could not help but wonder if this lord had reached the level of martial sovereign. Just the weight of his presence rendered Yi Fei at the first level of martial sovereign immobile. Li Xiaotian was thoroughly frightened, his face betraying his terror as he quickly begged, "Lord, spare me, spare me. Li Xiaotian, how many times have I spared you already?" The elder thundered, clearly wishing he could crush Li Xiaotian on the spot. However, he ultimately restrained his fury and coldly declared, "Li Xiaotian, as an elder colluding with outsiders and betraying the martial manner, while also committing the disgraceful act of oppressing a disciple, your crimes are unforgivable. From this moment forth, I hereby announce the revocation of your position as elder. You shall never reclaim it, and will spend 30 years facing the wall. Is there anyone who opposes this?" Having witnessed the Manor Lord's overwhelming power crush a martial sovereign, no elder dared to voice dissent. They all nodded in agreement, declaring, "The Lord is wise, we have no objections." Satisfied, the elder turned to Yi Fei and pondered, "Disciple, Yi Fei, having suffered unjustly, the martial manner indeed has wronged you. I have decided to make an exception and allow you access to the spirit gathering pool in advance. Yi Fei, do you have any objections to this arrangement?" Yi Fei was taken aback. Was this a jest? Li Xiaotian had nearly cost him his life, and now all he faced was the loss of his elder title. The punishment seemed far too lenient. Just as Yi Fei prepared to voice his dissent, Elder Chen's excited voice broke through his thoughts. "Kid, don't be stubborn. This is your chance. The spirit gathering pool is one of the 3 great forbidden grounds of our martial manor, accessible only to those ranked first on the wind and cloud list. What more could you want?" Elder Chen's words made Yi Fei's eyes widen in realization. The martial manor possessed a spirit gathering pool that could enhance the quality of one's dantian. No wonder everyone sought to cultivate within the manor. The resources were astonishing. Moreover, Yi Fei felt that his first-grade dantian quality was too low. This quality might be regarded as talented within the manor, but to the powerful beings in the sacred land like the Demon Emperor, it was utterly worthless. To become stronger, I must enhance the quality of my dantian. As for Li Xiaotian, I can settle the score with him once my strength reaches martial sovereign. With this understanding, Yi Fei no longer intended to contest the decision. He took a step forward, ready to agree, when suddenly a cold voice interrupted him. "Wait, I have an objection." Princess Zhao Yu finally stepped forward at this moment. Princess Zhao Yu's opposition was entirely anticipated by Yi Fei. After all, although he had been framed for entering the fire cloud cave, he had still devoured the celestial fire that rightfully belonged to Zhao Yu. It was clear to Yi Fei that Zhao Yu must suspect he had later used the celestial fire to successfully enter the secret realm of the evil Sword King and obtain the legacy within. However, this was a matter Yi Fei found difficult to explain. He could not risk revealing the secret of the Indestructible Sword Soul. Fortunately, when leaving the Demon Sealing Tower, the Demon Emperor had devised a comprehensive strategy for him. So, when Zhao Yu obstructed him, Yi Fei felt no fear. The master of the estate gently persuaded Zhao Yu. "Your Highness, regarding the matter of the fire cloud cave, you have just heard the confrontation. It has nothing to do with Yi Fei. It was entirely Li Xiaoshan's unilateral decision. I have already punished him. What further grievances do you have?" Princess Zhao Yu was not one to easily concede. With a fierce glare directed at Yi Fei, she retorted, "Master, you are clearly avoiding the main issue. Even if this man was framed, he still consumed my celestial fire in." Zhao Yu recalled the scene of Yi Fei bursting in on her while she bathed her breathtaking beauty, flushing her cheeks with a hint of crimson. Quickly, she skipped over the topic and continued, "He also relied on the celestial fire to obtain the legacy of the Sword King, and all of this should have been my opportunity." The power of the Sword King's legacy was evident in Yi Fei's rapidly increasing strength, and Zhao Yu would not forgive him lightly. The master of the estate felt increasingly uneasy. The Heavenly Luck Martial House was indeed powerful, but its current strength was not what it once was. Opposing the royal family was undoubtedly unwise. He could only ask, "Then, Your Highness, what is your stance?" Zhao Yu pointed at Yi Fei, her eyes gleaming. "His extraordinary encounter was achieved through my celestial fire, thus I have the right to share in the Sword King's legacy. The soul-devouring sword should rightfully belong to me." Upon hearing this, Yi Fei's expression shifted, realizing that this madwoman was indeed asking for a lion's share. While he had indeed consumed the celestial fire, he had no retort for Zhao Yu's demand for compensation. The Sword King's legacy was something he had acquired through the Indestructible Sword Soul, which had little to do with the celestial fire. The thought of Zhao Yu wanting a piece of the pie left Yi Fei feeling quite displeased. Moreover, the secret of the Indestructible Sword Soul was not something he could reveal publicly, which only added to his frustration. The master of the estate frowned slightly and firmly rejected, "Your Highness, your demand is excessive. A disciple of our martial house obtaining the Sword King's legacy is a result of his own fortune, not directly tied to the celestial fire. How about this? I will have Yi Fei hand over the soul-devouring sword to you as compensation. What do you think? Agreed. Zhao Yu coldly nodded. Her goal was to obtain the demonic sword. There were rumors in the royal family that Zhao Qianjun had become the Sword King thanks to this very sword. No way. The soul-devouring sword cannot be given to her. Yi Fei quickly objected. He understood that the sword was crucial for his survival. As long as he possessed it, he could withstand a strike from the martial sovereign and remain unharmed. Without the soul-devouring sword, Yi Fei's strength would undoubtedly plummet by over half, making it foolish to part with such a life-preserving item. Moreover, the soul-devouring sword could potentially become a key clue for Yi Fei to enter the Starry Sea and seek the true body of the soul-devouring sword to rescue the demon emperor. Consequently, relinquishing it was out of the question. Zhao Yu's face darkened further, her voice sharp as she scolded. Yi Fei, don't go too far. Is it not enough that you devoured my celestial fire? Do you also intend to monopolize the soul-devouring sword and the Sword King's legacy? Zhao Yu's anger flushed her face and her body trembled. The master of the estate, upon hearing this, also wore an unhappy expression. He sternly transmitted to Yi Fei, Yi Fei, you are a disciple of my martial house, yet this soul-devouring sword has slain 3 of our masters and numerous experts. While I can forgive you for many things, I will never tolerate this demonic sword. The elder's tone was resolute. After all, the soul-devouring sword had claimed the lives of the masters and ancestors of the martial house. With it in hand, Yi Fei would face considerable resentment from the royal family and the elders of the martial house. Yi Fei understood that the master's words were entirely for his future sake, but he still gritted his teeth, taking a determined step forward. I hope the master will forgive me, but I must keep the soul-devouring sword. However, I can share the Martial King's cultivation notes I discovered with you as a price for retaining the soul-devouring sword. What do you think? Yi Fei revealed his final trump card, speaking in a hushed tone only audible to the 3 of them. Impossible. Absolutely not. As a disciple of my martial house, why do you insist on using this sword, which bears a deep enmity with us? The elder stubbornly opposed, but as he comprehended that Yi Fei was offering a Martial King's cultivation manual, he was utterly stunned. Zhao Yu's eyes widened in disbelief as she asked, how is this possible? Our royal family knows everything about Zhao Qianjun. How could he possibly possess? Just as she was about to mention the Martial King's notes, the elder reacted swiftly, releasing the overwhelming aura of a martial sovereign that left no room for Yi Fei or Zhao Yu to speak. He seized both of them and soared into the sky. Everyone disperse. Should anything like today happen again, I will not show leniency. Yi Fei forced a smile, aware that the master wished to keep the existence of the Martial King's notes a secret and wanted to take him away for a private interrogation. Fortunately, the elder merely grasped him without displaying any killing intent, and with Princess Zhao Yu by his side, Yi Fei felt assured the elder would not harm him. Ultimately, the elder brought them to a secluded bamboo grove deep within the martial house, where he landed and solemnly inquired, Yi Fei, is it true? Does the Sword King's secret realm truly contain the Martial King's cultivation notes? Zhao Yu remained silent, her beautiful eyes fixated on Yi Fei, scrutinizing every subtle shift in his expression. The prospect of the Martial King's notes was simply too astonishing. If this news were to spread, the entire Zhao kingdom would be in uproar. This secret was even more astounding than the emergence of the soul-devouring sword. At this moment, both Zhao Yu and the elder instinctively began to overlook the soul-devouring sword. Their reaction was within Yi Fei's expectations, and after all, the soul-devouring sword had only pushed Zhao Qianjun to the level of a martial sovereign. The notes of a martial king, a being stronger than a martial sovereign, would be an invaluable treasure in a small place like the Zhao kingdom. According to the prior agreement with the demon emperor, Yi Fei respectfully handed the Martial King's notes to the elder. Master, this is the Martial King cultivation manual I found in the Sword King's secret realm. According to the records left by the Sword King before his demise, his terrifying strength was not derived from the soul-devouring sword, but from this manual. It was through it that I fortuitously comprehended the sword intent. Yi Fei was exaggerating, as Zhao Qianjun had died over 200 years ago, making it impossible to refute his claims. Unfortunately, the elder and Zhao Yu seemed uninterested in his braggadocio. Zhao Yu, with excitement in her voice, turned to the elder and asked, what do you think, grandfather? Is this guy deceiving us? Is this truly the Martial King's cultivation notes? What? Grandfather? Yi Fei's heart jolted. Could it be that Zhao Yu was the elder's granddaughter? No wonder the royal family had such a poor relationship with the martial house. Zhao Yu could wield power within the martial house, monopolizing the Fire Cloud Cave and demoting herself to a servant disciple. It turned out that this princess was indeed half the master of the Heavenly Luck martial house. Yi Fei felt a chill run down his spine. After all, he had seen Zhao Yu bathing. If she revealed this to the elder, the consequences would be. Just the thought sent shivers down his spine. Zhao Yu and the Lord of the Mansion were currently focused entirely on the Martial King's notes, leaving no time for settling scores with Yi Fei. How is it, grandfather? Are the Martial King's notes real or not? Zhao Yu asked with a hint of anticipation. In the presence of outsiders, she had to refer to her grandfather as the Lord of the Mansion, but now that they were alone, she reverted to calling him grandfather. Although Yi Fei was present in Zhao Yu's eyes, he was hardly considered human. She would never forget the fiery gaze he had cast upon her when he barged into the fire cloud cave and saw her body. Fortunately, Yi Fei was unaware of Zhao Yu's thoughts. Had he known that she was still harboring resentment over that incident, he would never have shown her the Martial King's notes, which would only serve to enhance the power of his enemies. The old lord did not immediately respond to Zhao Yu's inquiry. Ever since he had obtained the Martial King's notes, he had been so overwhelmed with excitement that he could scarcely articulate his thoughts. At that moment, he eagerly opened the notes and examined them closely. Boom! The Martial King's notes were indeed extraordinary. When the Demon Emperor had given them to Yi Fei, the urgency of the situation had prevented him from examining them. Now he discovered that these notes were vastly different from typical records. Ordinary notes were written with ink on paper, but the Martial King's notes were inscribed with mental imprints, each stroke a testament to the Martial King's experiences and profound insights gained throughout his journey from warrior to Martial King. It was no exaggeration to say that any warrior who obtained these notes could swiftly and seamlessly break through their realms by comprehending these mental imprints. For instance, the old lord of the Tianyun Martial Mansion was currently gaining immense inspiration from the imprints related to breaking through the martial venerable realm contained within the notes. So it's like this. To break through to the martial venerable realm isn't just about relentless training, it requires meeting numerous conditions. I now have hope for a breakthrough. The old lord, after absorbing this understanding, laughed heartily, his demeanor transformed. He nodded solemnly at Zhao Yu and declared, these Martial King's notes are authentic. As long as you can fully comprehend them, breaking into the Martial King realm is entirely possible. Is it really true? Could it be that the evil Sword King advanced so rapidly thanks to his comprehension of these Martial King's notes? Zhao Yu's face momentarily reflected doubt. She struggled to believe that Zhao Qianjuan's rise in strength was not solely due to the spirit-devouring sword, but rather because of these notes. Yi Fei couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Regardless of whether Zhao Yu and the royal family believed that the emergence of the Martial King's notes had effectively overshadowed the brilliance of the spirit-devouring sword. Seizing the moment, Yi Fei turned to Zhao Yu and asked, "So, Your Highness, what do you think about me trading the spirit-devouring sword for these Martial King's notes? That should clear up our misunderstanding, right?" Zhao Yu scoffed. "You certainly have a good scheme, but while these Martial King's notes are indeed more valuable than the spirit-devouring sword, I have no words to counter that. I will overlook your theft of my celestial fire, but our feud is far from over. Don't forget what you did to me in the fire cloud cave." With that, she shot Yi Fei an indignant glare. The old lord, observing their exchange, interjected with a hint of confusion. Did this kid do anything else to you besides consuming your celestial fire in the fire cloud cave?" "Lord, I'm innocent. I was framed," Yi Fei quickly interjected, putting on a facade of innocence. If the old man found out that he had seen his granddaughter's body, Yi Fei feared he would not escape unscathed. For now, he could only gamble that Zhao Yu would be too embarrassed to reveal what had happened that day. Sure enough, upon hearing Yi Fei exclaim his innocence, Zhao Yu's face flushed crimson. Being a princess of noble status, how could she possibly bring herself to disclose such an incident to her elder? Feeling helpless, she glanced at the Martial King's notes and remarked, "Grandfather, we truly didn't do anything. By the way, are you still going to look at these Martial King's notes? If not, I'll take them to contemplate myself. Of course I will look. I'm counting on gleaning a way to break through the martial venerable realm from them. Since you're fine, join me, we can ponder them together." The old lord embraced the Martial King's notes, a broad smile stretching across his face. He had initially thought that reaching the 10th level of the martial venerable realm was the pinnacle of his cultivation, but the notes ignited a new hope for breakthrough. Without further delay, and seeing that Zhao Yu and Yi Fei had resolved their issues, he gestured for Zhao Yu to join him in studying the Martial King's notes. However, before they left, he solemnly warned Yi Fei, "Kid, in light of your contribution of the Martial King's notes, which have greatly aided our mansion, I will no longer pursue the matter of your use of the spirit-devouring sword. But be sure do not wield that demonic sword within our mansion. I must consider the feelings of the other elders. And don't worry about Li Xiaotian. I assure you that as long as I am here, no one in the mansion will dare bully you. I will protect you without fail." Hearing this, a warmth surged through Yi Fei's heart. He understood that if not for the old lord's intervention today, the Array sect and Tianyun Martial Mansion would have caused a bloodbath, and Li Xiaodian would have certainly sought revenge upon him. He realized he owed the old man a favor. Yi Fei's expression grew serious as he stepped forward and bowed slightly, saying, "Rest assured, Lord. The mansion has done me no wrong, I shall not betray it." Yi Fei had made his stance clear. Despite any past grievances, his heart would remain with the mansion. He would not harbor resentment or revolt. The old lord's eyes suddenly sparkled with light as he gazed at Yi Fei, savoring his words. What a great statement. I shall not betray the mansion. Yi Fei, it is our fortune to have a disciple like you in our mansion. Take this token, go to the Earth Spirit Pool, and enhance the quality of your Dantian. The future hopes of our mansion will rest upon your shoulders. With a sigh, the old lord tossed Yi Fei a heavy token before departing with Zhao Yu, eager to delve deeper into the Martial King's notes. Yi Fei looked down at the heavy token in his hand. It was a brass token engraved with intricate array patterns. On one side were the characters for wind and cloud, while the reverse read, "Use this token to enter the Earth Spirit Pool." The mansion's spirit pool is actually of Earth grade. No wonder Elder Chun from the Sword sect strongly hinted that I must cultivate there. Yi Fei's heart jolted with shock. Ever since he had stumbled upon a spirit pool in the Blackstone Mountains which had enhanced his Dantian quality, Yi Fei had been diligently researching various materials regarding spirit pools. He had learned about the classification of spirit pools: ordinary, special, earth, and heaven grade. For instance, the spirit pool he had encountered in the Blackstone Mountains was an ordinary one, often found in locations rich in spiritual energy, containing energy equivalent to intermediate medicinal pills. Special spirit pools were even rarer. Thus far, he had only seen one forming slowly in the fire cloud cave of the mansion, with energies nearing the level of advanced medicinal pills. Zhao Yu had removed her clothing to cultivate there, hoping to absorb the energies more fully, which had inadvertently allowed Yi Fei to feast his eyes. Next up were the mansion's most precious assets, the Earth Spirit Pools, which contained energies equivalent to top-grade medicinal pills. Such pills were not only rare for Yi Fei, the entire Tianyun Martial Mansion could scarcely find many of them. This was precisely why they could enhance Dantian quality so effectively. Speaking of which, my Undying Sword Soul has absorbed advanced medicinal pills, but it has never absorbed top-grade ones. I wonder what level of Dantian quality this level of energy could elevate me to. Yi Fei licked his lips and glanced at the map on the back of the token. Then he set off through the bamboo grove, heading deeper inside. According to the map on the token, the Earth Spirit Pool of the Tianyun Martial Mansion lay within. This was also why the lords of past generations had chosen this place as their residence, to protect the Earth Spirit Pool from harm. The Earth Spirit Pool of the Heavenly Fate Martial House is not far from this bamboo grove. While the housemaster and Zhao Yu were engrossed in deciphering the notes of the Martial King, Yi Fei successfully navigated through the small bamboo forest, guided by the map on the back of his token, and arrived at a nearby cave. Outside the cave, a faint aura of danger lingered alongside inscriptions warning of the demise of intruders, cautioning any disciples approaching this area about the dire consequences of trespassing. As Yi Fei drew near, a shadow blocked his path, an elder from the Martial House tasked with guarding the Earth Spirit Pool. Upon seeing Yi Fei approach, the elder's indifferent expression morphed into one of disdain as he barked, "Halt! You insignificant servant! Who allowed you to come here? Hurry and get lost!" Yi Fei was immediately incensed by the elder's words. What's wrong with being a servant? You're merely an ant at the 10th level of Martial Master. Presumptuous! How dare you insult me, a mere servant? The elder, clad in black, was furious, mistaking Yi Fei for a servant who had sneakily come over while the housemaster was away. He was about to teach Yi Fei a lesson when a token suddenly appeared before his eyes. This is actually the Fengyan token. How is this possible? The Fengyan rankings have yet to commence. How did you obtain this token? The elder stammered, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Yi Fei pocketed the token, disinterested in answering his questions, and strode forward with confidence, saying, I intend to enter now. Do you have any objections? The elder, of course, had objections, great ones. A servant disciple obtaining the Fengyan token and gaining early entry into the Earth Spirit Pool was utterly unheard of in the Martial House. However, since he had devoted himself to cultivation here and had not witnessed Yi Fei's prowess, he reluctantly stepped aside, saying, Since the Fengyan token is in your possession, you may enter. I apologize for my earlier rudeness. It's no problem, thank you. Yi Fei replied with a slight bow, understanding that the elder was merely performing his duty. Having received an apology, Yi Fei's impression of the elder improved significantly. He put away the token and confidently walked into the cave ahead. The black-clad elder watched Yi Fei with immense envy, muttering to himself, so young, yet able to cultivate in the Earth Spirit Pool. I never imagined that after more than a decade of hard work, I would be outshone by a mere servant. Alas! Sighing, the black-clad elder walked away, clearly shaken by Yi Fei's triumph. He was not the only one affected. Since the house master publicly stripped Li Xiaotian of his position, as elder Li Xiaotian remained prostrate on the ground, maintaining the posture of being suppressed by the house master. Nearby lay a pool of blood and shattered flesh, the site where Li Xian was obliterated by Yi Fei's sword. Originally, Li Xian was the top talent of the Array sect and Li Xiaoshan's favored nephew. Li Xiaotian had high hopes for him, assigning his most trusted nephew to ambush Yi Fei in an attempt to silence him. However, Li Xian was killed by Yi Fei's sword, and Li Xiaotian, having betrayed the interests of the martial house, faced the housemaster's powerful suppression. He not only lost his elder position, but was also on the brink of enduring a 30-year confinement as punishment. Li Xiaotian successfully conveyed to the elders and disciples of the martial house the meaning of turning the boat in the gutter. The many elders and disciples passing by cast scornful and derisive glances at Li Xiaotian, particularly those from the Array sect, who were especially enraged. Just as the house master left with Yi Fei, the elders of the Array sect gathered, pointing fingers at Li Xiaotian with boiling resentment. This troublemaker, knowing the tomb of the evil Sword King is nearby, he failed to inform us. Otherwise, a mere servant disciple would have no chance to rise. Indeed, Li Xiaotian is regressing. As a martial master, he was driven back by a servant disciple with a single sword strike. Although Yi Fei is indeed a freak, he has brought shame upon our Array sect. These whispers reached Li Xiaoshan's ears without omission, yet he remained dumbfounded on the ground, showing no reaction. The elders around him grew increasingly contemptuous at the sight. Finally, the elders of the saber and staff sects, unable to bear it any longer, approached Li Xiaotian with cold expressions. "Li brother, you were once an elder. Lying here like this is disgraceful. Go back to your quarters and focus on your seclusion. Remember, you are not to leave your room for 30 years. Their words were blunt. They regarded Li Xiaotian, who had lost his elder title, as no longer on their level, and thus saw no need to treat him with respect. What these elders failed to notice was that once they departed and the area was deserted, Li Xiaotian, who had been lying there in a daze, suddenly contorted his face into a sinister and cold expression. "You old fool, you are quite bold. To publicly suppress me, Li Xiaotian, for a mere servant, and strip me of my elder position. Since you show no mercy, do not blame me for being ruthless. What if I betray the martial house? The crown prince has already promised to take one of my daughters as a consort. Once he ascends the throne, my family will become royal kin. At that time, I will repay today's humiliation 100-fold, 1,000-fold. And you, Yi Fei, you servant, you killed my disciple and made me a laughingstock in public. Don't think that old man will protect you. I will surely kill you and annihilate your entire clan." Ha ha ha. Only by entering the Earth Spirit Pool can one truly understand the sensation of being infused with spiritual energy. Although Yi Fei had absorbed spiritual energy from condensing spirit stones in the demon ceiling tower, before, it was nothing compared to the comfort of being fully enveloped in the spirit spring. At that moment, Yi Fei suddenly comprehended why Zhao Yu had bathed naked while cultivating in the pool. The experience of soaking in the spirit pool was infinitely more pleasurable than being in a hot spring. However, enjoyment aside, Yi Fei did not forget his main purpose: to absorb spiritual energy and enhance the quality of his dantian. Indestructible Sword Soul, I rely on you now. Whatever spiritual energy exists here, I will absorb it all today. Indestructible Sword Soul, absorb. Spiritual energy surged, like a colossal whale gulping water. In the entire Earth Spirit Pool, Yi Fei was the sole occupant. With no reservations, he unleashed the full power of the Indestructible Sword Soul. Countless streams of spiritual energy equivalent to top-grade elixirs flowed into Yi Fei through every pore and breath, swiftly absorbed and refined by the Indestructible Sword Soul. This time, the speed at which the Indestructible Sword Soul reached saturation was unprecedented. Within half an hour, it emitted a very human-like belch. Subsequently, a vast amount of black energy erupted from the Indestructible Sword Soul, nearly rupturing Yi Fei's meridians. The quality of the spiritual energy in the Earth Spirit Pool was simply too high. Every strand was imbued with the potency of top-grade elixirs. Yi Fei did not dare to delay. At the moment the black energy exploded forth, he used his intent to control the energy, channeling it all into his dantian to enhance its quality. 1 hour later, Yi Fei's dantian quality reached the second grade of the profound level. 2 hours later, Yi Fei's dantian quality reached the third grade of the profound level. 3 hours, third grade of the profound level. 4 hours, fourth grade of the profound level. The sensation of his dantian quality soaring was so delightful that Yi Fei felt like letting out a roar. If anyone witnessed his rate of improvement, even martial masters would be shocked into fainting. However, the energy of the Indestructible Sword Soul continued to release wildly, and Yi Fei's Dantian quality continued to rise rapidly until it reached the 7th grade of the profound level. The entire Earth Spirit pool had been drained of its spiritual energy, yet the Indestructible Sword Soul's thirst for absorption had not only not waned, but intensified. It was as if more high-quality spiritual energy remained hidden waiting for it to absorb. Yi Fei's heart suddenly stirred. The Indestructible Sword Soul wouldn't emit such signals without reason. Could it be that there is indeed more spiritual energy that I have yet to discover? Opening his eyes, Yi Fei scanned his surroundings. Ultimately, his gaze fell upon the clear water beneath his feet. The originally absorbed spiritual energy would typically cause the water in the spirit pool to transform into ordinary water. However, upon closer inspection, Yi Fei discovered that the spiritual energy within the water had not entirely vanished. Thin tendrils of it continued to emerge from the crevices of the stone slabs below. Could it be that the energy I just absorbed was not from the spirit pool itself, but merely a fraction that leaked from it? There was a strong possibility of this. Yi Fei bent down and used his fingers to pry open the gaps between the stone slabs. With a forceful push, the crevice opened wide and a torrent of astonishing spiritual energy erupted from the bottom of the fissure. It turned out that this spirit pool was shaped like a gourd with the true spirit reservoir hidden beneath the surface. The spring water above was merely a byproduct of the spirit pool's leakage. Little did Yi Fei know that the reason the martial arts pavilion only allowed access to part of the spirit pool was due to the violent nature of the energy contained within. The energy was comparable to the potency of top-tier elixirs. Such power could cause martial disciples to explode if absorbed in its entirety, while elders at the martial sovereign level had to exercise extreme caution. Only Yi Fei, with his Indestructible Sword Soul, could indiscriminately absorb the energy without fear of repercussions. He was capable of consuming as much as he could handle, allowing him to disregard the pool's ferocity and absorb wildly. Haha, I'm fortunate to have discovered the secret of the spirit pool, otherwise I would have missed this opportunity. Indestructible Sword Soul continued to absorb. Yi Fei was overwhelmed with joy. The underground spiritual energy was more than 10 times denser than above ground. If he could absorb all of it, to what terrifying level would his Dantian quality rise? In just half an hour, Yi Fei noticed that his Dantian quality had rapidly ascended to the 7th rank of the Xian level. Then it jumped to the 8th rank, 9th rank, 10th rank. Boom. When the quality of his Dantian reached the 10th rank of the Xian level, the space within it suddenly vibrated violently. The previously pitch-black interior gradually revealed countless faint blue light spots. These points illuminated the dark space of the Dantian, making it shine like a blue gem. For the first time, Yi Fei saw the Indestructible Sword Soul within him. It was not the black shadow he had always imagined, but rather a dark golden sword silhouette. Indeed, it was a sword shadow radiating a might that was 1,000 times more terrifying than the full manifestation of sword intent released by the Demon Emperor. Is this the true form of the Indestructible Sword Soul? And why has my Dantian turned blue? Isn't that the color of a ground-level Dantian? As his consciousness retreated from the Dantian, Yi Fei was astonished to find that the quality of his Dantian had elevated to the 1st rank of the ground level. At the same time, he realized he had hit a bottleneck. Although the Indestructible Sword Soul could still absorb the spirit energy from the spirit pool, it could no longer enhance the quality of his Dantian. This clearly indicated to Yi Fei that to continue his ascent, he would need to locate a higher-tier celestial spirit pool or surpass the top-tier elixirs. Upon realizing this, Yi Fei's expression mirrored the color of his Dantian turning blue. Damn it, am I that picky? As a martial disciple, I've never even seen a top-tier elixir. Where am I supposed to find something that surpasses it? Yi Fei felt immense frustration. Even more vexing was the fact that although he still had plenty of black energy within him, he couldn't use it to enhance his Dantian's quality, and wasting energy was certainly not a good habit. So what should he do with the remaining energy, right? I can use it to cultivate the Demon Emperor's scripture. Yi Fei recalled the Demon Emperor, who had generously gifted him the scripture when he left the Demon Sealing Tower. Upon his return, consumed by thoughts of vengeance, Yi Fei hadn't even glanced at the technique. Now, with time on his hands and an abundance of black energy to elevate his understanding, he decided to take out the scripture and delve into it. The Demon Emperor's scripture was inscribed with spiritual intent, and to prevent it from leaking, the Demon Emperor had taken special precautions. Aside from Yi Fei, no one else could unlock the spiritual mark embedded within. Yi Fei, my disciple, upon encountering the spiritual imprint left by your master, it signifies that you have begun to cultivate the Demon Emperor's scripture. However, I must remind you of one thing. While this scripture is the most powerful body refinement technique of the demonic path, surpassing heavenly level techniques, in order to prevent leaks, I can only provide you with the most basic lower volume for now. As for the middle and upper volumes, you will receive them when you re-enter the demon sealing tower, so you must strive hard. The demon emperor clearly stated that the scripture was incomplete and tirelessly urged Yi Fei to save him from the tower in order to obtain the subsequent teachings. The final exhortation made Yi Fei's expression darken considerably. Indeed, having a master like this is no good. He even left behind so many contingencies. I haven't even reached the martial sovereign level. What use is mere encouragement? Yi Fei grumbled, but thankfully, despite the demon emperor's frugality, the scripture was genuine. Especially the claim of it being the most powerful body refinement technique of the demonic path made Yi Fei's eyes light up. The matter of rescuing the demon emperor could be set aside for now. Holding the scripture, Yi Fei eagerly began to comprehend its content. After all, this was a ground-level technique that was rarely possessed even by the martial arts pavilion. Normally, understanding such a technique would take at least 10 days to half a month, even with a ground-level dantian. However, thanks to the astonishing enlightenment provided by the Indestructible Sword Soul, Yi Fei, with a rebellious spirit, took just half a day before he lifted his head, a flicker of understanding flashing in his eyes. So that's how it is. The Demon Emperor's scripture is indeed extraordinary. With each level of cultivation, the strength of the body can reach the pinnacle of that realm, claiming to be invincible among peers. At the first level, the body strength can reach the peak of the martial master realm. At the second level, the peak of the martial sovereign realm. At the third level, the peak of the martial venerable realm. As for levels beyond the third, the Demon Emperor, being crafty, had left them unwritten, clearly intending to whet Yi Fei's appetite and spur him to cultivate quickly to rescue him from the tower. Yi Fei was speechless at this. Then he picked up the scripture and continued his understanding. Given the immense power of the Demon Emperor's scripture, its cultivation conditions were undoubtedly extremely stringent and even cruel. The demonic path techniques emphasized unorthodox methods and extremes, often disregarding one's life as a common occurrence. The Demon Emperor's scripture took this self-destructive style to the extreme. From the very beginning, the Demon Emperor warned Yi Fei. Cultivating the Demon Emperor's scripture demanded destruction before creation, breaking before establishing. To master this technique, one had to walk the path of extremes constantly, using demonic powers to shatter their own meridians, bones, and even the tiniest cells. Only after enduring such extreme trials could Yi Fei's body undergo transformation through this cycle of destruction and rebirth, becoming increasingly indestructible. For example, the Demon Emperor had only reached the 7th level of the scripture, yet had been able to withstand the suppression of the demon sealing tower for 3,000 years without dying. This demonstrated just how terrifying the completion of the Demon Emperor's scripture could be. The only concern the Demon Emperor had was the inferior quality of Yi Fei's dantian. It was important to note that cultivating the Demon Emperor's scripture was a brutal and painful process, requiring a level of talent and comprehension that was nearly inhumane. In his teachings, the Demon Emperor had once expressed deep concern, recounting how, given Yi Fei's talent and comprehension, he had narrowly survived when he first began cultivating this technique. Therefore, without thorough preparation, the Demon Emperor warned Yi Fei to never forcefully practice this method. Even if it takes 10 or 20 years, you must explore it little by little and never risk hastening the process by forceful cultivation. These were the final words the Demon Emperor left for Yi Fei. Upon reading them, Yi Fei couldn't help but smile. It was a confident and joyful smile. The Demon Emperor could never have imagined that Yi Fei would possess such a miraculous, immortal sword soul within him. For others, cultivating the Demon Emperor's scriptures could truly be a perilous endeavor fraught with the risk of life and death. The self-destructive process of grinding one's own flesh and even cells was an excruciating torment. A single misstep could lead not only to failure in mastering the demonic arts, but also to the loss of one's life. However, Yi Fei was different. Picture this: even with his dantian destroyed and his meridians burned, the immortal sword soul could absorb medicinal pills or spiritual energy, allowing Yi Fei to heal the damage to his dantian and meridians. Thus, the special condition of no destruction, no establishment, necessary for cultivating the Demon Emperor's scriptures was for Yi Fei of no concern. Even if every bone in his body shattered, as long as the immortal sword soul remained, Yi Fei was confident in his ability to swiftly recover from any injuries. The supposed dangers of practicing the Demon Emperor's scriptures simply did not exist for Yi Fei. With the spiritual energy of the Earth Spirit Pool still abundant, it's the perfect time to begin cultivating the Demon Emperor's scriptures. I truly want to see what level of physical prowess I can attain upon mastering the first layer. Yi Fei licked his lips, his heart yearning. At this moment, although he had grasped the essence of sword intent, he had a weakness in inadequate defense. If the sword intent could not slay his opponent, a casual strike from them could spell deadly harm for Yi Fei. The Demon Emperor's scriptures were precisely what he needed to compensate for his defensive deficiencies. Taking a deep breath, Yi Fei steeled his resolve and began to transform the true essence within him into a special form of demonic essence, which possessed an extraordinarily potent transformative power over the body. Now Yi Fei would utilize this demonic essence to continuously refine and temper his flesh meridians and bones. As the demonic essence emerged, Yi Fei painfully discovered that his bones were on the verge of shattering under the impact of this force. The pain was akin to having one's bones scraped with a knife. The immortal sword soul could heal his injuries, but it could not mask the agonizing sensation of bone scraping. After only a brief period of cultivating the Demon Emperor's scriptures, Yi Fei writhed in agony, wishing he could simply end it all. Yet thoughts of his sister taken to the sacred land with her fate uncertain and the helplessness he felt facing the martial sovereign experts kept him grounded. Yi Fei bit his lip grimly, enduring the searing pain. In his determination, blood trickled from his lip into the spirit pool, yet he paid it no mind. I must endure. If I cannot withstand this pain, how can I aspire to reach the pinnacle of martial arts? What strength will I possess to venture into the sacred land and bring Shanshan back? Amid the excruciating pain, memories of the moments spent with his sister, Yi Shanshan, surged into Yi Fei's mind, igniting a tremendous courage within him. He would reach the Star Moon's sacred land. Demon Emperor's scriptures continue to operate for me. Yi Fei's face contorted with madness, seemingly forgetting the pain coursing through his body as he plunged into frenzied cultivation. The immortal sword soul ensured that even with the immense damage inflicted upon his body during training, he could recover quickly, preventing any risk of catastrophic failure. With this dual approach to cultivation, the results exceeded Yi Fei's expectations. The immortal sword soul guaranteed that his body would not be torn apart or shattered by the violent demonic essence. Conversely, he could maximize the potential of this essence, relentlessly honing his flesh, bones, and meridians. In the midst of this relentless tug-of-war and tempering, Yi Fei could distinctly feel his body rapidly improving, continuously breaking through its limits. Time flew by swiftly. Eventually, Yi Fei, now accustomed to the pain, even seemed to forget it entirely, pouring all his focus into his cultivation. A full day passed in the blink of an eye, and before he knew it, Yi Fei had been cultivating in the Earth Spirit Pool for 2 whole days. He had nearly forgotten the passage of time, losing himself in the process. It was not until the second night was nearly over that during his training, a thunderous sound of violently grinding bones erupted from his body. Boom! Yi Fei opened his eyes and rose from the Earth Spirit Pool. At that moment, the once abundant spiritual energy had become incredibly thin, yet Yi Fei's body radiated with a shimmering, faint golden light. This was the sign of the formation of the battle demon golden body, the first layer of the Demon Emperor's scriptures. Meanwhile, at the martial manor's forbidden area outside the gathering spirit pool, the black-clad elder guarding the spirit pool remained stationed there. With limited talent, he was unable to enter the Earth Spirit Pool to cultivate. Thus, he devised a compromise, guarding the spirit pool from the outside. As the spiritual energy produced, there was undoubtedly tenfold richer than in other areas. It was one of the best cultivation spots in the martial manor. However, today this black-clad elder was destined for disappointment. After several hours of diligent practice, he not only ceased to feel the previously abundant spiritual energy, but he also noticed that the surrounding energy was rapidly depleting, flowing vigorously into the Earth Spirit Pool. The elder had to stop his cultivation, puzzled as he looked toward the direction of the spirit pool. Why is the spiritual energy flowing backward? Such a phenomenon has only occurred before, when the Manor Lord attempted to break through to the martial sovereign realm, requiring an immense amount of spiritual energy. What kind of technique is that servant-disciple practicing to cause such an anomaly? In his astonishment, the black-clad elder failed to notice a shadow swiftly approaching him like a ghost. The figure was now less than 20 paces away. Who? As a formidable expert at the 10th level of martial master, the black-clad elder's position as guardian of the spirit pool indicated his deep trust from the Manor Lord. Upon sensing the presence, he immediately turned his head, intending to inquire. A cold glint had already pierced through his throat. The black-clad elder's eyes widened in disbelief as he clutched the figure's shoulder tightly, unable to comprehend the reality before him as he lay dying. Li Xiaodian. You. Indeed it is I. Li Xiaoshan's face twisted with malice. Xianfeng, do not blame me for being ruthless. Blame that old man, the Manor Lord. Why did he favor a mere servant? How dare he strip me of my elder title? You forced my hand, compelling me to retaliate. With a sinister expression, Li Xiaotian sought to rationalize his betrayal of the martial manner, revealing how hypocritical and insidious he truly was. After killing Xian Feng, he instinctively glanced towards the small bamboo house, where the manor lord and Zhao Yu were in seclusion, a flicker of relief crossing his eyes. In fact, the previous day, unwilling to accept defeat, Li Xiaotian had stealthily concealed himself nearby. However, fearing detection by the manor lord and jeopardizing his plans, he had refrained from acting. Not long ago, emboldened by his expertise in formations, he quietly approached the manor lord's seclusion area, only to discover that soundproofing formations had been set up in advance, completely sealing the small bamboo house. The manor lord's intention was to prevent the secrets of the martial king's notes from leaking, but unbeknownst to him, this inadvertently provided Li Xiaotian with an opportunity. He stealthily approached the bamboo grove and arrived outside the earth spirit pool, swiftly striking down the elder guarding it. Next, Li Xiaotian looked towards the cave entrance of the earth spirit pool, a dark and sorrowful smile creeping across his lips. Li Xian, just watch. Yi Fei will be crushed to pieces before my very eyes. Tonight I will ensure that this boy meets a gruesome end, avenging you. Li Xiaotian would never be foolish enough to strike at Yi Fei while the lord of the mansion was in seclusion. In truth, his ability to stealthily reach this point relied heavily on his extensive knowledge of the martial arts formations as a senior elder of the formation sect. The moment he killed Xian Feng, the guarding elder, a sly smile crept across Li Xiaotian's face as he retrieved several small formation flags and began to set up a peculiar array. Within the earth spirit pool, Yi Fei remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger outside, still reveling in the joy of successfully cultivating the battle demon golden body. It is worth noting that the process of training in the Demon Emperor's scripture was perilous and fraught with difficulties. A moment of carelessness could lead to the chaotic destruction of the practitioner's body by the demonic essence, or even death. This was precisely why the Demon Emperor had recounted to Yi Fei the near-fatal risks he faced during his own cultivation of the scripture, which had luckily led to success. If the Demon Emperor were to learn that Yi Fei had achieved this with no risk whatsoever thanks to the Indestructible Sword Soul, he would surely be furious enough to spit blood. Now that I have completed the first level of the Demon Emperor's scripture and refined the battle demon golden body, I wonder just how formidable this golden body truly is. After the initial excitement wore off, Yi Fei calmed himself and once again urged the Demon Emperor's scripture to its utmost, pushing the battle demon golden body to its peak. Then he did something astonishing. He picked up the devouring spirit sword and gently pierced it against his own arm. Clang! The sword failed to penetrate. Only when Yi Fei exerted more force and stabbed again did the battle demon golden body show signs of cracking, leaving a shallow wound on his arm. Yi Fei's eyes brightened further. The battle demon golden body is indeed extraordinary. The devouring spirit sword was exceptionally sharp. That strike, had it been against a lower-tier martial artist, would have been lethal in an instant. Yet against Yi Fei it merely resulted in a small cut, demonstrating how powerful the battle demon golden body truly was. Moreover, due to the abundant spiritual energy in the earth spirit pool, Yi Fei's successful cultivation of the battle demon golden body had reached the level of major perfection. It was likely that even a martial artist at the 10th level would not match Yi Fei's physical prowess. In terms of physical defense, he was undoubtedly invincible among those of the same realm. How could Yi Fei not feel exhilarated? However, his excitement was short-lived as a cold, indifferent voice suddenly echoed from outside the cave. Disciple, Yi Fei, your time in the earth spirit pool is up. How much longer do you plan to dawdle? Wait, is there a time limit for training in the earth spirit pool? He hadn't been informed of this by the elder in black when he entered. It was also understandable given that Yi Fei had spent so little time at the martial mansion and thus was not well acquainted with its many rules. Hearing the vague transmission from outside, Yi Fei genuinely believed he had overstayed his welcome and inadvertently violated some taboo. Reluctantly, he responded, I'll be right out. With that, Yi Fei swiftly exited the earth spirit pool and walked out of the cave. As soon as he stepped outside, a fierce wind surged from the side, accompanied by a murderous intent. Damn you, die! Li Xiaotian's face darkened as he lay in ambush, attempting a surprise attack. In a moment of urgency, Yi Fei could only raise the devouring spirit sword to shield himself. The impact of the fist colliding with the sword echoed loudly. At the same time, an immense force drove Yi Fei backward in rapid succession. Had he not just successfully cultivated the battle demon golden body, this single blow from Li Xiaotian would have undoubtedly injured him gravely, causing him to spit blood. This demonstrated just how terrifying the strength of a martial sovereign was. Otherwise, the elder in black guarding outside would not have been swiftly killed by Li Xiaotian. Having narrowly escaped with his life, Yi Fei quickly recognized the figure that had ambushed him, Li Xiaotian. How could it be you, Li Xiaotian? Weren't you sentenced to 30 years of wall facing? How dare you come out and ambush me? Yi Fei's expression darkened. He never expected Li Xiaotian to be so reckless, braving the risk of being killed by the lord of the mansion to attack him. Instinctively, Yi Fei glanced towards the direction of the bamboo grove, but instead of seeing the lord, he found the elder in black lying dead on the ground. His pupils constricted slightly as he gazed at Li Xiaotian in shock. Li Xiaotian, as an elder, how dare you harm your fellow sect member? Haha, what does it matter? If the martial mansion shows no mercy to me, then I can hardly be blamed for my actions. I am no longer an elder of the martial mansion, but a guest elder of the crown prince. In the future, my Li family will become royal relatives. How could the mere martial mansion contain a true dragon like me? Li Xiaotian declared with unrestrained arrogance. Yi Fei coldly rebutted, to be a dog is to be a dog. Your lofty rhetoric is meaningless. Why not bark a little, and I might just toss you a few bones to gnaw on? Yi Fei's remark rang loud and clear, infused with his true essence, creating a wave of sound that spread outward. Upon seeing the corpse of the elder in black, Yi Fei understood. Li Xiaotian's assassination attempt was not sanctioned by the martial mansion, it was entirely his own volition. Since the martial mansion was not involved, Yi Fei felt free to alert the lord of the mansion nearby. As long as the old lord discovers this matter, he will undoubtedly intervene to stop Li Xiaotian from continuing his rampage, Yi Fei calculated inwardly. Strangely, as he sent out his warning, Li Xiaotian did not attempt to stop him. Instead, a mocking smile appeared on his face. Haha, you foolish insect, go on and shout. That old fool may have been able to prevent me from killing you the first time, but he certainly won't stop me the second time. Watch closely, my dear, for I am taking this ant to your grave, and will dismember him to accompany you. Great teleportation array. Boom. Li Xiaotian grinned wickedly as he activated the formation flags he had set up in advance. It was only then that Yi Fei realized Li Xiaotian's earlier ambush had been a ploy to force him into this prearranged teleportation array. Damn it! What were the lord and those elders doing, allowing this old scoundrel to come out and scheme against me? Yi Fei cursed furiously. Yet this time, he was unjustly blaming the martial mansion. This place was where the lord usually trained, and no one dared to intrude. Moreover, the martial king's notes were of utmost importance. If leaked, they would surely incite chaos. To prevent any information from escaping the lord, and Zhao Yu had set up a barrier formation outside. How could the lord have imagined that Li Xiaotian would actually betray the martial mansion and attempt to assassinate Yi Fei here? With no hope for rescue, Yi Fei could only rely on himself. He urged the demon emperor's scripture to its limits, attempting to break free from the encroaching white light of the teleportation. Unfortunately, the gap in their realms was too vast. A martial master at the 5th level against a martial sovereign at the 1st level was like comparing an ant to an elephant. Moreover, formation masters had a notable characteristic: when fighting alone, they might be the weakest among martial artists, possibly even inferior to alchemists. However, given time to set up a formation, their strength could multiply several times. At this moment, facing the carefully arranged trap by Li Xiaotian, no matter how strong Yi Fei was, he was caught off guard and fell victim to the scheme. With an enraged roar, he was forcibly teleported away amidst the blinding white light. Of course, Li Xiaotian was also swept along with him. At the same moment, Yi Fei was transported away by the teleportation formation. The old master of the estate, immersed in the study of the notes of the martial king, finally sensed something amiss and swiftly dismantled the soundproof barrier outside. Zhao Yu, also engrossed in her studies, opened her eyes in confusion and inquired, "Grandfather, what's wrong? Is there an issue with the notes?" "It's not the notes that are at fault, it's Yi Fei's situation that has gone awry. I underestimated the circumstances. Oh, I never expected Li Xiaotian would dare to betray the martial house." The old master's face was filled with fury. With no time to explain, he soared into the air, swiftly traversing the small bamboo forest to land outside the cave of the Earth Spirit Pool. However, there was no trace of Yi Fei, and the corpse of the black-clothed elder on the ground ignited the old master's wrath. "Elders of the martial house, heed my command. Immediately track down Li Xiaotian's whereabouts. If he dares to harm even a single hair on Yi Fei's head, I will destroy the Li family, even at the cost of the entire martial house's future." The old master was finally enraged. For the martial house, Yi Fei, who grasped the essence of sword intent, represented the hope for its resurgence. The old master was determined to protect Yi Fei at all costs, even if it meant sacrificing himself. "Li Xiaotian, do you truly wish to kill me?" In a flash of white light, Yi Fei found himself transported to a graveyard outside the martial house, where many disciples of the martial house were buried, including Li Xiaotian's grave. However, Li Xiaotian's remains had been utterly torn apart by Yi Fei's sword energy, and due to Li Xiaotian's betrayal, the disciples responsible for the burial merely scribbled a name on a tombstone, completing the task without care. At that moment, Li Xiaodian stood beside Li Xian's grave, his expression cold and filled with resentment as he glared at Yi Fei, shouting, "You wretched creature! When you killed Li Xian, did you ever think it would come to this? What are you dawdling for? Kneel and repent for your sins." "My sins?" Yi Fei nearly laughed in disbelief. His face too was filled with anger as he retorted, "The ones at fault are you. If you hadn't taken advantage of my vulnerability and treated me as a scapegoat, none of this would have happened." "And silence yourself." Li Xiaoyan's expression was one of madness. He understood that Yi Fei spoke the truth, but it was precisely because of this truth that he could not accept it. "And do you know that Li Xian was not only my most accomplished disciple, but also the strongest genius in the Li family? Li Xian was the hope for the future of the Li family, and you right in front of me killed him. And what punishment do you think you deserve?" At this, Yi Fei's anger intensified. Pointing at Li Xiaoyan, he replied, "Old dog, don't you think this is utterly shameless? Should it only be allowed for Li Xian to try to kill me while I cannot retaliate?" Li Xiaodian looked at Yi Fei with disdain, his voice dripping with contempt. "Impudent! You are merely a servant of the martial house, while Li Xian is the greatest genius of both the Li family and the martial house. When Li Xian sought to kill you, you should have stood there obediently and accepted your fate. Yet you dared to kill my disciple in front of me. That is a crime worthy of death. Xianer, watch closely. Your master will soon avenge you. Yi Fei, you little ant, listen well. If you don't wish to suffer, kneel now and sincerely repent at Xianer's tombstone. Then you will tell me everything about how you obtained the Sword King's legacy and how you comprehended the sword intent." As Li Xiaodian thought of the overwhelming force Yi Fei had displayed with his sword intent, his eyes burned with desire upon seeing the soul-devouring sword on Yi Fei's back filled with greed. "Do you wish to interrogate me about my understanding of sword intent and seize my soul-devouring sword?" Yi Fei restrained his fury. Given the vast disparity in strength, he had no confidence in defeating Li Xiaoyan, so he decided to stall for time, hoping for the martial house's rescue. Yi Fei had faith that the commotion from the teleportation formation would not go unnoticed by the experts of the martial house, but he could not determine when help would arrive. "Humph, you little ant may possess some cleverness, but alas, an ant will always remain an ant. Whether it be the soul-devouring sword or sword intent, those are things only someone of my caliber or a noble family like the Li family can possess. You, a mere servant, have no right to claim them." Li Xiaoyan, cunning and supremely arrogant, didn't forget to maintain his authority as a martial sovereign even after his intentions were exposed. He commanded Yi Fei, "Ant, I will count to 3. Will you kneel or not? Stop wasting your breath. Let's fight." "I, Yi Fei, kneel to my parents and my master. How could I kneel to a shameless old mad dog like you?" Yi Fei's expression was resolute, tightly gripping the soul-devouring sword. Since Li Xiaodian refused to relent, they would have to fight to the end. Li Xiaodian erupted in fury at the reply. "A mere servant dares to insult me. Yi Fei, you're quite bold. Since you wish to suffer, I shall grant you that. I will first cripple your limbs, and then we will see if you kneel." Formation Master's technique, 5 finger peaks. Boom. Li Xiaoyan's fingers spread apart, and the true essence he had long since condensed surged wildly, transforming into 5 enormous peaks that descended upon Yi Fei, aiming to cripple his hands and feet. Yi Fei, of course, would not allow this to succeed. Even with slim odds of victory, he would fight back. The sword unbending and unyielding. The sword unbreakable and unstoppable. The sword immortal and indestructible. 13th sword style. Brilliant sword light illuminated the night sky as Yi Fei made his move. Wielding the soul-devouring sword, he directly confronted the 5 peaks, refusing to yield even an inch. The sound of 3 explosive impacts echoed as the 13-fold critical strike obliterated 3 of the true essence peaks unleashed by Li Xiaoyan, but this was the limit of the 13th sword style. Ultimately, Yi Fei's realm was still too low, forcing him to unleash his sword intent. Devouring sword intent. An even more intense sword light erupted from Yi Fei, forming a miniature black hole that instantly consumed the remaining 2 true essence peaks. Haha, and is this truly the limit of your sword intent? Then you may prepare to die. Blood paints my form, summoning the spirit of the blood contract. Blood soul formation open for me. Li Xiaodian laughed maniacally, waiting for Yi Fei to use his sword intent. The 5 finger peaks were merely a feint. His true lethal move was the blood soul beast spirit he had meticulously nurtured. Moreover, while Li Xian required time to prepare the blood soul formation, Li Xiaoyan, a martial sovereign, merely had to recite an incantation. Behind him, a multitude of intricate array patterns emerged, and in the center, a massive pitch-black beast spirit with eyes gleaming an eerie red burst forth, howling as it charged into the void. Boom. As Li Xiaoyan's will surged, the beast spirit's tail shattered the void. Taking advantage of Yi Fei's moment of distraction from blocking the true essence peaks, it struck down heavily upon Yi Fei. This blow created an explosion that rippled through the air, capable of instantly slaying any martial master. Though he had deliberately held back some of his strength, Li Xiaotian was confident that this strike would shatter Yi Fei's bones, leaving him crumpled before him, a helpless plaything for torment and humiliation. Yet the reality was that upon receiving such a heavy blow from the beast spirit, Yi Fei merely spat out a mouthful of blood, staggered back a dozen steps, and stood dazed, patting his nearly dismantled body. How could this be? Impossible. This and is merely a 5th-level martial master, yet he can withstand my beast soul. He only suffered a light injury. Such an incredible scene nearly made Li Xiaotian's eyes bulge out, completely baffled by the source of Yi Fei's terrifying defensive power. The battle demon golden body is simply so abnormal that it can withstand a martial sovereign's attack. Yi Fei was filled with exuberance. Initially, when the beast spirit struck down, Yi Fei had thought he would not survive without serious injury. However, the presence of the demon emperor scripture and the battle demon golden body allowed him to endure the martial sovereign's blow, sustaining only a light injury. In that moment, an immense confidence surged within Yi Fei. The martial sovereign before him was not necessarily unbeatable. Battle. Yi Fei wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Recognizing the formidable power of the battle demon golden body, he was no longer in a passive defensive stance. A glimmer of hope to defeat Li Xiaotian emerged within him. What of the martial sovereign? If you seek my soul-devouring sword, then I shall take your life as compensation. Devouring sword intent. A horrifying flash of sword light reverberated through the void, forming a pitch-black vortex that surged towards Li Xiaotian, capable of devouring all and annihilating everything. Though Yi Fei had only grasped a fraction of the sword intent, its potency was sufficient to inflict severe damage upon a martial sovereign expert. And you seek death. Li Xiaotian's fury reached its peak, the greed in his eyes intensifying. He considered Yi Fei's battle demon golden body as part of the Sword King's legacy that he sought to seize. Thus he refrained from using his full strength before extracting the secret of Yi Fei's Sword King inheritance. He was unwilling to kill him too quickly, so he held back. 5 peaks. 5 towering mountains formed from pure essence surged forward to counter the devouring sword intent, while the blood soul array conjured a beast soul with menacing, cruel red eyes. As Yi Fei focused on resisting the essence peaks, a heavy serpent tail struck him like a steel whip, dealing a blow with eons of Li Xiaotian's power, enough to obliterate a 10th-level martial master instantly. Battle demon golden body. Yi Fei did not dare to slacken. As the sword light consumed the 5 essence peaks, he pushed the demonic emperor technique to its limits, his entire body radiating with a faint golden sheen. At that moment, the heavy serpent tail descended once more. The impact forced Yi Fei back several steps, causing him to spit blood. However, for one with an abundance of black energy within, such injuries were insignificant. Communicating with the Indestructible Sword Soul, the black energy swiftly mended his wounds, and Yi Fei's eyes gleamed brighter. Indeed, though Li Xiaotian is a martial sovereign, he is undoubtedly the weakest among them. Had that previous strike come from a sword master or a blade or spear master with formidable offensive capabilities, even with the battle demon golden body, Yi Fei would not have merely spat blood. Yet Li Xiaotian was a formation master, powerful within formations, yet relying solely on his innate strength rendered him only slightly stronger than a 10th-level martial master in Yi Fei's eyes. With such strength, I may yet defeat him. Kill devouring sword intent. Stabilizing himself, Yi Fei propelled forward, once more gripping the soul-devouring sword as he charged at Li Xiaotian. Evil. What demonic technique have you cultivated to withstand my 2 beast souls without sustaining serious injury? Li Xiaotian was thoroughly flustered. The terror of Yi